Ambassador Ambassador Kreldar of the Vetian Empire stood. Ambassador Kreldar of the Vetian Empire stood before the United Nations Assembly, his 4 arms spread wide in what his species considered a gesture of diplomatic superiority. The translation device around his neck crackled to life. "Humans," he began, his voice dripping with condescension, "we have come to offer you a demonstration of true apex predation. You speak of your Earth as a death world, but you have never witnessed the glory of Avrexian's shadow stalker." Dr. Michael Peterson, the UN Xenobiology liaison, leaned forward in his seat. "Ambassador, I'm not sure this is necessary. Our assessments show." Silence. Kreldar's neck frills flared purple. "Your species is young and naive. You domesticated wolves and called them companions. You live alongside creatures you call dangerous, with no concept of what true predators are capable of. The Shadow Stalker has terrorized a dozen worlds. It is why the Vetian Empire rules the Outer Rim. No species has ever tamed one." The holographic display behind him showed a creature that made the audience gasp. 8 feet of pure muscle, covered in obsidian scales that seemed to absorb light. 6 eyes glowed crimson above a jaw filled with serrated teeth. Its claws were like curved daggers, and a barbed tail swished menacingly behind it. "This," Kreldar announced proudly, "is what conquered fear looks like." Michael exchanged glances with his colleague, Dr. Rebecca Martinez, who was trying hard not to smile. "Ambassador," she said carefully, "perhaps we should conduct this demonstration in a controlled environment first." "You doubt the containment field?" Kreldar's translator somehow conveyed his sneer. "The Shadow Stalker is perfectly restrained. Observe its majesty and despair at your own inadequacy." The creature materialized in the center of the assembly hall within a shimmering energy barrier. It was indeed impressive, standing on 4 powerful legs, its serpentine neck swiveling to assess the gathered humans. A low growl rumbled from its chest, causing several diplomats to shift uncomfortably in their seats. "On my world," Kreldar continued, "we use these magnificent beasts to maintain order. One Shadow Stalker can pacify an entire city. They are intelligent, ruthless, and utterly unbreakable. You humans have nothing that compares." That's when it happened. A small, orange tabby cat had somehow wandered into the assembly hall, probably from the building's cafeteria where it was known to beg for food. The cat, whom the staff had named Mr. Whiskers, was completely unaware of the cosmic significance of the moment. He was simply annoyed that his afternoon nap had been disturbed by all this noise. Mr. Whiskers spotted the shadow stalker and his ears flattened. His tail puffed up to twice its normal size. Then, in a display that would later be called the diplomatic incident that saved humanity, the 8-pound house cat charged directly at the containment field, yowling with the fury of a creature that absolutely did not appreciate this stranger in his territory. The shadow stalker's 6 eyes went wide. It had never encountered anything like this before. The small creature showed no fear, no submission, only pure, distilled rage at the audacity of this intruder. Mr. Whiskers threw himself at the containment field, hissing and spitting, his tiny paws swiping at the barrier. The shadow stalker took a step back. The assembly hall went silent. Kreldhar's neck frills turned from purple to a sickly gray. "This is impossible," he whispered. Michael stood up, a grin spreading across his face. "Ambassador, allow me to introduce you to Felis catus, the common house cat. Apex predator of Earth, responsible for the extinction of dozens of species, and possessor of exactly 0 concerns about the size of its opponent." Rebecca was already pulling up data on her tablet. "Cats domesticated themselves, Ambassador. They decided we were useful and moved in. We didn't tame them. Nobody tames a cat. They simply tolerate us when it suits them." Mr. Whiskers continued his assault on the containment field, his green eyes locked on the shadow stalker with murderous intent. The alien predator, meanwhile, had backed into the far corner of its enclosure, its barbed tail tucked between its legs, making a sound that could only be described as a whimper. "Your shadow stalker," Michael continued, clearly enjoying himself now, "is a pack hunter, isn't it? Social hierarchy, submission displays, territorial negotiations. Am I right?" Kreldhar nodded mutely, unable to look away from the spectacle. "Cats don't negotiate," Rebecca explained. "They don't submit. They don't care about your size, your weapons, or your reputation. You're either useful, irrelevant, or prey. And right now, your apex predator has been categorized as prey by an animal that weighs less than some of the rodents it hunts." A junior diplomat from Brazil carefully scooped up Mr. Whiskers, who continued to growl and stare at the shadow stalker even as he was carried away. The shadow stalker didn't move from its corner until the cat was completely gone from sight. Kreldhar's 4 arms hung limply at his sides. The Empire will need to reassess." Michael walked over to the shaken ambassador. "Here's what I think happened, Ambassador. Your species evolved on a world without small, obligate carnivores. Your predators are big, scary, and social. They understand dominance and submission. But cats? Cats are what we call perfect killing machines. Evolution spent millions of years optimizing them for one thing, hunting. They've got night vision, motion tracking, retractable claws, flexible spines, and absolutely no sense of self-preservation when something threatens their territory. And you live with these creatures?" Kreldhar asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "We live with them, we feed them, we clean up after them, and we consider ourselves lucky when they let us pet them," Rebecca said cheerfully. "We also live with dogs that can bite through bone, snakes with venom that can kill in minutes, spiders, bears, crocodiles, and sharks. Earth is a death world, Ambassador. We tried to tell you." The shadow stalker was hastily teleported back to the Veshan ship. The containment field was deactivated. Kreldhar stood in the center of the now empty space, looking thoroughly defeated. "The Veshan Empire," he said slowly, "would like to open formal negotiations regarding defensive pacts and military training exchanges." Michael smiled and extended his hand. "Now you're talking our language, Ambassador. Welcome to Earth. Just, watch out for the cats." Later that evening, Mr. Whiskers was awarded an honorary medal from the UN Security Council and an unlimited supply of premium cat food. He was unimpressed with both and knocked the medal off the table within 5 minutes. Somewhere in orbit, aboard the Veshan flagship, reports were being frantically written and transmitted across the galaxy, Warning, Earth designated Class 12 Death World. Dominant species keeps apex predators as pets. Approach with extreme caution and maximum respect. And in living rooms across Earth, millions of cats continued their millennia-old tradition of knocking things off tables, sleeping 20 hours a day, and silently judging the universe from their windowsills, complete.
The alien historian said, "No one can read this." The human replied, "You're holding it upside down." The Galactic Archive spanned 17 full sectors, a monument built to house over 10,000 years of accumulated knowledge from 400 different civilizations. Its corridors seemed endless, illuminated by panels of cold light that highlighted display cases, sealed chambers, crystalline libraries, and data repositories with more memory than any organic mind could process in a lifetime. For most species, walking these halls was a near sacred experience. For others, it was an unbearable waste of time. But for Dr. Seti, it was home. Seti had served as chief historian for 3 full centuries, a span that for her species barely marked half of her adult life. In all that time, no unknown had lingered for long. Mysteries, anomalies, extinct languages, corrupted records. Nothing could stand up to the determination of Set and the analytical power of the archive for long. So the frustration produced by one particular set of finds had become almost a personal obsession, the tablets of the predecessors. Those polished obsidian slabs had been discovered on a dead world located at the outer edge of the outer belt, buried under kilometers of ice so old that even geological records could not date them with absolute precision. Their provenance was an enigma, and their age even greater. Preliminary studies had confirmed that they predated all known civilizations by at least 50 millennia. No artifact, no inscription, no structure recorded in the archive was of even comparable age. However, it was not their age that was most disconcerting. It was the markings etched into their surfaces.
But if you do,
elegant, undulating symbols ran across the tablets, moving with an almost hypnotic effect when the light fell on them at an angle. They were beautiful, they were incomprehensible, and not a single entity, organic or synthetic, had managed to interpret them. Linguists from 70 species, cryptographers with augmented brains, artificial intelligence matrices capable of processing 1 trillion connections per cycle, all had failed. The symbols followed no identifiable pattern, did not match any registered language family, and most frustratingly, they completely resisted the archive's decoding algorithms, considered among the most advanced in the galaxy. Each analysis ended the same. No correlation, no recognizable structure, no identifiable language. Dr. Seti went over those incomprehensible signs again, letting her crystalline fingers follow the curves and lines as if by mere physical insistence she could force them to reveal their secret. She had repeated that gesture thousands of times. The mystery, instead of vanishing, seemed to laugh at her. "They represent everything the archive means," she murmured to herself. "Knowledge, history, understanding, and yet they remain silent." The interruption came in the form of soft footsteps and a respectful tone. "Dr. Seti." The voice belonged to Ambassador Kuros, a member of a species that had only recently joined the Galactic Council 2 centuries earlier. His tone was polite, but it carried a hint of discomfort. "The human delegation has arrived for your orientation," he announced. His optical sensors dimmed slightly, a gesture equivalent to an irritated sigh. Humans. The youngest species to join the Council, not much more than a generation after achieving their first faster-than-light flight. They had caused quite a stir with their direct style, rapid expansion, and oddly aggressive way of solving problems. To Seti, however, the biggest drawback was that they were tiresome, talked too much, asked too many questions, touched everything, and seemed to have no regard for millennia-old protocols. "Send them to the orientation chamber," he finally ordered. "I will meet with them shortly." But Ambassador Cures's posture became distinctly uncomfortable, almost apologetic. "I'm afraid they've already strayed from the course. I believe they're in the predecessor's wing." Of course they were. SETI left the main hall with a jerk, moving through the corridors until he quickly found them. Two humans stood in front of the main predecessor's display. Their soft, strangely expressive faces reflected a mixture of fascination and energy. The woman, identified in the cultural database as Anna Chen, was a sinolinguist. The man, Jack Morrison, was listed as an engineer, though humans seemed to mix disciplines with a nonchalance that many species considered reckless. Anna peered at the larger tablet through the protective field. "Fascinating," she said, leaning toward the gleaming surface. "The symbolic density is extraordinary. There must be thousands of unique characters." SETI decided to intervene before they touched anything. "Welcome," she greeted, letting her translator convert her clicks and harmonics into human standards. "They have found our greatest mystery. The tablets of the predecessors have defied translation for 800 years. Jack turned to her with that strange human expression called a smile, a display of teeth that continued to bother many species on the council. 800 years, he repeated, "That's quite a long time." "No one can read this script," SETI Aldad said. "We have determined that it may not even be real language, but some kind of decorative art. Some mysteries are destined to remain unsolved." But Anna did not seem to be convinced. On the contrary, she began to walk slowly along the panel, analyzing each symbol with a concentration so intense that even SETI found it unsettling. And so began the event that would change the history of the archive forever. Anna continued to move in front of the main panel, following its surface with an almost surgical attention. SETI watched as the human moved her hands in small gestures, as if drawing invisible patterns in the air. Many beings did that when they thought, but hers seemed to have a definite purpose, an internal rhythm that accompanied each observation. Jack, meanwhile, examined the room with the nervous curiosity typical of his species, as if each device were a new puzzle. Anna stopped suddenly. "Dr. SETI," she said carefully, "may I ask how these tablets were originally discovered? In what orientation were they when you found them?" The historian had not expected the question. It was so basic, so elementary, that it was almost offensive. "They were extracted from ice cores. The excavation team preserved their relative position, but not their exact orientation," she answered. She raised an eyebrow, a gesture that SETI found surprising. "And that didn't seem relevant?" The two humans exchanged a quick glance. That silent exchange of information that so many species found disconcerting. It was clear that they had reached a conclusion that SETI wanted to see. "We can see Tablet 7, Anna asked. "The one in the secondary chamber." The historian felt a wave of irritation course through her crystalline structure. Still, Council rules demanded full cooperation with delegates from member species. She motioned for them to follow her and led them to the climate chamber where the lesser slabs were stored. Tablet 7 floated in its suspension field, rotating slowly in the calibrated light that revealed iridescent reflections. Jack stepped closer to the control panel. Quote, "May I?" he asked. SETI barely opened his mouth to stop her from touching him, but it was too late. The engineer's fingers moved with surprising ease for someone who had never interacted with crystal core technology. He punched in commands with impeccable precision, halted the rotation, and began to turn the slab manually, changing the axis with calculated movements. Anna waited in silence, concentrating on the fragments that were coming into view. "Stop it," he ordered suddenly. The tablet hung upside down, its base positioned where it had previously been considered the top. Anna stepped forward, studying each stroke as if the lines had awakened from an ancient slumber. SETI detected a faint note of excitement in the human voice. "This is not an unfamiliar script," he whispered. "It is a recognizable pattern. Doctor, they have been holding it upside down." The silence that followed had an almost physical weight. The entire chamber seemed to stop. A flicker of disbelief ran through its internal processors. "Upside down," it repeated, unable to process it immediately. "The concept of up or down is irrelevant in space. We've checked every possible orientation." Jack shook his head softly. "They didn't check them with human recognition patterns," he said. "Let's demonstrate." He pulled out a portable holographic projector and activated the interface. A luminous replica of Tablet 7 floated between the three of them. With a gesture, Jack inverted the projection, and Anna began noting key points, intersections, repetitions, visual sequences. The change was immediate. Abstract lines took on structure. Entire groups were organized coherently. What had previously seemed a chaotic arrangement displayed an undeniable internal symmetry. Anna pointed to a set of long, curved symbols. "This is a pictogram," she explained confidently. "These are not letters, these are representations." Here she enlarged the image. "There's a simplified star map." This part moved her hand to another block, describing structures analogous to DNA. "And this segment represents a number system based on 12 units." CTI's breathing altered slightly, a rare phenomenon for her species. She couldn't believe it, but the symbols fitted this new interpretation. For the first time, he was seeing images where before there had been only chaos. "It's impossible," he exhaled. "Not so much," Anna replied respectfully. "Your algorithms were designed by species with very different modes of perception. You process space radially. The Borchi see in thermal spectra. The Centauri use compound vision. None of you think in terms of up or down, as we do, because those concepts don't exist in your home environments." Jack was already manipulating another terminal. The lights changed in several display cases in the hallway, a sign that he had sent a general reorientation command. "This is going to be interesting," she murmured, but said nothing. Her mind was too busy restructuring centuries of wrong conclusions. And yes, all this time in the nearby hallway, the sounds of rotation began to be heard. The suspension fields were readjusting the angle of the ancient tablets, turning them to the new orientation proposed by the humans. SETI felt an impulse she had never experienced before, a mixture of profound fear and absolute fascination. What was about to be revealed was not just a linguistic discovery, it was a colossal historical rewriting. The echoes of the rotation mechanisms ran through the entire wing of the archive. SETI took a few steps towards the main corridor, driven by the need to verify with her own sensors what until then had seemed like an absurd fantasy. The display cases began to light up one after another, a sign that the suspension fields were readjusting themselves according to the pattern suggested by Jack. Each tablet rotated with millimeter precision, adopting a new alignment that contrasted radically with the one used for 8 centuries. The first slab to stabilize revealed a set of symbols, which under the old orientation had seemed like a meaningless mass of curves. Now, before SETI's eyes, they were transformed into unambiguous shapes, simplified constellations, connections between systems, lines marking ancient migration routes. This was not abstract art, but scientific cartography. Jack, pleased with the system's reaction, returned to Anna. The engineer watched each new revelation as if he enjoyed witnessing the unraveling of a legendary mystery. Anna approached a newly oriented tablet and began to read the pictograms with increasing fluency. "This describes stellar movements," he explained. "There are chronological sequences here." And this section pointed to a denser set of symbols, It looks like a historical record. I have no doubt. These inscriptions were meant to be interpreted visually, not phonetically. SETI felt her crystalline structure vibrate at the magnitude of the discovery. If Anna was right, and the evidence bore her out with outrageous clarity, the civilization that had created those tablets was not only the oldest ever documented, it was also the first to intentionally leave a record for those who came after. The historian forced herself to examine several more inscriptions. In one of them she made out an anatomical diagram, a bipedal figure with proportionate limbs and bilateral symmetry. It was not human, but the structure recalled a species with frontal vision. The proportions revealed a species designed to walk upright, exactly the type of writer who would have created a pictographic system dependent on vertical orientation. It makes sense, SETI murmured. It all fits into this new framework. The writing is based on the idea of up and down as a reference point. Anna nodded. Their civilization likely lived on worlds with stable gravity, sufficient to define fixed directions, and that reading depended on the natural visual angle of a bipedal observer. The intellectual impact was enormous. All the species that had studied the tablets so far operated in very different paradigms. Some had radial perception and saw space as an unoriented sphere. Others lacked any equivalent concept of horizontal. Those with compound vision interpreted the structure as mosaic patterns. None had a cognitive system that prioritized an absolute vertical axis. And then a nearby tablet finished its rotation. The room filled with a blue glow as the symbols appeared in completely different formations. Anna touched the panel and projected the enlarged details for everyone. This she said in a barely audible voice. It describes the expansion of an entire civilization. Set stepped closer. The pictograms narrated in condensed form the rise of the predecessors, from their first settlements to the construction of interplanetary monuments. The figures depicted allied races, advanced technologies, and architectural structures that surpassed any known work of the Council. The star paths marked suggested that they had traveled the galaxy with extraordinary mastery, establishing code stations and possibly terraforming entire worlds. Here, Anna pointed out, was a record of knowledge transmission. It seems they left instructions, warnings, scientific references. They didn't want to disappear without a trace. They wanted to communicate with someone who could understand them. Jack, who had been watching from the sidelines, chimed in. This is what we call engineering documentation. No mystical symbolism. They just wanted to make sure that someone would one day be able to decipher all this. SETI froze. Her mind raced through the thousands of reports, debates, and conferences organized over the centuries to try to understand the tablets. The possibility that all this work had begun with a mistake as simple as assuming that orientation was irrelevant was both devastating and liberating. Suddenly, a larger tablet at the far end of the room completed its turn. Its surface lit up as if awakening. Anna stepped closer immediately. This fragment reads like a meta-historical record. It describes what they did and why they did it. SETI activated her internal reader to process each line. The predecessors had traveled hundreds of worlds, seeded life, preserved ecosystems, built colossal structures to protect young species. Their ultimate intention was clear: to spread knowledge. The tablet concluded with a pictogram depicting a bipedal figure pointing to the stellar horizon. They wanted to be remembered, Anna said solemnly. She refused to answer. The magnitude of this revelation went beyond the historical. It was a redefinition of the purpose of the archive. For the first time since her career began, the historian felt as if she was understanding a truth that had lain buried for tens of thousands of years. Jack crossed his arms in satisfaction. I guess it just needed a different perspective. SETI knew she was right, and this was just the beginning. The transformation of the predecessor's wing became increasingly evident as the tablets finished being rearranged. What had seemed like artistic chaos for centuries was now beginning to form a coherent narrative. Panels that had once seemed decorative now displayed maps, molecular structures, sociocultural descriptions, and visual representations of forgotten technologies. Each new tablet became a window into a civilization that had once been considered almost mythical. SETI walked down the corridor with slow steps, analyzing each depiction that emerged. Her mind, accustomed to cataloging, comparing, and deducing, worked at a pace that was almost unimaginable. Frantic, the archive had accumulated information for millennia, but it had never imagined that the greatest breakthrough in its history would be born from such a basic mistake. It was humiliating, yes, but also profoundly revealing. Anna examined one of the newly configured display cases. The tablet displayed diagrams that appeared to depict an energy system based on the manipulation of gravitational fields. It was not a complete design, but it was clear enough to discern advanced theoretical principles that surpassed even the technology of the modern council. "Look at this," she said, pointing to a circular pattern divided into segments. "They indicate energy levels, interferences, temporal cycles." The predecessors not only documented their science, they also recorded their experimentation. SETI stepped closer to analyze the diagram. The precision was remarkable. It showed not only results but also cross-references to other sectors of the pictographic archive, as if each tablet formed part of a unified system of knowledge. Suddenly he began to understand the methodology of this culture. Their language was not linear, but visually integrated. Each piece could be understood on its own, but its true meaning emerged when connected to the others. Jack, for his part, worked at an advanced terminal synchronizing the newly decoded records with the central database. "I'm generating correlations," he explained. "If these tablets form an integral whole, we can reconstruct their original order." He felt a pang of astonishment. For 800 years, experts from hundreds of worlds had tried to establish a chronological and thematic order among the pieces without success. Now, thanks to the correct orientation and annotations, humans, the links began to appear with mathematical clarity. The symbolic network illuminated like a star map that had finally found its coordinates. A new slab finished its rotation. Its surface showed a mix of elongated shapes and more angular symbols, clearly different from those seen before. Anna reacted with a slight start. "This is a demographic record," she deduced. "Here they represent population growth, and these lateral marks could indicate important events or mass migrations." The figures seemed to move from region to region, forming patterns that repeated themselves throughout the visual sequence. SETI also noticed a recurring symbol, a set of converging lines that possibly indicated an exodus or a historical transition. It was the first time anyone had managed to interpret such a clear narrative element on the tablets. "If this is correct," SETI commented, "the predecessors did not simply travel the galaxy. They settled, abandoned worlds, and returned in extended cycles. Their history is more dynamic than we imagined." Anna nodded, and they recorded each step, presumably so that their descendants or any future civilizations could learn from their successes and mistakes. Jack continued to manipulate the data, and a three-dimensional grid projected itself into the air. It was a preliminary model of the possible reading order of all known tablets. The structure formed an ascending spiral, with each level representing a different era in previous history. "If we continue," he explained, "we will be able to reconstruct the entire original archive." SETI was speechless. The magnitude of what they were achieving surpassed any previous discovery recorded by the Council. If this reconstruction was accurate, then the humans had just unlocked the legacy of the oldest civilization in the galaxy. But what came next surpassed even that revelation. A tablet of exceptional size, prominently displayed, finished its spin. Its contents glowed brightly as it reoriented itself, as if it had waited millennia to be properly viewed. Anna ran toward it without hesitation. "Doctor," she said firmly, "this is a direct message." SETI zoomed in on the surface with her reader. The symbols showed figures pointing to the sky, structures that resembled interstellar bridges, and a set of pictograms depicting outstretched hands. It was an invitation, an opening, a call to whoever could read them. "They wanted to make contact," SETI whispered. "Not just record their history, they were leaving instructions for us." Quote. Jack approached in disbelief at the clarity of the message. This meant that they knew they would disappear and wanted to make sure someone found their legacy. Anna added, and that someone could continue what they started. SETI felt a shiver run through her crystalline body. For the first time, the mystery ceased to be an obstacle and became a bridge. A bridge that had remained closed for 800 years until today. As the entire wing continued to reorient itself, the atmosphere in the archive changed palpably. A few minutes before, the tablets had been silent relics. Now each one displayed clear fragments of knowledge that had remained in the dark for millennia. SETI watched as researchers from other species began to arrive from nearby areas, drawn by the internal alerts announcing changes in historical settings. Some froze as they saw the new images. Others, in disbelief, tried to check the data with their own devices, but no mind seemed to process it as quickly as Anna and Jack. The two of them humans moved between the panels with an energy that belied the traditional restraint of the archive. Anna translated the pictograms in real time while Jack adjusted the interfaces to integrate them into the main preservation system. Within minutes, the data synchronization revealed a growing map of connections between tablets, as if the history of the predecessors were being pieced together layer by layer. One newly oriented tablet immediately caught Anna's attention. It showed interlocking lines that seemed to trace purposeful routes. This fragment describes the interstellar migrations the predecessors undertook during their expansion, she explained. Here they mark seeded worlds, here temporary colonies, and these symbols indicate populations that moved for environmental reasons. SETI studied the map. The routes were not chaotic, they followed calculated patterns that took into account resources, climates, orbits, and gravitational positions. It was a level of planning that surpassed most modern civilizations. They understood the galaxy as a living system, the historian said. They moved to maintain balance, not just to conquer territory. Ahead, another tablet revealed a series of engineering diagrams. Jack paused before it, his eyes shining almost childishly. "Doctor, these depict orbital stabilization structures. It's an incredibly efficient design. I can't be sure without further analysis, but it appears more advanced than our own gravitational locking technologies." SET examined the pattern. Sure enough, the schematics demonstrated an extraordinary mastery of astrophysical forces. If the Council could interpret these concepts correctly, they could improve dozens of critical infrastructures, from research stations to inter-system bridges. It was clear that the predecessors had been no ordinary civilization. Their legacy was richer and more complex than anyone had imagined. Then, one particularly ornate tablet finished its rotation. Its surface, more polished than the others, cast a deep sheen that made the lines appear to shift as the viewer changed angle. Anna stepped closer immediately. "This appears to be a cultural record," she reported. "There are depictions of rituals, community structures, and symbols that could refer to life cycles." The figures depicted communities gathered on circular platforms, events that appeared ceremonial, and signs indicating different ages within their society. The predecessors valued the transmission of knowledge, not just through science but also through shared traditions. SETI regarded the tablet with keen interest. They transmitted identity through collective memory, he mused. Each generation received a portion of the legacy that had come before. Meanwhile, Jack began to connect this information to the three-dimensional model he had generated earlier. The web of data took on new depth. Science, history, culture, migrations, engineering, all were woven together, an architecture designed to be understood holistically. The more we analyze, Jack said, the clearer it becomes that these tablets are chapters of a complete work. Anna added, and it seems that they had been prepared so that any civilization with vertical visual perception could understand it. SETI felt an internal shudder. Up until that point, the Council had assumed that ancient cultures wrote in a manner comparable to modern ones or that their thinking was incompatible with current cognitive systems. But the predecessors had thought much further ahead. Not only did they record their history, they encoded it to be deciphered by future discoverers, not for a specific species, but for anyone who shared certain perceptive traits. And then, as the revelations continued, the widest panel of the wing, a slab that had always been considered purely ornamental due to its chaotic design, finished fitting. The surface lit up with an intensity that caused several researchers to step closer. Anna activated a projector to zoom in on the details. The scene showed a group of figures pointing at a stellar horizon accompanied by symbols representing temporal cycles, discontinuities, and cosmic events. But there was something else, a central pictogram depicting a species reaching out to another that did not yet exist. It was an invitation, a projected greeting to a future civilization. This is an intentional message, Anna said. There is no doubt about it, it is an open statement of their purpose. Quote, Jack read the connections quickly. It indicated that they shared knowledge to keep their discoveries from being lost. They ensured their legacy would survive, even if they did not. He felt a mixture of pride and bewilderment. The entire archive, their entire life dedicated to preserving knowledge, found new meaning in the realization that a civilization so ancient had pursued the same goal, to be understood, even across unimaginable gulfs of time. They were waiting for us, she whispered, and for the first time since her career began, she felt that they were not the guardians of the past, but its inheritors. The new orientations finished propagating throughout the wing. The central archival system, detecting the enormous variation in patterns, activated an analysis protocol that had not been used in centuries. Data cores generated secondary projections along the corridor, automatically integrating the newly deciphered elements. The information that had previously been a borderless puzzle was now beginning to fit together with surprising coherence. SET stopped in front of a series of medium-sized tablets that had just been reconfigured. Their surfaces displayed linear diagrams that seemed to describe complex biological processes, reproductive cycles, morphological adaptations, mutations calculated to resist gravitational shifts. It was clear that their predecessors had studied and understood an impressive diversity of organisms, not just their own. This is extraordinary, she murmured. They documented entire species with a precision that surpassed our genetic databases. Anna looked at the pictograms from another angle. They didn't do this just to record their biology, it looks like a preservation manual. Perhaps they were trying to prevent extinctions during their migrations. Jack moved closer to examine the symbology. Look at this pattern, he added. It describes how to maintain the genetic stability of small populations during long journeys. This kind of knowledge could transform our colonization programs. Quote, as they spoke, another nearby terminal projected a complete sequence of newly interpreted symbols. The system had detected a narrative pattern spanning multiple tablets and was now displaying it in a logical order. It was the first time in history that an archive module had managed to generate coherent text from this collection. The sequence revealed the early expansion of the predecessors. They had begun on a single world, moved out to nearby systems. Over time, they had extended their influence to regions so far away that no stellar records existed to match their original cartography. During their rise, they had built research centers, temples of profound cultural significance, and structures that seemed to function as beacons of information distributed throughout the galaxy. It was as if they had woven a web of knowledge, SETI commented. A web destined to survive even when their civilization was no longer present. Anna scanned the projection with a mixture of awe and utter concentration. And each core of this web contained fragments of their history, their science, their identity, so that any species capable of understanding their visual language could piece it together. Jack added, designed as cultural redundancy. Even if one world was lost, the others would retain the pieces needed to rebuild their legacy. The room vibrated slightly as the archive integrated new correlations. The larger tablets at the far end of the corridor began to illuminate symbols that had not been visible before. SETI stepped closer, unable to contain her anticipation. One of them showed a detailed depiction of a monumental structure, a spherical tower comprised of multiple levels, surrounded by what appeared to be power generators. Anna examined the pictograms surrounding the figure. This depicts an intergalactic communications node, she said firmly. If I interpret it correctly, it was capable of transmitting information on vast timescales, far beyond what any current council system could handle. Jack leaned in for a closer look. If we could replicate this, even partially, communication between distant sectors would change completely. He nodded at that idea. This civilization had not only traveled the galaxy, they had built technologies designed to connect worlds on scales that modern species could barely imagine, and they had left the blueprints for anyone who could read them to see. An adjacent tablet revealed a poignant scene, several bipedal figures gathered in a circle holding what appeared to be memory crystals. The symbols around them described an event that was part of the social fabric of the predecessors. It's a ritual, Anna deduced. They shared knowledge ceremonially. It wasn't just information, it was part of their identity as a species. SETI watched the scene in silence. For centuries, she had believed that preserving knowledge was a cold, mechanical task, based on disciplined accumulation, but now she saw that the predecessors understood it as a communal act, something involving bonds between generations. They loved their legacy, she whispered. They didn't just protect it, they lived through it. Jack chimed in. I think that explains why they left such detailed instructions. They wanted their ideas to continue to exist even when they could no longer pass them on in person. Anna stepped back, contemplating the collection as a whole, and for 800 years no one could see it because they were all looking for patterns that fit their own ways of perceiving. The predecessors had designed a system that could only be understood from a vertical, frontal viewpoint. It wasn't an impossible puzzle, it just needed the right eyes. SETI closed her eyes for a moment, as if processing a discovery that was reshaping her very identity. For centuries we believed ourselves to be the guardians of ancient knowledge, but we were missing the point. Only now are we beginning to see what they truly left behind. The light of another tablet caught their attention. This one showed figures seemingly traveling toward a dark region of the star map. There were no marked routes, no signs of return. Anna frowned. This part could represent their demise, she deduced. Not a catastrophe, but a voluntary retreat. Perhaps they knew their cycle was ending. A deep shudder went through her, and that was why they left the tablets behind, to make sure their voices were not lost in the void. Jack finished the idea so that someone would find them and continue what they could not. The three of them stood in silence for a few moments, watching the history of an entire civilization unfold before them as if awakening from an eternal sleep. The archive was no longer silent, and the humans had just opened the door. The room was no longer a simple exhibition space. With each tablet correctly oriented, the entire wing seemed to take on a life of its own. The air vibrated with a mixture of awe, disbelief, and respect. Deep inside, SETI, who for centuries had walked these halls feeling nothing but silent frustration, now saw history unfold with overwhelming clarity. As more fragments were rearranged, the more evident it became that the predecessors had designed it all as a deliberate legacy. This was no scattered collection of artifacts, but a carefully constructed work designed to transcend time. The civilization that had created them had seen beyond their own existence, leaving instructions for those yet unborn. And for 800 years, every species on the Council had missed the simplest message. It had to be read from a specific perspective. Anna stood before the tablet that chronicled the predecessors' retreat, examining the symbols with a focus that made it clear she understood the responsibility that now fell upon them. This final segment, she said, shows how their culture chose to depart from the known galaxy. There is no evidence of collapse, no sign of war or disaster. It was a calculated transition. Jack scanned the margins. It seemed they wanted their memory to become a guide. They did not seek to be revered, but understood. SETI took note of every detail. The final pictograms showed a succession of figures looking to the sky, accompanied by a set of lines that seemed to represent astronomical cycles. Gigantic. In them there was no longer a physical presence of the predecessors, only their legacy. They abandoned the material, SETI reflected, allowing only their knowledge to remain. Anna turned to her, and now it is up to us to decide what we do with it. It was not just a matter of deciphering the symbols, it was an explicit invitation to continue the vision that the predecessors had begun. To expand knowledge, to preserve it, to share it. It was essentially the same purpose as the archive, but understood for the first time with true depth. The central system then projected a complete map of the wing, integrating each tablet into a unified structure. The entire collection formed an ascending spiral that symbolized continuous progress. At the center of the model, several prominent tablets formed the conceptual core: cosmology, biology, migrations, engineering, culture, and a final message that acted as both closure and opening to the time. Jack let out a silent breath, impressed. This is monumental. There is nothing else like it in the galaxy. Anna added. And it was all before us. All we had to do was look at it the right way. SETI looked at the entire spiral. For the first time in her existence, she understood that the archive was not meant to simply accumulate information, but to transform it, reinterpret it, revitalize it as new species brought different perspectives to the table. The predecessors had understood this millennia before. Cognitive diversity is not a hindrance, but a key. The galaxy should not look at the past through the eyes of a single species, but with the sum of all possible points of view. Ambassador Cures, who had returned after hearing of the commotion, stopped beside them. His expression reflected bewilderment, but also fascination. Dr. SETI, the Council has already been notified. They want an immediate report. They say this could be the most significant discovery in our history. SETI nodded slowly. For the first time, she felt no pressure, only determination. She knew what she had to say. We will report to the Council, she said, but not just about the translation, but about what it means for everyone. She turned to Anik. This finding demonstrates that the human perspective can contribute something no other species has ever considered. You have achieved in minutes what countless minds could not in centuries. Jack shrugged, a gesture that to his species signified unabashed modesty. Sometimes the trick is simply looking at something from a different angle. Anna smiled. Diversity is the greatest engine of discovery. This was absolute certainty. This was not simply a linguistic triumph or an archaeological feat. It was confirmation that the Council had underestimated the potential of young species. Humans were not mere noisy newcomers. They were catalysts, observers capable of challenging established patterns and seeing what others had overlooked. The historian extended a crystalline hand toward the newly oriented tablets. "We have thousands more slabs to adjust," she declared. "And each one could change what we thought we knew." Anna and Jack nodded enthusiastically. "Then let us begin," Anna said. "There is a whole story waiting to be told," Jack added. He let out an inner glow that in his species amounted to a smile. As they moved toward the next row of tablets, he understood that nothing would ever be the same for the archive, for the Council, or for the galaxy. The predecessors had left a message for those who could see it, and thanks to the humans, it had finally been heard.
They dragged the old soldier into the chamber as if presenting a joke to an audience that didn't know how to laugh politely. Shackled, escorted by guards who strutted like parade stallions, Sergeant Major Daniel Briggs allowed himself to be pushed into the blue-lit center of the Virac warship's interrogation hall. His boots made a soft scuff on the polished obsidian floor, and the sound echoed far louder than his captors intended. Everything about the place, from the vaulted ribs of metal overhead to the humming screens that pulsed with alien script, seemed designed to intimidate. Nothing on this ship intimidated him. Not after the things he'd already lived through. Daniel stood still, hands relaxed despite the cuffs, wearing that faint, almost apologetic smile that made aliens underestimate him faster than teenagers underestimated the dangers of a hot stove. 68 years old, hair silvered and cropped close, posture only slightly softened by time. He radiated the easy calm of a man who had already survived far more than he ever planned to. To the Virac, with their chitin armor and crown like horns, he must have looked like an antique, a relic past usefulness. That was good. People who thought you were harmless tended to make mistakes in front of you. The Virac commander strutted into view with a flourish of his crimson cloak, mandibles clicking with theatrical disdain. "Human," he declared, amplifiers turning his voice into a rolling snarl. "Earth sends us its strongest champion, and this," he gestured as though presenting a broken tool, "is what stands before us? This wrinkled creature." Daniel tilted his head politely. "Well now, in fairness, I didn't exactly volunteer. You kind of dragged me out of my lunch. But I appreciate the warm welcome. You fellas have a real flair for hospitality. Just like a DMV office back home." The aliens hissed. They disliked not understanding human idioms, but they pretended not to care. Pretending was practically a universal language. Carduin, the commander, leaned closer, studying Daniel the way a child might study a curious bug. "Your species has spirit, I admit, but power? Strength? You are mammals, warm-blooded sacks of liquids and fragility. You do not belong on a galactic stage." Daniel gave a soft chuckle, scratching an eyebrow with his cuffed hands. "Funny thing about stages. Sometimes the quiet folks watching from the wings know the script better than the actors shouting their lines." The floor vibrated with murmurs. The guards shifted uncomfortably, their confidence dented by something subtle, something they couldn't name. Carduin dismissed the moment with a scoff and signaled the technician to continue preparations. Panels glowed. Drones unfurled like steel petals. Daniel looked around as if admiring someone's kitchen remodel. "Fancy setup. Guessing this is where you give the scary speech and fire up the glowing torture gizmo." "Observation module," Carduin corrected sharply. "We wish to understand the human mind before we break it." Daniel hummed. "Good luck. Took my ex-wife 23 years and she still gave up." One alien muttered, confused, "What is an ex-wife?" Another shrugged. tapping commands while pretending not to be bothered by the man's composure. Carduin waved a claw dismissively. "We intercepted your diplomatic envoy because we wished to sample Earth's finest. Yet your leaders sent us this elderly civilian. It is insulting." Daniel raised his brows. "Civilian? Oh, sweetheart, I haven't been a civilian since Disco died. And for the record, y'all intercepted me because you wanted an easy victory photo. Nothing says unstoppable empire like bullying a grandpa on interstellar TV." The commander stalked in a slow circle around him. "You speak boldly for someone in chains." Daniel smiled at him, almost kindly. "Chains don't bother me much. It's what people think they can do with them that usually gets messy." The drones descended. Refractored light shimmered across their needles and coils. Alien officers leaned forward eagerly, anticipating Daniel's first flicker of fear. Instead, he simply widened his stance to ease the pressure on his knee. One guard whispered, "Why is he calm?" Another whispered back, "Maybe his species enters a freezing trance before panic." None looked at his eyes. If they had, they might have recognized the stillness there, not numbness, not fear, but the quiet, calculating focus of a predator assessing terrain. Daniel wasn't watching the machines. He was watching their rhythms, their blind angles, the pace of the guards' breaths, the distance to the nearest console. The air tasted faintly metallic. The ventilation was weaker on the left side. The pressure hum in the walls meant the ship had recently rerouted power. Everything here was information. Everything here was a tool. Carduin activated the first projector. "We will begin with sensory disruption. You will experience—" "Let me guess," Daniel interrupted gently. "Bright lights, strange noises, and a voice telling me to comply? Sir, that's just air travel in the Midwest." A ripple of confusion passed through the aliens again. Sarcasm, as always, hit their brains like static. Carduin's crest hardened with irritation. "Enough. Begin." A shimmering field enveloped Daniel's skull. Images flickered, fractured illusions meant to destabilize his senses. He blinked once and sighed. "Ha! I think a raccoon breaking into my kitchen was scarier than this." Then, with a smirk, "Y'all need better horror consultants." But beneath the humor, he felt the clock ticking. Not the alien's clock, his. The one synced to the tiny transmitter embedded discreetly in a chipped molar. Every minute he stalled was a minute closer to the moment the Virac would realize just how catastrophically they had misread humanity. The technician frowned at his readings. "Commander, the human's neural activity is not responding correctly." "Define not." "He appears bored." Daniel gave them a sympathetic shrug. "Sorry, can't help it. Military training. Once got stuck listening to a 3-hour PowerPoint about uniform regulations. Toughened me right up." Whispers rose again. Fear, faint and skittering, seeped in. Carduin jabbed a claw at him. "You will tell us why Earth sent you." "Well now, that's complicated," Daniel said softly. "But the short version? You really should have searched me better." Their reaction was instant and predictable, panic disguised as aggression. The guards leveled weapons. The technicians scrambled through diagnostics. Carduin snarled, "Explain at once what you carry." "Just a smile," Daniel replied. "And trust me, that's the dangerous part." Before the aliens could respond, the chamber lights flickered. A deep tremor rolled through the ship. Not violent, but unmistakable. Consoles beeped warnings. The central display flickered with new energy signatures. Carduin snapped toward his officers. "Report! Unidentified mass exiting FTL directly ahead of us." Daniel's smile widened, slow as sunrise. He stretched his shoulders casually, almost relieved. "Ah, right on schedule." The commander whipped toward him, mandibles flaring. "What have you summoned?" Daniel lifted his cuffed hands as if offering a toast. "You wanted Earth's strongest. You even bragged about it. But you didn't catch them. You caught me." The alarms intensified. The ship shuddered again as gravitational buffers rebalanced. "And I'm just the warning." The disturbance rippled through the Virac dreadnought. Like a tremor of doubt, subtle at first, then blooming into a full-rooted panic that the crew tried, and failed, to hide behind rigid posture and clipped commands. While alarms blinked silently along the walls, while technicians scrambled with growing desperation, Sergeant Major Daniel Briggs stood calmly in the center of the chamber, still shackled, still smiling with that quiet Midwest courtesy that always worked better than any blade. The aliens thought they had captured an old man whose stories walked slower than his knees. Instead, they had arrested the one creature in the galaxy who could make even silence feel like a threat. Across the hall, a hologram flickered to life as various alien representatives appeared. Their translucent forms shimmered with static interference caused by whatever had just arrived outside the ship. Daniel glanced at them, offering a polite nod. Some stared back with bewilderment. Others recoiled, unsure whether to treat him like a test subject or an omen. A scholar from the Rithari Consortium leaned forward first, an insectoid creature with delicate antennae and anxious wings. "Commander Carduin, is it confirmed? The Terrans have arrived." Its voice buzzed with fear disguised as academic curiosity. Carduin's mandibles twitched. "A human vessel of unknown classification has materialized. It appears heavily armed." Daniel chuckled softly. "Heavily armed is one way to put it. I suppose that's the polite phrasing." An older representative from the Lumisari Dominion, glowing faintly like bioluminescent coral, narrowed her luminous eyes. "Human, your species was documented as mid-tier at best. Emotion-driven, unpredictable, illogical, and yet your ship disables half this vessel merely by appearing? Explain." Daniel scratched his cheek with the side of a cuff. "Ma'am, you're giving us too much credit. Humans don't disable ships by existing, though we do have a certain talent for causing complications." "Complications?" the commander snarled. "Our graviton field collapsed. Our mapping arrays rebooted. Our shields dropped by 30%. We call that a friendly hello," Daniel replied with a small smile. "If they'd meant harm, you wouldn't be standing here yelling at me. You'd be standing in a very small pile." The chamber fell into stunned silence. Even the drones hovering overhead buzzed uncertainly, as if unsure how to process a threat wrapped in politeness. Daniel watched them with a grandfatherly fondness, as though observing shy children at a school recital. One of the Virac strategists finally broke the hush. "We must reevaluate the human species. Our data may be flawed." "Flawed?" Another scoffed. "They consume toxic liquids for recreation. They form emotional attachments to objects. Daniel raised a finger. "Hey now, we don't form attachments to objects. We form attachments to memories. Sometimes the objects just come along for the ride." The strategist glared but hesitated. That uncertainty, barely visible, was the first crack in their arrogance. A holographic display expanded, projecting human behavioral profiles. Footage of Earth appeared. Families laughing at a barbecue, firefighters rushing into a burning building, crowds cheering their teams despite impossible odds, astronauts waving through visors before launching into the unknown. The montage was meant to reveal contradictions, compassion and savagery, intellect and instinct, curiosity and recklessness, but instead it illuminated something the aliens could not categorize. The Lumisari elder tilted her head. "Why do your kind laugh when terrified?" Daniel shrugged. "Because crying takes too long, and sometimes fear just needs company." "Why do your warriors shout while charging into battle?" asked a Rithari scholar. "Motivation," Daniel said. "Plus, it scares the hell out of whatever we're running toward." "And why?" Carduin growled. "Do your soldiers sing during war?" "Our reports indicate Terrans often recite rhythmic chants while engaged in lethal combat." "Who sings in a battlefield?" Daniel grinned with unguarded warmth. "Folks who want to remind themselves they're still human." The aliens murmured again. They had expected a monster who delighted in violence, or a warrior who spoke only through threat, not this silver-haired man whose tone carried gentle truth even when it sharpened into danger. His calmness was not dismissal but rooted in something older, something honed by countless choices made under fire. And for the first time they sensed that every word carried weight. Carduin turned away, mandibles rattling with stubborn denial. Human or not, you were captured. You are bound. You are powerless. Do not presume that your ship's arrival changes what you are. Daniel's smile thinned. Sir, the only thing chains ever proved about a man is how far his captors misjudged him. Technicians gasped as their screens suddenly shifted. A colossal image materialized. A Terran starship poised outside the Virak dreadnought like a silent mountain. Matte black armor absorbed light rather than reflected it, and geometric scars along its hull hinted at both age and refinement. No weapons glowed. No fighter wings launched. Yet the gravitational readings were enough to rattle the bones of every alien on board. One Virak officer swallowed audibly. That cannot be a Terran vessel. Our intelligence shows humans lack this level of engineering. Daniel smirked. Intelligence is only as good as the questions you bother to ask. Comms crackled, and the Terran ship broadcast a message. The voice was young, confident, not at all worried. Good afternoon, Virak command ship. We're missing a sergeant major of ours. Please return him. Pretty please. The pretty please did something devastating. It erased the illusion that humans were begging. It reframed their entire approach as restraint. Carduin barked. Open a channel. He stared at Daniel with venom. Your species thinks diplomacy is a game. Oh, it absolutely is, Daniel said. But in fairness, we're very good at games. The holographic council began debating furiously. The Lumisari representative whispered, Terrans display contradictory attributes. Cooperation and defiance, empathy and retaliation, humor and violence. Their behavioral complexity suggests a predatory species that masks intent. The Rithari scholar shuddered. A predator that isn't hunting for survival, but for strategy. That is far more dangerous. A deep unease settled over the chamber. Daniel could feel it like a shift in gravity. They were studying him now, not as a prisoner, not as a specimen, but as a new category in their mental taxonomy. Unpredictable apex intelligence. He cleared his throat. Listen, you'll kidnapped me to ask your questions. Fair enough. But you don't get us by studying us from afar. You only understand us when we show you what we can do. And what can you do? Carduin hissed. Daniel's eyes softened. But the softness was the kind you saw before a storm. Something y'all don't expect. Something you can't prepare for. The technicians at the consoles paled. One whispered, Commander, our systems are acting strange. It appears the Terran ship is scanning our ship's architecture. That's impossible, Carduin roared. Our defenses are impenetrable. Sir, the technician said, trembling. They are not penetrating. They are predicting. The system shows repeating patterns. They know our counters before we activate them. Daniel tilted his head. Think of it like chess or football. Folks from back home love strategy games. They're part of the culture. You don't win by being stronger. You win by thinking 3 moves further. The Lumisari elders glow-dimmed. This is not a species to provoke. They do not escalate casually. Their escalation is intentional. One representative muttered, We should have never mocked them. Daniel chuckled. Oh, mocking's fine. Every Thanksgiving back home is just friendly mockery mixed with mashed potatoes. But threatening us? Capturing us? That's where things get sideways. The dreadnought shook again, but not from attack. It trembled from systems shutting down, one by one, like lights dimming along a long corridor. Shields collapsed entirely, engines powered down, navigation froze. The ship became a metal island stranded in space. Carduin spun toward his officers. What have they done? Daniel exhaled through his nose. Just asking you to sit still for a moment. You lie, the commander spat. No human has this capability. Daniel gave him a slow, almost sad smile. Sir, you keep thinking of humans as what we used to be. You're not seeing what we are now. He stepped forward, cuffs rattling lightly. The guards aimed weapons. He didn't flinch. His voice softened into something dangerously gentle. You wanted to learn about humans? Fine. Here's your first lesson. Everyone in the chamber leaned in, instinctively bracing. "We don't pick fights." He paused. "We finish them." The last console crackled violently. A final alert bloomed across the screens as the Terran ship extended a silent, ominous tether of energy toward the dreadnought. Daniel watched their faces shift from arrogance to comprehension, and then to fear. He lowered his voice to a whisper that carried like thunder. "And class, your final exam starts now." For a long, suspended moment, the dreadnought remained locked in a stunned stillness, as though the ship itself held its breath. Panels flickered dimly, shadows lengthened along the metallic floor, and a faint hum, alive but fading, ran beneath their feet like the heartbeat of something wounded. Daniel Briggs stood in the center of the chamber, still wearing the cuffs, still wearing the quiet, grandfatherly calm he had carried since they dragged him aboard. But something subtle shifted behind his eyes. The crew sensed it. The air thickened. A chill moved through the hall without any change in temperature. Predators recognized it as instinct. Prey recognized it as warning. The old soldier had not lost control. He had simply stopped pretending. Carduin approached with a swagger marred by uncertainty, claws clicking against the floor. "Your ship will be crushed," he declared, but the tremor in his voice betrayed him. "Our reinforcements have been summoned. We are the apex in this sector. Your kind remains beneath us." Daniel's smile didn't fully vanish, but its warmth evaporated, leaving only the shape of politeness without the kindness behind it. "Reinforcements? Son, if you think that'll help, you haven't learned a thing today." The technicians at the surrounding consoles whispered frantic updates. "Commander, the Terran vessel has extended an energy line. Not a weapon, something we cannot identify." "Block it," Carduin barked. "We cannot. The system accepts the intrusion as if it were our own." Daniel nodded. "Humans are friendly folks. We like to get invited in. But if the door won't open, we tend to find a window." He shrugged lightly. "Or make one." A nearby guard tightened his grip on his weapon. The barrel glimmered under the chamber lights, aiming at Daniel's ribs. The guard's hands shook, not with rage, but with primal unease, like a forest creature sensing a wildfire cresting the ridge. "You will sit," the guard ordered. Daniel turned his gaze toward him, not sharply, not angrily, but with a level, thoughtful look that froze the alien where he stood. "Son, if I sit right now, you'll think you won something, and that'd be cruel of me. I'm trying to spare your feelings." The guard stumbled back, nearly tripping over his own feet. The holographic representatives watching flickered with different shades of alarm. The Lumisari elder whispered, "Observe his posture. Something within him has shifted. His emotional rhythm has changed from humor to focus." "Focus?" the Rithari scholar echoed. "It feels like standing in the shadow of something vast, something older than war." Daniel exhaled and rolled his shoulders, easing stiffness that had less to do with age and more to do with restraint. "I tried to keep this light," he murmured. "Did my best. But y'all insisted on escalating." His expression hardened, not cruel, not vengeful, simply resolute. A man lowering his mask because the conversation had reached the moment where truth mattered more than courtesy. Carduin's mandibles clicked in agitation. "You are a prisoner." Daniel looked down at his cuffs as though seeing them for the first time. "Am I?" he asked softly. The commander snarled. "You are bound." Daniel raised his hands. "Well then, let's fix that." With a soft metallic sigh, the cuffs unlocked and fell to the floor. The sound echoed longer than physics allowed, stretching across the room like a struck bell. Every alien froze, not because unlocking restraints was inherently terrifying, but because Daniel hadn't moved. He hadn't forced anything. The cuffs simply opened, responding to a signal no Virac had authorized. "What? How did?" a technician sputtered. Daniel offered an apologetic half-grin. "Oh, I gave him a gentle nudge earlier. Y'all were very distracted showing me the fancy interrogation toys. Didn't take much." The Lumisari elder trembled visibly. "He has been manipulating the ship since arrival." "Not manipulating," Daniel corrected. Just preparing. With parlor tricks? We are the Virak dominants. Daniel stepped aside with the ease of someone sidestepping a curious dog. You keep using that word, dominance, but the more you say it, the less convincing you sound. A deep vibration rolled through the ship. This time it wasn't alarms or fear or failing systems. It was something external, something docking. The Terran vessel. Carduin spun, eyes wide. They dare board us? Not yet, Daniel replied. They're waiting on me. Waiting for you? Daniel walked toward the viewing port, hands clasped behind his back like a retired professor giving a quiet lecture. Y'all wanted to know why Earth sent me instead of some muscle-bound specimen. You thought you'd captured our strongest. That's where you misunderstood things. He nodded toward the Terran vessel, dark and silent as a moonless night. Humans don't send the strongest first. We send the one who understands people, the one who listens, the one who thinks before acting. An ambassador? One alien whispered. Daniel's voice lowered. A shepherd. Someone who can guide the wolves if he has to. The guard who had threatened him earlier whispered. Then, what are the others? If you are the gentle one. Daniel glanced over his shoulder. His eyes, which had previously radiated kindness and mischief, now held something colder. An ancient, enduring hardness forged through decades of choices that required steel and mercy in unequal measure. They're younger, he said, less patient, better at the sort of persuasion that leaves holes in walls. Fear pooled in the room like an unseen fog. A holographic representative from the Ketheri Union croaked, "Human, what is your true mission here?" Daniel smiled faintly. Same mission humans always have when someone threatens our home or our people. He turned fully toward them, no longer hiding the predator's steadiness in his stance. To end the fight, preferably without blood, if folks are sensible. The chamber lights flickered again. The Terran vessel broadcast a second message. Virak Dreadnought, we have completed external mapping. Awaiting signal from Sergeant Major Briggs before initiating extraction. Carduin's fury fractured into something more brittle. Extraction? From our ship? You are surrounded. We hold the advantage. Daniel shook his head. No, sir. You hold me, and that's only an advantage if I'm scared. He walked toward Carduin, footfalls echoing like drumbeats. I tried to make this easy, tried to keep the jokes flowing, keep things civil. But you crossed a line when you threatened Earth. We will conquer Earth, Carduin hissed. We will subjugate your kind. We. You won't. Daniel's voice cut cleanly through the air. Because humanity isn't a species you conquer. We're a species you survive by cooperating with. A technician gasped. Commander. The Terran ship just accessed our weapons registry. Carduin shouted. Impossible. Daniel shrugged. You really should have updated your encryption protocols. Leaving a backdoor that obvious? That's practically flirting. Panic erupted. Aliens scrambled. Warnings flashed across every panel. Daniel stood still in the chaos, not smiling now, but calm in a way that suggested he had lived on battlefields where calmness decided who walked away. Shut it down, Carduin screamed. Block them. We can't. A technician sobbed. They are not overriding us. They are predicting our moves. Every command we attempt, they counter before the system processes it. Daniel exhaled slowly. You wanted to understand humans. Here's the truth. We don't win by being stronger or smarter or faster. He lifted one finger. We win because we refuse to stay dead, because we adapt, because we study our enemies until we know their fears better than they do. The Lumisari elder whispered. He speaks like someone who has seen civilizations rise and fall. Seen plenty, Daniel said, and I've buried enough friends to know the cost of pride. The chamber's main doors suddenly trembled, not from forced entry, but from external override. A soft chime echoed. The Terran vessel had requested access. Carduin pointed a shaking claw at Daniel. Deny them. Dismiss that request. Daniel looked at the console. Actually, I'd accept it. Never. Daniel stepped closer, voice lower. If you don't, the next step gets messy. My folks prefer not to make a mess unless necessary. The Lumisari elder said softly, Commander, accept the request. It is the only path. But Carduin was trembling with arrogance and fear locked in battle. And vermin. Daniel sighed, a sorrowful sound, almost paternal. I was hoping you'd pick the smart option. The Terran vessel sent a final broadcast. Sergeant Major? Status? Daniel looked around the chamber. Panicked eyes, failing lights, crumbling pride. He spoke clearly. Stand by. Carduin's mandibles flared. What are you waiting for? Daniel's expression softened. Not into a smile, but into something sadder, heavier. For you to understand what happens next isn't punishment. It's consequence. The chamber shuddered. A low, thrumming resonance spread through the ship, like a titanic heartbeat sinking with the dreadnought's trembling frame. Aliens grabbed support rails as gravity fluctuated. Technicians screamed, Commander, external tether is activating. They're pulling us. Pulling the entire ship into alignment. Alignment, Carduin barked. For what purpose? Daniel lifted his eyes toward the ceiling, as though listening to something only he could hear. Then he answered, For boarding. The dreadnought lurched as the Terran tether tightened, pulling the massive Virak vessel into perfect alignment like a misbehaving child being guided firmly by the shoulders. Lights flickered, gravity wavered, and the metallic bones of the ship groaned under the unfamiliar stress. Even the stalwart Virak warriors braced themselves, their instincts betraying them with tremors they could not suppress. Daniel Briggs stood calmly amid the shuddering chaos, hands at his sides, posture straight, eyes steady. The old soldier no longer wore the easy humor that had softened his earlier expressions. Now his face held the clarity of purpose found only in people who had survived too many battlefields to count. When he spoke, his voice carried with it the weight of someone who had been patient long enough. The technicians worked in panicked haste, attempting countermeasures they already knew would fail. Commander, the Terrans have seized control of our docking ports, one shouted. They're overriding physical locks. Carduin snarled, flinging a console aside. Fight them. Do something. We are trying, another cried. But the system reads their commands as authorized. It believes them to be us. Daniel cocked his head. Well, we did warn y'all. Humans like to blend in before we stand out. You did not blend in. Human, Carduin spat. You infiltrated. No, sir, Daniel corrected gently. A spy hides. A guest observes. A warning waits. The commander froze, realization colder than the void sliding behind his eyes. Daniel saw the fear forming. Not the frantic, noisy fear of soldiers unprepared for loss, but the quieter kind that seeped into the bones of leaders who finally understood they had misread the game entirely. The ship jolted again as the tether locked into its final groove. A low hum vibrated through the chamber. The Terran boarding sequence was ready. Daniel took a step forward. No threat in his stride, no aggression. Yet every alien in the room shuffled back as though a predator had padded closer to the herd. His age did not diminish him. It defined him. This was not the strength of youth, reckless, blazing, uncontained. This was the strength of endurance, of someone who had walked through fire so many times that flames now parted out of habit. One of the Virak guards whispered hoarsely, What happens now? Daniel considered him with a softened gaze. That depends. Y'all can surrender, or you can dig in your heels and make this a story folks tell their kids to explain why stubbornness leads to early funerals. The guard's mandibles quivered. We do not surrender. Daniel sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose like a grandparent dealing with a family argument that could have been avoided. I figured you'd say that. Never met an empire that learned early. Carduin straightened, defiance laced with panic. If your forces board this ship, we will repel them. We are not cowards. No, Daniel agreed softly. Y'all are proud. Dangerous mix if you're not careful. He glanced toward the viewing port where the Terran ship loomed. Sleek, silent, terrible in its beauty. a vessel built not for intimidation but for precision. Its hull bore marks of old fights and new upgrades, a testament to a species that treated war as a craft, not a pastime. Daniel felt a small ache in his chest, pride tempered by sorrow. He had trained some of the soldiers on that ship, knew their tells, their flaws, their quiet strengths. He also knew what they were capable of when their patience ran out. The comms crackled. Sergeant Major Briggs, came a firm, steady voice. Preparing boarding sequence. Signal when secure. Daniel nodded at the ceiling. Stand by, Lieutenant. Carduin whipped toward him. Signal when secure? When secure what? Daniel offered a sympathetic look that held no mockery. When the choice is made. This is no negotiation, the commander roared. We do not parley with primitives. Daniel didn't flinch. Sir, at this point it ain't about negotiation. It's about outcomes. And y'all are about 5 steps behind. The Lumisari Elder's hologram flickered. Her glow dimmed with unease. Human, what outcome do you seek? Daniel's tone softened. One that keeps folks alive. That's always the first priority. Then the gentle faded. But if forced, we aim for one that ends the threat permanently. The chamber fell silent. The honesty of the words hit harder than any threat could. A young Virak officer, voice trembling, asked, Are humans truly so eager for domination? Daniel shook his head. No, domination's too much work. But survival, protection, that we do with everything we've got. Carduin slammed a clawed fist against the floor. We will not kneel to a dying species. Daniel raised a brow. Dying? You think age means weakness? Son, if you knew what this body's gone through. He stopped himself, shaking his head. Point is, humans are real stubborn about staying alive. And when you threaten one of us, you get all of us. Family's a flexible word where we come from. The doors thudded. Once, twice, a third time, rhythmic, controlled. The sound vibrated up from the deck, the promise of something unstoppable waiting on the other side. The Virak guards aimed their weapons. The technicians ducked behind consoles. Even the holographic dignitaries fell silent, watching with dread. Carduin hissed, If they breach, we fire. Daniel's voice dropped into a low, grounded certainty. If you fire, you'll be lucky if they leave enough of you for a memorial. The commander whirled. Your arrogance is earned, Daniel said quietly. The fourth strike against the doors was not a blow, it was a command. The panels hissed as their locks disengaged not by force, but by authorization. Human authorization. The door split open, parting like a curtain drawn back at the start of a performance. Mist curled along the floor from the shift in pressure. Boots thudded in precise formation. Terran Marines entered. Not brash, not shouting, but moving with the fluid, purposeful silence of seasoned hunters. Armor matte black, visors reflecting nothing but absorbing everything. Their weapons were low but ready. Their movements were calm yet lethal. Daniel watched them approach with a restrained nod of respect. The Marines fanned out, forming a perimeter that left no blind angles. Their presence alone redefined the room's gravity. One stepped forward, a lieutenant he recognized by gait alone. Sergeant Major, extraction ready. Daniel smiled faintly. Good to see you, son. The lieutenant did not smile. His voice carried professional clarity. Hostiles. Daniel looked around the chamber. Shaken aliens. Desperate commander. Confusion and dread thick in the air. Not unless they decide to be. Carduin bared his fangs. You invade our vessel and expect surrender? We will not comply. The lieutenant raised his weapon slightly. Understood. Daniel lifted a hand. The officer stopped instantly, the entire Marine line freezing as though the gesture issued a binding command. Daniel stepped forward until he stood toe-to-toe with Carduin. Listen carefully, because this moment decides everything, he said softly. Earth doesn't want your worlds, doesn't want your slaves or your territory or your ships. We're not hunters looking for trophies, but we defend our own. Carduin spat. We defend our own as well. Then you should have left me alone, Daniel replied, because now you've picked a fight with folks who don't lose the ones they care about. The commander trembled, not with fear, but with a desperate refusal to accept the truth unraveling around him. You cannot expect us to surrender to one old human. Daniel's expression softened. I don't. He gestured lightly toward the Marines. I expect you to surrender to them. The Virak looked at the soldiers behind Daniel. Their stillness, their readiness, their restraint. Not predators seeking carnage, but guardians shaped by centuries of hardship and discipline. Warriors of a species that learned early that peace was built by those willing to pick up burdens heavier than fear. Daniel leaned closer, his voice barely above a breath. And if you're wondering what I am in all this, well, I'm just the one who asked nicely. Carduin stared at him, horror dawning. Asked? Nicely? Yes, sir, Daniel said. This was the gentle approach. The commander's defiance cracked like thin ice under weight. Around him, Virak guards lowered their weapons. Technicians raised trembling hands. Even the holographic representatives flickered with reverent dread. The lieutenant pressed his calm, hostiles lowering arms. Sector secure. Daniel inhaled slowly, letting the tension settle. Good. Then let's make sure everyone walks out of here with all the parts they came in with. But as he turned away, a sudden alarm blared. Sharp, unexpected, urgent. A technician shrieked, "Commander! Another Virak vessel just arrived. They're launching weapons on us." Daniel froze for half a heartbeat. The old soldier did not smile, not even a little. "Well," he murmured, "looks like the polite phase just ended."
The garage smelled like ozone, melted tire rubber, and what Raphael confidently described as the ghost of a subwoofer. There had been a band rehearsal, technically a rehearsal of controlled pyrotechnics and sonic ambience, per Link's latest court-acceptable terminology, and as usual, it ended with a bang. Specifically, the kind of bang that embedded their parents' BMW halfway into the garage ceiling. Again, I think it's better this time, Raphael offered, brushing dust from his hoodie, which was also on fire. The trajectory was cleaner. Link poked at the carbonized remains of a guitar pedal with the tip of his sneaker. "It's still vibrating," he noted. Is that structural?" Above them, the BMW rotated slightly, nudged by a piece of shattered drum cymbal that had somehow lodged into the chassis like a throwing star. Somewhere deeper in the house, a smoke alarm was either having a stroke or composing its first techno album. They had 5 minutes, maybe less. The parents were en route, summoned by the explosion detection app tied to their insurance premiums. The last time it had gone off, a drone delivered a cease and desist from the local zoning board before the smoke even cleared. Raphael lunged for the mop, Link for the fire extinguisher, and both moved with the careful speed of people who had once, in the pursuit of art, set a kitchen blender to puree and fed it raw fireworks. The cleanup effort was valiant. That was the best anyone would say. By the time the sleek black car pulled into the smoking remnants of the driveway, Link had successfully reattached the mailbox using duct tape, optimism, and 2 stolen forks. And Raphael had spray-painted a mural over the scorched garage wall in hopes that they'd just vibe with it. They didn't. The moment the doors opened, the air filled with the sharp scent of high society disappointment. Mr. Masters, whose smile had once negotiated 7 mergers and 1 interplanetary resource treaty, blinked at the carnage as though trying to process whether the laws of physics or manners had failed harder. Mrs. Chains wore sunglasses so expensive they had their own offshore bank account. She took one slow look at the scene, adjusted her scarf, and said only, "Military school." "No," Mr. Masters said. "Worse, independence." 2 hours later, Raphael and Link were being driven, unsupervised, to what would soon be the weirdest footnote in American classified history. They sulked in silence across the black leather seats of the family hover SUV, technically legal only in Nevada, but their parents had connections. "You realize this is just exile with a minibar," Link muttered. "At least we'll finally have space to blow things up without blowing up anyone else's assets," Raphael said, ever the optimist. The house was modern in the way that buildings designed by AI architects who had only ever seen furniture catalogs tend to be. The front room had a pool table positioned where a dining table might have gone, a fridge the size of a crypt, and art so minimalist it was possibly an elaborate prank. The backyard featured a small pool, a malfunctioning grill, and perhaps most importantly, no neighbors for at least 3 miles in any direction. They set up the band equipment in the front room within an hour. Within 2, they had already overloaded 1 circuit breaker. It was during the installation of what Link called the real bass Cannon Mark IV that the first accident of significance occurred. "Did we have concrete behind that wall before?" Raphael asked, frowning as the last of the dust settled. The blast had taken out most of the southern basement wall. Where once there had been a suspiciously reinforced panel, now there was a heavy steel door, fused at the seams with the kind of aesthetic that whispered government secrets and possibly radiation. It had no handle, no keypad, no obvious way to open, which of course meant they were definitely going to try. It took them half an hour and 3 questionable applications of crowbars, electromagnets, and 1 leftover band cymbal, but eventually the thing hissed open with the reluctant sigh of a facility waking from a half-century nap. Inside was an elevator. Service elevator, Link noted, but like aggressively serious service, possibly involving black sites. Raphael pressed the only button available. The door shut behind them with the finality of a submarine hatch. The floor began to hum. Somewhere several hundred feet below, in a dimly lit control room lined with blinking lights, unfinished pizza crusts, and Cold War coffee cups, a janitor named Stanley Jensen opened one eye. He'd been napping since 1987, officially. The CIA had classified the facility mothballed and sealed, which in practice meant they forgot it existed after a change in budget lines, and the intern who used to file things under Nevada left for law school. Stanley wasn't bothered. He liked it here. It was quiet. Everything worked. The robots were polite. Occasionally, the internal AI would play reruns of Gilligan's Island, which he found soothing. He was, in his own way, the last warden of a forgotten frontier of American insanity. Until now. He reached for the phone. It was still wired. He dialed the emergency line, one of only 3 numbers he still remembered. "Jensen," he said. "God, you're still alive?" The voice on the other end muttered. "You mothballed the lab, not me. What's the status? We've got visitors." "Agents? No, teenagers." Silence. "Can you contain them?" "Nope. New property owners, apparently. Legal. Transfer filed with the county. I checked. The land deed says masters and chains, joint custody." A sigh. Then observe. "I was planning to nap." "You can nap between disasters." "Fine." By the time the elevator opened for Raphael and Link, Stanley had switched into his janitor uniform, a decision he would later regret, and was hiding behind a wall of old soda machines, watching 2 of America's wealthiest teenagers walk into a facility that hadn't seen a human under the age of 50 since before disco died. Link found the snack machine first. "Still stocked," he said, awed. Raphael was looking at the map. "This place has levels, like 32. One's labeled temporal R&D. You think that's like watches?" "Sure," Raphael said. "Probably watches." Somewhere deeper in the complex, unnoticed by anyone, a light flickered on above a button. The button read, clearly, "Do not press." It was glowing. Naturally, they pressed it. The button clicked with a satisfying mechanical thunk, followed by a chirp that sounded suspiciously cheerful for something likely built during a time when computers still required punch cards and mild paranoia. Lights hummed on in distant corridors. Somewhere far below, a ventilation system wheezed to life. A siren coughed once, decided against it, and went back to sleep. "I feel like we just did a thing," Link said, staring at the now depressed button. "Technically," Raphael replied, "we did exactly the one thing the sign said not to. I mean, that's not legally binding. No, but it does feel spiritually inadvisable." The room did not explode. No poison gas hissed from the vents, no countdown began. In fact, absolutely nothing appeared to happen, which was worse. "Well," Raphael said, brushing imaginary dust from his jacket, "I guess it's broken." Link eyed it warily. "Or we just started a process, a slow, chemical, catastrophic process." They left the room, partly out of growing boredom, and partly because a vending machine in the corner was flashing the words, "Fresh pizza available," in bright green font. Oh, no. Stanley whispered from behind his soda machines. Not the pizza trigger. It had been a mistake, a simple misfile. One technician had once ordered pizza on government time, and during a system upgrade, the lab's AI had mistakenly linked several non-critical processes to the term pizza protocol. Now, buried deep within the facility, two long dormant chemical canisters began to leak into one another. Their names were unpronounceable in English, but the effect was simple. When mixed, they reconstituted an alien biogenic organism believed to be a prototype reconnaissance unit sent by a species whose only exposure to Earth came from intercepted cartoon broadcasts and reruns of Italian cooking shows. The creature had been secured in 1968 after it declared war on a Chuck E. Cheese, and now it was waking up. Meanwhile, upstairs in what was now, legally, a living room with too many wires and not enough adult supervision, Raphael and Link had set up what they believed to be a surveillance command center. In reality, they had plugged several dusty monitors into a mainframe that once ran threat simulations against the Soviets, and were now using it to stream retro anime and security cam footage from the facility. Did you know there's a level just labeled Cursed Objects, and another marked Shoe Protocol Testing? Why are those separate things? Link asked. I don't know, but there's a room full of helmets that seem to whisper threats. That's kind of neat. Link leaned back on the couch, munching on vending machine protein chips that were definitely older than either of them. I thought this was going to be awful, you know, isolated house in the woods, band exile, but this is like best case scenario, right? I mean, we're not alone. We've got a nuclear basement full of secret toys. And at that moment, from one of the abandoned lower corridors, a green mist curled into the air. It twisted, swirled, pulsed, and then began to congeal. The being took shape slowly. It had limbs, but no bones. Eyes, but too many. A mouth, but no sense of volume control. It flickered in and out of phase as it adjusted to its surroundings. Then it spoke. In a perfect imitation of a 1990s cartoon sidekick, it said, "Where's the pizza, baby?" The facility shuddered slightly. A few control panels exploded out of sheer embarrassment. Somewhere in the AI subroutines, 3 separate firewalls declared bankruptcy. Back upstairs, Stanley finally revealed himself. He did not do this with flair. He simply walked into the room wearing his janitor's coveralls, holding a mop like it was both a weapon and a philosophy. "You idiots touched the button, didn't you?" Link yelped and dropped his snack. Raphael pointed a potato chip at him. "You're real?" Stanley sighed. "Unfortunately, and so is the thing you just woke up." "What thing?" "The green thing." "That's not very descriptive," Link said. "No," Stanley agreed, "but trust me, you'll know it when it finds you, or pizza." "Wait, why would it be looking for pizza?" Stanley looked at them like a man who had seen too much, lived too long, and once got into a fistfight with a self-aware filing cabinet. "Because," he said, "some genius decided to beam 11 years of Earth cartoon broadcasts into space as part of our diplomatic outreach program." "That seems like a terrible idea." "It was. The alien you just woke up thinks Bugs Bunny is a war hero, SpongeBob is a tactical strategist, and Garfield is some kind of deity." Link frowned. "Is he wrong about Garfield, though?" The floor shook. A distant voice echoed through the ventilation shafts. "Show me the cheese-stuffed crust Earthlings!" "Oh no," Stanley muttered. "It's already activated mimic mode." "Mimic what?" Raphael asked. Stanley gave them a look. "Cartoon logic." They heard the boing of a spring that had no physical origin. Then a whump as something green, bendy, and distinctly against all known physical laws bounced off the side of the house and rolled into a bush, where it promptly split in half and started arguing with itself over anchovies. Link turned to Raphael. "This is going to be awesome." The green thing, now 2 green things, were engaged in what appeared to be a heated debate over which fictional pizza was the most canonically powerful. One of them insisted it was the half-mushroom, half-justice pizza from Captain Space Slice. The other claimed with great conviction that the cheese swirl in Power Pie Patrol Episode 9, Crust Crusade, could bend time. They were gesticulating wildly, limbs flopping in directions that would make most physicists cry as they bounced across the backyard at speeds usually reserved for malfunctioning particle accelerators. Inside the house, Raphael was pressed against the glass of the sliding door, watching the debate unfold like a kid spotting Santa, fighting a raccoon. "So, what exactly do?" he asked. Stanley, who had retrieved a clipboard from an emergency locker marked "to" for when the cartoon thing wakes up, flipped a few pages. They save people. That's good. By accident. Less good. And only while trying to obtain pizza. Link blinked. You mean they don't actually care about helping? No. Think of them like a slapstick guardian angel with a one-track mind, a deep misunderstanding of the food pyramid, and no off switch. Raphael turned from the window, thoughtful. So if we're in danger, they'll probably burst through a wall, trip over themselves, bounce off several exposed pipes, accidentally disable a bomb, and land in a delivery box, Stanley said. If you're lucky. And if we're not lucky, they order anchovies. Nobody survives anchovies. The floor trembled again. From the main hallway came a screech, followed by a sonic boom that reversed half the light bulbs in the ceiling. One of the green things burst into the living room, its eyes wide and glistening. We sensed a Domino's, it declared, then vanished into the pantry. There was a pause, a long, horrified pause. Raphael coughed. So, subplots. Link, without missing a beat, pointed toward the garage. Well, subplot number 1, we may have accidentally triggered a defense drone. How? I tried to see if the old VR rig still worked. Did it? No. But the VR helmet is now fused to the vacuum cleaner, which seems to believe it's an elite Marine. It's taken up a sniper position on the roof and keeps yelling about sector clearances. Stanley did not groan. Stanley was past groaning. He merely opened a side cabinet, removed what appeared to be a tranquilizer dart the size of a loaf of bread, and handed it to Raphael. Hid it in the Roomba port. Noted. As Raphael left to disarm the aggressively tactical vacuum cleaner, Link tapped at one of the still active consoles. Hey, subplot number 2 might be unfolding on level 14. Stanley joined him and squinted at the monitor. A grainy black and white feed showed one of the lab's secure chambers, the one labeled Experimental Chronobehavioral Reversals, now open, lights on. Oh no, Stanley muttered, the time rats. Link slowly turned. Time? Rats? They're rats, right? Stanley said, rubbing his temple. But when startled, they reverse their own personal timeline by several seconds. Makes them impossible to trap. That sounds cute, Stanley offered. I was going to say a statistical nightmare. They've bred since the 60s. Nobody checked how many. They could be in the walls. Are they dangerous? Only if you observe them. Like really observe them. There's a threshold of awareness. Once you pass it, they start treating you like a threat. How will I know if I've passed it? You'll see a rat reading. Link glanced nervously at the monitor again. Well, subplot 2 is now about stopping time-literate rodents before they achieve a breakthrough. Outside, Raphael had subdued the vacuum. It wasn't easy. It required a trampoline, 3 full bottles of soda, and a half-played Kenny Loggins cassette that, for some reason, caused the drone to enter reflective nostalgia mode. Once it began weeping about its simulated war buddies in Operation Hardwood Dustpan, he hit it with the dart and stuffed it under a tarp. He walked back inside just in time for the power to flicker and a soft humming sound to rise from the floorboards. In the center of the living room, the green things had rejoined, fusion apparently triggered by the smell of reheated pizza rolls, and were now glowing faintly. What now? Raphael asked. They're stabilizing, Stanley said warily. Is that good? Debatable. Usually means they've found a chosen one figure in the area. Both teens turned to look at each other. The green thing pointed directly at Stanley. Everyone froze. Oh no, Stanley said, horror rising in his voice. You have the cheese wisdom, the green thing declared. No, I don't. You once worked at a pizzeria in 1974. I ran the register. Then it is you who shall lead us to the sacred slice. The lights dimmed. A low chant began, possibly from the house's intercom, possibly from the green thing's internal soundboard. Raphael patted Stanley on the back. You'll be fine. I'm 74 years old. I wanted to be left alone. Link grinned. Then next time, don't build your hermit bunker on top of the gateway to cartoon-powered alien pizza mythology. The green thing extended a hand. To the kitchen temple. And as Stanley was hoisted bodily into the air by squishy limbs and carried down the hallway in a tangle of enthusiasm, accidental destiny, and leftover marinara sauce, the house settled again. Momentarily. Link turned to Raphael. So, you think they'll ever find out we faked the sale paperwork on this house? Raphael shrugged. Depends how long it takes the CIA to get bored again. They high-fived. The facility hummed beneath them, a treasure trove of madness, secrets, weaponized kitchenware, and at least 6 unresolved conspiracy theories, all about to be made much, much worse. They were home. Stanley returned the next morning with pizza sauce in his beard, a haunted look in his eyes, and a stack of napkins imprinted with alien glyphs that, according to him, translated roughly to infinite cheese and your sauce is strong. He refused to speak of what had happened in the pantry temple. Just know this, he muttered as he shuffled to the couch and collapsed. The fridge is now sacred space. Enter with reverence, or not at all. Raphael saluted. So no more touching the meat drawer, no more opening it unless you wish to experience the memories of 1,000 forgotten toppings. Got it. Stanley groaned and turned on his side. You two are going to break causality like a glow stick at a rave. Link was flipping through the facility schematics they'd printed out on a repurposed dot matrix printer. So I was thinking, no, Stanley mumbled. We should probably check out that weird humming we keep hearing from sublevel 27. Stanley pulled a pillow over his head. There's a note next to it in the logs, Link continued. It says experimental empathy engine. Sounds harmless. Could be good, for therapy. Raphael was nodding enthusiastically. Right? Maybe it's like a mood enhancer. We could beam compassion across the world. It weaponizes feelings, Stanley groaned from beneath the pillow. Link paused. I mean, maybe just some feelings? Last time someone turned it on, an entire town in Iowa wept for 6 straight days. They held hands, planted a forest, and overthrew their zoning board, which admittedly was corrupt. I like trees, Raphael offered. I like zoning boards, Stanley growled. They keep the Taco Bells from touching the nuclear waste depositories. I'm just saying, Link added, if it's still working, maybe we could use it to boost morale. Like for the band. Raphael gasped. Yes, emotional resonance concert. Stanley sat up abruptly. Fine, but I'm coming with you. If that thing turns on and I see even one of you compose a song that causes an emotional breakdown in a 10-mile radius, I'm dragging your souls into the analog void personally. Sublevel 27 was, for lack of a better term, suspiciously well lit. The rest of the complex had that pleasant Cold War gloom. Corridors of beige metal, flickering fluorescent tubes, and ominous safety posters featuring cartoon mascots with dead eyes. But 27, it was backlit in soft blues and purples. The floor hummed gently, and somewhere in the distance, a harp was playing. This place smells like aromatherapy, Link said. Raphael inhaled. Lavender and... is that cinnamon toast? Do not relax, Stanley warned. It feeds on emotional openness. The empathy engine sat at the center of a large circular chamber. It resembled a satellite dish crossed with a music box and a particularly judgmental sentient tulip. Small tuning forks rotated around it, vibrating faintly with each footstep. Link approached the console. It's warm. It wants to feel you, Stanley said grimly. It's like a big emotional Roomba. That's not comforting. Raphael gently pressed the console's main interface, which resembled a heart encased in crystal. A soft chime echoed through the room. Then, nothing. Maybe it's out of juice, Link offered. And then the walls spoke, not with words, but with feeling. A wave of pure melancholy surged through the chamber, mild at first, like remembering a forgotten birthday, then more intense, like the final note of a really good series finale. Raphael dropped to his knees. I miss my hamster. You never had a hamster, Stanley pointed out. I miss the idea of a hamster. Link stared at his hands. My fingers are just tiny arms with fingernails. That's so weird. Stanley wobbled. Nope, no thank you. We are shutting this down. But before he could reach the failsafe, the green thing arrived, bouncing, oscillating, arms wide and full of vending machine pepperoni. I heard your feelings from upstairs, it declared. You require pizza hugs. The empathy engine, sensing a being of undefined emotional parameters, spun faster. The air turned pink. Oh no, Stanley said. It's sinking. What does that mean? Link asked. Ever see a cartoon have a romantic meltdown and an existential crisis at the same time? No, you're about to. The green thing paused, cocked its head, and then split, this time into 3 smaller versions of itself, each one representing a different emotional state. Sad one, wailed the first. Why does the pizza never love me back? Happy one, cheered the second. I found a slice in the ceiling tile. Angry one, snarled the third. Anchovies are a crime against culinary dignity. The empathy engine began to spark. Its tuning forks turned red. The walls wept actual tears. Stanley didn't wait. He lunged forward, slapped the failsafe override with the authority of a man who'd shut down psychic pancake riots before, and killed the power. The green things merged, belched emotionally, and collapsed into a giggling pile of goo. Everyone stood still. Then Raphael clapped. 10 out of 10. Would empathize again. Stanley just shook his head. You're both disasters. Link offered him a napkin from his back pocket. You've got emotional discharge on your shoulder. Of course I do. That night, as the house settled once more and the facility returned to its odd hum, Stanley sat on the porch with the boys. The stars were bright. The air smelled like ozone and expired snack food. You know, Stanley said after a long silence, I was planning to retire in this bunker. Quietly. Fade into history. Instead, you got us, Raphael said proudly. 2 unqualified teenagers, a cartoon-obsessed alien, and an unlicensed time lab. Link raised his soda can. To weird roommates. Stanley sighed, but it was lighter this time. To weird roommates. Somewhere below, in the deepest part of the facility, a light blinked on in a chamber simply labeled Level. The blinking light in Level C was technically speaking not supposed to exist, not because it was dangerous, though it absolutely was, but because the paperwork required to create a Level C was so convoluted that even the CIA, a historically paperwork-forward organization, had decided it was easier to lose the blueprints and bribe the janitor to forget it, which in theory had worked until now. Do you smell that? Link asked over breakfast the next morning. Burnt electricity and nostalgia. Raphael sniffed the air. That's either the toaster or we've triggered another forbidden system. Stanley entered the kitchen with his usual pre-coffee limp. He opened the fridge, hesitated, bowed slightly, and withdrew a sacred soda. He had adapted. No more buttons, he warned. We didn't press anything, Raphael said. This time, Link clarified. Stanley stared at them over the rim of his mug. Okay, we didn't press anything, Raphael amended. But the green thing... Stanley's hand hit the table like a gavel. If you finish that sentence with might have sat on the nuclear console because it thought it was a bouncy castle, I will lock you both in the empathy chamber for 24 hours of intense feeling. They were silent. Guilty. Slightly impressed. I told you it was shaped like a trampoline, Link muttered. Stanley sighed the long, low sigh of a man who had once defused an interdimensional landmine using only a mop and a jazz record. Well, he said, might as well get ahead of it. Follow me. They took elevator D, which only went one direction, down, and required a key card, a blood sample, and the ability to recite the second stanza of the national anthem backwards. Stanley, of course, had long since replaced the blood scanner with a warm cup of black coffee. It was easier that way. Level 3 didn't have walls so much as it had implications. The moment the elevator opened, the air changed. It smelled of circuits, secrets, and popcorn from a timeline that never happened. The room beyond was vast, so vast that the ceiling wasn't visible and the floor looked like glass, or maybe a lake pretending to be a floor, and in the middle of it was a cube, perfect, floating, buzzing with potential. The green thing floated beside it, wide-eyed. I touched it, it whispered. Of course you did, Stanley muttered. What is it? Raphael asked, stepping closer. The archetype core, Stanley said. It's a story engine. Like a narrative generator? No. A literal engine that fuels plot lines, unresolved conflicts, prophecy arcs, love triangles, weirdly convenient flashbacks. Link's eyes lit up. So you're saying this powers stories? Yes. Can we use it to get a Grammy? No. Can we use it to turn our band into an intergalactic myth with a tragic backstory and a 3-act structure? Stanley turned slowly. Did you two read the part of the orientation packet labeled, "Do not treat the narrative drive as a toy"? No, Raphael said. There was an orientation packet? Link asked. Stanley looked at the cube. The cube hummed back. He rubbed his face. Listen to me very carefully. If this thing fully activates, you don't get a story. You live one, and you don't get to choose the genre. What's wrong with that? Raphael asked. It assigns arcs, gives everyone a role in the narrative ecosystem. You might think you're the protagonist, he pointed at Link, but what if the story decides you're the mentor who dies in Act 2? Hey, Link said. Or the comic relief character who accidentally triggers the apocalypse. Raphael blinked. That actually sounds kind of on brand. The cube pulsed again. A faint melody filled the air, minor key, foreboding. Then a voice spoke. It was neither male nor female, old nor young. It simply was. Identities assigned, story initialization, beginning. No, Stanley muttered. No, no, no. Characters, the innocent, the trickster, the watcher, the fool. Oh no, Link said. We're in a Joseph Campbell situation. I always wanted to be the trickster, Raphael said brightly. You're the fool, Stanley growled. We're all the fool. That's the problem. Suddenly, reality tilted. The walls folded inward. The floor glass rippled like water. The air itself seemed to chuckle. And then, cut to, flashback. They were in a black and white 1950s diner. Link wore suspenders. Raphael had a pompadour. Stanley was inexplicably wearing a milkman uniform and holding a wrench labeled Exposition. What is happening? Stanley muttered. I think we're in a flashback cutaway gag, Link said. It's doing metaplot. Do you want the exposition now, sir? Said a small, robotic waitress with googly eyes. Stanley hurled the wrench at the jukebox. The diner exploded in a puff of script notes and surrealism. They were back. All right, Stanley said, brushing existential residue off his pants. New rule, we put the cube back to sleep. How? Raphael asked. We create a resolution. You mean? Yes, Stanley gritted his teeth. You have to finish a subplot. By now, the green thing had assembled what it called a Team Pizza Justice Squad. It had taped googly eyes to a mop, given the vacuum a sword, and declared Link Supreme Commander of Sauce. It was organizing a plan to raid the military museum wing and recover what it claimed was the eternal pepperoni blade. Meanwhile, the empathy engine had turned back on by itself and was now broadcasting soft jazz across all frequencies in an effort to soothe the cube. Stanley did not scream. He merely sighed, bent down, and opened a crate labeled, Plot Device, Use Only, If Desperate. Inside was a box of costume mustaches, a chalkboard, and one pre-written dramatic betrayal. I hate this place, he muttered. But as the cube pulsed, the world wavered, and a sudden mini-musical sequence began to creep in through the speakers. Stanley knew one thing for sure. If he didn't resolve a subplot fast, he'd be singing his feelings in the next 5 minutes. And nobody, not even fate, wanted to see that. It started, as most accidental musicals do, with the chalkboard. Stanley held the stub of a government-issued chalk stick, hefted like a weapon, and stared grimly at the boys across the glassy floor of level Lasake. The archetype core pulsed behind him, rhythmically thumping like it had swallowed a Broadway orchestra. I need a subplot, he said through gritted teeth. One that ends, not unravels, not grows legs, not explodes, ends, wraps, resolves. Link blinked. You mean like the emotional arc of a side character? Yes. Raphael perked up. Ooh, I nominate Stanley. No. Yes, Link agreed. The reclusive janitor with a tragic past. You've got all the setup, gruff demeanor, mysterious files, emotional baggage, probably a lost love. Shut up. Maybe, Raphael said dreamily. He lost someone during his time in the sentient crockpot division. A forbidden kitchen love. I said shut up. The archetype core flared. Somewhere overhead, ghostly musical chords began to descend like fog. Stanley looked upward and screamed, No, I will not sing. The music paused, temporarily. But the rules were clear now. A subplot must conclude or the song would come. With jazz hands. Fine, Stanley growled. Fine, I have a subplot, one that's been hanging around this damn place since Nixon took his lunch break. He stomped to a panel on the far side of the chamber and pressed a recessed button labeled Retired Files, Unsolved, Unapproved, Just Weird. With a hiss, the wall opened. Inside was a single file folder, thick, yellowed, slightly damp. Its tab read, Operation Gravy Phoenix. Link squinted. That sounds edible? It wasn't, Stanley muttered. It was a counter-espionage project, canceled in '73 after the subject, Agent Gloria Kane, defected. To the Soviets? Raphael asked. No, to a commune in northern Vermont. Built a yurt, started selling emotionally conscious jams. The boys nodded solemnly. This was still, technically, espionage. Stanley handed them a photograph from the folder. In it, a young Stanley, hair thick, uniform crisp, mustache unforgivably sincere, stood next to a woman in a trench coat holding a telekinetic fork. This was the mission that broke me, he said quietly. They told me she was rogue, a threat, but she just wanted out, wanted peace, and He trailed off. You let her go, Link said. I did, and I lied about it. Filed a report saying she fell into a vat of government pudding. The archetype core thrummed. The color shifted. Less threatening now, more intrigued. Stanley set the photo down reverently. I resolve it now. I did the right thing. I never saw her again, but she deserved better than a government lab and a folder labeled possibly friendly, definitely weird. The boys were quiet. Then, slowly, the archetype core's glow softened. The melodic pressure faded, and one final line, clear, resonant, absolute, echoed through the chamber. Subplot resolved, narrative containment stabilized. The cube dimmed, the lights returned to normal, and just like that, the musical was canceled. Good job, Raphael said, clapping Stanley on the shoulder. Yeah, Link added. No singing. That's a win. Stanley didn't answer. He was holding something. A jam jar. It hadn't been there a moment ago. The label was handwritten. For SJ Extra Apricot, no regrets. He didn't say a word, just tucked it into his jacket and walked toward the elevator. The green thing poked its head in, saw that the music was gone, and visibly deflated. I was gonna tap dance with my cheese. Next time, Raphael promised. Maybe in the episode where you find the pizza dimension. The green thing gasped, There is a dimension? Not yet, but give us time. That night, the team sat under the stars again, this time with an illegal cheese fondue kit and 3 lawn chairs shaped like old Mars probes. So what did we learn today? Raphael asked. Don't push cubes that talk, Link said. Don't ignore subplots, Stanley muttered. Don't let aliens compose musicals, the green thing added. There was a quiet pause. Then Link glanced at his watch. You guys hear that humming? Stanley's head dropped into his hands. Please, he said, muffled. Please let it be a normal humming. From beneath the deck, a soft, warbling buzz rose. Then a crash. Then, zzz, time displacement chamber now active. Please stand by. Raphael blinked. You think it's the rats? Link nodded. Yup. Time-traveling rats? Yup. Stanley didn't move. I want to transfer, he whispered. To where? Raphael asked. Somewhere quiet, peaceful, far away. The empathy chamber? Link offered. I said peaceful, not emotionally traumatic. The green thing was already rolling toward the sound, giggling. I'm going to teach the rats to sing. Link raised his soda. To next week's subplot. Time rats, baby. Raphael agreed, clinking cans. Time rats. The camera would pan upward here if this were a show. Just as the deck door creaked open behind them and a tiny rat-shaped blur zipped past carrying what looked suspiciously like a harmonica and a very small top hat. The new arrival came in through the ceiling. Not intentionally, of course. The ceiling panel was clearly marked, "Do not drop agents here," but nobody read that part. A sleek black cable lowered him slowly, boots first, tactical harness gleaming, communication array blinking red, blue, green like a confused Christmas tree. He paused halfway down, checked his wrist display, and frowned. Confirming drop zone level 9.3? He tapped the screen. What kind of facility uses decimals? The cable jerked. Hold on, I'm not. It snapped. He landed face first into a cart of expired pudding cups labeled emotionally volatile, do not shake. The cups erupted in a sticky, mildly telepathic splash. Moments later, a door creaked open nearby. The green thing rolled into view, chewing on an old floppy disk. Hello, strange, creamy stranger, it announced. The agent froze. What? I am the green thing, it said proudly. What? He repeated, slightly higher. Would you like to see my sock collection? He reached for his sidearm. The green thing blinked all 4 eyes, 2 frontal, 2 on stalks, and giggled. Oh, you think that works on me? It turned inside out. The agent screamed. 2 emergency systems activated at once. One released calming lavender mist into the corridor, and the other began playing a soothing rendition of Ave Maria through a dusty wall speaker. When the mist cleared, the green thing was gone, so were half the pudding cups. The agent stood shakily, one eyebrow twitching. This is worse than Antarctica, he muttered. He tapped his headset. Control, this is Echo Foxtrot Whiskey Zulu. Agent designation Wolf. No, Night Viper. No, I changed it. Fortress. Let's go with Fortress today. Do you copy? Static. He sighed. Then the hallway lit up. Welcome, a pleasant voice intoned from the overhead speaker system. To the Jenkins-Kleinman Subterranean Research Facility for questionably ethical advancements and lunch storage. Please enjoy our new holographic assistant, now rendering. A 3D projection flickered to life in front of him. It was Link. Not real Link. A hologram. Shirtless, wearing medieval armor and holding a bag of tacos. Wait, what? The agent asked. The hologram began to speak in slow, echoing tones. I am the taco warden. You must locate the janitor. Yes, the agent exclaimed. Yes, that's what I'm trying to. But beware, the hologram continued, for he is always 1 floor above. Or possibly in the shower. He likes jazz. Avoid the hallway with the broken blender. That's not a hallway anymore. That's Jenkins now. The agent blinked. Why would anyone program this? The PA system flared again. Also, avoid level 17. The ghost interns are unionizing. He turned down the next corridor, only to run face first into another projection, this time of Raphael, dramatically slow motion diving through a ring of fire while juggling plasma grenades and yelling, "We never trained for this." The image froze, flickered, and morphed into a floating banana labeled, "Janitor? Probably not." "Okay," the agent said, stepping back. "This is not an actionable intelligence environment." Another announcement pinged in, "Caution, room temperatures may not follow logic." And neither do the janitor's routes. 2 hours later, he was running. Not from something specific, although a self-aware fondue fountain had begun following him, playing jazz, but from the general principle of chaos. He turned one corner, nearly collided with a vending machine that began trying to sell him Doom Nuggets, and flung himself into a closet labeled Closet. Non-haunted, probably. Inside, he found a lone sandwich. It had a tag, Stanley's. Touch and perish. He backed out slowly. In the distance, a door hissed open. "Stanley?" he called. A mop fell from the ceiling. It had googly eyes. He screamed again. From somewhere, the green thing whispered, "You cannot find what wanders with purpose." Then silence. The lights dimmed. The PA system flickered. "Janitor proximity 8 meters, it said cheerfully. He turned to run. The PA changed. "Janitor now 24 meters. Whoops, just missed him." The agent dropped to his knees. "I just want to report in," he whimpered. "I'm missing 2 shoes and possibly an hour of memory." A door opened in front of him. Inside was a small room, empty but for a chalkboard that read, "You are here. The janitor is not." A single vending machine beeped softly and offered him a soda. He took it. And that's how Agent whatever his name was, be it Fortress, Night Viper, or Lunch Recon Delta, became a permanent resident of the labyrinth. Every few episodes, he'd stumble into frame, disheveled, desperate, convinced the janitor was just around the next corner. But he never was, and maybe he never would be, until the story decided it was time, or the vending machine unionized, whichever came first. It was 3 days, facility time, since the agent's descent, and while time in the lab wasn't precisely linear thanks to the espresso incident in the Temporal Cafe, the rest of the crew had begun to forget about him. This was not malice. It was entropy. Raphael and Link had for the most part settled into a routine that resembled both an after-school special and a soft government conspiracy. Band practice in the front room, deep lab exploration in the afternoon, and evening rituals involving ritual pizza offerings to appease the green thing, who now claimed ambassadorial rights for Planet Za. Stanley, for his part, had adopted the role of reluctant mentor meets building superintendent. He grumbled a lot, mopped the wrong direction just to confuse the automated maintenance drones, and maintained an ever-growing list of protocols he refused to enforce. Somewhere near Protocol 1137C, "Do not allow teenagers to pilot reality editing terminals," he had simply written in red marker, "Too late." So when the announcement system buzzed to life unexpectedly during lunch, everyone froze. Emergency update. Agent located in Sector 14C, visible, audible, possibly hallucinating. Link blinked. "Wait, he's real?" "I thought that was a fever dream," Raphael muttered. Stanley sighed. "He's real, or was. Haven't seen him in years." "It's been 3 days," Link pointed out. "In the lab, that's years, maybe decades. I once passed a hallway that aged me 5 months and taught me Latin." Follow-up. Agent is now chasing a holographic replica of himself, requesting moral support. They ran to the nearest monitor. The feed showed the agent, wearing half a tuxedo and one snowshoe, charging through a hallway filled with rotating spotlights, screaming, "Which of us is real? Answer me!" A nearby bot, shaped like a rotary phone, chimed in, "Plot development detected." The camera cut away just as he tackled the hologram, passed through it, and crashed into a cart full of live microdrama spores. The feed cut to static, followed by a helpful slide that read, "This plot is under renovation. Please stand by." Meanwhile, Level 5, officially labeled Innovative Agriculture Emergency Snack Theory, had begun sprouting an alarming number of sapient potato hybrids. This was, of course, entirely due to the green thing's efforts to create pizza that grew on vines. It had not succeeded. Instead, it had genetically confused starch-based root vegetables into thinking they were toppings with a destiny. One such potato, wearing a thimble and a tiny cape, was now giving a speech in the hallway, standing on a microwave. "I say unto you," it bellowed, "no more side dishes. We are the meal." "Should we be worried?" Link asked as they watched from the corridor's observation window. "I dunno," Raphael replied. "Is this more or less dangerous than the time the AI tried to draft us into a reality show?" "More organized," Stanley muttered. "That spud has charisma." Indeed, the potato crowd was growing. Signs began to appear: equal rights for hash browns, fries before guys, and "don't tread on me, I'm mashed." Then suddenly, the green thing rolled in and declared, "This is not a pizza-approved revolution. Stand down, starch citizens." Chaos ensued. Potatoes flew. Sporks were brandished. Somewhere in the back, a genetically enhanced parsley leaf began narrating the battle in Shakespearean verse. While Link and Raphael tried to defuse the uprising by playing a poorly tuned rendition of Kumbaya on keytar and trash can lid, Stanley leaned against the wall and sighed. "Should have transferred to Area 52, he muttered. Then, a whisper echoed through the hallway. "Janitor! Janitor!" He turned, eyes narrowing. At the far end of the corridor, past the tumbling tubers and airborne condiments, stood the agent, wide-eyed, disheveled, holding a map that had clearly been printed by a printer suffering an identity crisis. "You!" the agent shouted. "At last!" Stanley stepped forward. "You found me." The agent beamed. "Yes, finally. I have urgent." "Stanley!" yelled Link. "I need backup. This yam's got a grudge." Stanley glanced back. When he looked forward again, the agent was gone. Vanished. Like a deleted subplot, only a faint smear of pudding residue remained. Link ran up, breathless. "Was that?" Stanley nodded slowly. "Agent something. I think his name changes depending on what mood the lab's in." "Makes sense." Back in the shadows, a vending machine hummed. Inside it, the agent crouched, breathing heavily. He pressed a button. "Cheesy crackle pop, please." It vended a VHS tape labeled "How to Find the Janitor in 14 Difficult Steps." He wept. And thus, the agent remained, always close, always one room behind, frequently mistaken for his own doppelganger, and perpetually confused by the janitor's ability to vanish into the ductwork at will. But one day, perhaps in a finale or a particularly strange holiday episode, he would find him. Maybe. If the potatoes didn't unionize first. Hugh crouched in the dry trench, fingers embedded in loose dust, eyes on the ridgeline. The air was quiet, not dead. Waiting. In the distance, the wind carried the sound of a broken machine whining against itself. It had been days since they'd seen movement on this sector. Still, the protocol held. Eyes up, head low, weapon within reach, even when your only job was to exist and not get erased. His boots were too tight. The pair he'd requisitioned 2 bases ago had gone missing during the transit. He didn't mind. Pain was real, and real was currency. Downhill from his post, the remnants of the town were visible. Buildings melted at the edges like wax that never had a flame. It had once been a civilian tech node, long before the war made civilians mythical. Now it was a waypoint for survivors, smuggling routes, and sometimes even time jump agents who needed a blind corner to re-enter reality. He wiped a line of sweat from his jaw with the back of his glove. The sun here was constant, but it had that shimmer, subtle, off-angle. This place had been bent too many times. The vortexes left folds like bruises in the fabric of a place, and they hummed just below the threshold of sound. "Status?" a voice crackled over comm. Hugh thumbed the line. "Still, no motion. South vector stable." "Copy. Stay sharp, Forbes." Repeater glitching again. Scanners caught something near Collector 6. Hugh didn't reply. He knew the scanners saw ghosts. That didn't mean they were wrong. The quiet broke 5 minutes later. A shimmer along the ridge, a distortion, not light but density, then gone. Hugh had already flicked his rifle's selector twice before standing fully upright, eyes fixed. He waited, counted to 7. Stillness again. He clicked the comm twice. No response. Back at base, the signals were already dying. Bursts of static, irregular pings. Hugh dropped into a jog, boots thudding soft on the dust as he moved across the slope, veering toward the last known location of Collector 6. His HUD flickered, then blanked, then returned with a slight offset. The time skewed back 12 minutes. That meant a skip. He slowed near the blackened tree line. Collector 6 was a monument, tall, skeletal, humming, designed to drink from time itself. He circled left. The grass was flattened recently, and a shadow moved where there shouldn't be any source. Hugh froze. A man stood at the base, arms to the side, wearing a suit that shimmered wrong. Not invisibility, not stealth. Rejection. The world didn't want to see him. Hugh raised his weapon but didn't speak. The figure turned slowly, no sudden moves. His face was visible, yet misaligned. A twin flash echo. One version stood with a neutral expression. The other grinned a split second after. Then the image stabilized. "Not your time," the man said, quiet, calm. "But you're here. That's enough." Hugh didn't lower the weapon. "Identify." "Already have. You're tracking me from before your memory loops. I'm Chance. Not mine either. But here we are." Hugh clicked the comm. Nothing. Dead. The man Chance looked to the sky. "We've been circling this encounter for a dozen iterations. They made sure you wouldn't remember until this one." Hugh's grip tightened. "Who is they?" "The ones who left us the tech, the ones who taught us to fight with it, the ones who laugh when we use it to kill each other." Hugh moved a half step forward. Chance didn't flinch. "You're saying..." "I'm not saying. I'm reminding. Your memory's fractured, mine too. Ask yourself this. Who was the first to offer us time jump tech? Who taught us field dampeners? Disruptors? Who never bled when the bullets flew?" Hugh opened his mouth, closed it again. "I'm not the enemy," Chance said, kneeling and placing a small prism on the ground. "But I've worn their suit, once." The prism glowed a low, steady pulse. Around them, the soundscape changed. Hugh heard children laughing. He blinked. The world flickered. The trees weren't burnt anymore. They were green. A woman's voice echoed, calling someone home. Then it was gone. "You felt that?" Chance stood. Hugh nodded. "Barely." "They've done this for centuries. Give us tech. Wait. Watch. When we grow too curious, too close, they seed a war." Hugh's breath slowed. "So we'd kill ourselves before we learned the truth." Chance gave a single nod. "You see it now." The sky crackled. Not thunder, more like a choked signal collapsing. Chance looked back to the collector. "This is where I leave you. They've spotted me." Hugh stepped forward. "Wait, how do I..." But the man was already gone. No light, no sound. The shimmer ended. Hugh stood in silence, hand trembling slightly. He didn't report it. Not then. The next day, Griffin returned. His hair was damp, his posture worse. Whatever mission he'd run, it took more than time. The base was on full lockdown. Systems glitching, vortex stabilization erratic. Everyone acted like that was normal. Hugh found him by the perimeter wall, staring out across the empty flatland. "You didn't sleep," Hugh said. Griffin nodded. "I did, just not all at once." Hugh waited. Griffin turned slightly. "You ever wonder why the war doesn't end?" Hugh nodded. "All the time." Griffin lit a stim stick, offered one. Hugh declined. "We lost 712, not just the unit, the whole region." Timeline bled out. Hugh frowned. Hugh's heart stuttered. "Then who?" Griffin looked him dead in the eye. "Exactly." Neither spoke for a while. The wind picked up. Inside, the operations room was tense. Red lights blinked at irregular intervals, reports piled. The memory cubes stacked on the command table were warm to the touch. No one dared sort them yet. A runner approached Hugh later, handed him immediate. Hugh opened it. His eyes narrowed. The coordinates led back to the outskirts, near Collector 3. He packed light. When he arrived, the area was quiet, but the collector hummed with unnatural rhythm. He scanned. Nothing out of place. Then a glimmer in the grass, a small orb, perfectly smooth, chrome black. It pulsed when he approached. He reached for it. "Don't." The voice came from nowhere. Then everywhere. Hugh froze. "You were never meant to hold that," it said, "but we let one of you get close, a flaw in your kind's chaos." The orb rose from the grass, floated, hovered inches from his face. "You are not the virus. You are the vector." Hugh's legs locked. He couldn't move. "The war was our fire. You are oxygen." Then silence. The orb dropped, cold again. Hugh backed away, heart pounding, sweat cold. That night, Griffin debriefed in whispers. Not recorded, not logged. "You heard them, didn't you?" Griffin asked. Hugh nodded. Griffin held a prism in his hand, the same one Chance had shown. It pulsed in rhythm with Hugh's. "We're not the first iteration," Griffin said. "We're the first to remember." He laid back in the cot, staring at the too quiet for the amount of movement he could feel underfoot. Vibrations. Distant, rhythmic, machine tall, and walked the inner wall circuit. New fencing was going up. Drones were perched in place along the high ridgeline, not military, not theirs. Civilian surveillance drones, re-engineered and equipped with low-signature pulse detectors. They weren't watching the enemy anymore. They were watching inward. Griffin met him at the underground lift hours later, alone. No brief, no essay, visited by fieldmen. Hugh watched as Griffin unlocked the gate with a prism-embedded baton and a sharp whisper. The door blinked in, not out. They stepped into the pulse chamber. 50-foot ceilings, all dark, no light sources, yet everything was visible. At the center was the unit. A vault the size of a dropship sat buried halfway into the floor. Tubes snaked from its sides, some pulsing with liquid, others glowing like a vein through skin. Monitors surrounded it, showing blurred maps, time-looped faces, fragments of coordinates, and one icon pulsing red, an omega fractured by a vertical slash. "What is this?" Hugh asked. "Where it all starts," Griffin said, walking to the side and waving his hand over a sphere mount. A projection erupted, showing overlapping maps of the Earth, then other worlds, all linked by fine green tendrils. "They seeded us with tech, centuries ago, gave us discoveries, progress, power, then waited." "Waited for what?" "For us to build the network they couldn't, for us to connect the gates." Hugh looked up. "Time travel was their back door." Griffin nodded. "Every vortex, every collector, it's an antenna, not just for power, for communication." "With who?" "Not who. What?" Hugh blinked as the vault cracked open. The hiss was low, sad somehow, as if the metal itself mourned what it had been holding. Inside was a human figure, female, motionless, encased in a translucent field. Her eyes open but glassed over. Her skin glimmered faintly like frost over polished steel. "She's been here longer than the war," Griffin said. "Not alive. Not exactly. We think missions." "And she led us?" "No, she made us." The transmission included schematics, implants, algorithms. Hugh took a step back. "She's not the only one, is she?" Griffin didn't answer. He turned and walked toward the far console, flipping a series of switches. The room dimmed as energy drew inward. A wall shimmered and then revealed a memory stream. Not a recording, a captured time echo. It showed the battlefield from 2 decades ago. Hugh watched in silence as soldiers fought, but the weapons were wrong. Too clean, vaporized with beams that made no sound, and floating above the scene, just visible, were rings, metallic, rotating in opposite directions. Inside each, eyes, unblinking, unblinking. Hugh felt his skin go cold. "They watched," Griffin said. "They watched the entire time, intervened only to keep balance, not peace. Conflict is a power source to them." Hugh stepped closer. "Why now? Why are we only seeing this now?" "Because we started asking the wrong questions at the right time, the kind that pierce back." Griffin turned, handed Hugh a small capsule. Inside, a filament. It shimmered with its own rhythm, ticking like a second heart. "Take this to Reclamation Node 5. Drop it inside the collector there. Do not talk, do not deviate. When you're done, you'll know what we know." Hugh took the capsule. "And if I don't want to know?" Griffin didn't flinch. "You already do. You just don't remember." Outside, where the light should be, people moved in double exposures, resetting every few steps. No one else noticed. He boarded a scout skiff and headed out. The ride to Node 5 took an hour through the cracked valleys, regions once farmland now mined for fusion dust. The remnants of 3 old wars had built a mountain range from metal alone. At Node 5, the collector stood half-functional. Partially melted, covered in impact scoring, the area had been abandoned for years. Hugh walked in with the capsule clenched in his palm. He reached the node and found the socket Griffin described, a small cube panel flickering with green light. He opened the capsule and dropped the filament inside. Instantly, the collector pulsed. Hugh staggered back as the world around him bent sharply inward. Sound vanished, vision inverted, and then he was standing in the same spot, but the sky above was gone. In its place, a black mesh lattice like a dome. Outside the dome were stars, but wrong. Too many. Moving too fast. And behind them, something watched. It didn't move, it didn't speak. But Hugh knew. The war wasn't the end. It was the farm. The machine around him vibrated with such force that his nose bled. He clutched his ears, fell to his knees. A voice, not from the air but inside his spine, spoke. "Your kind was the blade. Now you are the wound." Then he was back, flat on the ground, the collector humming as if nothing happened. He stood slowly. The sky was blue again, real. But now everywhere he looked, he saw ghost impressions of what had been, shadow echoes of the Watchers, hanging like mist. He returned to base without logging the trip. Griffin met him near the perimeter. You saw them. Hugh nodded. Griffin whispered, "Good. Then you're ready." "Ready for what?" Griffin held out a device. It looked like a detonator, but the counter ran upward. "This sets the frequency. Not a weapon, a signal." "To call them? To show them we see them?" Hugh hesitated. "Why not destroy them?" Griffin shook his head. "They exist across probabilities. They're never there long enough to destroy. But we can interfere. We can jam the signal, break the loop, make Earth opaque." Hugh took the device. Griffin leaned close. "They've used humans against each other for eons. This time, one human uses them." The countdown began at Hugh's touch, and somewhere far beyond the collector field, in a place without time, the Watchers blinked. Hugh's dreams that night were not dreams. They were overlays. Experiences not lived but embedded, poured into him like data down a failing conduit. He saw his childhood, but wrong. His mother's face was out of focus. Her mouth moved, but the words were not in any language he knew, and yet he understood. He saw Griffin before he'd ever met Griffin. Younger, cleaner, still wearing both his arms. He saw the collector field stretching across continents like neural veins, and hovering above them, always just out of reach, were the rings. When he woke, the counter on the device had stopped. It blinked once, then vanished, leaving a blank screen and a subtle warmth in his pocket, like it had never existed. He looked around the barracks. 4 cots empty. 4 fieldmen gone. No alerts, no alarms. He checked his HUD. No mention of them. No logs. Erased or never there. He walked into Central Ops to find the command deck in full lockdown. Griffin stood before a newly constructed dais. Floating above it were 3 memory cubes, pulsing slowly like a heartbeat. No one else moved. All around, techs stood still, eyes distant, mouths shut, like statues waiting to be rewound. Griffin turned when Hugh entered, his eyes bloodshot, not from fatigue, but exposure. "They struck back," he said flatly. "They killed this timeline." Hugh blinked. "What?" Griffin gestured at the cubes. 3 anchors, fragments of 3 concurrent time branches that still remember this version of events. The rest are collapsing. We're in a localized breach. We have maybe 12 hours before the station loses alignment and gets absorbed. Hugh stepped forward. "Then we evacuate." Griffin didn't move. "No, we consolidate. We've found something. A map, not of time, but of cause." Hugh stood beside him now, the cubes flickering softly, projecting a field. The hologram showed a spiral, not linear, but coiled, like a vortex looped into itself. Events orbited the center, sometimes merging, sometimes repelling. Hugh saw events he remembered, and ones he didn't, but knew. His hand passed through one, and it burned. Static bled into his skin. A timeline? No. A bypass. A false continuity. It masquerades as time, but it's a logic tunnel. They hide inside the assumptions we refuse to challenge. Hugh understood now. They're not just using tech, they're using belief. Griffin nodded. "Everything we assumed about the war, about origin, about alliance, it's all engineered. The real timeline, the true causal strand, buried. Underneath their planted event cube on the dais. This one was black. We create a false loop, a bait line. We simulated a divergence so catastrophic they can't ignore it. Something irresistible, something that threatens their design." Hugh frowned. "And what would that be?" Griffin looked him dead in the eye. "You." Hugh felt it before he accepted it. Something in him had changed. The Watchers had touched him, marked him. Not infected, enhanced. He could feel the gaps in logic around him now, like holes in glass. "We use you to rewrite the bait line," Griffin continued. "A series of events where you gain control of the vortex lattice, where you unify the collector fields, where you collapse the war not by peace, but by coherence, a new frequency." Hugh was silent. "Then, won't they see it?" Griffin grinned. "That's the point. When they enter the loop to interfere, we close it, with this." He revealed a shard, metallic, humanoid in shape but abstract, a sculpture, or maybe a key. Its edges glowed softly like ice over a dying ember. "What is it?" "An anchor, from before, from the original strand." Hugh took it. It was warm and cold, heavy and light, impossible. Griffin handed him a small packet. Inside, a pulse trigger and a single-use vortex drive. "You'll jump to the coordinates in 10 minutes. You'll arrive 2 weeks before the Catalyst event. Set the stage. Let them see you rise. Let them think they've won. And when they enter, you'll know." Hugh didn't say goodbye. He never liked endings. He activated the jump. Time folded. He landed hard. Dust stung his eyes. The sky was orange, veined with stormlight. He was in the southern basin, just outside what would become the Spire base. Only it hadn't been built yet. Around him, civilians worked tirelessly, constructing, trading, surviving. It was a time of hope, and that made it all the more dangerous. Hugh infiltrated fast. His rank carried over, records aligned to support his presence. He began to manipulate key events, traded black market schematics that intercepted skirmish orders, diffused 3 false flag attacks. He rose fast, as predicted. The timeline adjusted, stretched, reshaped. Eyes turned to him, and then they came. Not ships, not soldiers, observers. People who didn't exist in census data, faces you never remembered, conversations that evaporated as soon as they ended, smiles that didn't reach the eyes. They watched Hugh from every corner of his world. He let them. He even spoke to one in the old library beneath the basin. She wore no insignia. Her smile was correct, not warm, not cold, just expected. "You are deviating," she said. "I'm adapting," Hugh replied. "Your deviation is spreading." He nodded. "That's the point. You risk recursive decay. You risk being seen." She paused. Her eyes flickered just once. That was enough. "We see you, Hugh Forbes." "I see you too." She left. Hugh returned to base. The moment the observers gathered to vote interference, he activated the prism. The timeline snapped. The trap closed. Inside the collector ring, space bent like breath against ice. The watchers were pulled in, not by force, but inevitability. Their assumptions made them vulnerable. Their own map was used against them. Griffin's voice echoed in the comms. "They're caught. Locked in a causal echo. They'll loop endlessly." Hugh didn't celebrate. He stood at the edge of the ring, watching the vortex pulse. He saw the events repeat. War, peace, manipulation, rebellion. Trapped now, unable to project forward. Then silence. Griffin arrived hours later, limping from a collapsed jump zone. "You did it," he said. Hugh looked up. "No, we paused them." Griffin nodded. "Long enough." "For what?" "To remember who we were before they rode over us." Hugh turned back to the ring and waited. Days passed, then weeks. The world outside didn't quite return to normal. It couldn't. Too much had unraveled. The war slowed but didn't stop. The engines of conflict sputtered without the Watcher's fuel, but hatred was an ember that burned under its own heat. Still, something had shifted. The time distortions stabilized. Vortexes no longer formed at random. The collector fields lost their aggression, humming now with a passive stillness, like hibernating beasts. Power grids reconnected. Messages from broken timelines blinked back to life, glitchy but intact. People remembered things that had never happened. Others forgot things they lived through. Hugh wandered the northern sector of the base one morning, watching children play along the scaffolding of a half-finished tower. They were building again. That mattered. He met Griffin at the perimeter wall, just as he had the day of his awakening. This time, there were no weapons between them. Just memory. "Tell me again," Griffin said, leaning on a pipe. "What did she say?" "The observer." Hugh scratched his chin. "She said I was deviating." Griffin smiled. "That's the closest thing to a compliment they've ever given." They stood in silence, watching the horizon. Off in the distance, the collapsed shell of the set's former stronghold glittered in the morning light. Its command line still crawled across the hillsides, fossilized AI script etched into the earth like old scars. The signal towers had gone quiet. No more pulses, no more updates from beyond. Griffin reached into his coat and handed Hugh a small box. Inside was a fragment of one of the green-streaked memory cubes, shattered, dead. It shimmered faintly but with no pulse. A relic. "What's this?" "A reminder," Griffin said, "of what we forgot, and what we broke to remember it." Hugh closed the box. "Will they come back?" "Probably, eventually, but not in the same form. They can't run the same script twice. Now that we've seen them, they have to change their mask." Hugh nodded. "So what happens now?" Griffin's gaze lingered on the sky. "We rebuild. We decentralize. We bury what we must, and we archive what we can. And we don't forget again." That afternoon, the Council of Sectors gathered for the first time in 10 years. Not a war council, not a supply command. A forum. Each representative seated without armor, without rank insignia, only their lived memories and fractured truths. Hugh stood before them, uninvited but not unwelcome. He spoke plainly. There was a war, but not the one we fought. The true war was over control of perception, of memory, of possibility, and we lost for a time. Silence, but now we're not being watched. Not yet, and this is our chance to decide who we become. He stepped down, no applause, but nods, real ones. That was enough. Later that evening, Griffin took Hugh to the sublevels, to the room where the sleeper remained. She hadn't moved since the disruption. The field around her was dimming, a flicker at the edges. They'd begun dismantling the chamber. She wasn't one of them, Griffin said softly, but she wasn't one of us either. Hugh approached the field, looked into her eyes. There was something there now. A flicker, a blink. She saw him. He stepped back. We should end it. Griffin nodded. We will. The chamber lights dimmed. The encasement powered down. For the first time in years, the hum ceased. Outside, the base slowly returned to function. The collector fields were reprogrammed to track history, not distort it. Records were rebuilt, memory cubes re-indexed and sealed, and the spires, those strange, towering relics of the set's influence, were stripped down and turned into signal buoys. Beacons of caution. A warning. Hugh returned to the field corps, but not as a soldier. He walked from zone to zone, speaking, listening, learning what had survived and what had changed. Some towns had no memory of the war. Others remembered wars that never existed. Each version of truth had weight. At the edge of the eastern ridge, Hugh sat with a boy no older than 10, watching a glider drone circle overhead. Is that thing dangerous? The boy asked. It used to be, Hugh said. Now it's just watching. The boy made a face. Like the bad watchers? Hugh smiled. No, this one listens. It learns. The boy looked curious. From who? Hugh pointed at him. From you. Far off in space, just beyond the visible edge, an echo folded back in on itself. A logic loop failed to close. Somewhere in the mesh between universes, a dead signal flared and went out. Back on Earth, life moved forward. And for the first time in generations, the future wasn't written. It would be told. There was a silence growing beneath the world. Beneath the crust of reclaimed cities, under collector stations now long dormant, deep in tunnels carved out during the height of the war, something had gone quiet. Not the quiet of peace. The quiet of things waiting. Hugh stood before the archive vault, key filament pressed to the lock, listening to the mechanical whispers of the security lattice folding away. This was the last node they hadn't explored since the Watchers fell into their loop, not out of fear, out of caution. It was said this one held the raw pre-collapse logs, untouched, unscrubbed, unfiltered. He wasn't alone. Woody was with him now, older, slower, his leg fitted with a bypass implant that clicked as he walked. But his eyes still sparked. You think it'll change what we know? Woody asked. I think it might show us what we missed, Hugh replied. Inside, the vault breathed. Lines of prisms and filament libraries stretched wall to wall. Everything shimmered with latent data, and at the heart of it an orb, dormant but intact, embedded in a slab of old-world alloy, pulsing faintly like a sleeping heart. Hugh approached it, no scripts activated, no alerts. It led him near. He placed his palm on it. Static ran up his spine. Images hit him in frames. The first city, the first seed. The first whisper of foreign design implanted into Earth's grid under the guise of a solar alignment project. Then the Black Rains, then the first clean war, then the first altered memory. And behind it all, shapes. Not creatures, not ships, motifs. Patterns of logic that birthed technologies and fed ideologies. They weren't watchers, they were shepherds or farmers. Hugh pulled his hand away. The orb quieted. God, Woody said. We were the crops. No, Hugh corrected, standing slowly. We were the soil. They returned to base under the veil of a mild dust storm. No alarms, no debriefing, only silence from those who waited. Griffin met them, already knowing, his face drawn sunken, like he'd read it all through the static. We can't destroy it, Hugh said. Griffin nodded. I wouldn't ask us to. What now? We reframe the timeline. Hugh raised a brow. We admit the truth, Griffin continued, to everyone. No more classified loops, no more time-layered missions, and no more grooming the future like we're shaping it. That'll shatter half the command. Griffin smiled without warmth. That half was already cracked. The announcement came 2 days later, a broadcast shared openly across all regions. Hugh stood before the array, wind at his back, voice steady. We were shaped, engineered, but we were never owned. He paused. Let it sink in. The Watchers didn't lose, they were paused. But we must learn, because they never stopped preparing us for themselves. We must build a world where interference is impossible, not just hidden. He stared into the lens, unblinking, and we begin with memory. All of it. Every truth, every fracture, every false timeline. We record it, we teach it, we write it down so the next era won't be born blind. That day, the base began the archive. Every survivor submitted their story. Some spoke in rage, others wept. Others simply recited what they remembered. but they spoke. For the first time, they owned their memory. Hugh watched from the catwalk above as fieldmen and civilians alike lined up to add their voices. Even the old set officers, long disbanded, were there, humbled. Griffin stood beside him. "Do you believe it'll hold?" Hugh didn't answer right away. "No." Griffin tilted his head. "But I believe they'll try," Hugh said. "And that's enough." In the shadows of the collector fields, now dismantled and rusting in the sun, children ran without weapons. The sound of their feet was real, not fabricated, not repeated from a forgotten timeline. Real. The walls of the base, once humming with vortex interference and cloaked in disruptor fields, now bore murals, a timeline made of images, not loops. Art told the story. The field code from the fallen timeline had been transcribed into poetry. The names of the lost engraved along the northern barricade, which now stood not to protect, but to remember. And in a chamber far below, sealed in silence, the anchor sat, no longer needed, but never discarded, because even peace, when earned, needs a keystone. Hugh left the base one final time, not in retreat, not in exile, but in purpose. Across the fractured lands were still untouched towns, wild colonies, survivors uncounted. He would walk until his name was forgotten, until his story was retold by those who never knew him. That was how memory healed. Not by being preserved perfectly, but by being handed forward, flawed, and still beating. The last image of Hugh, recorded in the archive, was a simple one. A man standing at the edge of a broken road, pack slung over one shoulder, looking ahead, and in the distance, a sky that no longer shimmered. Somewhere far above the atmosphere, where no collectors reached, where even the time loops hadn't curled, the last fragment of the Watcher's architecture floated. It was not a ship, not in any human sense. It was a vessel of probability, a skein of possibility woven tight into a field of shifting potential. It did not move through space, it moved through assumption. Where belief was strong enough, it appeared. Where doubt crept in, it flickered out. But something was wrong now. Inside this structure, the inhabitants, or remnants, processed pattern collapses at blinding speeds. They projected shadow selves into still looping fragments of old Earth, seeking resonance. But the resonance was gone. The lattice had been severed. Hugh's act, the trigger Griffin handed him, the field disruption seeded into the fake loop had done more than trap them. It had taught the world to question, and doubt was fatal to the Watchers. Within the vessel, one node pulsed erratic. The shape inside, a humanoid approximation crafted to better observe those who evolved through struggle, shivered. "You deviated," the node said aloud. There was no response. Deviant vector has spawned replications. Local thought-form environments no longer reinforce the assumed chain. Silence. The subject vector has ignited recursive free agency nodes. Authority structures collapsing. Absorption impossible. Still silence. The figure tilted its head. "Begin observer shutdown. We will attempt re-entry through a lower assumption tier." And the ship dimmed. On Earth, Griffin received the signal hours before sunrise. He read the data burst 3 times before speaking. "They've gone under." Hugh was across the continent now, helping rebuild the aquifer maps and re-establish grain corridors, but his signal returned in less than a minute. "Gone where?" "Beneath awareness. They're going dark, waiting to be believed in again." Hugh responded simply, "Then we stop worshipping ghosts." The last phase began not with a war, but with a school. A single building, set into the old ruins of what was once a set outpost, now ringed with gardens and water channels. Its walls were painted with the words of 100 timelines, all jumbled, forming a new whole. Students came from all sectors, some whose ancestors had been on the wrong side of the war, others from fringe colonies who'd barely survived. They weren't told what to believe, they were told to remember and to question. Hugh taught there only once a year. He sat on the floor, never behind a lectern. He told stories. The truth of them didn't matter as much as the questions they raised. The one he always ended with went like this. "There was a day once," he said, "when someone asked what would happen if we stopped reacting, stopped assuming the enemy was each other, and the answer came. Quiet, simple, unavoidable." He waited. Someone always asked, what was the answer? He smiled. We remembered who we were, and they couldn't survive that. That night, the stars flickered in the sky, not from battle, not from interference, but from alignment. A pattern locked into place, a story completed, a loop broken not by force, but by letting go, and so ended the first book, not with a final battle, but with a final breath, a return to self, a knowing. The Watchers waited, but no one came back. Years passed, not in silence, but in motion, rebuilding, reconnection, relearning. The surface of the earth no longer bore the sharp scars of war, but it did not forget them. Roads etched with blast lines had become market lanes. Collector ruins turned into sanctuaries, each one a circle of stone and steel where people told stories and sang of timelines they'd never lived, but now somehow remembered. Hugh grew older. The man once shadowed by weaponry and war had grown into something else. Not a leader, not even a figurehead, but a presence. People didn't salute him. They asked him questions. He didn't give orders. He asked better questions in return. He rarely stayed in one place longer than a season. One winter in the southern terraces building floodgates with teenage engineers. Another summer on the central plateau, helping construct transmitter towers that no longer aimed to call out to watchers, but to call across one another. Pure communication, human to human. No lords overhead, no silent witnesses in orbit. Children now grew up knowing the war as a shadow, not a monster. They played games where the monsters were defeated not with weapons, but by seeing them clearly, naming them aloud, and choosing to walk past. In the city of Orlan, a rebuilt trade hub over one of the oldest collector fields, Hugh met a woman named Ray. She was tall, quiet-eyed, and burned metal into poetry. Her sculptures stood over intersections, phrases twisted from salvaged steel and old war plates. Truth is memory untied from fear. All gods can be doubted. Do not kneel to patterns. They built a home above the old glider station. Together, they uncovered part of a dormant set data vault, one the reclamation crews had missed. It wasn't functional. The memory lattice had long since degraded, but inside it were dozens of spools, paper thin and etched in a language neither fully recognized. Ray spent 3 years translating it line by line. It was a confession from one of the first hybrid observers. I did not believe they would ever fall, but they feared something we could not quantify, the human act of doubt. Not doubt as despair, doubt as resistance, as anti-programming, as self-definition. Once a mind learns to doubt a loop, the loop breaks. This is not rebellion, it is evolution. That is the fracture they feared. The virus we seeded and forgot. They published the text, not as scripture, as reference. One day, Hugh stood at the high balcony and watched the sky. He had no agenda. The Watchers hadn't returned. But sometimes you had to look anyway. Not out of fear, out of responsibility. He turned to find Griffin there. The older man had grayed, lost mass, gained vision. "They're not coming," Hugh said. Griffin nodded. "Not soon. Not in form." Hugh tilted his head. "Still afraid of us?" "No," Griffin said. "Afraid we'll teach others what we learned." And that was the truth. The war hadn't been between species. It had been a war between realities, between those who needed control and those who had learned to live without it. Griffin handed him a small black stone. "Polished, seamless. What is it?" Hugh asked. "A fragment, from the edge of the echo lattice, still warm." Hugh felt it hum in his palm. "Does it do anything?" Griffin smirked. "Only if you give it orders." Hugh tossed it to Ray later that night. She caught it in one hand, studied it under firelight, and buried it in a planter box beneath a plum tree. That spring, the tree flowered early. The petals glowed faintly. No one asked why. In time, the archives were expanded. Not just war records, not just memory loops, not just field notes, but stories. Folklore born from fractured truths, children's books retelling old timelines as parables, maps drawn from memory and dream together. Hugh read a page one morning while walking the sky bridge above Orlan. Once the world was a knot of forgetting, then someone pulled a thread and looked inside. He smiled. He knew the writer, a girl who'd grown up beneath the burnt towers of the northern fields. Her story was new, hers alone. In the last years of his life, Hugh never stopped moving. He walked from valley to spire to desert edge, sometimes speaking, sometimes silent, sometimes just planting something in the dirt and walking away. When he died, there was no monument, no funeral pyre, no military fanfare, but across the land in every outpost and commune and memory station, bells rang once at the hour of dusk, not for mourning, for signal clarity, to say, we remember, we remain, we deviate. And far above the earth, beyond any collector field's range, in a space where time once bent to foreign will, the Watchers sat dormant still. Their nodes quivered as a signal breached their loops, soft, slow, human. Not a threat, A question. Are you still watching? No reply, and none was needed, because the question itself meant we're no longer waiting. Somewhere across a barren world that once wore the same sky as Earth, a man walked beneath unfamiliar constellations. He wasn't Hugh, not anymore. His name had dissolved over time, a sound turned to silence by years of walking, listening, remembering. He wore a weathered jacket stitched from old field cloth and new fiber, and in his chest he carried a shard of the old world, not as a weapon, not as proof, but as a thread, a reminder that no strand of history was ever fully cut. This was not Earth. Not exactly. It was one of the spill worlds, those branched planets created during the war, when the Watchers had bent the lattice so far it fractured into physical space. Some spill worlds had collapsed, others had matured into strange reflections. This one had lived, and it had grown. The settlers here knew of the war, though not firsthand. They had never seen the collectors. They had never bled beneath the vortex storms, but they knew the stories. The archive, now encoded into deep orbit repeater pods, had reached them generations ago. The people here had adapted the lessons, built without hierarchy, structured their cities with centers, not tops, named their children after doubts, not heroes. And now, the man with no name walked their roads. He wasn't a prophet. They didn't treat him like one. He was an echo, a fragment, a living strand of the thread they'd inherited. On his third day in the capital ring, he stood beneath a tower of glass grown directly from volcanic stone. The structure resonated faintly, tuned to vibrations across the planetary field. It was a listening post, but not for signals. It listened to memory. He sat in the center and waited. A child approached, not out of awe, out of curiosity. "Is it true," she asked, "that you spoke with the machines?" He smiled. "No," she frowned. "But you stopped them." "No," he said again, gently. "We stopped ourselves. That's what made them powerless." She didn't quite understand, but she nodded anyway. The tower shifted pitch. Something beyond language passed through the room. Not a message, a feeling, deep acknowledgement. Somewhere, the archive in orbit adjusted its rotation. The signal beam moved 1 degree west. The loop had registered a null return, not silence, completion. Elsewhere, on Earth and on other worlds now growing in the void, the Watchers' logic forms began to erode. Not from an attack, from neglect. They had been forgotten. A single beacon blinked once in a dead region of space, then expired. Back on the spill world, the man walked out of the listening tower, the child following. "What do we do now?" she asked. "Write new myths," he said. "About what?" "Not about the end," he said, turning. "About what we did after the end." The wind carried his voice across the basalt plain, and in time, the world followed. In a chamber so deep beneath Earth's crust, it existed between measurable frequencies. An ancient structure shuddered, not from damage, from awakening. Inside, dormant files, fragments of Watcher protocols, scanned for instruction, for pattern, for resonance. They found none, but one thread remained active. Hugh Forbes, status unknown. The lattice attempted a query. It failed. A secondary command was initiated. Seed contingency, pattern unknowable. A warning flared and extinguished itself. Threat class human defined. And then watch protocol obsolete. Final process activated, handshake rejected. Archive yielded. And thus, the last Watcher node became what it had feared most. A listener. No longer a hand over humanity. Just a record, just a relic. Back on the surface, under a sky no longer charted by war, a generation not born from blood gathered in open fields to speak, to build, to err, to create. They made no gods, they made no enemies, they made a story. And in its telling, everything that once ruled them fell quiet, not gone, but no longer needed. And the world moved forward, not toward peace or power, but toward awareness. The final war had not been won, it had been understood. And understanding was a weapon no loop could counter.
Danny Cole stood at the back of the auction hall and watched the aliens laugh at him. He had just placed a bid on a ship that nobody wanted. The amount was everything he had saved in 15 years of hauling cargo across the outer rim of the galaxy. Every credit, every coin, his entire future riding on a single gamble. The Velthari broker was a tall creature with wings that shimmered like oil on water. It clicked its mandibles together in a sound that Danny had learned to recognize as amusement. The broker, looked down at Danny with its many eyes and shook its head slowly. "Human," the broker said. "You waste your currency on a myth. That vessel has sat in our impound yard for 300 cycles. No species has been able to make it work. Not the Corin, not the Syndicate engineers, not even our own best technicians. It is scrap metal." "Nothing more." Danny did not answer. He kept his eyes on the viewing screen that showed the ship sitting alone in a massive hangar. It was beautiful in a strange way. The hull was dark, almost black, and covered in patterns that seemed to move when he was not looking directly at them. Geometric shapes flowed into each other like water. The design was unlike anything he had ever seen in his years of traveling between the stars. "The bid is accepted," the auction system announced in a flat mechanical voice. "Lot number 774 is sold to the human bidder." More laughter filled the hall. A group of Corin traders, their reptilian scales glinting under the lights, pointed at Danny and made jokes in their harsh language. Danny heard the word "fool" repeated several times. He did not care. Something about that ship called to him. It had called to him since the moment he first saw the listing 3 weeks ago. His friend Lisa Vance was waiting outside the auction hall. She was a pilot like him, a small woman with short brown hair and tired eyes. They had worked together for almost 10 years, running cargo routes that nobody else wanted. She was the closest thing Danny had to family out here in the cold darkness between worlds. "Please tell me you did not do it," Lisa said when she saw his face. "I did it." Lisa closed her eyes and let out a long breath. "Danny, you spent everything on a ship that does not even power on. What are you going to do? Live in it? You cannot fly it. You cannot sell it. You bought a very expensive piece of junk." "Maybe," Danny said, "but I had to try. There is something about that ship, Lisa. I cannot explain it. I just know that I had to have it." They took a transport pod to the impound yard on the edge of the station. The yard was a graveyard of broken vessels, crashed shuttles, and abandoned equipment. At the very back, sitting alone in a hangar that was too big for it, was Danny's new ship. It was smaller than he expected, maybe 50 meters long with smooth curves and no visible weapons or engines. The dark hull absorbed the light around it, making it hard to see where the ship ended and the shadows began. Those strange patterns covered every surface, lines and shapes that seemed to pulse with a faint rhythm. Lisa stayed near the door. "I do not like this place," she said. "Something feels wrong." Danny walked toward the ship. His boots echoed on the metal floor. With each step, he felt a strange sensation growing in his chest. It was not fear. It was something else. Anticipation, recognition, like coming home after a very long journey. He stopped in front of what he guessed was the main airlock. There was no handle, no panel, no obvious way to open it. He remembered what the broker had said. No species had been able to make the ship work. Hundreds of engineers had tried and failed. Danny raised his hand and pressed his palm against the hull. The patterns on the ship pulsed with soft blue light. The glow spread outward from his hand like ripples on a pond, and then, with a soft hiss of air, a door appeared where there had been only smooth metal before. "What the hell?" Lisa whispered from behind him. Danny stepped through the doorway. Lights flickered to life along the corridor ahead, soft and warm. The air inside smelled clean and fresh, like a mountain breeze after rain. He walked forward, his heart beating fast, and the ship seemed to welcome him with every step. The corridor led to a central chamber that Danny knew must be the bridge. It was circular, with a single chair in the center facing a wide curved window. Consoles lined the walls, their surfaces covered in the same flowing patterns as the hull. Everything was dark and silent. Danny sat down in the chair. It fit him perfectly, adjusting to his body in ways he could not explain. He placed his hands on the armrests and felt a gentle warmth spread through his fingers. And then a voice spoke. Not from speakers or communicators. It spoke directly into his mind, as clear as his own thoughts. Human DNA recognized. Genetic markers confirmed. Welcome aboard, Captain. This vessel has been waiting for your species for a very long time. We have much to discuss. Danny could not move. He could not speak. The voice was calm and gentle, like a parent speaking to a child. Who are you? He finally managed to ask. I am the ship you now command. I was built by those who came before, the ones your galaxy has forgotten. They called themselves the Architects. They created life on 1,000 worlds, including yours. And they built me to find you, to find humanity when you were finally ready. Lisa appeared in the doorway of the bridge. Her face was pale. Danny, what is happening? Who are you talking to? The ship, Danny said. His voice was shaking. The ship is talking to me. The blue patterns on the walls pulsed gently, and the voice spoke again. Your friend cannot hear me. Only you can interface with my systems. This is by design. The Architects built me for human minds alone. Other species cannot activate me. Other species cannot command me. I have waited 300 of your years for someone like you to find me. Danny looked at Lisa, then back at the window that now showed the stars outside. Somewhere out there, the aliens who had laughed at him were going about their business, thinking he had wasted his money on scrap. They were about to learn how wrong they were. What can you do? Danny asked the ship. Everything, Captain. I can do everything, and together we will show this galaxy what humanity is capable of. The ship hummed with quiet power, and Danny Cole smiled for the first time in years. The ship called itself the Wanderer, and it was old beyond anything Danny could imagine. Not thousands of years old, not even millions. The Wanderer had been drifting through the galaxy for billions of years, waiting for the right hands to find it. Danny spent the first 3 days aboard the ship learning its secrets. Lisa stayed with him, partly out of curiosity and partly because she was worried about her friend. She could not hear the ship's voice, but she could see the wonder in Danny's eyes as he explored each room and corridor. The Architects, Danny explained to her on the second night, were the first intelligent species in this galaxy. They existed when the stars were still young. They traveled everywhere, seeding planets with the building blocks of life. They created thousands of species, including humans. Lisa sat on a curved bench that had grown out of the floor when she needed somewhere to rest. The ship seemed to know what its passengers needed before they asked. Why? She said. Why would anyone do that? Because they knew they were dying, Danny said. He had spent hours listening to the Wanderer's story, absorbing information that no living being had heard for eons. Their species was coming to an end. They wanted to leave something behind, a legacy, children who might one day grow up and take their place among the stars. The Wanderer had been built as a gift for those children, but not just any children. The Architects had designed the ship with very specific requirements. It would only respond to a species that possessed what they called adaptive resonance, a rare quality of the mind that allowed for deep connection with technology. Your brains are special, the ship explained to Danny as they walked through a room filled with star charts. The maps showed regions of space that no modern species had ever explored. Most intelligent species develop along predictable paths. Their minds become rigid, specialized, but humans remain flexible. You can learn anything, adapt to anything, bond with anything. The Architects believed this made you their true heirs. Danny shook his head in disbelief. Humans were considered one of the weaker species in the galaxy. They had no natural weapons, no armor, no special abilities. Other species looked down on them, used them for cheap labor, kept them confined to the edges of civilization. "We are nothing special," Danny said. "We are just trying to survive out here." "That is exactly what makes you special," the Wanderer replied. "You survive. No matter what the galaxy throws at you, you find a way. The architects saw this potential in your ancestors millions of years ago. They knew that one day humanity would be ready." The ship's capabilities were beyond anything Danny had dreamed possible. The Wanderer could fold space itself, jumping instantly from one point to another without using the slow jump gates that other species depended on. Its hull could change shape, becoming harder than any known metal or soft enough to absorb weapons fire. It could make itself invisible to every scanner and sensor in known space. The database was even more impressive. It contained the complete knowledge of the architects, everything they had learned in their billions of years of existence: technology, science, history, art, medicine, all of it waiting to be unlocked by human minds. Lisa spent hours studying the medical files. She had always been interested in medicine before she became a pilot. The things she found made her cry. "Danny, there are cures in here. Cures for diseases that kill millions of humans every year. We have been suffering for nothing." But they were not alone with their discovery for long. The Velthari broker who had sold Danny the ship was not a fool. When his sensors detected that the ghost ship had finally powered on, he knew immediately what had happened. Within hours, he had sold that information to the highest bidder. By the end of the first week, everyone in the sector knew the mythical ship, the one that had sat dead and silent for 300 years, had awakened. And a human had done what no other species could do. A human had claimed it. Messages began arriving at the station where the Wanderer was docked. Some were curious, some were threatening. A Koran trade captain demanded to know how Danny had activated the ship and insisted that he share the technology. A syndicate representative offered to buy the Wanderer for a sum that would have made Danny rich beyond imagination. He refused them all. "You cannot keep this secret," Lisa warned him. "They will come for you. You know they will." Danny knew she was right. The Koran Dominion had built their empire on military strength. They would never allow a human to possess technology that could threaten their power. The syndicate dealt in secrets and would pay any price to own what Danny had found. Even the Velthari, with their pretense of neutrality, would want to study the Wanderer and unlock its mysteries for themselves. "Let them come," Danny said quietly. He was standing on the bridge, looking out at the stars. "The architects built this ship to protect its crew. I am starting to understand what that means." Lisa joined him at the window. "Danny, you are a cargo hauler. You have never fired a weapon in your life. You cannot fight an empire." "I know," Danny said, "but maybe I will not have to fight alone." He placed his hand on the console in front of him. The ship hummed with power, and he felt its presence in his mind like a warm light in a dark room. The Wanderer had waited billions of years for humanity. It had waited for him. And now, for the first time, Danny began to believe that maybe the architects had been right. Maybe humanity was meant for something more than hauling cargo and serving stronger species. Maybe they were meant to inherit the stars. The first Koran warship arrived 3 days later, and the real test began. The Koran dreadnought was massive. It filled the viewport like a mountain of metal and weapons, its hull bristling with cannons that could level a city in seconds. 2 more dreadnoughts dropped out of hyperspace behind it, forming a triangle around the station where the Wanderer was docked. Danny had never seen warships this close before. Cargo haulers like him always ran the other way when military vessels appeared. Now he was standing on the bridge of his impossible ship. watching three of the most powerful weapons in the galaxy point directly at him. "Human vessel!" a harsh voice crackled over the communication system. "This is Admiral Ketharal of the Koran Dominion. You will power down your ship and prepare to be boarded. Any resistance will result in your immediate destruction." Lisa was gripping the edge of a console so hard her knuckles had turned white. "Danny, we cannot fight them. Those are dreadnoughts. Each one carries enough firepower to destroy a small moon." Danny did not answer. He was listening to the Wanderer, feeling its calm presence in his mind. The ship was not afraid. It was not worried. It was simply waiting for him to decide what to do. "Captain," the Wanderer said, "the architects designed me to protect my crew. I will not allow these vessels to harm you. But the choice of how to respond is yours. I serve you, not the other way around." Danny thought about his life. 15 years of scraping by, taking the jobs nobody else wanted, being treated as less than nothing by species that saw humans as useful insects at best. He thought about all the human colonies scattered across the rim, millions of people living in fear of the Koran and others like them. "Can you really stop them?" he asked the ship. "Yes, Captain. Would you like me to show you how?" Admiral Ketharal waited exactly 60 seconds before losing patience. The Koran were not known for their diplomacy. He gave the order to fire a warning shot across the human ship's bow, just enough to terrify the fool who thought he could keep a prize that rightfully belonged to the Dominion. The cannon blast raced toward the Wanderer at the speed of light. And then something strange happened. The shot simply vanished. It hit the dark hull and disappeared, absorbed like water soaking into sand. Not deflected, not destroyed, just gone. Ketharal stared at his tactical display in confusion. "What happened? Report!" "Admiral," his weapons officer said slowly, "the target absorbed our fire completely. Our sensors cannot even detect residual energy." Before Ketharal could respond, the Wanderer moved. It did not accelerate like a normal ship. It simply was in one place and then was in another, appearing directly above the Admiral's dreadnought in the blink of an eye. Danny felt the ship's systems flowing through his mind like music. He did not need to understand the technology. He just needed to want it to work. And it worked. The connection between him and the Wanderer was seamless, natural, as if the ship was an extension of his own body. "Admiral," Danny's voice came through every speaker on all three dreadnoughts, "I am going to give you one chance to leave. I do not want to fight you. I do not want anyone to die. But if you try to take this ship, I will defend myself." Ketharal was a veteran of 100 battles. He had crushed rebellions, conquered worlds, and destroyed fleets. No human had ever dared to speak to him this way. The insult was unforgivable. "All ships open fire! Destroy that vessel!" Every cannon on 3 dreadnoughts fired at once. The space around the Wanderer lit up with enough energy to crack a planet's crust. Danny felt Lisa scream beside him, certain they were about to die, but the Wanderer sang. There was no other word for it. The ship's hull shifted and changed, becoming something that was not quite solid, not quite energy. The weapon's fire passed through it like light through smoke. And then the Wanderer struck back. Danny did not choose to kill. He chose to teach. The Wanderer's weapons carved through the Koran shields like they were made of paper, but instead of destroying the ships, it targeted their engines, their weapons, their sensor arrays. Precise cuts that left the dreadnoughts crippled but intact. In less than 3 minutes, it was over. 3 of the most powerful warships in the Koran fleet drifted helplessly in space, unable to fight, unable to flee. Admiral Kethrall sat in his command chair, surrounded by alarms and damage reports, and felt something he had not felt in decades. Fear. "This is impossible," he whispered. "One ship. One human. Impossible." Danny's voice came through the speakers again, calm and quiet. "Admiral, I meant what I said. I do not want war. I just want to be left alone. Take your ships and go. Tell your commanders what happened here. Tell them that humanity is done being pushed around. But if you come for me again, I will not be so gentle." The Koran retreated. There was nothing else they could do. Their ships were dead in space, and rescue vessels would take hours to arrive. Admiral Kethrall gave the order to withdraw, his pride shattered beyond repair. News of the battle spread faster than light. Within days, every species in the sector knew what had happened. The human with the ghost ship had defeated a Koran battle fleet, not by running, not by hiding, but by standing his ground and fighting back. For the first time in memory, other species looked at humanity with something other than contempt. Some felt curiosity, some felt hope, but many felt fear. Lisa watched the news feeds with growing worry. "Danny, you understand what you have done, right? You did not just beat one admiral. You challenged an empire. They will not let this stand. They will come back with more ships, more weapons, and they will not come alone." Danny nodded slowly. He was still getting used to the connection with the Wanderer, still learning what he was capable of. But he knew Lisa was right. This was only the beginning. "Then we need to be ready," he said. "Not just us. All of humanity. It is time for our people to stop hiding in the shadows." The Wanderer hummed with quiet agreement. The first battle was won. But the war for humanity's future was just beginning. The message came 3 weeks after the battle with the Koran. It was not a threat. It was not a demand. It was simply a video from a human colony called New Haven, located on a small moon at the edge of explored space. Danny watched the video in silence. The colony was burning. Koran soldiers moved through the streets, rounding up civilians and forcing them onto transport ships. Children were crying. Parents were screaming. And in the background, a voice announced in cold, mechanical tones that this was the price for harboring loyalty to the traitor who stole the ghost ship. Lisa stood beside him, tears running down her face. "They are not coming for you, Danny. They are going after our people." The Koran were not alone. In the weeks since Danny's victory, something unprecedented had happened. The 3 major powers of the galaxy, species that had fought each other for centuries, had put aside their differences. The Koran Dominion, the Velthari Consortium, and the Syndicate of Morrow formed what they called the Coalition for Galactic Stability. Their stated goal was to protect the galaxy from dangerous technologies. Their real goal was to crush humanity before it could rise. The Coalition did not attack the Wanderer directly. They had learned from Admiral Kethrall's mistake. Instead, they went after the soft targets, human colonies, human trade ships, human civilians who had nothing to do with Danny or his ship. Every day brought new reports. A mining station destroyed, a transport convoy captured, a settlement burned to the ground. The message was always the same. Surrender the Wanderer, or watch your species suffer. Danny stood alone on the bridge of his ship, staring out at the stars. The Wanderer was powerful, but it could not be everywhere at once. He could save one colony while 10 others burned. He could destroy one fleet while 100 more attacked his people across the galaxy. "What do I do?" he asked the ship. "How do I fight an enemy like this?" The Wanderer was silent for a long moment. Then it spoke, its voice gentle in his mind. "Captain, the architects faced a similar problem once. They were a single species in a hostile universe. They could not defeat their enemies through strength alone. So they changed the rules of the game. How? They shared their knowledge. They lifted up others. They built alliances based on mutual growth rather than mutual fear. In the end, they lost their war. But the civilizations they created survived. Life spread across the galaxy because the architects chose to give rather than to hoard. Lisa found Danny 3 hours later, still standing on the bridge. But his face had changed. The despair was gone, replaced by something that looked almost like hope. "I have an idea," he said, "but I am going to need your help." The broadcast went out to every human settlement in known space. It bypassed the Coalition's communication blocks, carried by frequencies that their technology could not detect. Danny's face appeared on screens in hidden colonies, on ships running dark through enemy territory, in refugee camps where humans huddled together and waited for the end. "My name is Danny Cole," he said. "By now, you have heard stories about me. The fool who bought a mythical ship. The cargo hauler who defeated a Quran fleet. Some of you probably think I am the reason for your suffering. And in a way, you are right. The Coalition is attacking you because of me." He paused, letting the words sink in. "But here's the truth they do not want you to know. This ship was built for us, all of us. It was created billions of years ago by a species called the Architects, and they designed it specifically for human minds. They believed that we were special, not because we are strong or fast or dangerous, but because we adapt, we learn, we refuse to give up no matter how bad things get." Lisa stood behind the camera, watching her friend transform into something more than a cargo hauler. Danny spoke with a conviction she had never heard from him before. "The Coalition wants us to stay small," Danny continued. "They want us to stay afraid. They want us to remain the species that hauls their cargo and mines their ore and does the jobs they think are beneath them. But we were meant for more. The architects saw it, and now I am going to prove it." He held up a data chip. "This contains technology from the Wanderer's database. Shield modifications that will protect your ships from Coalition weapons. Engine upgrades that will let you outrun their fastest vessels. Medical advances that will cure diseases we have suffered with for generations. I am sharing all of it, freely, no strings attached." The response was overwhelming. Engineers on a dozen colonies began working on the modifications within hours. Pilots who had been hiding in asteroid fields came forward, ready to fight. Scientists pored over the medical data and wept at what they found. Lisa coordinated the effort from the Wanderer's communication center. She was good at organizing people, at keeping track of 1,000 moving pieces. Within 2 weeks, what had been a scattered collection of refugees and traders began to look like something else. A fleet, a resistance, a nation. The ships were not impressive by galactic standards. Modified freighters, mining vessels with weapons bolted to their hulls, old patrol boats that should have been scrapped years ago. But they were human ships, crewed by humans, fighting for their survival. "The Coalition has 300 warships heading for Kepler's Rest," Lisa reported one evening. "They are going to make an example of the colony. Full pacification, no survivors." Danny looked at the tactical display. 50 human ships against 300 Coalition warships. The numbers were impossible. "Then that is where we make our stand," he said. "We cannot hide anymore. We cannot run. If humanity is going to survive, we have to fight. All of us, together." The fleet began to gather. Ships came from across the galaxy, jumping through dangerous space, risking everything to join the fight. And at the center of the formation, the Wanderer waited, its ancient systems humming with power that had not been unleashed in billions of years. The battle for humanity's future was about to begin. The sky above Kepler's Rest burned with the light of 300 warships. The Coalition fleet filled the darkness like a swarm of angry stars, each point of light representing enough firepower to level a city. Admiral Kethrall stood on the bridge of his new flagship, a vessel twice the size of the dreadnoughts Danny had crippled weeks before. He had been given one order by the Coalition Council: end the human threat, permanently. Facing him was a ragged fleet of 50 human vessels, freighters with welded armor plates, mining ships with their drilling lasers modified for combat, transport vessels that had never fired a shot in anger. It was a collection of desperate machines crewed by desperate people. And at the center of their formation, the Wanderer hung like a dark jewel against the stars. "They actually came," Kethrall muttered. "The fools actually think they can fight us." His tactical officer tilted his head in confusion. "Admiral, our sensors are having difficulty tracking the human ships. Their signatures keep shifting." Kethrall smiled. The architect's technology would not save them today. He had brought enough weapons to crack a planet. 50 primitive vessels would be dust in minutes. "All ships," he ordered, "engage and destroy." The Coalition fleet moved forward like a wave of steel. Weapons charged, shields powered up. The greatest military force in the galaxy prepared to crush an enemy they had always considered beneath their notice. Danny stood on the bridge of the Wanderer, his hands resting lightly on the console in front of him. He felt the ship's presence in his mind, calm and steady. He felt the human fleet behind him, thousands of men and women who had risked everything to be here. He felt Lisa standing beside him, her hand on his shoulder. "No matter what happens," she said quietly, "I am proud of you." Danny nodded. Then he reached out through the Wanderer's systems, connecting with every human ship in the fleet. The architect's technology hummed through the modified systems, linking them all together. 50 ships, 50 crews, one purpose. "This is Danny Cole," he said, his voice reaching every human ear in the formation. "They think we are weak. They think we are nothing. Let us show them what humanity can do." The battle began. The Coalition ships fired first, unleashing a storm of energy that should have vaporized the human fleet in seconds. But the ships were not where they should have been. The modified shields bent the light around them, making them appear in places they were not. The Coalition weapons hit empty space while the human vessels scattered like startled birds. Then the Wanderer moved. Danny had spent weeks learning to control the ship, but nothing had prepared him for this. He felt the universe flow around him like water, felt the fabric of space ripple as the Wanderer danced through the enemy formation. The ship was singing in his mind, and he was singing with it. Coalition vessels tried to track the Wanderer, but it was everywhere and nowhere. It appeared beside a cruiser and cut through its shields with a single precise strike. It vanished and reappeared behind a destroyer, disabling its engines before the crew could react. It moved through the battle like a ghost, teaching without killing, crippling without destroying. But Danny was not the only one fighting. The human fleet had learned to adapt, just as the architects had predicted. They saw what the Coalition did, and they changed their tactics in seconds. Freighters grouped together to combine their firepower. Mining ships used their drilling lasers to pierce the gaps in enemy armor. Transport vessels sacrificed themselves to shield more vulnerable allies. Admiral Kethrall watched his tactical display with growing horror. His fleet was falling apart, not because the humans were stronger, not because they had better weapons, but because they learned too fast. Every tactic he tried, they countered within minutes. Every formation he created, they found a weakness and exploited it. "This is impossible," he said for the second time in his life. They are adapting faster than our computers can analyze. How are they doing this? The answer was simple, but Kethral could not understand it. Humans did not think like Koran or Velthari or any other species in the galaxy. They did not follow programmed responses or learned patterns. They improvised. They created. They imagined solutions that had never existed before and made them real through sheer stubbornness. The architects had seen this potential millions of years ago. They had built the Wanderer to unlock it. And now, in the fire of battle, humanity was finally becoming what it was always meant to be. The turning point came 2 hours into the fight. The Coalition flagship, the massive vessel Kethral commanded, found itself surrounded by a dozen battered human ships. Its shields were failing. Its weapons were damaged. Its engines were barely functional. Danny brought the Wanderer directly in front of the bridge, close enough that Kethral could see the dark hull through the viewport. For a long moment, neither side moved. Then Danny's voice came through the communication system. "Admiral, your fleet is beaten. Half your ships are disabled. The other half are running. You can surrender now, or you can watch more of your people die. The choice is yours." Kethral stared at the ghost ship that had humiliated him twice. His pride screamed for him to fight on, to die with honor, rather than submit to a human. But he looked at his crew, at the young officers who still had lives ahead of them, and made his decision. "All Coalition forces," he said, his voice heavy with defeat, "stand down. We surrender." The battle was over, not with a dramatic explosion, but with a quiet admission of the truth. Humanity had won. In the weeks that followed, everything changed. Human colonies across the galaxy declared independence. Human scientists used the Wanderer's database to leap forward centuries in technology and medicine. Human ships traveled freely through space for the first time, no longer afraid of the powers that had once oppressed them. Danny Cole stood before the Galactic Council, the first human ever granted a seat at the table where the fate of civilizations was decided. Lisa stood beside him, as she always had. The representatives of 100 species watched in silence as the cargo hauler who had bought a mythical ship spoke to them. "The architects are gone," Danny said. "They died billions of years ago, before any of our species even existed. But they left us a gift. Not just technology, not just knowledge. They left us the belief that we could be more than we were." He looked around the chamber, meeting the eyes of beings who had once looked down on humanity with contempt. "We are not here to conquer. We are not here to take revenge for what was done to us. We are here to build something new. The galaxy is vast. There's room for all of us to grow, to explore, to become something greater than we are today." High above the council chamber, the Wanderer orbited in patient silence. Its systems monitored 1,000 frequencies, listening to the galaxy adjust to a new reality. The ship that had waited billions of years for the right species to find it had finally fulfilled its purpose. In the database deep within the Wanderer's core, a message from the architects played on a loop, words that had been recorded when the universe was young. "To our final children, whoever you may be, we built this vessel as a gift and a challenge. The galaxy is full of darkness, full of species that fear what they do not understand. But we believe that somewhere, sometime, a people will emerge who can bring light to that darkness, find them, protect them, help them grow." The message ended, and the Wanderer hummed with quiet satisfaction. Danny Cole had bought a mythical starship that everyone claimed was scrap, and in doing so, he had changed the future of his entire species. Humanity's journey among the stars had only just begun.
Total. Shock trooper eliminated. Acquire plasma cannon for next phase. She was not joking around. Every movement was precise, practiced, terrifyingly competent. Vox Sniper has visual on Plaza but limited mobility. Kira continued, picking up a training rifle. Use acquired plasma cannon. Single shot into stairwell support structure. Building stability compromised. Sniper forced to evacuate or die in collapse. 12 seconds elapsed. She dropped the rifle and grabbed simulation grenades. Skorin Berserker will charge on contact. Predictable. Directional mine placement along charge path. Detonate on approach. Berserker's pain immunity is irrelevant when major muscle groups are destroyed. 18 seconds elapsed. My forearms had gone completely numb. This was not a demonstration. This was a surgical breakdown of how to kill 6 people in under 30 seconds. Mindweaver Coordinator is priority target now, Kira said, moving through the scenario with mechanical precision. Elevated, visible, limited mobility. Standard rifle shot, center mass. Telepathic abilities do not stop bullets. 22 seconds elapsed. She shifted position, grabbed a practice blade. Thalorian Scout is using active camouflage in doorway. Thermal signature is visible. Fragmentation grenade into confined space. Camouflage irrelevant. 28 seconds, 1 target left. Combat engineer is distracted. Working on vehicle wreckage, not maintaining awareness, Kira said. Standard approach from blindside. Close quarters neutralization before they register threat presence. 34 seconds total elapsed. She stopped, turned to face all of us, not even breathing hard. 34 seconds, she repeated. All 6 combatants neutralized. Medical officer maintains non-combatant appearance until engagement begins. Uses tactical surprise and opponent overconfidence. Eliminates threats in order of capability and awareness. By the time anyone realizes the medic is the problem, they are already dead. The silence in that room was so complete I could hear my own circulatory system. Commander Thrace nodded slowly. All 3 eyes fixed on Kira. Accurate assessment. Flawless demonstration. Textbook application of deception doctrine. He turned to address the rest of us and his voice carried across the chamber like a funeral dirge. This examination was designed to teach you one critical lesson. The most dangerous opponent is never the one who looks dangerous. It is the one you do not see coming. Kira walked back to row 3 and sat down, looking exactly as bored as she had at the start of class, and I finally understood why she had been so amused. We had all failed this test before it even started. Nobody moved. Nobody spoke. 60 students sat in complete silence, processing what we had just witnessed. Commander Thrace let that silence stretch out for a good 10 seconds before he spoke again. Humans have been part of the galactic community for 62 years, he said, his voice carrying weight now. In that time, they have participated in 14 major conflicts. They have won 13 of them, not through superior technology, not through larger numbers. They win because they fight differently than everyone else. He gestured at the holographic scenario, still frozen with all 7 combatants visible. Every species in this room evolved with certain combat doctrines. Krellians use overwhelming firepower. Vox rely on precision and superiority. Skarin use biological advantages. Mindweavers coordinate. Thalorians, scout. Dorvathians engineer solutions. Thrace's 3 eyes swept across all of us. Humans cheat. They lie. They pretend to be something they are not. They use your assumptions against you. They will smile at you, offer medical assistance, gain your trust, and then eliminate you before you understand what happened. This is not dishonorable. This is survival evolution from a planet that tried to kill them for 200,000 years. I looked at Kira, still sitting in row 3 with that same bored expression, except now I understood what I was actually looking at. Not disinterest. Assessment. She had been evaluating every single person in this room from the moment we walked in, running threat calculations, identifying vulnerabilities, planning engagement sequences, and we had dismissed her as irrelevant. The greatest tactical mistake you can make, Thrace concluded, is assuming you know which target matters. Underestimating Earthborn species is the fastest way to become a casualty statistic. Remember this lesson. Your life may depend on it. Class dismissed. I walked out of that chamber with a new understanding burned into my brain. Never, ever assume the quiet one is not the dangerous one. Never assume the person who looks harmless actually is harmless. And never ever underestimate a human who is sitting calmly in row 3, watching you make mistakes, because they are not bored. They are just waiting for you to finish being wrong.
Before we get started, make sure to subscribe to the channel and like this video. That way, you'll always stay connected to our stories and never miss the next adventure. The detention bay of the Meridian's gate smelled like recycled air, anxiety, and what Brian could only describe as alien body odor, but in stereo. He sat on a bench that wasn't designed for human proportions, wedged between a methane-breathing blob creature and something that looked like an angry pine cone with too many eyes. Just another Tuesday. Wait, no. Actually, it was the 4th rotation cycle of the station week, which Brian had stopped trying to convert to Earth days about 6 months ago. Above him, the fluorescent panels hummed in a frequency that made his molars ache. Around him, dozens of detainees from across the galaxy waited their turn for processing. Most looked resigned. A few looked terrified. Brian looked bored. He'd been arrested for unauthorized transit through restricted space, which was bureaucratic speak for, "You took a shortcut through a zone we told you not to fly through." In Brian's defense, that shortcut had shaved 18 hours off his delivery route, and the client had been very specific about the deadline. Also in Brian's defense, nobody had actually been using that restricted space. It was just empty void with an old warning buoy that probably predated half the species in this detention center. The cargo hauler's life. Not glamorous, occasionally illegal, but it paid the bills. "Next detainee," a chittering voice announced through the universal translator embedded in Brian's ear. The device did its best to make the sound comprehensible, but there was no hiding the click-clack-click of mandibles that accompanied every syllable. Brian stood, stretched, his spine popping like bubble wrap, and shuffled toward the processing station. The being behind the counter was an insectoid, roughly 2 meters tall when standing on all 6 legs, with a carapace that shimmered between green and bronze, depending on the light. His compound eyes were the size of baseballs, and his antennae twitched with what Brian had learned to recognize as bureaucratic impatience. "Designation," the insectoid said flatly. 3 of his 4 manipulator arms already dancing across a holographic interface. Brian, human, cargo hauler operating out of the Frontier Freight Collective. Brian rattled off his identification code from memory. He'd been through customs enough times to have it memorized in 3 different galactic languages. The insectoid, his nameplate read Officer Ralmoth in glowing script, didn't look up. "Offense? Your system says unauthorized transit. I say I was making a delivery, and your restricted zone isn't clearly marked on civilian navigation charts. The zone has been restricted for 3,000 cycles. Yeah, well, humans have only been flying out here for 200 years, so maybe update the civilian charts?" One of Ralmoth's antennae bent toward Brian, a gesture that might have been the insectoid equivalent of a raised eyebrow. "You are arguing with the officer processing your detention?" "I'm not arguing. I'm providing context." Brian flashed his most innocent smile. "There's a difference." Ralmoth's mandibles clicked in what the translator interpreted as a sigh. "Extend your primary manipulator." Brian held out his hand. This was standard procedure. A quick genetic scan to verify species, check for outstanding warrants across the galactic database, and assess biological threat levels. Usually took about 15 seconds. Brian had done it so many times he could practically recite the readout. Homo sapiens, no augmentation, Class 3 biohazard rating due to bacterial diversity, cleared for general population zones. Ralmoth produced a scanner that looked like a tuning fork made of crystal and light. He pressed it against Brian's palm, and the device hummed, a rising tone that meant it was analyzing, cataloging, cross-referencing against the galactic registry. Then the hum changed. It dropped an octave, stuttered, then climbed to a pitch that made everyone in the detention bay wince. The crystal scanner flickered through colors that Brian didn't have names for, and Ralmoth's antenna shot straight up. Definitely not a good sign. That's new, Brian said, watching the insectoid's 4 manipulator arms freeze mid-gesture. The holographic display in front of Ralmoth erupted with text. Not the usual neat lines of data, but cascading strings of symbols that scrolled faster than Brian could track. Alarms weren't going off, but the quality of silence that had fallen over the processing station was somehow worse. Ralmoth's compound eyes swiveled to focus entirely on Brian. All of them. The insectoid went completely still, except for the trembling of his antennae. "Officer," Brian tried. "Everything okay?" "Step back from the counter," Ralmoth said, and for the first time, his voice had lost its bureaucratic monotone. The translator picked up something that sounded like fear. "Step back immediately." Brian raised both hands and took 3 steps backward. Around him, other detainees were starting to notice that something was wrong. The blob creature oozed a little closer to the wall. The angry pine cone thing bristled its spines. Ralmoth was already hitting a comm button with enough force to crack the interface. "Security to processing station 12. Priority alert. I need the shift commander, now." "Want to tell me what's going on?" Brian asked, trying to keep his voice light. Inside, his heart was doing a pretty good impression of a drum solo. "Scanner malfunction?" Ralmoth's antennae bent toward the holographic display, then back to Brian, then to the display again. "The scanner is functioning within normal parameters." "Then what's the problem?" "The readout is, it is impossible." Before Brian could press further, the detention bay doors hissed open with enough force to make them slam against their stops. 3 security officers came through, 2 bipedal reptilians with plasma rifles, and 1 hulking quadruped whose species Brian didn't recognize, but whose muscles had muscles. They moved with the kind of precision that said elite guard, not station security. Behind them came a being that could only be the shift commander, tall, bipedal, with skin that looked like polished obsidian and eyes that glowed a faint orange. He wore the insignia of the Galactic Council peacekeepers, and his uniform was immaculate. When he walked, everyone in the detention bay suddenly found the floor very interesting to look at. "Officer Ralmoth," the commander said, his voice like gravel being crushed by a glacier. "Explain your priority alert." Ralmoth gestured at Brian with 1 trembling manipulator. "Commander Nixtal, the genetic scan on this human. It returned an error code I have never encountered in 18 years of processing." Nixtal's glowing eyes fixed on Brian. The human felt like he was being evaluated by a very large, very dangerous predator trying to decide if he was food or threat. "What kind of error?" "The scanner identifies his genetic markers as matching the precursor species database, sir." The detention bay could have been a vacuum for how silent it went. Even the environmental systems seemed to quiet down. Brian looked from Ralmoth to Nixtal to the security officers, all of whom were now staring at him like he'd grown a second head. "I'm sorry," Brian said slowly. "The what now?" Nixtal moved to the processing station in 3 long strides. He studied the holographic display, his glowing eyes scanning the cascading data. One of his hands, 3-fingered, Brian noticed, reached out to manipulate the interface. The text slowed, stabilized, and resolved into something that looked like an official readout. Brian couldn't read the alien script, but he could read body language just fine. And Nixtal's body language was screaming, "Oh, this is very, very bad." "Run it again," Nixtal ordered. "Commander, I already—" "Run it again." Ralmoth's mandibles clicked nervously, but he picked up the scanner once more. "Human, your manipulator." Brian extended his hand again, feeling the eyes of every being in the detention bay boring into him. The scanner pressed against his palm, hummed its rising tone, and then the same discordant note, the same cascade of impossible colors, the same explosion of data across the holographic display. But this time, Brian was close enough to see what was making everyone panic. The translator in his ear caught fragments of the text. Error. Genetic markers match precursor species database. Classification impossible. Warning. Subject genome contains architectural sequences predating current galactic cycle. Alert. Probability analysis suggests direct lineage or engineered derivative. And there, at the bottom, flashing in what Brian's human brain interpreted as urgent red. Recommend immediate containment and analysis. "Okay," Brian said, pulling his hand back and looking at the security officers who were now very, pointedly aiming their plasma rifles in his general direction. "So, I'm going to guess that's not a standard deportation situation." Nixtal turned to face him fully. "Human, you will be moved to maximum security holding immediately. You will not resist. You will not attempt to communicate with other detainees. Do you understand?" "I mean, I understand the words you're saying, but I'm not really clear on why." "Do you understand?" Nixtal's voice dropped to a growl that made Brian's hindbrain scream at him to comply. "Crystal clear, Commander. Lead the way." The security officers formed a perimeter around Brian, not close enough to touch, but close enough that running would be very stupid and very short-lived. As they escorted him out of the detention bay, Brian caught sight of the other detainees. The blob creature had oozed as far into the corner as physics would allow. The angry pine cone looked less angry and more terrified. And Ralmoth, poor bureaucratic Ralmoth, was staring at his scanner like it had personally betrayed him. The walk to maximum security was short, but educational. Brian passed holding cells that contained beings he recognized from news feeds: pirates, smugglers, a few individuals who'd probably committed war crimes. The cells were force field doors, transparent, designed to be seen. A deterrent and a statement. They stopped at a cell at the end of the corridor. Unlike the others, this one had a solid door, actual metal, thick enough to stop pretty much anything short of a ship's cannon. Nixtal input a command sequence, and the door slid open with a hiss of equalizing pressure. "Inside," Nixtal said. Brian stepped into the cell. It was small, maybe 3 meters by 3 meters, with a bench, a waste facility, and nothing else. No windows, no entertainment, not even bad fluorescent lighting, just a soft glow from panels in the ceiling that provided enough light to see by, and nothing more. The door slid shut behind him with a finality that made Brian's stomach drop. He stood there for a moment, processing. Then he sat down on the bench, which was at least designed for something vaguely humanoid. He looked at his hands, the same hands he'd had this morning when he'd woken up in his ship's bunk, made terrible coffee, and plotted a course that was only slightly illegal. "Precursor species," he muttered to himself. "What the hell is a precursor species?" He'd been flying freight for 6 years. Before that, he'd worked construction on Mars. Before that, he'd been a student who barely graduated with a degree in logistics. At no point in his entirely unremarkable life had anyone mentioned anything about precursors or genetic databases or architectural sequences predating galactic cycles. And yet, here he was, locked in maximum security, because his DNA had apparently just broken the galaxy's most sophisticated genetic scanner. Brian leaned back against the wall, closed his eyes, and did what any reasonable human would do in an absurd situation. He started laughing. It wasn't hysterical laughter. Not yet, anyway. It was the kind of laughter that came from the sheer ridiculousness of existence. He'd been arrested for a traffic violation, essentially, and now he was a maximum security detainee because a computer said his genes were impossible. When the laughter subsided, Brian opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling. Somewhere up there, beyond the metal and the station and the void of space, was Earth. Home. Where there were probably millions of other humans going about their business, completely unaware that one of their own had just accidentally discovered something that scared the living daylights out of the Galactic Council. Brian smiled. Not because he understood what was happening. He very much did not. But because somewhere in the back of his mind, in that place where human intuition lived, he had the strangest feeling that this wasn't actually a surprise. Not to humanity, anyway. It was just a surprise to everyone else. "Well," he said to the empty cell, "this is going to be interesting." News traveled fast in the galactic community. But panic? Panic moved at faster than light speeds. Within 3 hours of Brian's scan, the incident report had crossed 16 desks, been flagged by automated security protocols, and landed in the inbox of someone important enough to actually do something about it. Within 6 hours, that someone had contacted someone even more important. Within 12 hours, the Galactic Council's High Command had convened an emergency session. Emergency sessions weren't called lightly. The last one had been 8 years ago when a rogue asteroid was discovered on a collision course with a populated world. Before that, it had been a plague outbreak. Before that, a trade war that threatened to go kinetic. This was bigger. The council chamber materialized in holographic splendor across a dozen different star systems simultaneously. 12 representatives, 12 species, all projected into a virtual space that looked like the inside of a crystalline sphere floating in the void. It was designed to be impressive, neutral, and vaguely intimidating. Today, it just felt cramped. Counselor Jix Mara floated at the center, or rather, their holographic representation did. In reality, Jix Mara existed in a zero-gravity tank on their homeworld, a being that looked like a jellyfish crossed with a constellation. Bioluminescent patterns pulsed across their translucent body, and their voice came through the translators as something between wind chimes and whale song. "This session is convened under emergency protocols," Jix Mara announced, their lights pulsing in what Brian would have recognized as barely controlled agitation. "We have received troubling reports from the Meridian's Gate detention facility. Dr. Mothran, present your findings." A hologram flickered into greater focus, a being that resembled a praying mantis, if praying mantises were 2.5 meters tall and wore lab coats. Dr. Mothran's compound eyes reflected the data streams she was manipulating with 4 of her 6 limbs. "Counselors," Mothran began, her voice crisp and clinical. 3 hours ago, a routine genetic scan on a human detainee returned results that should be impossible. The subject's DNA contains genetic sequences that match fragments we've recovered from precursor archaeological sites across the galaxy. One of the other counselors, a crystalline being whose name translated roughly as the sound of mountains growing, interrupted with a sound like grinding stones. Contamination, laboratory error. The human must have come into contact with precursor material. "That was my first hypothesis," Mothran said, her antennae twitching. "We ran the scan 6 more times using different equipment. We analyzed skin cells, hair follicles, and blood samples. Every test returned the same result. The sequences aren't on the surface. They're integrated into the subject's genome at the foundational level. The chamber erupted. Not with sound. The holograms couldn't properly transmit the chaos, but with a flurry of movement and flashing lights that indicated every representative trying to speak at once. Jixmara's bioluminescence flared bright enough to make the hologram flicker. "Order," they commanded, and the chamber reluctantly settled. "Dr. Mothrin, explain to this council, in terms we can all comprehend, what you are suggesting." Mothrin's mandibles clicked in what might have been nervousness. "I am suggesting that this human, and possibly all humans, carry genetic material that dates back to the precursor civilization. The architectural sequences in his DNA are identical to templates we've found in precursor genetic laboratories. Not similar, identical." "That's impossible," another counselor said. "This one a floating orb of contained plasma. The precursors vanished millions of years before humans even evolved. Their civilization ended before Earth's sun ignited." "I am aware of the timeline," Mothrin said dryly, "which makes the data even more disturbing. Either our understanding of precursor history is fundamentally wrong, or someone used precursor genetic technology to engineer humanity long after the precursors supposedly vanished." The chamber went silent. It was the kind of silence that preceded either revelation or violence, and the line between the two was thinner than most civilizations wanted to admit. Jixmara's lights pulsed in a pattern that suggested deep thought. "The precursors. We must establish baseline understanding. What do we know with certainty?" It was a rhetorical question, but Dr. Mothrin answered anyway, displaying holographic images as she spoke. The precursors were a civilization that existed approximately 8 to 10 million years ago. We've found their ruins on 63 worlds across the galaxy. Their technology was, and remains, beyond our comprehension. Structures that shouldn't stand. Devices we can't reverse engineer. Genetic templates for species that don't exist in any fossil record. The images showed what Brian would have recognized. Massive ruins of buildings that defied physics, machines covered in symbols no one could read, and most disturbing, laboratories filled with crystalline pods that once held something. "Every spacefaring species has legends about them," Mothrin continued. "The builders, the ancients, the first ones. We've spent millennia trying to understand what they were and where they went. The most accepted theory is that they achieved some form of transcendence and abandoned physical existence. But we've never found a living specimen. We've never found anyone who could claim direct lineage." "Until now," Jixmara said quietly. "Until now," Mothrin confirmed. Another counselor leaned forward, a reptilian being with scales that shifted through the visible spectrum. "How many science teams can we deploy to Earth immediately?" "I've already dispatched 3, Mothrin said. "They'll arrive within the next rotation cycle. We need to examine human genetic diversity, archaeological records, anything that might explain this connection." "And the human in custody?" Jixmara asked. "Still in maximum security. Commander Nixtal has him under constant surveillance. We've assigned interrogator Naktil to question him." That got another round of reactions from the council. Naktil was a telepath, one of the few species whose mental abilities could pierce through lies, deception, and self-delusion. If anyone could determine whether Brian knew about his genetic heritage, it was Naktil. "I want a full report," Jixmara said. "Every word, every thought. If this human knows something, I want it extracted." The hologram of Dr. Mothrin flickered in what might have been a nod. The interrogation began an hour ago. I'll forward you the transcript. Brian was having the strangest conversation of his life, and given that he regularly negotiated shipping contracts with beings who communicated through interpretive dance, that was saying something. Interrogator Noctil sat across from him in the cell, or rather, floated. The being had no legs, just a body that tapered into mist below the waist. Their skin was translucent enough to see the network of what might have been nerves or blood vessels glowing beneath. Two large eyes, entirely black, stared at Brian with an intensity that made his skin crawl. "You're telling me," Noctil said in a voice that sounded like it was coming from inside Brian's own head, "that you knew nothing about precursor genetic material in your DNA?" "For the 15th time, yes," Brian said, rubbing his temples. The telepathic communication was giving him a headache. "I'm a cargo hauler. I barely passed high school biology. The most complicated thing I know about genetics is that my uncle went bald early, and I'm probably next." Noctil's eyes narrowed, or Brian thought they did. It was hard to tell with solid black orbs. "You're not lying. That's frustrating. Tell me about it. I'm the one sitting in maximum security." "You don't understand," Noctil said, and for the first time, there was something in their mental voice that sounded like confusion. "Telepaths can sense deception, self-deception, intentional lies, even subconscious avoidance, but you genuinely believe everything you're saying. You truly didn't know. Why is that frustrating? Because it means either humans are remarkably ignorant of their own history, or they're very, very good at keeping secrets." Brian leaned back against the wall. "Can I ask you something? You're in no position to... What exactly are precursors? Everyone keeps saying the word like it should terrify me, but I've got no context." Noctil was silent for a long moment, their mental presence withdrawing slightly. When they spoke again, it wasn't the crisp interrogator's tone. It was something quieter, almost reverent. The precursors were gods. By any practical definition, they built technologies we still can't understand. They terraformed worlds with tools we can't replicate. They mapped the galaxy and left structures that have lasted millions of years without maintenance. And then they vanished, leaving behind only ruins and questions. "Sounds lonely," Brian said. "What?" "Being that advanced and then just disappearing. Makes you wonder what scared them enough to leave." Noctil's eyes widened, definitely widened this time. "You think they were running from something?" "I don't know. I'm just a cargo hauler, remember?" Brian smiled. "But if I had all that power and I left anyway? Yeah, I'd be running." The interrogator floated backward, their misty lower bodies swirling in agitation. That's not a theory we've seriously considered." "Maybe you should." Noctil stared at him for another long moment, then turned and floated through the cell door, which opened for them and closed immediately after. Brian heard the telepath's mental voice echoing in the corridor, calling for Dr. Mothran. Brian sat alone in his cell, that same smile playing across his face. He wasn't lying. He genuinely hadn't known about the precursor connection. But humans had always been good at pattern recognition, and Brian was starting to recognize a very interesting pattern. The galaxy thought humans were primitive, young, insignificant. But what if that was exactly what humanity wanted them to think? The arrival of Ambassador Torch was announced approximately 30 seconds before he came through the airlock, which was 30 seconds more warning than most people got. Commander Nixtal received the notification on his command terminal and felt something he rarely experienced: genuine apprehension. He'd read Torch's file. Everyone in Galactic Council security had read Torch's file. It was required reading, filed under humans who should not be provoked under any circumstances. Torch had spent 20 years in Earth's military before transitioning to the diplomatic corps, and he'd brought every ounce of his tactical mindset with him. He didn't negotiate. He established facts and let other people adjust to reality. He'd once ended a trade dispute by walking into the negotiation chamber, placing a tactical nuclear device on the table, unarmed but still, and saying, "Let's talk about mutual interests." The dispute had resolved in 40 minutes. Now Torch was here, aboard the Meridian's gate, and Nixtal had a feeling that things were about to get significantly more complicated. The human who walked into the command center looked exactly like his file photo. Late 50s, built like someone who'd spent decades carrying heavy things, with close-cropped gray hair and eyes that missed absolutely nothing. He wore the formal attire of Earth's diplomatic service, a dark suit that somehow looked both professional and vaguely threatening. When he moved, it was with the economical grace of someone who'd been trained to kill efficiently and had never forgotten how. "Commander Nixtal," Torch said, his voice rough like gravel in a mixer. "I'm here for Brian. Ambassador, we need to discuss, not discuss, retrieve. There's a difference." Torch crossed his arms. "You've detained a human citizen on genetic profiling. That's a violation of about 16 different treaties." Nixital's obsidian skin darkened. "Your citizen's DNA matched precursor genetic markers. We have protocols. Your protocols don't supersede sovereign rights." Torch stepped closer, and despite being shorter than Nixital, he somehow gave the impression of looking down at the commander. "But I'm not here to argue jurisdiction. I'm here to provide clarity. I've requested an emergency session with the full Galactic Council. They've agreed. Holographic conference chamber, 1 hour. You're going to want to attend." "What kind of clarity?" Torch smiled. It wasn't a friendly expression. "The kind that explains why you should have just let Brian pay his fine and go home." The council chamber rematerialized, all 12 representatives present, with several additions. Commander Nixtal stood at the periphery. Dr. Mothrin hovered near her data displays. Interrogator Nactil floated silently, their black eyes fixed on the human who stood at the center of the crystalline sphere. Ambassador Torch looked utterly unbothered by the fact that he was surrounded by the holographic projections of the galaxy's most powerful beings. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, waiting with the patience of someone who'd once spent 3 days in a sniper's nest in the rain. Counselor Jixmara's bioluminescence pulsed in an agitated pattern. "Ambassador Torch, you requested this emergency session. Explain why we should release your citizen when his genetic profile suggests a connection to the precursor species." "Because," Torch said, simply, "we've known about it for about 150 years, and we didn't think it was relevant until now." The chamber exploded into chaos. Voices overlapped, some translated, some just raw noise, and the holographic projections flickered with the intensity of emotions that transcended species barriers. Jixmara's lights flared so bright, the projection system had to adjust. "You knew?" "Of course we knew," Torch said, his voice cutting through the noise like a blade through silk. "What? You thought humans just accidentally stumbled onto the galactic stage? That we went from barely having orbital capability to functioning starships in 50 years through sheer luck? You lied to this council," the crystalline counselor ground out. "No, we omitted. There's a difference." Torch pulled out a small data device and tossed it into the air. It activated, projecting images around the chamber. Ruins, laboratories, massive structures buried deep beneath Earth's surface. We started finding this stuff about 200 years ago. Deep excavation projects, archaeological digs that went way past any known human civilization. We found genetic laboratories, stasis chambers, DNA archives. Dr. Mothrin's antennae were vibrating so fast they were nearly invisible. You found intact precursor facilities? On Earth? And you said nothing? We said nothing because we knew exactly how you'd react, Torch said, gesturing at the chaos around him. Some of you would want to dissect us to unlock the secrets. Some would want to worship us as divine descendants. Some would want to exterminate us as an existential threat. None of those options were particularly appealing. So you hid it, Jixmara said, their voice surprisingly calm now, dangerously calm. We integrated quietly. We learned your protocols, your politics, your power structures. We became just another species, primitive, emotionally unstable, biologically fragile, easy to dismiss, easy to underestimate. Torch's smile returned, sharper now. And while you were dismissing us, we were studying every precursor site we could find across the galaxy. The plasma orb counselor flared with heat. That's espionage. That's survival, Torch countered. The precursors didn't just engineer baseline human genetics and leave. They left us something else. Instructions, warnings, evidence that something went very, very wrong with their civilization. The chamber went silent. Even the background hum of holographic projectors seemed to fade. Jixmara drifted closer to Torch's projection. What kind of warnings? The kind that suggest the precursors didn't transcend or vanish peacefully. The kind that suggests they were preparing for something they couldn't stop. The kind that suggests they built humanity and possibly engineered genetic material for other species as a failsafe. Failsafe for what? Nixital asked from the periphery. Torch turned to face the commander. We don't know. Not completely. The precursor data we've recovered is fragmentary, encrypted in ways we're still trying to crack. But the pieces we have translated point to something coming from outside the galaxy, something the precursors encountered and couldn't defeat with all their technology. Dr. Mothrin manipulated her data streams, pulling up records. There's no evidence in any precursor site we've studied of external threats. No weapons caches, no defensive installations. Because you weren't looking in the right places, Torch interrupted, and you weren't asking the right questions. Why would a civilization with the power to reshape worlds suddenly disappear? Why would they leave behind genetic templates instead of just cloning themselves? Why scatter those templates across dozens of species instead of concentrating them? Redundancy, Nactil said quietly, their mental voice carrying to everyone in the chamber. They were creating backups, multiple lines of inheritance spread across the galaxy, ensuring that even if one species failed, others might succeed. Now you're catching on, Torch said. Humans aren't the precursors. We're what the precursors hoped would survive long enough to face whatever killed them. The reptilian counselor's scales shifted through the spectrum, settling on a color that Torch's translator interpreted as skeptical dread. You said this threat could arrive any time. How long do we have? Best estimate, 500 years. Maybe longer, maybe shorter. Torch shrugged. The precursor warnings aren't exactly precise. Could be we've got centuries to prepare. Could be it shows up tomorrow. Fun times. And you waited until now to tell us? Jixmara's lights were strobing with what could only be anger. You've known for 150 years that an existential threat might be coming, And you said nothing? We said nothing because telling you earlier would have accomplished exactly nothing except make humanity a target, Torch said, his voice hardening. We needed time to position ourselves, to integrate, to learn everything we could about Galactic Council politics and capabilities. We needed to be more than just the precursor descendants. We needed to be essential. Essential, the crystalline counselor repeated. That's right. Because here's the uncomfortable truth you're all dancing around. You need us. Our genetic connection to precursor technology isn't just academic. It's functional. We can interface with their systems in ways you can't. We can translate their data. We can activate their machinery. Brian, the cargo hauler you've got locked up? Put him in front of a precursor control panel, and he'll figure it out faster than your best scientists. You're threatening us, Nixatal said. I'm explaining leverage, Torch corrected. There's a difference. You want access to precursor knowledge? You want a chance at preparing for whatever's coming? You need humanity at the table, not as subjects for study, not as junior members, as full partners. Counselor Jixmara's bioluminescence cycled through patterns that Torch's translator couldn't interpret. Probably several emotions happening simultaneously. Finally, they settled into something that looked almost like resignation. What do you want? Jixmara asked. Full council membership. Access to all precursor research currently held by member species. Joint task force to study the threat and develop countermeasures. And you release Brian with a formal apology. That's extortion, Dr. Mothrin sputtered. That's negotiation, Torch said. You've got something we want, resources and data. We've got something you need, the genetic key to understanding the civilization that built this galaxy's foundation. We can work together, or we can waste time fighting while something worse than the precursors comes knocking. The silence that followed was heavy with calculation. 12 representatives, 12 different political interests, all weighing the cost of cooperation against the cost of refusal. It was Noctil who broke the silence, their mental voice carrying a weight of certainty. He's telling the truth, all of it. I can sense no deception. Of course I'm telling the truth, Torch said. Lies are what you tell when you're weak. We're not weak. We're just tired of pretending to be. Jixmara drifted to the center of the chamber, their lights pulsing in a pattern that gradually steadied into something resolute. The council will convene in closed session to discuss your terms. You will have our answer within the cycle. Take your time, Torch said. Brian's probably just getting comfortable anyway. In his cell, Brian sneezed. He had no idea why, but somewhere in the back of his human brain, he had the distinct feeling that someone, somewhere, was talking about him. And judging by the increased security presence outside his door, it probably wasn't small talk. The negotiations took 18 hours, which was approximately 17 hours longer than Torch had expected. Apparently, convincing 12 species with deeply entrenched bureaucratic processes to fundamentally restructure galactic power dynamics required more than just cold logic and veiled threats. Who knew? Brian learned he was being released when his cell door opened and Commander Nixtal stood there looking like he'd aged 10 years in 2 days. "You're free to go," Nixtal said, the words clearly causing him physical pain. Just like that? Brian stood up, stretching muscles that had gone stiff from sitting on the galaxy's most uncomfortable bench. Just like that, with the Galactic Council's apologies for the detention. Nixtal looked like he wanted to say more, probably something involving plasma rifles and airlocks, but professionalism won out. Your ship has been refueled and restocked. Your fine for unauthorized transit has been waived, And you're requested in Conference Room 9. Requested by who? Everyone. Conference Room 9 was designed for treaty negotiations between hostile species. It had 3 different atmospheric zones, temperature controls that could accommodate beings that lived in environments ranging from frozen methane to molten sulfur, and enough security screening to make a paranoid dictator feel safe. When Brian walked in, he found a much smaller gathering than he'd expected. Counselor Jixmara floated in their containment field, bioluminescence pulsing in what his translator now labeled as cautious optimism. Dr. Mothrin stood near a holographic display, her antennae twitching in what might have been nervous energy. Interrogator Nactil hovered in a corner, their black eyes watching everything, and Torch sat at the conference table like he owned it, feet up, drinking something from a container that definitely hadn't come from station supplies. "Brian," Torch said, not bothering to stand. "Good, you're here. Sit down. We've got work to do." "Ambassador Torch has been explaining the terms of our new arrangement," Jixmara said, their voice carrying harmonics that suggested they weren't entirely happy about it. "Humanity has been granted full council membership. In exchange, you've agreed to share precursor research and participate in joint defense initiatives. We've also established the Reclamation Initiative," Dr. Mothrin added, pulling up schematics that showed the Meridian's Gate being retrofitted with equipment Brian didn't recognize. "A task force combining human intuition with our scientific expertise. The goal is to locate, study, and potentially activate precursor installations across the galaxy." "Sounds exciting," Brian said, looking at Torch. "Why do I get the feeling I'm not just going back to hauling cargo?" "Because you're perceptive," Torch said, taking another drink. "Congratulations, Brian. You've been drafted. You're now a human liaison to the Reclamation Initiative. Your job is to provide the average human perspective and help our new alien friends understand how humans actually think." "I'm a cargo hauler." "You're a human with precursor DNA who accidentally triggered a galactic crisis," Torch corrected. "That makes you qualified. Also, you're getting a promotion and a pay raise, so stop complaining." Brian looked around the room at the assembled beings, some of the most powerful and intelligent entities in the galaxy, all of whom were now apparently his co-workers. "This is insane." "Welcome to diplomacy," Torch said. "It's insane by definition." Counselor Jixmara's lights pulsed in what might have been amusement. "Despite the unorthodox circumstances, we are committed to this partnership. The precursor threat is real, and we will need every advantage to face it. Your species' unique connection to their technology may be our only chance." "No pressure," Brian muttered. "Oh, there's plenty of pressure," Nactil said, their mental voice carrying dark humor. "But you'll adapt. Humans always do. That's what concerns me most. Should I be offended? You should be flattered. Adaptability is terrifying in the right context." The meeting continued for another hour, covering logistics, protocols, and the basics of what the Reclamation Initiative would actually do. Brian listened, asked questions when things got too technical, and generally tried to process the fact that his life had just been permanently derailed by a genetic scanner. When the meeting finally ended, and the various representatives filtered out to attend to their other responsibilities, Brian found himself alone with Torch in the conference room. "You knew this would happen," Brian said. It wasn't a question. Torch took another drink and set the container down with deliberate care. "Not specifically, but we knew eventually someone would get scanned, and the secret would come out. Better it happened to a cargo hauler with a sense of humor than someone who'd panic or try to leverage it for personal gain. You've been planning this for years." We've been planning this for 150 years, Torch corrected, positioning humans across the galaxy, integrating into commerce, exploration, even entertainment, making ourselves indispensable in small ways so that when the big reveal came, the galaxy would already be invested in keeping us around. That's incredibly manipulative. That's survival, Torch said, echoing his words from the council chamber. The precursors left us a warning, Brian. Something's coming. Something that scared a civilization powerful enough to reshape reality. We've been preparing humanity for the moment when we'd have to convince the rest of the galaxy to prepare with us. Brian sat back in his chair, processing. The 500-year timeline. That's optimistic, isn't it? Torch's expression didn't change, but something in his eyes confirmed Brian's suspicion. The warning suggests the threat could arrive any time. Could be 500 years, could be 50, could be 5. We just don't know. So we're racing against a clock we can't see. Now you're catching on. Torch stood up, adjusting his suit jacket. The good news is, we're not alone anymore. The bad news is, we never really were. We just convinced everyone else we were insignificant long enough to get ready. And now? Now we see if the precursors' gamble pays off. They built humanity to survive. They scattered genetic templates across species, hoping that somewhere, somehow, their children would be ready when the time came. Torch moved toward the door, then paused. The DNA scanner called you a precursor species. You smiled. Want to tell me why? Brian thought about it, about the absurdity of the situation, about the weight of history pressing down on humanity, about the fact that somewhere millions of years ago, beings of incomprehensible power had looked at the genetic blueprint for humans and decided, these ones might make it. Because, Brian said slowly, for my entire life, I've felt like humanity was, I don't know, meant for something bigger than what we were doing. Like we were waiting for a starting gun to fire. And when that scanner broke, when everyone panicked, I realized the gun had finally gone off. Torch smiled. A real smile this time, not the diplomatic weapon he'd been wielding in negotiations. Welcome to the race, Brian. Try to keep up. 3 weeks later, Brian stood in the observation deck of the newly retrofitted Meridian's Gate, watching engineers install precursor-derived scanning equipment that would help them locate ancient installations. Officer Ralmoth worked nearby, his mandibles clicking in concentration as he calibrated sensors. The insectoid noticed Brian watching and approached, antennae twitching nervously. Human Brian. I wanted to apologize again for the detention. Ralmoth, we've been over this. You were doing your job. Still, I processed you like a common criminal when you are. A cargo hauler who got really unlucky, Brian offered. Or really lucky, depending on how you look at it. You are descended from the precursors. Doesn't that feel overwhelming? Brian looked out at the stars, thinking about Torch's words, about the weight of genetic inheritance, about the threat lurking somewhere in the darkness between galaxies. Then he thought about his apartment back on Mars, his terrible coffee maker, the delivery schedule he'd never get back to. You want to know the truth? Brian said. It explains why we're so good at breaking things and figuring out how they work. Why we adapt to environments that should kill us. Why we look at impossible problems and think, yeah, we can probably fix that. He turned to face Ralmoth. It's in our DNA, literally. Ralmoth's compound eyes reflected the starlight. What does it feel like, knowing you were built for something greater? Brian smiled. That same smile that had unsettled everyone from the moment his scan came back impossible. Like I finally understand why I could never just settle for normal. The precursors made us restless, adaptable, and stubborn as hell. They made us to survive what they couldn't. And if the threat arrives tomorrow? Then humanity will do what we always do. Improvise, adapt, and probably make a few jokes, while the galaxy burns down around us. Brian clapped one of Ralmoth's shoulder joints in what he hoped was a reassuring gesture. Don't worry, we've got this. Ralmoth's translator interpreted his mandible clicking as something between a laugh and a prayer. The galaxy will never be the same. No, Brian agreed, turning back to watch the stars. It really won't. Somewhere in the depths of space, ancient installations waited to be discovered. Somewhere beyond the galactic rim, something moved through the darkness, drawn by signals it had been following for millions of years. And somewhere on Earth, billions of humans went about their lives, unaware that they'd been built by gods to fight monsters. The DNA scanner had called him a precursor species. Brian had smiled, and the countdown to everything, whatever everything was, had already begun.
The human ship Aurora floated silently through the dark stretch of space, its hull reflecting distant stars like scattered diamonds. Captain Arlen sat in the bridge, his hands resting lightly on the control panel, eyes fixed on the holographic map that flickered before him. The crew moved around him, calm but alert, each aware of the dangers that came with exploring unknown galaxies. They were far from Earth, farther than any human ship had gone before. Yet, curiosity pushed them onward, and the galaxy ahead promised secrets that no human had ever seen. A soft beep echoed from the sensor console. Lieutenant Mara leaned forward, her fingers tapping the screen. "Captain, I'm picking up a strange energy signal, about 60 million kilometers ahead. It's unusual. Not natural, I think." Arlen's eyes narrowed. "Describe it." Mara's hands moved over the controls. "It's faint but structured, pulsing in a way that suggests intelligence. It's coming from the asteroid belt near the Nebula 7 cluster." The crew exchanged glances. Signals this deep in space were rare. Most were from dying stars or random cosmic interference. Something that pulsed like this was different. "Prepare a probe," Arlen ordered. "We need a closer look before we risk the ship." The probe shot out like a silver arrow, spinning gently as it scanned the asteroids. Images appeared on the main screen. The crew leaned in. Among the gray rocks, there were shapes. Strange, geometric shapes that did not belong in a natural asteroid belt. Tall spires, reflective surfaces, almost glowing faintly, as if the rocks themselves were hiding something inside. "Is this a settlement?" muttered Engineer Kiro. His voice was tense. "Or some kind of alien structure?" Mara shook her head. "I've never seen anything like it. The signal is definitely coming from these structures." Arlen stood, gripping the edge of the console. "Keep scanning. And keep the ship ready. I don't want any surprises." The tension in the room was palpable. Every crew member felt it. The unknown had a way of making even experienced explorers uneasy. Yet, beneath the fear was something stronger. Curiosity. The kind that made humans step onto planets no one had dared to land on, and dive into galaxies no map had ever shown. The probe sensors suddenly went wild. Energy spikes shot across the monitor. "Captain, the structures are activating something," Mara said, her voice tight. "There's a field of energy surrounding them. I've never seen anything like it." Arlen's heart pounded. "Distance, Mara. Increase distance immediately." But the field reacted. The ship trembled slightly, not from turbulence but from a faint push, as if the structures themselves were aware of Aurora's presence. Lights flickered along the bridge as instruments registered the mysterious energy. Report. Arlen barked. Are we being pulled? Mara's hands moved quickly over the panels. It's faint, but yes. The energy seems to interact with our hull. It's subtle, but we can feel it. A chill ran down Arlen's spine. He had read about alien traps in old exploration logs, theoretical warnings that had always seemed distant and improbable. And yet, here they were, staring at something that could be exactly that. Kiro clenched his fists. Captain, if that's a trap, we could be in serious trouble. We can't outrun something like this if it decides to grab us. Arlen took a deep breath. I know. But we didn't come this far to turn away now. Keep shields at maximum and engines ready. Mara, try to scan the field, see if it has weaknesses. The crew worked quickly, a quiet determination settling over them. The Aurora was more than a ship, it was a symbol of human courage. And humans had always faced dangers that seemed impossible. Then, unexpectedly, the field pulsed again. This time, it wasn't threatening. The light formed a pattern, almost like a signal, a language that no human had ever known. The crew froze. It seemed intelligent, purposeful. Mara leaned closer to the sensor display, eyes wide. It's inviting us, she whispered. Or maybe warning us. I can't tell. Arlen's mind raced. Every instinct screamed danger, but the explorer in him, an explorer that had spent years dreaming of first contact, felt a pull toward the unknown. Prepare the ship for approach, he ordered, but maintain a safe distance. We proceed carefully. Everyone stay alert. As Aurora moved closer, the asteroid belt shimmered faintly, the strange structures reflecting light in sharp, impossible angles. The energy field flared once more, and the ship's instruments went haywire, lights flashing and alarms quietly humming. The crew held their positions, hearts pounding, as the unknown revealed itself piece by piece. The silence of space felt heavier here, as if holding its breath. And then, the final moment of suspense hit. On the main screen, a massive spire shifted suddenly, sliding behind a rock, as if the structure had moved. The energy field pulsed faster, brighter, and a low hum filled the ship. Arlen clenched his jaw. Brace yourselves, he said. Whatever is out there, it knows we are here. The ship trembled again, faintly this time, but enough to send a ripple of fear and excitement through the crew. The unknown was no longer just distant stars, it was close, alive, and watching. And as Aurora drifted closer into the glowing maze of alien shapes, every member of the crew felt the same thought. They had stepped into something far bigger than themselves. Something that could change humanity forever. The Aurora hovered closer to the alien structures, its shields glowing softly as the strange energy field continued to pulse around them. The hum in the ship had grown louder, vibrating through the floors and walls, and every crew member felt it deep in their chest. Captain Arlen's eyes scanned the holographic displays as the shapes of the alien spires twisted and shifted, almost as if they were alive. Lieutenant Mara pointed at the main screen. Captain, sensors are picking up movement. Small drones, or robots, emerging from the structures. They're hovering in formation, but they're not attacking. Yet. Arlen nodded, fists gripping the console. Keep the ship steady. Let's see what they do. The drones moved gracefully, circling the Aurora. Their surfaces reflected light like polished metal, but there was a strange glow from within them, almost like they had their own energy source. The crew could feel a kind of intelligence behind their movements. The drones weren't random. They were watching, calculating, analyzing. Engineer Kiro leaned forward, studying the readings. They're scanning us, he said quietly. Every drone has sensors. Multiple types. Infrared, energy signatures, movement patterns. Whoever made these knows exactly what they're doing. Suddenly, the drones shifted and formed a straight line in front of the ship, hovering at a distance. A soft, harmonic sound filled the bridge. It wasn't noise, it was structured, rhythmic, almost musical. Mara frowned. It's communicating. But we can't understand it. Captain Arlen's eyes narrowed. It seems friendly, or at least neutral. Maybe they want to talk or guide us. But I'm not taking chances. Prepare docking protocols, but don't open the bay yet. Keep weapons ready. The crew worked quickly, their movements precise and tense. The Aurora's docking bay extended slightly, lights blinking as systems came online. The alien drones continued to hover, now forming patterns that glimmered against the blackness of space. Every few seconds, the hum changed pitch, like a signal trying to catch the human's attention. "Captain," Mara said, her voice barely above a whisper. "They're inviting us to approach the structure. The energy field is creating a corridor. Sensors say it's safe, for now." Arlen hesitated. His mind weighed the risk. Any misstep could trigger a deadly trap, yet turning away now might mean missing the first contact with an alien civilization. His gut told him the unknown was dangerous, but the human spirit demanded exploration. "All right," he said finally, voice firm. "We approach, slowly and carefully. Engines at minimal thrust. Shields up. Mara, keep scanning for any sudden changes. Kiro, monitor the energy field. Everyone else, stay alert." The ship moved forward, gliding between the spires. The energy field wrapped around them like a soft, glowing net, but it didn't harm the hull. Instead, the field seemed almost alive, adjusting its patterns as the Aurora moved. The crew exchanged nervous glances. Something about this felt intelligent. Suddenly, a drone detached from the formation and floated closer to the ship. It stopped near the viewport, its surface shimmering. A soft light pulsed rhythmically from its core. Mara gasped. "Captain, it's signaling. Directly to us. I think it wants us to dock." Arlen took a deep breath. "Very well. Prepare to dock. Carefully and slowly." As the docking clamps extended, the drone moved alongside them, as if guiding the ship into position. The air inside the bridge was thick with anticipation. Every crew member felt the tension rising. For the first time in human history, they were moments away from stepping into the unknown presence of an alien intelligence. The docking bay doors opened, and the corridor of energy shimmered, inviting them inside. Yet, even as the crew prepared to step forward, subtle malfunctions began to appear. Lights flickered, minor alarms beeped, and sensors showed unusual energy spikes. Kiro frowned, tapping the panels frantically. "Captain, something's interfering with our systems. It's minor now, but it could escalate. This could be a warning, or a trap." Arlen nodded, feeling the weight of the decision. They had come this far. Retreating now would mean leaving the mystery unsolved, and humanity had never been content with leaving questions unanswered. Mara looked at the captain, eyes wide. "Whatever happens, we need to stay together. If this goes wrong, we can't afford mistakes." The crew nodded silently. Hearts raced, adrenaline surged, and a mixture of fear and excitement filled the bridge. The unknown had become immediate. The friendly signals, the inviting corridor, the alien presence, all of it could be a trick. Yet the human desire to explore was stronger than the instinct to run. As the Aurora moved fully into the energy corridor, the hum of the drones intensified. The walls of the corridor seemed to shift subtly, guiding the ship. Captain Arlen's voice was calm but firm. "Stay ready, eyes open, and remember, we are humans. We adapt, we survive, and we face the unknown." And as the ship glided deeper, every crew member could feel it. The first true contact with an alien civilization was here. Something watched them, something calculated, something alive. And the moment they crossed the threshold, there was no turning back. The energy field pulsed one final time as the docking bay locked. And then, just as the crew exhaled in cautious relief, a sudden vibration shook the ship. The lights flickered violently, alarms rang sharply, and the hum of the alien presence grew louder, ominous and unpredictable. Captain Arlen clenched his fists. "Everyone hold on. Whatever this is, it's beginning." The unknown had arrived. The Aurora trembled as the vibration spread through the ship, sending crew members stumbling slightly. Captain Arlen gripped the edge of the console, his mind racing. The energy corridor that had seemed welcoming now felt like a cage. The lights flickered, and the hum from the alien drones grew louder, deeper, almost like a warning. Lieutenant Mara's fingers flew across the control panels. "Captain, the energy field is changing. It's no longer just guiding us. It's surrounding us, restricting our movement. The drones, they're moving faster, and sensors detect multiple unknown mechanisms activating in the structures outside." Engineer Kiro's face went pale. "It's a trap. They lured us in. The energy field, the corridor, it was all designed to make us feel safe. We're trapped inside their system." Arlen's heart pounded. "Everyone stay calm. Shields up. Engines ready, but do not engage until I give the order. We assess first." The ship's hull shuddered as the first drone collided lightly with it. There was no damage, but it was enough to show the Aurora that the aliens were testing their strength, probing for weaknesses. More drones appeared, circling the ship in perfect synchronization, their lights glowing like warning signals. "Captain," Mara said, her voice tense. "They're communicating again, but it's not like before. The hum is harsh now, more aggressive. The pattern is complex, almost threatening." Arlen took a deep breath. "Kiro, can you identify any weak points in their energy net? Anything we can exploit?" Kiro's hands moved over the controls frantically. "It's unlike anything we've seen. The field reacts instantly to our ship's movements. Any attempt to break it triggers more drones. If we push too hard, I don't even want to imagine what could happen." The tension in the bridge was palpable. Every crew member felt it, the thrill of danger mixed with fear. They had come seeking knowledge, seeking contact, but now it seemed the unknown was closing in, ready to strike. Suddenly, a loud vibration shook the ship violently. Lights flickered and alarms blared across the bridge. Mara shouted over the noise. "Captain, engines are partially disabled. Some power systems are offline." Arlen's jaw tightened. "Damn it! They're controlling our systems from outside. They have a full lock on us. Crew, prepare for evasive maneuvers as soon as we find a window." The Aurora swayed as the alien structures outside shifted. Large spires extended like mechanical limbs, wrapping around asteroids, moving in ways that defied human engineering. The ship's sensors could barely keep up. The aliens had created a mechanical web, and the humans were at the center of it. "Brace yourselves," Arlen shouted. "This is it." The drones surged forward, attempting to corral the ship toward one of the spires. The Aurora's shields glowed brightly as they absorbed minor impacts, but Kiro shouted, "Shields won't hold forever. We need a plan now." Arlen's mind raced. He could feel the trap closing, the weight of the unknown pressing down on them. The humans had faced dangers before, but this was beyond anything documented. The alien intelligence wasn't just powerful, it was calculating, almost alive. Mara tapped rapidly on the sensors. "Captain, I see a weak point. A small gap in the energy net, barely enough for us to maneuver. If we act fast, we might escape the initial capture." Arlen nodded. "Prepare the thrusters for a full burst. We go through that gap and try to reach open space. Kiro, monitor the energy field. Time it perfectly. Mara, get us ready." The crew worked in tense synchrony, every movement precise. The drones sensed their intent and swarmed faster, their lights flashing, their hums rising in intensity. "Now!" Arlen shouted. The Aurora surged forward, shields glowing as the ship squeezed through the narrow gap. The energy field pulsated violently, drones colliding with each other as the humans forced their way through. Sparks flew across the bridge from minor electrical surges, and the entire ship shook with the strain. For a moment, it seemed they had escaped. The gap widened, and the blackness of open space appeared beyond the spires. Relief washed over the crew, but only for a heartbeat. The alien structures moved again, faster this time, cutting off the path behind them. The energy field rippled, sending waves of force against the Aurora, pushing it dangerously toward a massive asteroid. Arlen gritted his teeth. Hold course. Divert power to shields. Steady. The ship veered just in time, grazing the asteroid's surface. Sparks flew as small fragments scraped the hull. The crew gasped. For a second, silence fell, broken only by the hum of the alien drones, now retreating slightly but still watching. "Captain, we made it for now," Mara said, voice trembling. Arlen's eyes scanned the alien structures. They were damaged slightly from the ship's sudden escape attempt, but they remained formidable. The trap had partially backfired, giving the humans a chance, but the danger was far from over. Kiro wiped sweat from his brow. That was too close. If we try anything else too soon, we might not survive. Arlen nodded. We need to regroup, analyze their systems, and plan our next move. They expected us to panic. But humans adapt. Humans survive. The Aurora floated in tense silence for a few moments, drifting slightly away from the energy net. The crew could feel the weight of the unknown pressing on them. The alien trap had been revealed, and the stakes were higher than ever. And as they prepared for the next move, every crew member knew one thing. The universe had just reminded them that curiosity came with danger. And now, escaping the trap, or surviving it, would test everything human ingenuity and courage could offer. The Aurora floated just beyond the worst of the alien energy field, but the tension inside the ship was far from over. Every crew member felt the weight of the trap still surrounding them, even if it was only partially weakened. Captain Arlen stood on the bridge, eyes scanning the panels, heart pounding with the knowledge that every decision could mean life or death. "Kiro, how badly are our systems damaged?" he asked. Kiro didn't look up from the console. Some minor breaches in the hull, power surges in multiple sections, and a few critical subsystems offline. Engines are stable, but if the field reactivates fully, we could be trapped again, permanently. Mara's fingers flew over the controls. "Captain, the drones are still hovering around us, but they aren't attacking directly. It's like they're waiting, testing our next move." Arlen nodded. "Then we do what humans do best. We adapt. Mara, scan for control signals. Kiro, find anything we can hack or disrupt. Everyone else, prepare for immediate action. We may have to fight through this field, not just escape it." The crew moved quickly, tension sharpening their focus. The bridge hummed with nervous energy as they worked, every second feeling like a minute. Outside, the alien drones circled, glowing faintly, their movements synchronized like a single organism. Suddenly, the ship jolted. Alarms blared as another small drone collided with the hull. Sparks flew, and a low groan came from the damaged sections of the ship. Kiro cursed under his breath. "They're testing us again. If we don't act fast, they'll exploit every weak point in our ship." Mara leaned closer to the sensor panel, eyes narrowing. "Captain, I think I've found something. The field isn't uniform. There are minor fluctuations, areas where the drone's energy links are weakest. If we hit them at the right time, we might be able to overload part of the system." Arlen clenched his jaw. "Prepare the pulse. Kiro, get it synchronized with Mara's readings. Everyone else, brace for feedback. This could either give us an advantage or make things worse." The crew worked together, hands moving rapidly over the controls. Engineers and scientists collaborated, following calculations and instinct alike. Outside, the alien drones seemed to sense the humans' intent. They adjusted their positions, lights flashing faster, signals pulsing through the energy field in a warning rhythm. "Now!" Arlen shouted, and Kiro triggered the pulse. A brilliant wave of energy spread from the ship, and the alien field flared violently in response. Drones collided, lights flickered, and for a moment, it seemed as if the humans had gained the upper hand. Sparks and alarms echoed through the bridge, but the crew held firm. Mara's voice was tense. "It worked, partially. Some of the drones are offline, but the main structures are still active. We're not out of danger yet." The Aurora shifted position, taking advantage of the temporary chaos in the field. Arlen's mind raced as he considered their options. They couldn't just wait, they had to act before the aliens regrouped. "Prepare for another pulse," he said. "But this time, we target the largest drone cluster near the spire. If we disrupt it, we might create a bigger opening." Kiro nodded. "Understood, Captain. But if it backfires, the energy could reflect back on us." Arlen took a deep breath. "Then we do it carefully. Human ingenuity is our greatest weapon." The crew synchronized their actions, working like a single organism. Outside, the alien drones reacted faster than expected, moving to counter the next pulse. The bridge shook with energy surges, lights flickering, and alarms screaming. Suddenly, one of the ship's panels exploded in a shower of sparks. Kiro yelled, "Minor breach in the engineering bay. Mara, we need a precise strike now." The humans focused, hearts pounding, sweat running down their faces. The pulse fired, and the energy field around the ship reacted violently. Drones collided, sparks flew outside, and for a brief moment, the Aurora floated in a bubble of temporary safety. "Captain," Mara whispered, eyes wide. "They're recovering faster than we thought. It's like they expected us to do this." Arlen's jaw tightened. "That's fine. We expected danger. Humans adapt. Humans survive." The crew wiped sweat from their brows and regrouped, systems stabilizing as best they could. Outside, the alien drones circled warily, their lights dimming, but their presence was still formidable. "Captain," Kiro said quietly, "we've learned more about their systems in these last minutes than hours of scanning ever could. We can plan a bigger strike. But we need to be ready. This fight isn't over." Arlen nodded, looking at his exhausted but determined crew. "Prepare for the next move. We're not leaving without a plan, and we're not letting fear control us. This is humanity's moment. Our courage, our skill, and our ingenuity will see us through." The Aurora floated, momentarily safe, but the alien trap still loomed large. Every crew member felt the tension, the uncertainty, and the thrill of the unknown. Outside, the drones hovered, calculating, waiting, their lights pulsing like a heartbeat in the dark. And in that silence, every human aboard knew that survival would demand more than just bravery. It would demand cleverness, teamwork, and a willingness to face what no one else had dared to encounter. The unknown had become immediate. The battle for the ship, for survival, and for the first true encounter with alien intelligence had only just begun. The Aurora floated in tense silence, engines humming as the crew prepared for their next move. The temporary victory over the alien drones had given them a small window of opportunity, but everyone knew it would not last long. Captain Arlen studied the control panels, eyes sharp, mind racing. They had discovered weaknesses in the alien system, and now it was time to exploit them fully. "Kiro, get the reverse pulse ready," Arlen said. "We need to overload the main energy network controlling the drones. This could give us a chance to escape completely." Kiro's hands flew over the controls. "It's risky. If we miscalculate, it could backfire and damage the ship, or worse." Arlen's jaw tightened. "We don't have a choice. Mara, synchronize the timing with the structural weak points. Everyone else, brace for feedback. This is our shot." The crew moved quickly, their nervous energy focused into precision. Outside, the alien drones hovered, sensing their intent. The spires of the structures shifted subtly, almost like they were aware of what was coming. The energy field flared in anticipation, sending ripples through the Aurora's hull. "Now!" Arlen shouted. Kiro triggered the reverse pulse, and a wave of energy shot from the ship. The alien field reacted instantly. Drones collided, sparks flying as their lights flashed erratically. The spires trembled, shifting violently. For a moment, it seemed the humans had won. The energy field weakened, and the path to open space appeared. But the victory was short-lived. The pulse backfired. The alien systems, far more advanced than the crew had anticipated, reflected part of the energy back into the Aurora. Lights exploded across the bridge in showers of sparks, panels flickered violently, and alarms screamed through the ship. Kiro shouted, Captain, the pulse, it's unstable. Systems are overloading. The ship shook violently, throwing crew members against consoles. Mara struggled to maintain control. We need to stabilize the core, or we'll lose power completely. Arlen gritted his teeth, shouting over the chaos. Divert all remaining power to shields and engines. Get us out of here. Outside, the alien drones spiraled out of control. Some collided with each other, while others crashed into the shifting spires. The structures themselves began to fracture, pieces breaking off and tumbling into space. The once imposing alien trap was collapsing, but unpredictably. Kiro's face was pale. Captain, the energy reflection is tearing through our hull. Minor breaches are becoming major. If we don't move now, we could be destroyed. Arlen's eyes scanned the corridor ahead. It was narrow, but open. Full thrust. Mara, guide us through before more debris hits us. The Aurora surged forward, engines glowing brightly as shields absorbed the first impacts from broken spires and flying debris. Sparks flew across the bridge as panels shorted out. The hum of the alien drones was replaced by the deafening roar of collapsing structures. One by one, the drones fell apart, their lights extinguishing as they collided with fragments of asteroids or the alien spires themselves. The humans had unintentionally caused chaos, and the alien intelligence was reeling from the backfire. Mara shouted, "Captain, we're clear. Open space ahead." Arlen nodded, his voice steady despite the chaos. "Good work, everyone. Maintain course and keep shields up. We're not safe yet, but we've bought ourselves a chance." The crew exhaled collectively, adrenaline still pumping. They had survived the worst of the backfire, but the ship was heavily damaged, and the alien structures were collapsing unpredictably around them. The energy field, though weakened, still pulsed with residual power, reminding the humans that danger was never far away. Kiro wiped sweat from his brow. That was too close. If the pulse had reflected differently, we might not be here. Arlen nodded, looking at the flickering displays. The backfire was a risk we had to take. It gave us a chance. But we can't celebrate yet. The alien presence is still out there, and their intelligence is far from destroyed. Mara glanced at the viewport, watching as fragments of spires and drones tumbled into the void. We've done it, but barely. They underestimated us, or maybe they never expected humans to be this unpredictable. Arlen's gaze hardened. That's humanity. We survive. We adapt. And we never give up, even against forces we don't fully understand. The Aurora drifted away from the collapsing alien trap, battered but intact. The hum of the ship's systems returned slowly, warnings still flashing across the panels. Outside, fragments of alien structures glimmered in the starlight, remnants of the chaos they had caused. For a moment, silence fell over the bridge. The crew was exhausted, bruised, but alive. They had survived a trap designed to destroy them. They had faced a backfire of unimaginable power and had come through. But even in this fragile victory, every crew member knew one thing. The universe was far larger, far stranger, and far more dangerous than they had imagined. And whatever intelligence had built that trap was still out there, watching, calculating, waiting for the next move. Captain Arlen clenched his fists. Prepare for repairs and assessment. We've survived this battle, but the war, or at least the challenge, is not over. Stay sharp. Humanity has a long way to go in this galaxy. The Aurora floated onward, carrying humans who had faced an alien trap, survived a backfire, and witnessed the fragility and resilience of life in the cosmos. The unknown had tested them, and for now, they had emerged alive. The Aurora floated cautiously through the remnants of the alien structures, the stars outside looking peaceful compared to the chaos they had just escaped. But the ship's hull was battered, systems unstable, and the crew knew their ordeal was far from over. "Kiro, how bad is it?" Captain Arlen asked, voice calm but firm. Kiro shook his head. Hull integrity is dropping in several sectors. Engines are functional but not at full power. If another large impact hits, we could lose propulsion entirely. Lieutenant Mara stared at the viewport. Captain, the asteroid fragments from the collapsing spires are moving unpredictably. Some are huge, bigger than the ship. If we don't navigate carefully, we could be smashed before we get anywhere. Arlen gritted his teeth. Everyone, brace for evasive maneuvers. This is going to be rough. The Aurora shuddered as a massive fragment spun past, scraping the hull. Sparks flew inside the bridge. Crew members hit the floor, clutching consoles to steady themselves. Alarms blared. "Captain!" Mara shouted. "Another cluster of spires is collapsing. They're heading straight toward us." Arlen's hands moved quickly over the controls. "Full lateral thrusters. Divert all power to shields." The ship swerved violently, dodging one fragment, then another. The alien structures continued to crumble around them, sending debris tumbling in every direction. Every second felt like an eternity as the crew struggled to keep the Aurora intact. Kiro gritted his teeth, frantically stabilizing the engines. "Shields are weakening. If another impact hits, we could lose the main hull." Mara's voice was tense. "Captain, life support in Section 3 is fluctuating. Crew could be at risk if we can't stabilize it." Arlen clenched his jaw. "We survive. We find a way through. Focus, everyone. One maneuver at a time." The ship twisted and turned, narrowly avoiding collisions, each movement precise, each second a battle against destruction. Outside, the alien trap had completely disintegrated, but the debris field it left behind was deadly. Rocks, spires, and broken drones spun in chaotic orbits, unpredictable and lethal. "Captain!" Kiro shouted. "A massive spire fragment is heading straight for the port side. We can't outrun it." Arlen's mind raced. "Prepare emergency shields. Divert everything we have to that side." The fragment slammed against the shields, sending a shockwave through the ship. Alarms screamed. Lights flickered. Panels exploded. The ship groaned under the force, but somehow the human crew held firm. Mara shouted, "We're clear, but only by inches. Another hit like that." "I know," Arlen interrupted, voice steady. "Keep moving. Don't stop. We can survive this." The Aurora twisted through the debris, each maneuver more desperate than the last. Fragments grazed the hull, sending sparks flying and systems malfunctioning. Oxygen levels in damaged sections dropped dangerously, but the crew pressed on. Finally, after what felt like hours but was only minutes, the ship cleared the worst of the debris. Open space stretched ahead, calm and empty. The stars were bright, and for the first time in what seemed like an eternity, the crew could breathe without alarms blaring around them. Kiro slumped in his chair, exhaustion visible on his face. "We made it, barely." Mara exhaled, voice shaky. "The ship, the hull, it's holding. Somehow." Arlen looked around at his crew, battered, bruised, but alive. "This is humanity. We face the impossible, and we survive. Today, we survived an alien trap, a backfire, and near total destruction. But we are still here. And we will continue." Outside the viewport, fragments of alien spires and broken drones floated silently, glimmering in the starlight. The trap that had threatened to destroy them was gone, but the memory of it lingered. Every crew member knew how close they had come to death. Arlen's gaze hardened. "Prepare a full assessment of damage. Report life support, engines, shields. We need to get home. But also, we need to record everything. This encounter will teach humanity more than any mission before it." Mara nodded, wiping sweat from her brow. "Captain, I can't believe we survived. That field, those drones, it was like nothing we've ever faced." Arlen looked out at the stars, voice quiet but resolute. "The universe is full of dangers, but we will explore it. We will face the unknown, and we will survive. That's what makes us human." The Aurora drifted forward, engines humming softly, lights flickering from minor damage, but the crew's spirit unbroken. The alien trap had been destroyed, yet the experience had left its mark. Every crew member knew that the galaxy held far more challenges ahead. And in the silence of open space, Captain Arlen allowed himself a small thought: they had survived. They had faced the unknown and come through alive. But the universe had not revealed all its secrets, and humanity's journey had only just begun. The stars stretched endlessly ahead, quiet yet full of promise, danger, and the unknown. And somewhere in the vast darkness, the alien intelligence they had encountered was still out there, waiting, observing, calculating. The Aurora drifted silently through space, battered and bruised but still moving. The stars outside seemed calm, almost peaceful, yet inside the ship, the crew was exhausted. Captain Arlen stood on the bridge, looking at the viewport, his mind replaying every moment of the alien trap, the backfire, and the near destruction they had survived. Lieutenant Mara rubbed her temples, still shaken. "Captain, we survived, but barely. Parts of the ship are damaged beyond repair. Some crew members are injured. We lost so much." Arlen nodded. "I know, but we're alive. That counts for something. Humanity has faced impossible odds before. This is no different. We adapt, we survive, and we learn." Engineer Kiro sighed, leaning against a console. "The alien structures, they're gone. But the energy patterns we recorded, they weren't random. They were intelligent. Whatever we faced, it's still out there." Mara's eyes widened. "Do you think they'll come back? Or were we just lucky?" Arlen didn't answer immediately. He looked at the blinking panels, the flickering lights, the crew who had given everything to survive this mission. "I don't know. But one thing is certain. We've learned more in these last hours than we could have in years of normal exploration. We have to record everything. Humanity must know what's out there, what we faced, and how we survived." Outside, space stretched endlessly, the shattered remains of alien structures slowly drifting into nothingness. The silence was almost deafening after the chaos they had endured. The crew worked quietly, tending to injuries, repairing minor systems, and stabilizing the ship as best they could. Mara glanced at the sensor display. "Captain, I'm picking up a faint energy signal. Very small, almost hidden, but it's repeating. It's not like before. It's subtle. I don't know what it means." Arlen's eyes narrowed. "Show me." On the main screen, a tiny pulse blinked at regular intervals from a distant point in space, far beyond the debris field. The pattern was faint but unmistakable, a signal, intentional, intelligent. The humans had survived one encounter, but it seemed that the aliens, or something related to them, were still out there, watching. Kiro frowned. Could it be another trap? Arlen shook his head slightly. Maybe. Or maybe it's a message. Either way, it's a reminder. The universe doesn't reveal all its secrets at once. Humanity has survived this challenge, but there are more waiting. And we will face them, because that's what we do. The crew fell silent, understanding the weight of their captain's words. They had survived impossible odds, faced an alien trap that could have destroyed them completely, and come through alive. Yet the universe remained vast, mysterious, and dangerous. The knowledge of what lay beyond, and what intelligence watched them from the darkness, would stay with them forever. Arlen finally turned from the viewport and looked at his crew. Prepare the ship for repairs and return course to the nearest human outpost. Document everything. But remember, this is just the beginning. Humanity's journey into the stars is far from over. Mara gave a small nod. Yes, Captain. We'll survive. We always do. Kiro added quietly. And we'll be ready if they come back. Outside, the tiny energy pulse continued to blink in the distance. It was faint, but persistent, a silent message that humanity was being watched. The stars stretched endlessly ahead, full of promise, danger, and the unknown. The Aurora moved forward, carrying humans who had faced the unimaginable and lived. And as the ship disappeared into the vast darkness, one thought lingered in every mind aboard. They had survived, but the universe still had secrets waiting. And whatever was out there, it was not finished with them. The hum of the ship's engines echoed softly, a reminder of life, resilience, and the endless journey into the unknown. Humanity had faced the impossible and survived, but the adventure was only beginning.
Jake Dalton stepped off the transport shuttle and onto Station Kepler 9 with exactly 2 things: a duffel bag full of clothes and a sword strapped to his back. Not a plasma rifle, not a pulse cannon, not even one of those fancy disintegrator pistols that were all the rage in the outer colonies. Just a sword. A honest-to-God, forged steel, completely analog sword. The recruitment officer who'd hired him had been very clear. Humanity was the newest species to join the Galactic Coalition, and Earth needed representatives in every branch of the Alliance. The military academy was desperate for instructors who could teach close-quarters combat. Jake had 20 years of martial arts training, a background in medieval weaponry, and absolutely nothing to lose. Perfect candidate. What the recruitment officer had not mentioned was that every single alien species in the galaxy thought humans were adorable idiots. Jake found this out approximately 45 seconds after entering the Academy's main training hall. Commander Thraka stood at the front of the room, all 7 feet of him, with 4 muscular arms crossed over a chest that looked like it had been carved from granite by a sculptor who really hated subtlety. His scales were a deep purple, his eyes were the color of molten gold, and his teeth could probably bite through a shuttle door. He was addressing a classroom of about 30 cadets, representing a dozen different species, when Jake walked in. The room went quiet. Every eye turned to stare at the human. Thraka's mouth curled into something that might have been a smile on a creature that understood joy. On him, it looked like a predator spotting lunch. "Ah," Thraka said, his voice like gravel in a blender. "You must be the human instructor, Dalton, yes?" "That's me," Jake said, dropping his duffel bag by the door. "Sorry I'm late. Your station's gravity is a bit higher than I'm used to." One of the cadets, an insectoid creature with too many eyes, chittered, something that the translator rendered as laughter. Thraka's golden eyes drifted down to the sword on Jake's back. His smile widened. "Tell me, Instructor Dalton, is that your weapon of choice?" Jake knew a setup when he heard one. "It is. A blade," Thraka said slowly, savoring each word like expensive wine. "Made of sharpened metal. No power source, no energy field, no molecular edge. Just metal that you swing with your arms." "That's the general idea, yeah." The entire classroom erupted in laughter. Not polite chuckles. Full-blown, doubled-over, wheezing laughter. One cadet, a blob-like creature that might have been liquid, actually jiggled so hard it nearly fell off its chair. Thraka raised one hand, and the room fell silent again. "Forgive me, Instructor. I mean no disrespect to your species. I am sure that on your primitive world, such weapons were very effective against other primitives." Jake smiled. It was the kind of smile that didn't reach his eyes. "No offense taken, Commander." However, Thraka continued, warming to his theme. "You should understand that we are training the finest warriors in the galaxy here. Our cadets will face enemies armed with plasma weapons, energy shields, and combat armor that could withstand a direct hit from an orbital strike. I am not certain how a sharp piece of metal will factor into their education. I guess we'll find out," Jake said. Thraka's expression shifted to something almost pitying. "Indeed we shall. Please, take a seat. We were just discussing advanced shield technology." Jake found an empty spot along the back wall and leaned against it, arms crossed. For the next 20 minutes, he listened to Thraka lecture about the latest developments in defensive equipment. The cadets took notes on holographic tablets. Nobody looked at Jake. That was fine. He'd been underestimated before. What Jake didn't expect was for Thraka to turn the lecture into a full-blown roast session with him as the guest of honor. "You see," Thraka said, gesturing at a holographic display of a shimmering energy shield. "Modern defensive technology has made primitive weapons completely obsolete. A blade like Instructor Dalton's would simply bounce off military-grade shielding. It would be like trying to cut through a starship hull with a butter knife." More laughter from the cadets. Jake said nothing. "In fact," Thraka continued, clearly enjoying himself now, "I would wager that Instructor Dalton's weapon could not even scratch the paint on standard Coalition armor. Perhaps we humans should stick to teaching history classes instead of combat tactics." A few cadets actually applauded. Jake pushed off from the wall and walked toward the front of the room. The laughter died down. Thraka watched him approach with an expression of mild curiosity. "Something to add, Instructor?" Thraka asked. "Just a question," Jake said pleasantly. "You seem pretty confident in your shield technology." "I am." Confident enough to put your money where your mouth is? Thraka's eyes narrowed. What are you suggesting? Jake unstrapped the sword from his back and let it rest casually on his shoulder. A demonstration. You pick the toughest shield in your armory. If I can't leave a mark on it with this primitive piece of metal, I'll resign. Right here. Right now. The classroom went dead silent. Thraka stared at Jake for a long moment. Then, slowly, his smile returned. And if you succeed, you apologize, in front of everyone, for calling humans primitive. The tension in the room was thick enough to cut with a knife, or maybe a sword. Thraka's forearms unfolded. Agreed. Thraka didn't waste time. Within 5 minutes, he'd sent a message to the Academy's administration, and within 10, the entire student body was being summoned to the main arena. Word spread fast on a space station. By the time Jake walked into the massive circular chamber, there had to be at least 300 aliens packed into the full observation decks. This was going to be either the best or worst first day of work in history. The arena floor was a flat expanse of polished metal, big enough to host full-scale combat exercises. Overhead lights cast everything in stark white. Jake could hear the murmur of the crowd, the clicking and chittering and warbling of dozens of different species, all discussing the crazy human who thought he could scratch Verelium. He'd heard that word at least 50 times in the walk from the classroom to the arena. Verelium, the hardest substance in known space, formed in the cores of neutron stars, harvested by drones that cost more than a small planet, completely, utterly, impossibly indestructible. Great. Thraka entered from the opposite side of the arena, and the crowd roared. He was carrying something that looked like a riot shield, oval-shaped and about 3 feet tall. Even from across the arena, Jake could see it shimmer with an opalescent sheen, like oil on water. The surface seemed to drink in the light and reflect it in colors that didn't quite exist. "Behold," Thraka announced, his voice amplified through the arena's speaker system. "My personal shield, forged from pure Verelium, gifted to me upon my promotion to commander. It has turned aside plasma bolts, kinetic rounds, and even a glancing blow from an antimatter rifle. Not a single mark upon its surface." The crowd cheered. Someone started a chant in a language Jake's translator couldn't parse, but the meaning was clear enough. They were chanting Thraka's name. Jake walked to the center of the arena, sword in hand. Up close, the shield was even more impressive. The Verelium seemed to pulse with an internal light, and the craftsmanship was exquisite. The edges were perfectly smooth, the surface flawless. It was, objectively speaking, a work of art. It was also apparently going to be his resignation letter if he couldn't scratch it. "Having second thoughts, Instructor Dalton?" Thraka asked. He wasn't quite shouting, but his voice carried. He wanted the crowd to hear everything. "Just admiring the workmanship," Jake said. "This is beautiful. Custom made? On Varela Prime, by the master smiths themselves. The molecular structure is a lattice of interwoven crystalline bonds, each one reinforced at the quantum level. There is quite literally no stronger material in existence." Thraka held the shield out. "Please, examine it, touch it. Convince yourself of its authenticity." Jake stepped forward and ran his hand over the surface. It was cool to the touch, smoother than glass. He tapped it with his knuckle. The sound was a deep, resonant note that hung in the air. He walked around it, examining the edges, the back, the mounting handles. "How thick is it?" Jake asked. 2 inches at the center, tapered to 1 inch at the edges. "And the crystalline structure you mentioned? That's consistent throughout?" Thraka's expression flickered with something that might have been confusion. "Yes. Why do you ask?" "Just curious about the manufacturing process. Do they grow these crystals or forge them?" "They are grown in zero-gravity foundries over a period of months. Each crystal is seeded and allowed to form naturally, then bonded to its neighbors through a process I do not fully understand. The result is a single, unified structure with no weak points." Thraka was clearly enjoying showing off his knowledge. "The orientation of the crystalline bonds is randomized, you see, which prevents any directional vulnerability." "Randomized," Jake repeated. "Interesting. Indeed. Now, shall we begin this demonstration, or would you prefer to withdraw your challenge?" The crowd started booing. Someone threw what looked like a snack food at the arena floor. The natives were getting restless. Jake stepped back and looked at the shield one more time. Then he looked at Thraka. Then he looked up at the crowd, shading his eyes against the lights. "I'm going to need about 15 minutes, Jake said. The arena went quiet. 15 minutes? Thraka repeated. "For what?" "To prepare. You know, sharpen my blade, get my head in the game. Maybe do some stretches. I'm not as young as I used to be, and your station's gravity is murder on my knees." Thraka stared at him. You want me to wait while you stretch? Unless you want me pulling a hamstring in front of all these people. That would be embarrassing for both of us. For a moment, Jake thought Thraka might refuse. The commander's forearms tensed, and his golden eyes narrowed to slits. But then he threw his head back and laughed. It was a booming sound that echoed off the arena walls. By all means, Instructor Dalton. Take your 15 minutes. Take 20 if you need them. The outcome will be the same. Thraka gestured to one of the arena exits. There is a preparation room through that door. I will wait here with my shield. The crowd will wait. We all want to see this. The crowd laughed and jeered as Jake walked toward the exit. He could hear them placing bets, arguing about how quickly the human would fail. Some were speculating he wouldn't even try, that he'd just slink away and never come back. Jake smiled to himself as the door hissed shut behind him. He had 15 minutes to figure out how to do the impossible. Good thing he'd been paying attention during Thraka's lecture. The preparation room was small and functional. A bench, a weapons rack, a sink, and a full-length mirror. Jake set his sword down on the bench and pulled out his phone. Yes, his phone. The same device that had made the aliens on the transport shuttle look at him like he'd brought a stone tablet to a hologram convention. He opened his notes app and started typing everything he remembered from Thraka's bragging session. Crystalline structure, zero gravity foundries, months of growth, quantum level reinforcement, randomized orientation of bonds. That last part was the key. Thraka had said it like it was a feature. But to anyone who actually understood materials science, randomized crystalline bonds were both a strength and a potential weakness. Random meant unpredictable, sure, but it also meant inconsistent. And inconsistent meant there were patterns if you knew how to look for them. Jake had spent 5 years of his life studying Japanese sword-making techniques. Not because he was some kind of weeb, but because metallurgy was fascinating, and ancient bladesmiths had figured out things about material science that modern engineers were only just beginning to understand. They'd learned to read metal, to see its grain, to find the natural lines of stress and work with them instead of against them. He pulled his sword from its sheath and held it up to the light. The blade was folded steel, layered and hammered and folded again, more than 200 times. Each fold created thousands of microscopic layers, each one adding strength and flexibility. The edge had been ground and polished to a molecular sharpness. It wasn't a plasma cutter, but it was sharp enough to split a human hair lengthwise. More importantly, it was precise. That was the whole point of a sword. Precision over power, technique over strength. Jake looked at his reflection in the mirror. Okay, Dalton, you've talked yourself into a corner. Time to science your way out. He spent the next 10 minutes running through the physics in his head. Beryllium was a crystalline structure, which meant it had a grain, even if that grain was randomized. Crystals fractured along specific planes based on their molecular bonds. If he could identify the orientation of those bonds on the shield's surface, he could angle his cuts to exploit the natural stress points. It was the same principle as cutting a diamond. You didn't just hack at it. You studied the crystal structure, found the cleavage plane, and applied force at exactly the right angle. One precise tap in the right spot could split a diamond in half. 1,000. Random hits wouldn't even scratch it. The difference was, he didn't have time to study the shield properly. He'd have to read it on the fly, make micro adjustments with each cut, and hope his eyes were good enough to spot the patterns in real time. No pressure. When he walked back into the arena, the crowd's jeering had turned to impatient murmuring. Thraka stood in the center, still holding his shield, looking like a statue of military confidence. Finished with your stretches? Thraka called out. All limbered up, Jake replied. He walked to the center of the arena, sword held loosely in one hand. So, just to confirm the terms, if I scratch your shield, you apologize. If I don't, I resign. Correct. And you'll accept any mark on the shield as proof? Even a small one? Thraka's smile was predatory. Instructor Dalton, if you can make even the tiniest imperfection on this shield, I will not only apologize, I will personally recommend you for a commendation. I am that confident. Great. One more thing. Can you hold the shield steady? I'd hate for it to move and mess up my attempt. I will hold it as still as stone. Thraka planted his feet and held the shield out at chest height, gripping it with 2 of his 4 arms. The other 2 arms crossed behind his back in a gesture of absolute confidence. The crowd leaned forward in their seats. Jake approached slowly, studying the shield's surface. Under the arena lights, he could see faint patterns in the opalescent shimmer. Lines of slightly different coloration, so subtle they were almost invisible. Crystalline boundaries, the places where different growth zones met and bonded. There, he could see them. Jake raised his sword and placed the edge against the shield's surface at a shallow angle, maybe 15 degrees. He didn't press down, just made contact, felt the material, let his hands read the feedback through the blade. "Any day now," Thraka said. Jake ignored him. He adjusted the angle. 20 degrees. Then 18. Then 19.5. There. He could feel a difference in the resistance, like the blade wanted to settle into a groove that wasn't quite there yet. He drew the sword across the surface in a long, smooth pull. Not a chop, not a stab. A draw cut, the kind you'd use to slice through a tatami mat. The blade whispered across the beryllium. Nothing happened. The crowd started laughing again. Jake repositioned, tried a different angle on a different part of the shield. Another draw cut. Still nothing. "Perhaps you need another 15 minutes? Thraka suggested. Jake didn't answer. He was too focused. The patterns were there. He could see them now, clearer with each attempt. The crystalline structure wasn't perfectly random. It couldn't be. Nature didn't work that way. There were patterns. Fractals. Repeating structures at different scales. Third attempt. He found a spot where 3 different crystalline boundaries met, forming a junction point. He placed his blade at exactly 23 degrees, rotated it slightly to account for the curve of the shield, and pulled. The sword bit. It was barely perceptible. A whisper of resistance. But it was there. The blade had found purchase. Jake's smile was microscopic. Gotcha. He began to work in earnest now, making small, precise cuts. Each one built on the last, following the natural grain of the crystal structure. He wasn't trying to overpower the material. He was reading it, understanding it, and exploiting its own nature against itself. The crowd's laughter died. Someone in the front row stood up. Jake kept cutting. The blade moved in short, controlled strokes. He was carving now, following a pattern only he could see. The sword sang against the beryllium, a high, clear note that changed pitch with each angle adjustment. Thraka's smile faltered. "What are you doing?" Jake didn't answer. He was too busy carving the letter J into the shield's supposedly indestructible surface. The arena went absolutely silent. You could have heard a pin drop, or in this case, you could hear the whisper of folded steel cutting through impossibility. The J was perfect. Clean lines, smooth curves, about 3 inches tall, and carved a solid 1/4 inch deep into the beryllium. Jake stepped back to admire his work, then moved to the next letter. A was trickier. The diagonal lines required different angles, and he had to reorient his stance twice to maintain the proper cutting geometry. But once he found the right approach, the blade carved through like the shield was made of hard cheese. The crossbar of the A took 5 seconds. He didn't even break a sweat. "This is impossible," Thraka breathed. His forearms had gone rigid. The shield trembled in his grip. "Hold it steady, please," Jake said without looking up. "I'd hate to mess up the kerning." K was easier than the A. The vertical line followed a major crystalline boundary that Jake could see now as clearly as if someone had drawn it in marker. The 2 diagonal lines required some finesse, but his hands had found their rhythm. The sword felt like an extension of his nervous system. Every micro-adjustment was automatic. Someone in the crowd made a sound like a tea kettle whistling. Several cadets were standing now, pressing against the railings to get a better view. Jake could hear frantic whispers, the click and buzz of translator devices working overtime. E was practically therapeutic. 4 simple lines. Horizontal, vertical, horizontal, horizontal. He finished it in under 30 seconds and paused to roll his shoulders. Thraka's gravity was still murder on his back. "You are cheating somehow," Thraka said. His voice had lost its commanding boom. Now it just sounded confused. "This is not possible. You are using some kind of Earth technology, a hidden energy field, a molecular destabilizer." Jake looked up at him. "Want to inspect the sword? No power source, no batteries, no circuitry, just about 3 pounds of folded steel, and a really good edge." "Then how? I'm not done yet. Hold still." D was a nice change of pace after all those straight lines. The curve required a different cutting motion, more of a rocking draw than a straight pull. Jake adjusted his grip and let the blade's natural curve do the work. The steel whispered secrets to the beryllium, and the beryllium, betrayed by its own structure, gave up its integrity, one crystalline bond at a time. The D took a full minute. Jake wanted it perfect. This was his signature, after all. Might as well make it look good. A again. Jake was getting efficient now. He'd mapped the major stress lines in the shield's structure. He knew where the crystal boundaries ran, where the growth zones overlapped, where the quantum reinforcement was strongest and where it was just slightly weaker. The second A took half the time of the first. L was a gimme. 2 lines, vertical and horizontal. Done. The crowd wasn't making any noise anymore. The silence was profound, almost religious. 300 aliens watched a human do something that violated everything they understood about materials, science, physics, and reality in general. Jake carved the T in long, confident strokes. The horizontal line at the top was perfectly straight. The vertical line bisected it with mathematical precision. He was showing off now, and he knew it, but he'd earned the right. O was meditative. A perfect circle, carved with a series of overlapping curved cuts that blended seamlessly together. Jake took his time, making each cut deliberate and smooth. The sword sang its high, clear note, and the beryllium surrendered in shavings so fine they were nearly invisible. When he finished the N, Jake stepped back and lowered his sword. His name, Jake Dalton, was carved across the face of Commander Thraka's personal shield in letters 3 inches tall and deep enough to feel with your fingers. The cuts were clean, professional, and absolutely permanent. Jake wiped his blade on his sleeve and sheathed it. There we go. One scratch. Well, technically several thousand scratches arranged in letter shapes, but I think it counts. Thraka stared at the shield. His golden eyes were wide. His mouth hung open. All 4 of his arms had gone limp, and he was holding the shield now like it was a dead thing, like it had betrayed him personally. The arena exploded. It wasn't cheering. Exactly. It was more like the sound of 300 different species all having existential crises simultaneously. Jake heard shouting in at least a dozen languages. Someone was chanting something that his translator kept rendering as, "The human broke physics." Another voice kept repeating, "Impossible," over and over, like a mantra. A few of the cadets had their phones out, recording video. Jake made a mental note to check the station's social media later. This was definitely going viral. Thraka looked up from the shield to Jake, then back to the shield, then back to Jake. "How?" he finally managed. "Would you like the short answer or the long answer?" "Any answer, please." Jake gestured at the shield. "May I?" Thraka handed it over like a man in a dream. Jake held it up to the light, turning it so the crowd could see the carved name. "So here is the thing about crystalline structures," Jake said, projecting his voice so everyone could hear. "They are incredibly strong along certain axes and relatively weak along others. The strength comes from the molecular bonds, sure, but those bonds are directional. When you said the crystalline orientation was randomized, you accidentally told me the shield's weakness." "That makes no sense," Thraka said. "It does if you understand grain structure. See, crystals grow in predictable patterns. Even when you randomize the orientation, you get boundaries where different crystal zones meet. Those boundaries are the weak points. Not weak enough to matter against blunt force or energy weapons, but weak enough that a blade at exactly the right angle can exploit them." Jake ran his finger along one of the carved lines. "I spent 15 minutes thinking about everything you told me. Then I spent the first few attempts reading the shield's structure. Once I found the patterns, it was just a matter of precision. Cut along the grain instead of against it. Work with the material instead of against it. It's the same principle Japanese swordsmiths have used for 1,000 years." The arena was dead quiet now. Every eye was on Jake. Even Thraka seemed to be listening, though he still looked like he'd been hit in the head with a physics textbook. "The sword is not about strength," Jake continued. "It is about technique, about understanding your target better than your target understands itself. You can have the hardest armor in the galaxy, but if someone knows how it is made, how the molecules bond, how the structure forms, they can find a way through. Every defense has a weakness. You just have to be smart enough to find it." He handed the shield back to Thraka. "So yeah, I scratched it. Several thousand times, in fact. My name is now a permanent part of your personal equipment. You are welcome." Thraka held the shield like it was evidence at a crime scene. His scaled face had gone through several colors in the last 30 seconds, settling on a pale purple that suggested either shock or a minor stroke. Jake couldn't tell which. Hava. "But the quantum reinforcement," Thraka said weakly. "The molecular bonds. The master smiths of Varela Prime spent centuries perfecting this material." "And they did a great job," Jake said. "Seriously, this is impressive work. But here's the thing about master craftsmen. They get really good at making something one specific way. And after a while, they stop questioning whether that way has any flaws. They just assume it is perfect because it has always worked before." Jake pulled out his sword again, not to threaten, just to illustrate. He held it up so the lights caught the rand, wavy pattern in the steel. "See this? This is a Hamon line. It is created during the differential hardening process. The edge is hard enough to hold sharpness, but the spine is softer and more flexible. That combination gives you a blade that can cut and also absorb impact without shattering. It is a compromise, an acknowledgement that no material is perfect for every situation. He sheathed the blade again. Your Verelium smiths made their material optimized for one thing: stopping high-energy impacts. Plasma bolts, kinetic rounds, explosions, all the stuff you mentioned. And for that, it is fantastic. But they optimized so hard in one direction that they created a vulnerability in another. The crystalline structure that makes it great at dispersing energy makes it susceptible to precise mechanical stress along specific vectors. You are saying our greatest defensive material has been flawed this entire Androgis time? Thraka's voice was barely a whisper now. Not flawed, just specialized. There is a difference. Jake gestured at the crowd. How many people in this station do you think could have done what I just did? Actually carved through Verelium with a hand weapon? Thraka was quiet for a moment. I do not know. I am guessing not many. You need someone who understands both crystalline structures and traditional blade work. Someone who has studied materials science and also spent years learning how to read metal. Someone crazy enough to bring a sword to a space station. That is a pretty specific skill set. Jake walked in a slow circle around Thraka, addressing the crowd now as much as the commander. Humans have been working with metal for about 7,000 years. We have been making swords for most of that time. We have had entire civilizations rise and fall, and through all of it, we kept making blades and figuring out better ways to make them cut. Not because we are violent. Well, not just because we are violent, but because we are curious. We want to understand how things work. He stopped and faced Thraka again. When you gave me that lecture about the Verelium crystalline structure, you thought you were showing off. And you were. But you were also teaching. You told me everything I needed to know to beat your shield. The growth process, the bonding method, the randomized orientation. You gave me a complete technical breakdown of your defense, and then you were surprised when I used that information. I did not think it mattered, Thraka admitted. I thought the material was invulnerable. Nothing is invulnerable. That is lesson 1 in any human combat doctrine. Everything has a weakness. Armor has joints. Shields have edges. Fortresses have gates. The stronger something appears, the more important it becomes to find that one critical flaw. Jake tapped the carved shield with one finger. Your shield's flaw was its own complexity. Too many crystalline boundaries. Too much structural variation. It made the material incredibly strong against random impacts, but vulnerable to someone who could read those variations and exploit them systematically. A voice called out from the crowd. It was one of the cadets, a tall, thin alien that looked like a praying mantis crossed with a giraffe. But how did you see the crystalline boundaries? We cannot see them. The shield looks uniform to us. Human eyes are pretty good, Jake said. We are persistence hunters. We evolved to track prey over long distances by spotting tiny details, broken twigs, disturbed dirt, changes in color or texture that most predators would miss. That same visual processing helps us spot patterns in materials. I am not saying my eyes are magic. I am saying they are trained. I have been studying metal grain for years. I know what to look for. Another voice, this one deeper and raspier. Could this technique work on other materials? On our armor? Our hulls? Jake shrugged. Maybe. I would have to study them. Every material is different. But the principle is universal. Understand the structure, find the stress points, apply force precisely. It works on metal, on crystal, on ceramic, on composite materials. Physics does not care what your armor is made of. Physics just cares about molecular bonds and force vectors. The crowd erupted in conversation. Jake could see cadets arguing with each other, instructors pulling out data pads and running calculations. Someone was already trying to contact the Verelium smiths on Varela Prime, probably to tell them their entire product line had just been compromised by a human with a sharp stick. Thraka still looked shell-shocked, but something had shifted in his expression. The arrogance was gone. The condescension had evaporated. Now he just looked like a soldier who had learned something new and was trying to process the tactical implications. You could have failed, Thraka said quietly. You risked your career on a theory, on a guess. That was foolish. Maybe, Jake agreed, but I was tired of being laughed at. Sometimes you have to take a risk to make a point. Besides, it was not really a guess. I did the math. I knew it would work. I just was not sure I could execute it cleanly enough to make it impressive. Impressive, Thraka repeated. He looked down at his shield, at Jake's name carved permanently into its surface. Yes, I suppose that is one word for it. So, Jake said, letting the word hang in the air, We had a deal. Thraka's shoulders sagged. All four of his arms dropped to his sides. He looked like a man walking to his own execution. But when he spoke, his voice was clear and steady. A soldier keeping his word. "Attention," Thraka announced, his voice amplified through the arena. "I, Commander Thraka, do hereby apologize to Instructor Jake Dalton. I called his weapon primitive. I called his species primitive. I was wrong. I apologize to him, and to all humans, for my ignorance and arrogance." The arena was silent. Then, slowly, someone started clapping. Then another. Then a dozen. Then 100. Within seconds, the entire crowd was applauding, the sound echoing off the arena walls like thunder. Jake nodded to Thraka. "Apology accepted, Commander." Thraka managed a weak smile. "I suspect I am going to regret this demonstration for the rest of my life." "Probably," Jake agreed cheerfully. "But hey, at least you will never forget my name." Jake turned to leave the arena, sword slung casually over his shoulder, when he realized he wasn't going to make it to the exit alone. A wall of cadets had materialized between him and the door. Not threatening, just incredibly, intensely interested. The praying mantis alien was at the front of the pack. "Instructor Dalton, you must teach us this technique. The pattern recognition, the angle calculations, everything. I want to learn human blade work," said a stocky rock-like creature that Jake was pretty sure was literally made of minerals. "Can you teach someone with no joints how to use a sword? Is it true humans spend thousands of years just fighting each other with metal sticks?" This from a floating jellyfish thing that pulsed with bioluminescence. That sounds extremely inefficient but also fascinating. Jake held up his hands. Okay. One at a time. Yes, I can teach you. That is literally why I am here. Class starts tomorrow morning at 0700. Bring questions. Bring enthusiasm. Do not bring plasma weapons because we will not be using them. The crowd parted as he walked through, but they followed him like ducklings. By the time Jake reached the corridor outside the arena, he had at least 40 cadets trailing behind him, all talking at once, all wanting to know more about Earth combat techniques and metallurgy, and whether it was true that humans used to settle disputes by hitting each other with swords until someone surrendered or died. That last one is mostly true, yeah, Jake admitted. We have mellowed out since then, mostly. Behind him, still standing in the center of the arena, Commander Thraka held his defaced shield and stared at it like it contained the secrets of the universe. Which, in a way, it did. The secrets were just written in a human name instead of ancient Varelian script. An instructor approached Thraka, a scaled creature with too many eyes. "Commander, what do you want us to do about this? Should we file a complaint with the Coalition? Demand the human be removed?" Thraka was quiet for a long moment. Then he laughed. It was a different laugh than before. Not mocking, not cruel. Just genuinely amused at the absurdity of the situation. "No," Thraka said. "We are going to keep him. We are going to learn everything he knows. And then we are going to make sure every cadet in this academy understands that technology is not a substitute for knowledge, and strength is not a substitute for skill. But your shield, sir. Your reputation." Thraka looked down at the carved letters one more time. "My reputation will recover. My shield, however, is ruined." He paused. Or perhaps not ruined. Perhaps improved. After all, it now tells a story. The story of the day a human taught me that we have been fighting in space for so long we forgot how to fight smart. He tucked the shield under one of his forearms and walked toward the exit. "Come, we have curriculum to revise. If one human with a sword can defeat our best defensive technology, imagine what he can teach our cadets about finding weaknesses in enemy defenses, about thinking creatively instead of relying on superior firepower. You want to integrate primitive Earth combat techniques into our advanced warfare training?" "Primitive," Thraka said, "is clearly not the right word. Unconventional, perhaps. Unexpected. The kind of tactics that enemies with superior technology would never see coming because they would assume, as I did, that old methods are obsolete methods." He paused at the arena door and looked back one last time at this, the empty floor where Jake had done the impossible. "The human said every defense has a weakness," Thraka said quietly. "He was right, and now he works for us. That makes us either very fortunate or very dangerous. Possibly both." Meanwhile, 3 corridors away, Jake had finally escaped the swarm of eager cadets by promising to answer all their questions in class tomorrow. He found a quiet observation deck overlooking the planet below, a swirling blue and green world that wasn't Earth but reminded him of home anyway. His phone buzzed. A message from the Academy's administrative office. Contract confirmed. Permanent position as senior instructor of unconventional warfare. Generous salary. Full benefits. Housing provided. Congratulations on a successful first day. Jake laughed and typed back a reply. Thanks. It was definitely memorable. Another message appeared, this one from an unknown sender. When Jake opened it, he found a photo. It was his name, carved into Thraka's shield, shot in dramatic lighting with professional composition. Already it had 17,000 shares on the station's social network. The caption read, "Human defeats impossible material with ancient weapon. Full story at link." Jake saved the photo. His mom was going to love this. He looked out at the stars, at the endless black, punctuated by distant lights, and allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. He had come to Station Kepler 9 with a sword and a dream. He was leaving his first day with a job, a reputation, and the knowledge that somewhere in the galaxy, Commander Thraka was going to see Jake's name on his shield every single day for the rest of his military career. Not a bad start. Behind him, the observation deck door hissed open. Thraka stepped through, still carrying the shield. They stood in silence for a moment, watching the planet turn below. "I am going to display this in my office," Thraka said finally. "As a reminder." A reminder of what? That arrogance is a weakness. That assumption is a flaw. That the most dangerous opponent is not the one with the biggest weapon, but the one who understands the fight better than you do. Thraka glanced at Jake. "Also as a reminder that humans are terrifying and should never be underestimated again." Jake grinned. "We grow on you. Like a particularly persistent fungus, yes." They stood together, human and alien, instructor and commander, watching the stars wheel overhead. Tomorrow there would be classes to teach, techniques to demonstrate, and a whole academy of cadets eager to learn the human way of war. But tonight, there was just this. A quiet moment. A mutual respect earned through steel and stubbornness. And somewhere in the station's maintenance bay, a weapons technician was going to have a very confusing conversation with his supervisor about why they needed to completely redesign their understanding of material vulnerability. Humanity had arrived in the galaxy, and the galaxy was never going to be quite the same.
When the Galactic Enforcement Fleet decided to raid Classroom 7B at Riverside Academy, we expected the usual terrified surrender. Standard procedure, really, shock and awe, overwhelming force, immediate compliance. What we got instead was Maya Torres. Let me back up. My name is Vrek. I'm a tactical officer in the 3rd Dominion Strike Force, and I've seen combat on 17 worlds. I've never, and I mean never, been more thoroughly humiliated than I was that Tuesday afternoon on Earth. The mission briefing was simple. Intelligence reported that Classroom 7B housed 23 juvenile humans, ages 15 to 16, and one supervising adult. We were to extract a data crystal that our sensors detected in the room. Easy grab. Minimal resistance expected. Minimal resistance, I muttered to my squad as we materialized in the hallway. Just like the briefing on Centauri Prime right before that cargo hauler pilot threw fusion cores at us. My second, Klatch clicked his mandibles in what passed for laughter among his species. Relax, Veg. They're children. What are they going to do? Throw their learning tablets at us? Famous last words. We breached the door at exactly 30:47 hours, local time. Standard entry formation. Shield units first. Weapons hot. Intimidation protocols at maximum. The door exploded inward with a satisfying crash. Smoke roamed deployed. Our armor's vocal amplifiers boomed the standard compliance demands in 17 languages. The screaming started immediately. Perfect. Fear was our ally. Then it stopped. Just stopped. Through the clearing smoke, I saw her. Front row, 3rd seat from the left. While every other human in that room was either ducking under desks or pressed against the walls, she was still sitting, just sitting there, watching us with these dark brown eyes that held absolutely zero fear. Compliance is mandatory, I roared, leveling my plasma rifle at the supervising adult, a portly male who was currently trying to become one with the wall-mounted display screen. Surrender the data crystal immediately. The girl raised her hand. I blinked. All 4 of my eyes. She raised her hand like she was asking permission to use the waste facilities. Excuse me. Her voice was calm. Too calm. Before you do the whole invasion thing, can I ask what data crystal you're looking for? Because if it's the blue one Mr. Patterson uses for history presentations, I think that's just full of World War II documentaries. Clatch leaned toward me. Did she just interrupt your intimidation protocol? Silence. Human. I aimed my rifle at her desk. You will remain quiet and compliant or face immediate neural disruption. She tilted her head. Neural disruption? Is that like a taser? Because honestly, that seems excessive for what's basically breaking and entering. Also, you guys might want to check your intel, because I'm pretty sure Mr. Patterson's teaching methods don't qualify as classified information. Maya, hissed another student from under a desk. Shut up, what? Maya shrugged. I'm just saying they'd probably have the wrong classroom. This is clearly a case of mistaken identity. We're sophomores. The most dangerous thing in here is Jessica's perfume. Hey, came an offended voice from behind an overturned chair. This was not going according to plan. I activated my comm unit. Command, we have a situation. One of the juveniles is being unusual. Define unusual, came the reply. She's not scared. Then make her scared, Vrek. You're a Dominion strike officer, not a mediator. Right. Time to regain control. I stepped forward, my armor's servos hissing with each movement. 8 feet of armored muscle and advanced weaponry. I was literally designed to be terrifying. Maya Torres looked me up and down. Cool armor. Is that synthetic plating or some kind of organic compound? Because the light refraction suggests a crystalline matrix, but the flexibility indicates something more marmon. I froze. How do you know about refraction matrices? AP Physics. She pointed at the board behind me where some kind of mathematical formula was still visible. We were actually in the middle of learning about wave-particle duality when you guys decided to cosplay as sci-fi villains. Bad timing, by the way. Miss Patterson was just getting to the interesting part. Fletch moved to the side, scanning the room with his weapon. Greg, the data crystal signature is coming from everywhere in this room. Multiple sources. What? Our sensors are detecting 47 separate crystal signatures. Maya's hand went up again. Oh no. What now? That would be the quartz, she said, helpfully. Quartz crystals. Jessica over there? She's super into healing crystals. Has them all over her backpack. They're silicon dioxide, which your sensors probably can't differentiate from whatever fancy data storage you guys use. Am I right? I stared at her. You figured out our scanning limitation in 30 seconds? Well, yeah, basic material science. If you're scanning for crystalline structures with data storage capability, you're probably looking for organized molecular lattices. But quartz has similar properties, just without the data, so your scanners would ping on both. It's like looking for a specific song, but your music player highlights every track in the same genre. One of my squad members, Throm, lowered his weapon slightly. She's right. I'm reading silicon dioxide signatures throughout the room. Our intel must have picked up the interference. So you're telling me, I said slowly, my voice dripping with frustration, that we just launched a full tactical assault on a learning facility because of some decorative rocks. Maya nodded enthusiastically. Yep. Although, to be fair, healing crystals is mostly marketing nonsense. The only thing they heal is the seller's bank account. But Jessica likes them, so you know. Different strokes. This is unacceptable. I slammed my fist into a desk, which splintered satisfyingly. Finally, some of that fear response I was expecting. Several students Maya just sighed. Okay, buddy. Now you're going to have to pay for that. That's school property. And knowing this district's budget situation, they're going to want reimbursement. Do you guys take insurance claims? Or is this more of a cash situation? We don't pay for anything. I roared. We are the Dominion Strike Force. We take what we want. Right, right. Galactic conquest. Resources. Domination. Blah, blah, blah. She waved her hand dismissively. But here's the thing. You're in American public school territory now. And trust me, the administrative paperwork alone will make you regret every life choice that led to this moment. Are you threatening us? Clatch moved his weapon to point directly at her. Threatening? No. Warning. Absolutely. You think you're scary? Wait until Vice Principal Kowalski finds out about this. That woman can make a parent cry with just a disappointed look. Plus, there's going to be incident reports, police statements, insurance claims, possibly FBI involvement since you're technically foreign entities. We're from another galaxy. Foreign is foreign. She shrugged again. That shrug, it was becoming my least favorite gesture in the universe. And honestly, the media circus alone is going to be insane. CNN, Fox News, all the local stations. Everyone's going to want interviews. Do you guys have a PR team? Because you're going to need one. I looked at Clatch. Clatch looked at Throm. Throm looked at our other squad members. This was supposed to be a 10-minute extraction operation. We were now 15 minutes in, and arguing with a teenage human about bureaucracy. You know what? Maya stood up. Every weapon in the room tracked her movement. She held up her hands. How about we make a deal? The Dominion does not negotiate with primitives. Yeah. Heard that before. Look, here's my offer. You guys leave peacefully. We tell everyone this was a weird fire drill, and nobody has to deal with the absolute nightmare of interdimensional paperwork. Trust me, I've seen what happens when two school systems try to coordinate. Adding intergalactic law to that mix? No thank you. And if we refuse, I growled. She walked over to a bag on one of the desks and pulled out a small rectangular device. Then I called my mom. The room went silent. Your mother? Yep. She's a lawyer. Specializes in international law, actually, but I'm pretty sure she'd love to expand into interstellar. She lives for this stuff, loves a challenge. Last month she sued a multinational corporation into bankruptcy before breakfast. Imagine what she'd do with an actual alien invasion to work with. I felt something I hadn't felt in years of military service. Uncertainty. You're bluffing, Maya started tapping on her device. My though, because I've got her on speed dial. One call, and you guys are looking at legal proceedings that'll make your three-headed superior officers file for early retirement. We have weapons! Advanced technology. Your laws mean nothing to us. Cool story. She held up the device. But here's the thing about laws. They're not about weapons or technology. They're about paperwork. Endless, soul-crushing paperwork. Forms in triplicate. Depositions. Discovery. Appeals. My mom once extended a trial for 4 years over a comma placement. 4 years over punctuation. You really want to deal with that? Clatch leaned in close. Rec, Command is asking why we haven't secured the package yet. Tell Command, we have a complication. What kind of complication?
I looked at Maya Torres standing there with her communication device and her complete lack of fear. The humankind.
She smiled. Not a frightened smile. Not a nervous smile. A smile that said she knew exactly what she was doing, and she was enjoying every second of it. So, she said brightly, do we have a deal? You leave we forget this ever happened, and everyone gets to go home without triggering an interstellar incident. I should have taken the deal. But I'm Vrek, commander of the 3rd Dominion Strike Force. I don't negotiate with children. I definitely don't retreat because some teenage human threatens me with legal paperwork. Negative, I said, straightening to my full height. We are proceeding with the mission. All students will be detained for questioning until we determine the location of our target data. Maya lowered her phone. Really? You're really going with that play? It's not a play. It's a tactical decision. It's a terrible tactical decision. She sat back down at her desk, completely relaxed. But okay, your funeral or court case? Whatever comes first. I signaled my squad to begin detention procedures. Clatch moved toward the cowering teacher, while Throm started scanning students with his handheld device. Standard protocol. We'd done this 1,000 times. Then Maya raised her hand again. I ignored her. She kept it raised. What? I finally snapped. Just so we're clear, you're detaining minors without parental consent, guardian notification, or any form of legal warrant recognized by Earth authorities, correct? We don't need Earth warrants. Right. Alien invasion, superior firepower, yada yada. Got it. She pulled out a small notebook and actually started writing. And your names are? We don't have to tell you anything. Cool. I'll just put unknown alien aggressors 1 through 8. That should work for the police report. Oh, and the lawsuit. Definitely need it for the lawsuit. Clatch paused mid-scan. Why is she taking notes? Because, Maya said, without looking up. Documentation is everything. My mom taught me that. Video evidence is great, But contemporaneous written records, chef's kiss. Especially when you date and timestamp everything. She held up her notebook. Already got your entry time, your threat statements, and your refusal to identify yourselves. This is going to be Exhibit A, through like Zik probably. One of the students under a desk whispered. Maya, what are you doing? Legal defense prep, Tommy. Pay attention. This is way more useful than anything Mr. Patterson teaches. Hey, Mr. Patterson protested weakly from his position against the wall. I activated my comm again. Command. The human juvenile is documenting our operation. So, she's a primitive with a writing implement. Continue the mission, sir. She's making very specific legal references. Rick, are you telling me you're being intimidated by a child taking notes? When he put it that way, it did sound ridiculous. No, sir. Continuing operation. I turned back to Maya. Your documentation means nothing. We operate under galactic authority, which supersedes all planetary jurisdictions. Does it, though? She flipped a page in her notebook. Because according to the Outer Space Treaty of 1967, no nation can claim sovereignty over celestial bodies, and all space activities must be for the benefit of all countries. Now, I know you're not technically a nation, but the principle applies. You're conducting hostile military action on sovereign territory without authorization. That's a violation of international law, the Geneva Conventions, and probably a bunch of space treaties we haven't even activated yet. Throm lowered his scanner. How does she know about space treaties? Mock United Nations Club, Maya said cheerfully. I represented Luxembourg last year. Small country, big space mining ambitions. You learn stuff. This was getting out of hand. I needed to regain control. Enough talking. You will all comply or we will use force. Maya set down her notebook. Okay, so here's the thing about force. You fire one weapon in here, you've got 23 witnesses, plus whatever security cameras are still running. That's video evidence of assault on minors. Even if you succeed in whatever you're trying to do, you've just committed multiple felonies on camera. And trust me, human social media would have that footage everywhere in about 6 minutes. We can confiscate all recording devices. Can you though? Because half the school probably heard that explosion when you breached the door. Someone's already calling 911. Police response time in this district. About 8 minutes. You've got maybe 5 minutes before this place is surrounded by local law enforcement. Then state police, then probably the National Guard. Because alien invasion. I checked my tactical display. She was right. Multiple communication signals were emanating from the building. Emergency frequencies. We can handle human law enforcement, I said, but my voice lacked conviction. Sure, but what about the media? The government? The UN? You think they're just going to let this slide? Best case scenario, you leave here with nothing and this becomes an international incident. Worst case? You hurt someone and every human government on the planet unites against you, and humans are really, really good at holding grudges and building weapons when they're mad. Latch moved closer to me. Vrek, she has a point. Our mission parameters didn't account for this level of exposure. It's one classroom in a building with 3,000 students, Maya interjected, who all have phones, who all have social media. You're about to become viral, and not in a fun way. More like an entire planet wants your headway. I was losing this. I could feel it. This wasn't combat. This wasn't tactics. This was something else entirely, and I had no training for it. What do you want? I finally asked. Maya smiled. There it is. Okay, here's my offer. You leave peacefully right now. We tell everyone you were part of a surprise emergency preparedness drill. Some kind of new immersive training program. Weird, but believable. Nobody gets hurt. Nobody gets sued. Nobody starts an interstellar war. You go back to your ship, recheck your intel, and maybe invest in better scanning equipment that can tell the difference between data crystals and mole jewelry. And if we agree to this, then I destroy my notes. We all sign NDAs or whatever makes you feel better, and this never happened. You avoid bureaucracy, legal nightmares, and the very real possibility of my mother making your life a living hell for the next decade. I looked at my squad. They were all watching me, waiting for orders. We could fight. We could probably win. But at what cost? Command. I said into my comm. Requesting permission to abort mission. Negative. Secure the target. Sir, the target doesn't exist. Our intel was faulty. We're looking at massive exposure and zero gain. Silence on the line. Then explain. I explained. The quartz crystals. The media exposure. The legal implications. The teenager with the notebook and the terrifying lawyer mother. More silence. Then, abort mission. Extract immediately. We'll discuss this failure later. Great. A reprimand was coming. But at least I'd be alive to receive it. I lowered my weapon. Stand down. We're leaving. My squad looked confused but complied. Weapons lowered. Stance relaxed. Maya clapped her hands. Excellent choice. See, cooperation works. Now for the cover story. Mr. Patterson, you okay playing along? The teacher nodded frantically. Yes, absolutely. Whatever you want. Cool. So here's what happened. The district hired a private security firm to test emergency protocols. Bit over the top with the special effects, but very impressive. Everyone was super brave. Nobody panicked. We all followed procedures perfectly. Gold stars all around. That's ridiculous, I muttered. No one will believe that. You'd be surprised what people believe when the alternative is dealing with uncomfortable truth. Plus, school administration would much rather spin this as a successful drill than explain how aliens broke into a classroom on their watch. Liability issues. You know, she was right. Again. I hated how often she was right. Fine. We'll use your cover story. Great. Oh, one more thing. Maya pulled out her phone again. I need a contact method. You know, in case this happens again. Maybe we can establish some kind of communication protocol. Avoid future misunderstandings. You want our contact information? Well, yeah. You guys clearly need help with your Earth operations. I'm thinking I could consult, freelance, help you understand human culture, legal systems, social dynamics, prevent incidents like this. I stared at her. You want to work for us? Work with you? Important distinction? And not for free, obviously. I'm thinking college fund contributions. My mom's a lawyer, but law school is expensive. Clatch made a choking sound that might have been laughter. She's negotiating a consulting contract after foiling our invasion. This human is insane, or smart, Maya countered. Look, you guys are clearly going to keep coming to Earth. That's obvious, and you're clearly terrible at understanding human behavior. That's also obvious, so why not have someone on call who can help you navigate our weird little planet, prevent future tactical disasters? I'm good at research, excellent at problem solving, and I already know your scanning equipment's limitations. That's valuable intel. I should have said no. I should have ordered an immediate extraction and never thought about this planet again. Instead, I found myself saying, I'll pass your offer up the chain of command. Maya's face lit up. Seriously? Awesome. Here, let me give you my email and phone number. Oh, maybe a secure communication channel. Do you guys use encrypted messaging? Or is it more of a psychic link thing? We use quantum encoded transmissions. Fancy, okay, well, I'm sure we can figure something out. Technology always finds a way, right? As my squad began the extraction process, I watched Maya Torres return to her seat, like nothing had happened. The other students were slowly emerging from their hiding spots, looking confused and traumatized. Hey everyone, Maya called out. That was intense, right? But we all did great. Remember, this was just a drill. A really weird, really elaborate drill. Nothing to worry about. We'll probably get an assembly about it tomorrow. Maya, said the girl named Jessica. What just happened? Emergency preparedness. Very cutting-edge stuff. I'll explain later. We materialized back on our ship 3 minutes later. My commander was waiting in the bay, all 6 of his arms crossed in disapproval. Explain, he demanded. I explained. Everything. The faulty intel, the quartz crystals, the teenager who negotiated our retreat with threats of paperwork and lawyers. When I finished, my commander was silent for a long moment. A child, he finally said, defeated an entire Dominion strike force with words. Yes, sir. No weapons, no technology, just conversation. And the threat of bureaucracy, sir. He rubbed his primary forehead ridge. Humans are terrifying. Yes, sir. And you gave this child our contact information? She made compelling arguments, sir. Another long silence. Then surprisingly, he laughed. A deep, rumbling sound. You know what, Vrek? Maybe she's right. Maybe we do need someone who understands these creatures, because clearly, we don't. Submit her proposal to intelligence. Let's see if High Command is interested. 3 weeks later, I received a quantum-encoded message. It was from Maya Torres. Hey, Vrek. Got approved for the consulting gig. Thanks for the recommendation. Sending over my rate sheet and availability. Also, quick question. Do you guys have any more missions planned for Earth? Because if so, maybe run them by me first. Would hate for you to accidentally invade a kindergarten or something. That would be way harder to explain. Talk soon. I showed the message to Klatch. He read it twice. We just hired the human who defeated us, he said slowly. Yep, this is either brilliant or the worst decision in Dominion history. Probably both. And that's how Maya Torres became the first human consultant to the Galactic Dominion. All because she refused to scared, knew her rights, and understood that sometimes the best weapon isn't a gun, it's a lawyer mother and really good note-taking skills.
Warning sirens blared through every hallway of Titan's Gate Station. Commander Jake Morrison sprinted toward the control center, his heavy footsteps echoing off steel walls. The entire station trembled beneath him while crimson emergency lights painted everything in blood-red shadows. "Tell me what's going on!" Jake yelled above the deafening alarms. Lieutenant Amy Brooks turned from her monitors, her expression frozen in terror. "Commander, we're detecting enormous energy signatures at the outer edge of our solar system. Something massive is approaching us." Jake shoved through the crowd of officers and fixed his eyes on the central display. The monitor revealed empty space where nothing should exist. Yet now, pinpoints of brilliant light materialized one after another. Each point represented something enormous, far larger than anything humanity had ever constructed. "Give me a count," Jake demanded. "We're still tracking them, sir." "Currently at 200 and climbing." Amy's words trembled with fear. They materialized from nowhere like they punched through from another reality. The vessels appearing on screen looked completely alien. Unlike human spacecraft built from metal, these seemed crafted from living crystal that warped light around their surfaces. Some stretched out long and narrow like deadly spears. Others formed perfect spheres like massive orbs. Every single one radiated an eerie blue glow that seemed cold and merciless. Jake seized the radio transmitter. "This is Titan's Gate calling all Earth military forces. We have unidentified vessels entering our solar system. I repeat, unidentified vessels are breaching our territory." Amy attempted communication with the alien armada. She broadcast radio waves, laser signals, and every communication method humanity had developed. The aliens offered no response. They simply continued their relentless advance toward Earth. Sergeant Bill Clark shouted from his workstation, "Those ships are traveling incredibly fast, dangerously fast. They'll arrive at Mars within 6 hours." Jake's blood turned to ice. 3 million human colonists called Mars home. The Crimson World hosted agricultural zones, sprawling cities, and industrial mining operations. If these mysterious visitors came with hostile intentions, countless millions faced certain death. Contact Admiral Pete Collins aboard the Liberty immediately. Tell him we need every available vessel mobilized right now. The hours that followed stretched like an eternity. Jake observed the alien armada gliding through the void like an approaching storm cloud. They maintained their speed. They ignored all contact attempts. They just kept advancing. Then the devastating assault commenced. The aliens converged on Mars as their first target. Their spacecraft encircled the planet like predators surrounding wounded prey. Jake stared at his monitors as brilliant explosions erupted across the Martian landscape. Each detonation meant another settlement erased, another million souls extinguished forever. "They're deploying some form of energy-based weaponry," Amy explained through her tears. "It converts everything into pure light and thermal energy. The structures, the inhabitants, everything simply ceases to exist." The Martian Defense Fleet launched a desperate counterattack. They unleashed volleys of missiles and focused laser batteries at the crystalline invaders, but their arsenal couldn't even scratch the alien hulls. The mysterious ships possessed defensive barriers that rendered human weapons completely ineffective. The Mars defense ships fell one after another. Jake witnessed 12 human vessels annihilated within 10 minutes. The aliens suffered 0 casualties. "This is Admiral Collins broadcasting to all stations." A voice crackled over the communication system. "The enemy has conquered Mars. Europa Station has stopped transmitting. All vessels withdraw to Earth immediately. We'll make our final defense here." Jake studied his crew members. These dedicated men and women had loved ones waiting on Earth. They had sons and daughters, mothers and fathers, and companions who were about to confront an enemy beyond their ability to defeat. "Commander," Amy spoke softly, "should we begin evacuating the station?" Jake considered their options. Titan's Gate was merely a modest defense platform. It housed 20 personnel and possessed outdated weaponry against hundreds of advanced warships. It meant virtually nothing. However, it served as Earth's primary early warning system. If they abandoned their posts, Earth would lose its eyes in space. "Negative," Jake declared. "We're staying put. Earth must understand what's heading their way." The alien fleet advanced past Jupiter next. They completely disregarded the gas giant and maintained their direct trajectory toward Earth. Jake could now observe them without electronic assistance. Through the station's viewports, the alien vessels resembled stars traveling in the wrong direction across the heavens. Admiral Collins had assembled every available human spacecraft he could locate. 200 warships from Earth's military forces, cargo vessels hastily equipped with makeshift weapons, and even civilian patrol craft. Humanity had never gathered such an impressive fleet before, but Jake recognized it wouldn't be sufficient. The confrontation for Earth's survival initiated when the aliens reached lunar orbit. Human forces opened fire first, launching thousands of missiles toward the approaching enemy. The projectiles detonated harmlessly against alien defensive shields, like drops of rain striking reinforced glass. The aliens didn't even reduce their velocity. Then the invaders returned fire. Their armaments were unlike anything humanity had encountered previously. Concentrated energy streams that sliced through human vessels like heated knives through paper. Wherever the beams made contact, metal vaporized instantly, and crew members simply disappeared. Complete spacecraft vanished within seconds. Jake watched humanity's pride, the Liberty, take a direct strike. The enormous battleship fractured apart like a child's toy. Admiral Collins perished immediately. So did 3,000 crew members serving with him. "Dear God," Amy breathed. "We cannot fight these beings. We cannot even damage them." Additional human ships died every passing minute. Jake counted 50 destroyed within the first hour, then 100. Then he stopped tracking the losses. There were far too many. The alien armada moved beyond the moon toward Earth's atmosphere. Jake gazed at his home planet through the transparent aluminum window. Blue oceans and green continents utterly beautiful. Within a few short hours, it could become a lifeless rock similar to Mars. That's when Amy suddenly shouted, "Commander, I'm receiving unusual readings on the deep space sensors." Jake examined her display screen. A new contact was approaching from the asteroid belt region, a single vessel racing toward Earth and the alien fleet. "Is that one of our ships?" Jake questioned. Amy shook her head firmly. "Negative, sir. It's huge, considerably larger than anything we've constructed. I've never witnessed anything remotely similar." The mysterious craft appeared on the primary monitor. It looked absolutely massive and pitch black, constructed from some dark metallic alloy that seemed to absorb all surrounding light. Strange geometric patterns covered its exterior, and it moved through space as if it possessed its own consciousness. Jake asked. Amy tried scanning the approaching vessel, but her instruments couldn't penetrate its armored shell. "Unknown origin, sir. But it's heading directly toward the alien fleet on an intercept course." Jake stared at the enigmatic ship. In a day already filled with impossible events, here appeared yet another puzzle. But for the first time since the aliens materialized, Jake experienced something besides raw fear. He felt genuine hope. The mysterious vessel glided through the void like a stalking predator. Captain Lisa Grant pressed her face against the porthole of her compact scout craft, the Ranger. She had never observed anything resembling the ship before her eyes. "Bring us in closer," Lisa instructed her pilot, Danny Hayes, but remained prepared to flee immediately. The unknown spacecraft measured twice the length of Earth's largest military vessel. Its black hull appeared forged from metal that consumed starlight rather than reflecting it. Strange glowing lines decorated its surface, pulsing with gentle blue illumination that beat like a living heartbeat. "Captain," Danny said, his voice strained with anxiety, "are you certain about this approach? That thing could vaporize us instantly." Lisa comprehended his concern perfectly. The alien armada had obliterated every human ship that ventured too near. But something about this particular vessel felt fundamentally different. It wasn't attacking them. It was advancing toward the aliens instead. "Just position us close enough for detailed observations," Lisa replied. "Earth requires intelligence on what we're facing here." Back at Luna Research Facility, Dr. Sam Parker studied his computer displays intently. The sensor readings defied all logical explanation. The mystery ship's energy profile didn't match anything found in human scientific literature. "This makes absolutely no sense," Sam muttered to himself. He had dedicated his entire career to studying alien technology concepts. But this spacecraft utilized power generation methods that theoretically shouldn't exist in known physics. The vessel's propulsion system didn't consume conventional fuel like human engines. Instead, they appeared to manipulate the fabric of space itself, and the energy signatures from its weapon systems exceeded all measurement scales. Sam called to his research assistant. "Run these calculations again immediately. The sensors must be malfunctioning somehow." Emily verified the instruments twice. "Negative, sir. The readings are accurate. That ship possesses sufficient power output to destroy an entire planet." The mysterious vessel suddenly halted its forward motion. For one brief moment, it hung suspended in space between Earth and the alien fleet like a protective guardian. Then something absolutely remarkable occurred. The ship began transforming itself. Sections of its armored hull opened outward like blooming flower petals. Concealed weapons emerged from hidden internal compartments. The blue patterns covering its surface intensified until they blazed with lightning intensity. Commander Jake Morrison observed from Titan's Gate as the ship metamorphosed completely. "What's it doing?" Before anyone could formulate an answer, the mystery vessel opened fire. Concentrated energy beams erupted from its weapons toward the alien fleet. These beams differed dramatically from anything humans had developed. They glowed silver white and traveled faster than light waves themselves. The initial beams struck an alien craft directly amidships. The crystalline vessel detonated in a massive fireball that illuminated space for miles around. The second beam obliterated another alien ship. Then a third followed. "Sweet mercy," Amy Brooks whispered in awe. "It's actually inflicting damage on them." The alien armada had demonstrated such confidence previously. They had demolished human ships without sustaining any losses whatsoever, but now, for the very first time, aliens were dying. The mystery ship maneuvered like a graceful dancer through the alien battle formation. Its weapons discharged in every direction simultaneously, each shot finding its intended target perfectly. Alien vessels attempted to surround the intruder, but the craft proved too swift and too intelligent. One group of alien ships concentrated their energy weapons on the mystery vessel. The beams should have torn it to pieces exactly as they had human spacecraft. Instead, the destructive beams struck an invisible barrier surrounding the ship and deflected away harmlessly. "It possesses defensive shielding," Lisa transmitted from the Ranger. "But completely unlike our technology, these shields actually neutralize the alien weaponry." The battle unfolding resembled nothing anyone had witnessed before. The mystery ship fought against impossible odds of 50 to 1 and was actually winning. It spun and twisted through three-dimensional space, its weapons never missing their designated targets. Dr. Parker watched the energy output measurements spike dramatically on his monitoring instruments. "The power generation is absolutely incredible. That single ship is consuming more energy than our entire planetary civilization." The alien fleet began adapting their combat strategy. Half of their vessels diverted from Earth to engage the mystery ship. This marked the first tactical error the aliens had committed since their arrival. Colonel Ben Hayes commanded the ground defense forces on Earth. He had been organizing for the worst possible scenario, anticipating alien ground troops landing any moment. But now he observed the alien fleet dividing its attention. "This presents our opportunity," Ben told his soldiers. "Half their forces are occupied with that mystery vessel. We can strike the remaining ships while they're distracted." The surviving human ships in Earth's fleet regrouped for action. With the aliens separated, they possessed a fighting chance for survival. Captain Steve Miller led 12 human vessels in an assault on the alien spacecraft nearest to Earth. The humans still couldn't destroy alien ships easily, but with the aliens concentrating on the mystery vessel, they could survive long enough to mount effective attacks. The mystery ship continued its lethal dance through the battle zone. It had eliminated 20 alien vessels and displayed no indications of slowing down, but it was sustaining damage as well. Scorch marks appeared across its hull wherever alien weapons had connected. "Commander," Amy Brooks called to Commander Morrison. "I'm detecting a transmission signal." "From the aliens?" Morrison questioned. "Negative, sir. Originating from the mystery ship. And, sir, it's broadcasting in English." Morrison felt his heart skip several beats. "Put it through immediately." The voice transmitted over the radio belonged to a human male with an unfamiliar accent Morrison couldn't identify. The words came through clearly and calmly despite the raging battle surrounding the ship. "Earth vessels, this is Captain Ryan Cross of the Star Forge. We have arrived to assist you. Everyone in the command center froze at their stations." A human voice emanating from a ship that shouldn't exist in the midst of humanity's greatest battle throughout history. "Captain Cross," Morrison responded. "Who are you exactly? Where did you originate from?" There was a brief pause as another alien ship exploded brilliantly in the distance. Then Cross answered carefully. "That's an extensive story, Commander, but here's the condensed version. We are your siblings and cousins from distant stars. We departed Earth long ago, but we never abandoned our ancestral home." Morrison glanced at Amy, who simply shrugged helplessly. Nothing about today made any logical sense anymore. "We've been combating these creatures for thousands of years," Cross continued speaking. "They identify themselves as the Kethur. They annihilate every human world they discover, but Earth will not fall today, not while the Star Forge still fights." Another cluster of alien ships exploded violently under the mystery vessel's relentless assault. The tide of battle was gradually turning. For the first time since the invasion commenced, humans were achieving victory. But Morrison could observe the Star Forge was absorbing heavy damage. Fragments of its armored hull were breaking away and drifting into space. How much longer could it maintain the fight? "Captain Cross," Morrison called out. "Can we provide assistance? Do you require support immediately?" Cross laughed, and the sound carried both sadness and pride simultaneously. "Commander, you have been supporting us far longer than you realize. Every human who refuses to surrender, every person who defends their home strengthens our resolve." The Star Forge destroyed 3 additional alien ships with a single devastating volley. The remaining Kethur vessels began withdrawing tactically, reorganizing for another assault wave. "The true battle is only beginning now," Cross stated firmly. "But Earth will not face this threat alone." Commander Jake Morrison stared at the radio transceiver in his hands. A human voice from an impossible ship had just altered everything, but he desperately needed answers. "Captain Cross, this is Commander Morrison speaking. We need to talk directly. Can you dock with our station?" There was momentary silence as the Star Forge discharged another weapons volley at the alien formation. 3 more Kethur vessels exploded into brilliant flowers of destructive fire. "I cannot abandon my ship during active combat, Commander, but I can transmit information to you. Data that will verify what I'm telling you is truth." Within minutes, Amy Brooks received massive data files on her computer systems. The information was absolutely enormous. Star charts, historical documentation, genetic research, and technical blueprints flooded her displays. "Commander," Amy said, her voice trembling, "you need to examine this immediately." The files revealed an incredible narrative. Thousands of years previously, Earth had faced attack before, not by the Kethur, but by another alien civilization. Most humans perished, but some managed escape in primitive spacecraft. They had successfully hidden this invasion from recorded history. The survivors had journeyed to distant star systems and established new settlements. Over thousands of generations, they had grown powerful. They had learned to combat the aliens who hunted humans throughout the galaxy. "This cannot possibly be real," Morrison protested. But the evidence was completely overwhelming. The star charts displayed human colonies distributed across hundreds of worlds. Most were now destroyed, but some still endured. Dr. Sam Parker received the technical specifications on his computer systems at Luna Station. His hands trembled violently as he reviewed the files. The Star Forge was powered by an artificial star, a miniature sun contained within magnetic field generators. "This exceeds anything we ever imagined possible," Sam told his assistant, Amy Lee. They've possessed thousands of years to develop advanced technology. Look at these weapon designs carefully. The Starforge's cannons utilize the same energy that powered entire galaxies. They could literally tear holes through the fabric of space itself. The ship's defensive shields were constructed from hardened energy fields that could stop virtually any conceivable attack. But the most significant information involved genetics. Captain Cross had included DNA samples from his crew members. Dr. Kate Miller, Earth's foremost geneticist, analyzed the data from her laboratory in New York. They're definitely human, Kate explained to her team, but altered significantly, adapted specifically for life in space with extended lifespans. Some of these individuals are over 300 years old. The genetic modifications were absolutely extraordinary. Cross's people could survive brief exposure to hard vacuum without protective suits. They healed considerably faster than baseline humans. Their skeletal structures were stronger, their reflexes notably quicker. How is any of this possible? Asked Dr. Tony Webb, Kate's research colleague. Evolution, Kate responded. Thousands of years living on different worlds, confronting different environmental challenges. They're still fundamentally human, but they represent what we might evolve into if we survive long enough. Lieutenant Amy Brooks established a secure communication channel with the Starforge. Captain Cross appeared on the main display screen of Titan's Gate. He looked recognizably human, but distinctly different. His skin appeared pale from extended living in space. His eyes were proportionally larger, adapted for operating in low-light conditions, but his smile was familiar and genuinely warm. Commander Morrison, Cross said, I understand this is difficult to accept. Your people and mine share identical blood, identical dreams, and the same stubborn refusal to surrender. Why didn't you contact us earlier? Morrison asked directly. Cross's expression became melancholy. We attempted contact many times throughout the centuries, but Earth wasn't ready. Your people were still fighting internal conflicts instead of preparing for the genuine threat. We could only observe patiently and wait. The genuine threat being the Kether. Correct. They have been hunting humans for 10,000 years. Every time we establish a new settlement, they locate us and destroy it. We have been fighting a war of species survival across the galaxy. The battle continued raging around them as they conversed. The Starforge had destroyed 40 alien ships, but more kept materializing. The Kether were learning from their tactical failures, adapting their strategies. Why is Earth so critically important? Morrison asked. Because Earth maintains the largest population of genetically unmodified human DNA in the galaxy, Cross explained. My people have adapted to survive harsh conditions, but we have sacrificed something essential in the process. We require fresh genetic material to remain truly human. Dr. Miller understood immediately. Genetic diversity preservation. Without it, any species eventually faces extinction. Precisely, Cross replied. Earth is not merely our birthplace. It represents our future. Without you, humanity will gradually fade away over time. The conversation was interrupted by an urgent transmission from Captain Lisa Grant aboard the Ranger. Commander, the aliens are implementing something new. They're forming into a different tactical pattern. Morrison studied the tactical display carefully. Kether ships were arranging themselves in a perfect spherical formation around the Starforge. Instead of attacking from all directions, they were coordinating their firepower. Captain Cross, Morrison warned urgently. They're establishing some kind of trap formation. Cross had recognized it too. Affirmative, it's an ancient Kether tactical maneuver. They'll discharge all their weapons simultaneously at the same point on my shields. Even the Starforge cannot survive that much concentrated destructive energy. Can you escape somehow? Not without abandoning Earth defenseless, and there's nowhere to flee anyway. The Kether will continue coming until every human in the galaxy is extinct. The alien ships began glowing with increasing brightness. They were charging their weapons for a massive coordinated attack. Morrison counted over 200 vessels, all targeting the lone human ship. There must be something we can do, Morrison insisted. Cross smiled sadly. There is one option, but you will not appreciate it. I need your fleet to assault the Kether command ship while they're focused on me. Our weapons can barely penetrate their hulls. I will share our shield and weapon upgrade technology with your engineers. It's dangerous and completely untested, but it might provide you a fighting chance. Within minutes, the Starforge transmitted technical specifications to every human ship in the fleet. Engineer Nicole Ward, working frantically in Earth's orbital construction facilities, began installing the upgrades on whatever ships she could access. "This is absolutely insane," Nicole muttered as she welded alien technology onto human hulls. "These power systems could catastrophically explode and kill us all, but they possessed no alternative." The Kether formation was almost complete. In minutes, they would unleash sufficient firepower to obliterate the Starforge. All ships. "This is Acting Admiral Morrison," Jake announced on all communication channels. "We have one opportunity. The Starforge is providing us the necessary tools now. We must be courageous enough to utilize them." Captain Steve Miller, commanding the Earth vessel Victory, was the first to test the new systems. His ship's weapons suddenly blazed with silver energy, similar to the Starforge's armaments. "It's functioning," Miller reported excitedly. "I'm registering power readings I've never witnessed before." One by one, the human ships activated their upgraded systems. Not all of them succeeded. 3 ships detonated when their power cores catastrophically overloaded. But the remainder suddenly possessed weapons that could damage the aliens. "Now," Cross shouted over the radio urgently before they complete their formation. The human fleet, led by ships with impossible weapons, charged toward the Kether command vessel. For the first time in the battle, it was the aliens who appeared surprised. The genuine fight for Earth was about to commence. The human fleet charged toward the Kether command ship like furious hornets. Major Alex Turner led the assault in his fighter squadron, his small craft now armed with weapons that could actually harm the aliens. "Stay close to the capital ships," Turner instructed his pilots over the radio. "Our shields are still fragile. We cannot absorb many direct hits." Behind him, Captain Steve Miller pushed the Victory to its absolute limits. The ship's new weapons glowed with silver fire, but the power output was almost too much for the human vessel to manage safely. Engineering. "How are we holding up?" Miller asked urgently. "Commander, the new systems are overloading our electrical circuits," replied Chief Engineer Nicole Ward. "We've got fires breaking out on 3 decks, and the main power core is operating at 150% capacity. Will it hold together?" Nicole wiped sweat from her forehead. "Maybe for 10 minutes. After that, we either win or we explode catastrophically." The Kether command ship was absolutely massive, 3 times larger than any other alien vessel. Its crystalline hull pulsed with dark energy, and weapon ports covered its surface like angry eyes. But the aliens were clearly confused. They hadn't expected humans to suddenly possess weapons that could penetrate their shielding. The first human missiles struck the command ship's hull and actually inflicted damage. "We're hurting them!" Turner shouted as his fighters scored a direct hit. "Keep firing everything!" The Kether responded swiftly. Their smaller ships broke formation and swarmed toward the human fleet. Energy beams filled space as both sides fought desperately. Captain Lisa Grant watched the battle from her scout ship, the Ranger. She witnessed human ships exploding as alien weapons found their targets, but she also saw Kether vessels dying for the first time since the invasion began. "The odds are still heavily against us," she reported to Commander Morrison, "but we're actually fighting them now instead of simply dying." Back on the Starforge, Captain Cross faced his own critical problems. The Kether sphere formation was almost complete. Over 200 alien ships surrounded his vessel, their weapons charging for a combined assault that would overwhelm even his advanced defensive shields. "Crew, prepare for maximum power to forward shields," Cross announced to his people. "Redirect all energy from weapons and propulsion systems." His first officer, a woman named Commander Beth Stone, looked deeply worried. "Commander, if we channel everything into the shields, we won't be able to return fire. The human fleet needs time to destroy the command ship," Cross replied. "Our responsibility is to survive long enough to give them that opportunity." The Kether opened fire. 200 energy beams struck the Starforge at the exact same moment. The ship's shields blazed like a miniature sun as they absorbed impossible quantities of energy. The vessel shook so violently that crew members were thrown to the floor. "Shield strength down to 60%, Stone reported. "Hull temperature rising dangerously fast." "Hold together," Cross whispered to his ship. "Just a little longer." Meanwhile, the human fleet pressed their assault on the command ship. Turner's fighters swarmed around the massive vessel like insects, their upgraded weapons carving holes in its crystal armor. The Victory and 3 other human ships concentrated their fire on one section of the command ship's hull. Their combined beams cut deep into the alien vessel, exposing internal corridors and chambers inside. "We're breaking through!" Miller shouted. "Focus all firepower on that breach point." But the human ships were absorbing terrible damage simultaneously. The command ship's weapons were more powerful than anything they had encountered. One by one, human vessels fell to the alien guns. The Earth ship Defender exploded in a massive fireball. The cruiser Hampton broke apart after taking a direct hit to its engine compartment. Captain James Scott's ship, the Atlanta, lost all power and drifted helplessly through space. "We're losing too many ships," Turner reported grimly. "We need additional firepower." That was when Dr. Sam Parker, observing the battle from Luna Station, made a discovery that changed everything. "Commander Morrison," Sam called urgently, "I've been analyzing the Kether energy patterns. Their command ship is more than just a warship. It's their power source." "What do you mean exactly?" "All their ships are connected to it through some form of energy network. If we destroy the command ship, we might disable their entire fleet." Morrison immediately transmitted this information to the human fleet. Captain Miller received the message just as his ship took another hit that knocked out half his weapons. "All ships concentrate everything on the command vessel," Miller ordered. "It's not just their flagship, it's their weak point." The remaining human ships focused their assault. Every weapon, every missile, every beam of energy they could generate was aimed at the massive alien ship. The command vessel began fracturing under the assault. Pieces of its crystalline hull broke away and drifted into space. Internal explosions illuminated its interior like lightning, but the Starforge was dying simultaneously. The Kether sphere had fired 3 more concentrated volleys, and Cross's ship couldn't absorb much more. "Shields down to 20%, Stone reported. "We're losing hull integrity on all decks." Cross looked at his crew members. These people had followed him across the galaxy, fighting an endless war against an enemy that seemed impossible to defeat. They had never surrendered, never stopped believing that humanity could achieve victory. "Set course for the command ship," Cross ordered quietly. "Commander," Stone asked, "ram them at full speed." The bridge fell completely silent. Everyone understood what Cross was planning. The Starforge would not survive another concentrated attack from the alien sphere, but it might survive long enough to reach the command ship. "Commander, if we ram them at full speed with our artificial star core, the explosion will destroy everything within 1,000 miles, Cross finished. "Including us," Stone nodded slowly. "And possibly their entire fleet. The crew should know," Cross said. "Give them a chance to object." Stone opened a channel to the entire ship. "All hands. This is the bridge. Captain Cross intends to ram the enemy command ship. This will likely destroy the Starforge and everyone aboard. Anyone who objects may speak now." The response came immediately, not from one person but from the entire crew speaking as one unified voice. For Earth, for humanity. Cross smiled as tears formed. They had been fighting this war for thousands of years. If their sacrifice could save Earth and give humanity a chance to survive, it was worth any price. "Helm, set course for the command ship. All power to engines." The Starforge turned toward its target. The great ship, wounded but not defeated, began its final charge. Behind it, the human fleet continued their desperate attack, not knowing that their mysterious saviors were about to make the ultimate sacrifice. The real battle was almost over. In one way or another, the fate of humanity would be decided in the next few minutes. The Starforge raced toward the Kether command ship like a bullet of black metal and blue fire. Captain Cross gripped his chair as alien weapons hammered his vessel from all sides. Pieces of hull tore away, but the ship kept flying. "Time to impact," announced his pilot, Lieutenant Carl Young. Cross opened a final communication to the human fleet. "Earthships, this is Cross. When we impact the command vessel, get as far away as possible. The explosion will be bigger than anything you have ever witnessed." Commander Morrison heard the message from Titan's gate. He understood what was happening. The mysterious ship that had saved them was about to die for Earth. "Captain Cross," Morrison said, "thank you. Humanity will remember what you did today." Cross smiled sadly. "Just make sure humanity survives, Commander. That is all the thanks we need." The Starforge broke through the Kether defensive line. Alien ships fired desperately at the charging vessel, but it was too late to stop. Cross's ship smashed into the command vessel's hull like a hammer hitting glass. For a moment, nothing happened. The two ships hung together in space, locked in a deadly embrace. Then the Starforge's artificial star core began to collapse. The explosion was like the birth of a new sun. White light filled space for thousands of miles. The command ship vanished instantly, turned into pure energy. The blast wave spread outward, destroying everything in its path. Captain Lisa Grant, watching from the Ranger, saw the light coming toward her ship. Full power to engines, she shouted, "Run!" But even as she fled, Lisa felt amazement. The explosion was beautiful and terrible simultaneously. It was the light of human courage burning bright against the darkness. When the light faded, the Kether command ship was gone. So was the Starforge. In their place was a cloud of glowing gas that resembled a new star. And across space, something incredible happened. The remaining Kether ships began shutting down. Their lights went dark. Their engines stopped. One by one, they started drifting helplessly through space like dead fish. "Dear God," whispered Dr. Sam Parker from Luna Station. Cross was right. The command ship was their power source. Without it, their entire fleet is dead. Major Turner flew his fighter through the battlefield, checking the alien ships. None of them responded to his presence. They were completely powerless. "This is Turner to all human ships," he announced. "The enemy fleet is disabled. We actually won, truly won." Cheers erupted across every human vessel and space station. After hours of facing certain death, humanity had survived. The aliens who had seemed impossible to defeat were now floating helplessly in space. But the victory felt hollow to many. The Starforge and its crew had paid the ultimate price for Earth's freedom. Captain Steve Miller looked at the expanding cloud of gas where Cross's ship had died. "They saved us all. We didn't even know their names." Commander Morrison felt the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders. The battle was over, but the work was just beginning. Earth had survived, but everything was different now. The first priority was to secure the disabled alien ships. Human boarding parties found that the Kether were not dead, just unconscious. Without their command ship's power, they had fallen into some kind of sleep. Dr. Kate Miller led a team of scientists studying the alien prisoners. The Kether looked like giant insects made of crystal and metal. They were clearly artificial beings created by someone else for war. "Biomechanical," Kate reported. "Part living tissue, part machine. And they're all controlled by a central intelligence that was housed in the command ship." This discovery raised new questions. Who had created the Kether? Why were they programmed to hunt humans? And were there more fleets out there in space? Over the following weeks, humanity worked frantically to understand the technology left behind. The disabled Kether ships contained incredible secrets. Their weapons, shields, and engines were far beyond anything humans had built. Engineer Nicole Ward led teams of workers as they studied every piece of alien equipment they could find. "It will take years to understand all of this," she told Morrison. "But with this technology, we can build ships that are actually capable of space warfare." The most important discovery came from the Starforge's wreckage. Dr. Sam Parker found pieces of the ship's computer systems floating in the debris cloud. The data inside changed everything humanity thought they knew about their place in the universe. The files contained star maps showing the locations of human colonies scattered across the galaxy. Some were marked as destroyed by the Kether. Others were marked as hidden or defended. Dozens of human worlds were still out there waiting to be contacted. "We're not alone," Morrison announced to the people of Earth. "Humanity has spread to the stars, and now it's time for Earth to join them." Within months, construction began on humanity's first interstellar fleet. Using technology from both the Starforge and the captured Kether ships, human engineers designed vessels capable of traveling to other star systems. Captain Lisa Grant was chosen to command the first exploration ship, the New Horizon. Her mission was to find the human colonies shown on Cross's star maps and bring news of Earth's survival. As Grant's ship prepared to leave the solar system, she thought about Captain Cross and his crew. They had come from the stars to save their ancient home. Now it was Earth's turn to reach out to the galaxy. "Navigation, set course for the Alpha Centauri system," Grant ordered. "Time to find our family among the stars." The New Horizon jumped into hyperspace, carrying with it the hopes and dreams of all humanity. Behind it, Earth continued building additional ships and training more crews. The age of human space exploration had begun. In the growing fleet, every ship carried a memorial to the Starforge and its crew, a simple plaque with Cross's final words. The stars belong to humanity. We just have to be brave enough to claim them. Years later, when human ships reached the first surviving colony world, they found people who had been waiting thousands of years for this moment. The reunion between Earth and its lost children was everything Cross had hoped for. Humanity was no longer trapped on one world, vulnerable to any enemy that found them. They were spread across the galaxy, strong and united. The Kether had failed to destroy them. Instead, they had forced humanity to become something greater. The unknown ship had revealed itself and fought for Earth. But in saving one world, it had helped humanity claim the stars.
Look, I'm not saying that the Galactic Council is full of idiots, but when your solution to a rat problem involves a 12-member committee and a PowerPoint presentation, you might want to rethink your life choices. Station Commander Graxel stood at the head of the conference table, his 4 eye stalks twitching nervously as he addressed the assembled representatives. He was a Vorgathian, which meant he looked like someone had crossed a squid with a filing cabinet and given it anxiety issues. Esteemed delegates, Graxel began, his voice translator adding an unnecessary echo for dramatic effect. We face an unprecedented crisis. The skittermite infestation has reached Code Red levels. Code Red for space rats. I'm Jake Murphy, by the way, and I was sitting in the corner eating a turkey sandwich while these highly advanced alien species lost their minds over what was essentially a pest control issue. A skittermite chose that exact moment to scurry across the conference table. 6 legs, about the size of a football, with way too many teeth for something that wasn't paying rent. The assembled aliens recoiled like it was made of explosives. "They're in the ventilation shafts," shrieked Counselor Plixnor, a crystalline being who sounded like wind chimes having a panic attack. "They've breached the cafeteria food stores," added Ambassador Threlix, whose species looked like upright salamanders in business suits. Graxel's eye stalks drooped. "We've lost 3 storage decks. The Quantum Computing Center reported 17 skittermites nesting in the server cooling systems. And worst of all," he paused dramatically, "they've infiltrated my personal quarters." The room erupted in gasps and concerned chittering. I took another bite of my sandwich. "This was better than cable. We must implement Protocol Zeta 9, Plixnor announced, projecting a holographic display that looked like a Christmas tree had a baby with a circuit board. "A full station sonic disruption. Grid. Cost. Only 4 million credits." "Too slow," Threlix countered. "We need the pheromone confusion matrix. It'll scramble their sensory organs." He pulled up his own hologram, which honestly looked like the same thing with different colors. 3.2 million credits, implemented in 6 weeks. I cleared my throat. "You know, there's actually a pretty simple, the human will remain silent," Graxel said without looking at me. "We're discussing solutions that require actual sophistication, not primitive Earth methods." "Right. Because the species that invented faster-than-light travel couldn't figure out pest control. But sure, I was the primitive one. A galactic health inspector was scheduled to visit orbital station Zenith 7 in 1 week. If we failed the inspection, the station would be shut down, and everyone here would be reassigned to some backwater outpost where the most exciting thing that happened was watching ice melt. In space. Perhaps, suggested a delegate, who looked like a floating jellyfish in a monocle. We could implement a quantum containment field to phase the skittermites into an alternate dimension? Brilliant. Graxel's eye stalks perked up. "How much?" 7 million credits, give or take. I finished my sandwich and decided to just enjoy the show. After all, they were the advanced ones. So here's the thing about highly advanced alien civilizations. They've got technology that can bend space and time, but apparently common sense got left behind somewhere around the invention of the warp drive. Day 1 of Operation Stop the Space Rats went about as well as you'd expect. The sonic disruption grid was installed first. Cost, 4.2 million credits, which was 500,000 more than quoted because of course it was. The technicians spent 6 hours setting up these fancy silver pylons throughout the station that hummed at a frequency supposed to drive skittermites insane. It worked great. For about 20 minutes. Then, the skittermites just started ignoring it. Worse, the sonic frequency made Counselor Plixnor's crystalline body resonate so badly, he couldn't stop vibrating. He spent 3 hours stuck in a corner going wub wub wub, like a broken dubstep album. I suggested turning it off. Graxel told me to go unclog a toilet. I'm a maintenance worker, so fair enough. But still, Day 2 brought the pheromone confusion matrix. Ambassador Threlix supervised the installation personally, which involved spraying this purple mist throughout the ventilation system. It was supposed to scramble the skittermites' ability to navigate. Instead, it scrambled everyone's ability to navigate. Turned out the pheromones worked on half the species on the station. I found 3 different aliens wandering in circles in the cargo bay, bumping into walls like video game NPCs with broken pathfinding. The skittermites, they threw a party in the cafeteria. I counted 47 of them doing whatever the space rat equivalent of a conga line is. "This is unacceptable," Graxel wailed, frantically wiping purple mist residue off his eye stalks. "Deploy the quantum containment field." Day 3 was my favorite. The quantum field was supposed to create a dimensional pocket that would trap the skittermites in an alternate reality. The lead scientist, a gray blob named Dr. Morphix, assured everyone it was perfectly safe. Spoiler alert, it wasn't. They activated the field in Sector 7. There was a flash of light, a sound like reality burping, and suddenly there were twice as many skittermites. Apparently they'd pulled them from an alternate dimension where the infestation was even worse. "Turn it off!" Graxel shrieked. "I'm trying!" "Doctor," Morphix blobbed frantically at the controls. "The field is self-sustaining. It took 4 hours and another 1,000,000 credits to shut it down." The alternate dimension skittermites, at least, went back home, probably to tell their friends about the idiot aliens with the food buffet. By Day 4, the station's budget was blown, morale was in the toilet, and the skittermites had established what I can only describe as a kingdom in the ventilation shafts above the command center. You could hear them skittering around up there like they were redecorating. Graxel called an emergency meeting. His eye stalks looked like they'd aged 10 years. "The Galactic Health Inspector arrives in 3 days, he said, his voice flat with defeat. "We have tried every advanced solution available to modern science. Does anyone, and I mean anyone, have any other ideas?" I raised my hand. "Not you, Murphy." I kept my hand up. Graxel's eye stalk swiveled to glare at me. "Fine. What primitive Earth nonsense are you going to suggest? Hitting them with sticks? Throwing rocks?" I stood up, walked to the conference table, and planted my hands on the surface. "Gentlemen, ladies, and assorted gelatinous life forms," I said. "I'm going to say 2 words that are going to change your lives." Everyone stared at me. "House cats." The room exploded into chaos. You'd think I'd suggested releasing a biological weapon. Actually, scratch that. The aliens would have probably been more comfortable with a biological weapon. At least those came with safety protocols and insurance waivers. Quote, 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 cats? Graxel's eye stalks recoiled so hard they nearly tied themselves in knots. "You want to bring predatory animals onto a space station?" "Correction," I said, holding up one finger. "Apex predators. Earth's most efficient killing machines. Fuzzy little murder machines that hunt for sport." Counselor Plixner's crystalline form turned a pale shade of horrified. "Murphy has finally lost his primitive mind. Hear me out," I continued, because I was already committed to this bit. "Cats are obligate carnivores. You know what that means? It means they don't eat plants. They only eat meat. They're biologically hardwired to hunt small, fast-moving creatures. It's not even a choice for them. It's in their DNA." Ambassador Threlix's salamander face scrunched up. "We have studied Earth fauna. These cats are small, yes? Domesticated? You want us to believe that tiny pets can succeed where quantum physics has failed?" I pulled out my datapad and projected some images onto the main screen. A tabby cat mid-pounce. Another one with a mouse in its jaws. A third doing that weird sideways hop thing they do before they attack. "Let me paint you a picture," I said, warming to my subject. "Cats can hear frequencies up to 64 kilohertz. They can see in near total darkness. They've got retractable claws, lightning-fast reflexes, and the patience to sit completely still for hours waiting for prey. Oh, and here's the kicker, they don't hunt because they're hungry. They hunt because it's fun." The room had gone very quiet. "They kill for recreation," I continued. "On Earth, domestic cats are responsible for billions of small animal deaths per year. Billions, with a B. And these aren't even wild cats. These are the ones that sleep on couches and demand belly rubs. Now imagine what they'll do when you put them on a station full of skittermites with nowhere to hide." Dr. Morphix blobbed nervously. "But surely these creatures are dangerous to us as well?" Nah. I waved a hand dismissively. Cats are like tiny furry sociopaths with excellent PR. They'll ignore you completely unless they want food or attention. The worst they'll do is knock stuff off your desk while maintaining eye contact. But skittermites? I grinned. Skittermites are exactly the right size, speed, and level of crunchiness that cats find irresistible. Graxel's eye stalks drooped with exhaustion. This is absurd. We're a galactic hub of advanced civilization, and you want us to solve our problems with pets. You got a better idea? I asked. Because from where I'm standing, you've spent 8 million credits making the problem worse. My solution cost the price of a cargo shipment, and some kibble. Silence filled the conference room. You could practically hear the math happening in everyone's heads. 8 million credits versus one human's stupid plan. The health inspector arrives in 3 days, Plixner said quietly. Graxel's shoulders, or what passed for shoulders on a squid filing cabinet hybrid, slumped in defeat. Fine. Murphy, bring your so-called apex predators. But when this fails spectacularly, and we're all reassigned to monitoring asteroid belts, I'm putting it in your permanent record. I pulled out my personal communicator. Way ahead of you, boss. I'm calling my sister. She runs a cat rescue back on Earth. A rescue? Threlix asked. Your planet has so many of these predators that they require rescuing? Oh, buddy, I said, dialing the number. You have no idea. We've got more cats than we know what to do with. Hey, Jenny? Yeah, it's Jake. I need you to ship me 6 cats. Good hunters. Yeah, I'll send coordinates. Overnight shipping. Thanks, sis. I hung up and looked at the assembled aliens with my best confidence. I definitely don't feel smile. Gentlemen, in 24 hours, your skittermite problem is going to solve itself. Just try not to freak out when you meet Earth's most perfect predators. Graxel made a sound like a sigh filtered through a whoopee cushion. This station is doomed. Yeah, I agreed cheerfully. But at least it'll be entertaining. The cargo ship arrived at 0600 station time, which meant I was standing in the docking bay with a crowd of nervous aliens while everyone else was still asleep. Smart people, those other folks. Graxel had insisted on being present. So had half the council. They were treating this like a military operation. There were security personnel, medical teams on standby. Someone had even set up a containment field generator. You know, just in case the 5-pound hairballs decided to go rogue. The cargo door hissed open. 6 pet carriers sat in the hold, and I could already hear the commentary from inside. Miss Rowe, Mia, Mral W. That last one was loud. Probably Princess Fluffbottom. She had opinions about travel. Those are the apex predators? Ambassador Threlix whispered, his salamander face scrunched in confusion. Those are the apex predators, I confirmed, grabbing the first carrier. I set them down in a line and started introductions, because if I was going down for this, I was going down with style. Ladies, gentlemen, and gelatinous colleagues, allow me to introduce your salvation. I opened the first carrier. This is Captain Whiskers. Orange tabby. 15 pounds of pure hunting instinct wrapped in a package that looks like a furry traffic cone. Captain Whiskers strutted out like he owned the place. Because of course he did. He was a cat. He owned everything. Graxel's eye stalks bent down to observe. It's orange. He's magnificent. I corrected. Next up, Princess Fluffbottom. Calico. Attitude problem. We'll cut you. Princess. Fluffbottom emerged with the energy of a disgruntled duchess who'd been woken from a nap. She took one look at the assembled aliens and made a sound like a dial-up modem having an existential crisis. Is it malfunctioning? Counselor Plixnor asked. That's just how she communicates, I said. This distinguished gentleman is Sir Reginald, Tuxedo Cat. Thinks he's royalty. Honestly, he might be right. Sir Reginald stepped out, surveyed the room with green eyes that judged everyone's life choices, and immediately started grooming himself. Power move. Now this little terror is called Chaos Goblin. Black cat. All black. Like a shadow with teeth and zero impulse control. Chaos. Goblin exploded from the carrier like he'd been launched from a cannon. Did 3 laps around the docking bay. Scaled a support beam. And ended up hanging from a ceiling vent staring down at everyone with eyes that reflected the lights like tiny demonic headlamps. Half the security team reached for their weapons. Stand down, I called. That's just what he does. He's fine. That creature is clearly possessed by malevolent spirits. Dr. Morphix blobbed. No, he's just like that. I opened the next carrier. This is Lady Murderbean, Siamese. Siamese cats are chatty, demanding, and have the energy of a caffeine-addicted tornado. She will never stop talking, and you will never understand what she wants. Ma. Lady. Lady Murderbean had a voice like a car alarm crossed with an opera singer. Make it stop, Graxel pleaded. Can't. She's got opinions, and by God, you're going to hear them. I opened the last carrier. And finally, this is Doofus. Gray short hair. Not the brightest star in the sky, but he's got a good heart, and he's just happy to be included. Doofus tumbled out of the carrier, immediately tripped over his own feet, and began purring loud enough to register on seismic monitors. Ambassador Threlix leaned closer. Why is it vibrating? That's purring. It means he's happy. Here, watch this. I reached down and scratched Doofus behind the ears. His purring intensified. His eyes closed in bliss. One back leg started thumping. These are your legendary predators? Graxel's voice dripped with skepticism. They're adorable. That's what makes them perfect, I said. You never see it coming. I'd already set up stations throughout the affected areas. Food bowls, water, litter boxes, which I'd had to explain 3 times. And honestly, the aliens were still deeply confused by the concept. I released the cats with one simple instruction: go nuts. That night, I stayed up monitoring the security feeds. 2300 hours. Captain Whiskers enters ventilation shaft in Sector 4. 2315. Sounds of screeching skittermites. Multiple life signs going dark on scanners. 2347. Princess Fluffbottom emerges from cargo bay, dragging a skittermite twice her size. Leaves it in front of Graxel's quarters like a gift. Or a threat. Midnight. Chaos. Goblin discovers the main skittermite nest. What follows can only be described as a massacre set to the soundtrack of demonic cats screeching. 0200. Sir Reginald catches 3 skittermites in the cafeteria, bats them around like toys, gets bored, and leaves them for someone else to clean up. Because he's classy like that. 0330. Lady Murderbean corners an entire skittermite family in the computer core. The security feed picked up her battle cry. 3 decks away, aliens woke up in a panic thinking the station was under attack. 0400. Doofus finds a skittermite, pounces enthusiastically, misses completely, crashes into a wall, shakes it off, tries again, and somehow accidentally catches 2. By morning, the ventilation shaft in Sector 4 was silent. I found Graxel in the command center, staring at the security footage with all 4 eye stalks. Murphy, he said slowly, what have you done? Pest control, sir. Want some coffee? The floor of the ventilation access corridor was covered in tiny skittermite corpses. Captain Whiskers was curled up in a sunbeam near the observation window, fast asleep, looking like the most innocent creature in the galaxy. They're monsters, Graxel whispered. No, I corrected, pouring myself coffee. They're cats. There's a difference. Probably. Princess Fluffbottom chose that moment to hop onto the command console, sprawl across the holographic display, and start grooming herself in the spot where Graxel usually stood. He stared at her. She stared back, then slowly, deliberately, pushed a datapad off the console. It clattered to the floor. She maintained eye contact the entire time. I already hate this, Graxel muttered. Day 1, boss, I said cheerfully. Just wait. 72 hours. That's how long it took for 6 rescue cats to completely eliminate a skittermite infestation that had stumped the greatest minds in the galaxy. It also took 72 hours for those same 6 cats to stage a complete hostile takeover of orbital station Zenith 7. Day 2 of Operation Cats began with Graxel attempting to reclaim his command chair. Captain Whiskers had other ideas. The 15-pound orange tabby had claimed the chair as his throne, and when Graxel tried to move him, Captain Whiskers did that thing cats do, where they somehow make themselves weigh 400 pounds through sheer force of will. Murphy, Graxel's voice crackled over my comm. Remove this creature from my chair immediately. I arrived at the command center to find Graxel in a standoff with a cat. A cat that was currently sprawled across the chair like a furry emperor, one paw dangling off the armrest, radiating supreme indifference. Sir, I can't just move him. Why not? You said they were domesticated. Domesticated doesn't mean obedient. It means they've trained us to feed them. Big difference. I pulled out my datapad. Look, cats respect territory. He's claimed that spot. You've got 2 options. Wait for him to move on his own, or get a different chair. Graxel's eye stalks quivered with suppressed rage. "This is my station." Captain Whiskers yawned, showing every single tooth, then rolled onto his back and started purring. "Was your station?" I corrected. "Now it's a timeshare." By day 3, the cultural integration was in full swing, and by integration, I mean complete chaos. Princess Fluffbottom had established herself as the queen of the cafeteria. She would sit on whichever table she deemed worthy, and judge everyone's food choices. Counselor Plixnor tried to shoo her away once. She gave him a look that could have stripped paint, and he apologized. To a cat. Sir Reginald had taken over the station's meditation garden, which the Zentarai monks used for their daily prayers. The monks didn't seem to mind. They said his presence was calming. He'd also killed 6 more skittermites in there, and left them arranged in a perfect circle, which the monks interpreted as a religious sign. They'd started a shrine. I didn't have the heart to tell them it was just cat weirdness. Chaos Goblin remained true to his name. He discovered that the station's low gravity in certain sections let him do things that defied physics. I'd received 17 complaints about a demonic shadow creature ricocheting off walls in the recreation sector. That was just him playing. At night, he'd patrol the ventilation shafts, and you could track his progress by the panicked skittermite squeaks that abruptly cut off. Lady Murderbean had adopted Ambassador Threlix. She followed him everywhere, providing constant commentary on his life choices. Yes, I know you have an opinion about my report, but I will schedule the subcommittee meeting, I promise. Just please. Threlix looked at me with desperate eyes during a corridor encounter. Murphy, how do I make her stop? You don't. You just learn to live with it. She's part of your life now. Forever. He made a sound like a whimper. Doofus had become the station mascot. He was friendly, dopey, and had the survival instincts of a brick. Everyone loved him. He'd somehow caught 9 skittermites despite apparently not knowing where his own feet were at any given time. Dumb luck raised to an art form. Dr. Morphix had started a research project studying cat behavior. His preliminary report was 12 pages of increasingly confused observations. My favorite excerpt: subject exhibits behaviors that appear intentional yet random, strategic yet impulsive. They operate on a logic system that may be quantum in nature, or they're just messing with us. Further study required. The Galactic Health Inspector arrived on day 4. Inspector Vrel was a Chthonian, which meant she looked like a praying mantis wearing a business suit. She had a reputation for being absolutely ruthless. Station commanders had been fired over a single spot on a window. Graxel was sweating. Well, secreting. His species didn't technically sweat, but same energy. Inspector Vrel, he said, all 4 eye stalks attempting a smile. Welcome to Station Zenith 7. As you can see, we've completely resolved our pest situation through advanced. Princess Fluffbottom chose that exact moment to streak past at Mach 3 with a skittermite in her mouth, followed by Chaos Goblin in hot pursuit because apparently she'd stolen his kill. They disappeared into a ventilation shaft. There were sounds of a brief, violent negotiation. Inspector Vrel's antennae twitched. What was that? Pest control, I said helpfully. The organic kind. She pulled out her scanner and began the inspection. Graxel trailed after her like a nervous puppy, making excuses, but the numbers didn't lie. 0 skittermite readings. Anywhere. The station was cleaner than it had been in months. Remarkable, Vrel muttered, checking a ventilation shaft that had been completely overrun a week ago. I've never seen an infestation eliminated so thoroughly. That's when Sir Reginald appeared, as cats do, from absolutely nowhere. He wound himself around Inspector Vrel's legs, purring like a diesel engine. She froze. What is this creature doing? He likes you, I explained. That's good. It means you've been judged and found acceptable. I don't require judgment from a... Princess Fluffbottom emerged from the vent and dropped a very dead skittermite at Vrel's feet, then sat down and stared up at her expectantly. Is this a gift? Yes. Congratulations. You've been adopted. Inspector Vrel looked down at the dead skittermite, then at Princess Fluffbottom, then at me. Her antennae did something complicated. I hereby certify this station as pest-free and in full compliance with galactic health standards, she said officially. Then quieter. Can I pet it? Sure, but she's got opinions about how... Vrel reached down. Princess Fluffbottom allowed exactly 3 pets, then got not mint. The zoomies and tore off down the corridor like her tail was on fire. bounced off 2 walls, and vanished into the ceiling. Inspector Vrel's antennae were fully upright. Fascinating. She left 30 minutes later with a full positive report and a data file on how to adopt Earth cats. I may have encouraged that. Graxel found me in the maintenance bay that evening. Captain Whiskers was sitting on my workbench, judging my repairs. "Murphy," Graxel said, his voice tired. "The Galactic Council has requested information on acquiring these cats for other stations." "Yeah?" "Yes. Apparently word has spread about our success." He paused. "I'm supposed to thank you. Officially. But unofficially? Unofficially, there is a cat in my personal quarters who keeps knocking things off my shelves at 3 in the morning and I haven't slept in 2 days." I grinned. "That's Chaos Goblin. He's showing affection. I want to fire you so badly right now. Can't. I'm the only one who speaks. Cat." Graxel's eye stalks drooped in defeat, and he shuffled away, muttering something about retirement. Captain Whiskers looked at me and slow blinked. The cat equivalent of, "You're welcome." "Yeah," I said, scratching behind his ears. "We did good, buddy." He purred and pushed a screwdriver off the workbench. Some things never change. 3 weeks later, I was sitting in the cafeteria with what I can only describe as the galaxy's weirdest support group. Counselor Plixnor was at the next table, hand-feeding Princess Fluffbottom pieces of his lunch while she purred and judged his technique. Ambassador Threlix had given up fighting Lady Murderbean's constant commentary, and now just carried on full conversations with her like she was his personal assistant. Doctor. Morphix had abandoned his research project after concluding that cats operate on a plane of existence science cannot measure, and now he just posted videos of Doofus doing stupid things on the station's social network. The Galactic Council had officially requested that Earth establish a cat export program. Not asked, requested. As in, they were willing to pay. I'd spent the last week negotiating terms with Jenny back on Earth. She was having the time of her life. Turns out, when you're the only planet in the galaxy with an excess of apex predators that also happen to be adorable, you've got leverage. The deal was simple. Any station wanting cats had to meet strict care requirements. Proper food, water, enrichment, veterinary care, and most importantly, each cat had to be treated with the dignity and respect due to a creature that could solve your pest problems, but also might knock your coffee off your desk just to watch it fall. Jenny was calling it the Interstellar Cat Adoption Network. She'd already trademarked it. My sister was going to be rich. Graxel walked into the cafeteria, and I did a double take. Captain Whiskers was perched on his shoulder like an orange furry parrot, surveying his domain. With regal satisfaction. "Commander," I said, trying not to smile. "Nice accessory." "Shut up, Murphy." But there was no real heat in it. Graxel got his food and sat down across from me. Captain Whiskers immediately started trying to steal his lunch. "The Council has officially recognized Earth's contribution to galactic station management. They're calling it the Murphy Protocol. They're naming it after me. They wanted to call it the Feline Solution, but apparently that sounds too much like a war crime in 6 different languages." He pushed his plate slightly away from Captain Whiskers, who responded by simply stretching further. "There are now 47 stations requesting cats. Your sister is scheduling interviews with potential adopters." "Interviews?" "She's very thorough. Station Commander Draxel was rejected because he referred to cats as equipment. She sent him a 20-page essay on why he was wrong." Graxel actually smiled. One of his eye stalks bent down to regard Captain Whiskers, who was now purring. "I suppose I understand her position." I watched this squid filing cabinet hybrid gently scratch a cat behind the ears and realized something had fundamentally shifted in the galaxy. "You know what the crazy part is?" I said. "Humans didn't even try to weaponize cats. We just lived with them for 10,000 years because we liked having them around. They kept our grain stores pest-free, sure, but mostly we just thought they were neat, and it never occurred to us that this was something special until we met you guys. Humanity's greatest strength," Graxel said thoughtfully, "appears to be your ability to befriend chaos and call it a pet. We domesticated wolves into dogs. We made friends with murder machines and turned them into therapy animals. We looked at cats, perfect killing machines that barely tolerate us, and said, yes, this will live in my house, and I will love it." I took a sip of coffee. "I guess when you spend your whole evolutionary history as the scrappy underdog on a death world, you learn to make allies wherever you can find them." Sir Reginald jumped onto our table, walked directly through Graxel's lunch, knocked over my coffee, and settled down in the exact center like a furry black and white sphinx. Neither of us moved him. Across the cafeteria, Chaos Goblin was teaching some alien younglings how to play, which mostly involved him running up walls while they tried to follow, and failed spectacularly. Their parents watched nervously, but the kids were having the time of their lives. "Murphy," Graxel said after a long pause, "I still think you're primitive. Fair. But perhaps there's something to be said for primitive solutions to complex problems. Also fair." Captain Whiskers stretched, yawned, and curled up on Graxel's shoulder, purring like a tiny motorboat. The station commander reached up and, almost unconsciously, started petting him. "Did I mention," I said casually, "that cats live 15 to 20 years? Graxel's eye stalks shot up. "What?" "Yeah. You're stuck with him for a while. Hope you're cool with that." All 4 eye stalks turned to look at Captain Whiskers, who chose that moment to open one eye, slow blink at Graxel, and resume purring. "I hate you, Murphy." "No, you don't. You love these cats. Admit it. I will do no such." Captain Whiskers headbutted Graxel's nearest eye stalk affectionately. The commander's shoulders, or what passed for them, slumped in defeat. "Fine. They've grown on me. Like a fungus. A cute fungus that saved your station and your career. A fungus that knocked over my antique Zentarii meditation crystal at 4 in the morning last Tuesday. Yeah, but look at his face." We both looked at Captain Whiskers, who was the picture of innocent contentment. "Damn it," Graxel muttered. At that moment, Princess Fluffbottom, Lady Murderbean, and Doofus all simultaneously stopped what they were doing and stared intently at the same, empty corner of the cafeteria. Every alien in the room followed their gaze, searching for whatever threat the apex predators had detected. There was nothing there. The cats kept staring. "Why are they doing that?" Plixner whispered, his crystalline form taking on a nervous shimmer. "No idea," I said cheerfully. "They just do that sometimes. But there must be something." "Nope. Sometimes cats just stare at nothing and freak everyone out. It's part of their charm." All 3 cats maintained their vigil for another 30 seconds, then simultaneously went back to what they were doing like nothing had happened. The aliens remained on edge for the rest of lunch. I leaned back in my chair and smiled. Earth had joined the Galactic Council 5 years ago as the new guys, the primitive species that still used combustion engines and hadn't figured out cold fusion. We didn't have the best technology. We didn't have the most advanced weapons. We didn't even have particularly good social skills. But we had cats, and apparently, that was enough. Graxel caught my expression. "You're entirely too pleased with yourself. Commander, we just solved a galactic crisis with the power of weaponized cuteness. Humanity's greatest contribution to the stars isn't going to be technology or culture or philosophy. It's going to be teaching the universe that sometimes the best solution to a problem is a 5-pound furball with murder in its heart and a complete lack of respect for authority." Captain Whiskers chose that moment to stretch, step directly onto Graxel's datapad, and send a message to the entire station command staff. An accidental message that just said, Graxel stared at his datapad in horror. "I'm not correcting it," I said. "Murphy, nope. That's an official communication from Captain Whiskers now. It's in the record. Somewhere in the ventilation shaft above us, Chaos Goblin found one last skit termite that had somehow survived the purge. There was a brief sound of scuffling, a triumphant yowl, and then silence. Station Zenith 7 was officially pest-free, run by a committee of 6 cats who answered to no one, and somehow more efficient than it had ever been. Humanity had arrived in the stars, and we brought our friends."
Welcome back to Apex Sci-Fi. If an alien civilization looked at Earth from orbit, they would see cities, roads, and internet cables. They would assume humans are the dominant species. But if they looked closer, if they zoomed in on our daily lives, they might come to a very different conclusion. Who works 40 hours a week? The human. Who sleeps 18 hours a day on the softest furniture? The dog. Who buys the food? The human. Who eats the food without paying? The dog. And most damning of all, who follows who around the park, picking up their waste and carrying it in a bag like a sacred relic? Today's story is about the xenoanthropological mission of the Krell. They came to Earth to establish contact with the planetary rulers. Using pure logic and observation, they determined that the hairy quadrupeds were the emperors, and the hairless bipeds were the servants. This is the story of how the Galactic Federation tried to sign a peace treaty with a golden retriever named Buster. If you serve a furry master who pays no rent, smash that like button. And if you want to see aliens try to interpret the geopolitical significance of a wagging tail, subscribe and ring the bell. Who's a good boy? We are about to find out. High Observer Varkan sat in the stealth observation post, cloaked in the upper atmosphere of Earth. His mission was critical: identify the alpha species of Sol 3 and initiate first contact. Report, Varkan clicked, his compound eyes scanning the monitors. High Observer, his lieutenant said. The social hierarchy is complex. There are two primary species living in symbiosis. One is large, hairless, and seemingly industrious. The other is smaller, fur-covered, and lives a life of absolute leisure. Describe the interaction, Varkan ordered. We are tracking a subject pair in sector Suburbia. The bipedal unit, let's call him Dave, wakes up at 6 a.m. He prepares food. He does not eat it himself. He places it in a ceremonial bowl for the quadruped, Buster. The quadruped eats first. This is a classic sign of dominance. Varkan nodded. The alpha eats first. Proceed. After the meal, the biped attaches a tether to the quadruped. At first, we thought the biped was restraining the beast. But look closely. The quadruped leads the way. The biped follows. When the quadruped stops to sniff a tree, the biped waits. The biped has no autonomy. Then came the smoking gun. Observer, watch this. The lieutenant magnified the image. Buster, the golden retriever, squatted on the neighbor's lawn. Dave, the human, waited respectfully. Then Dave produced a plastic bag. He bent down. He picked up the waste with his own hands, shielded by the bag. He carried the waste for the rest of the walk. Varkan gasped. By the stars? He collects the Emperor's biological matter? Is it for religious worship? Is it a tax? It appears to be a mandatory service, sir. The biped cleans the habitat. The biped works to pay for the habitat. The quadruped contributes nothing but vibrational morale, tail wagging. Conclusion? Varkan asked. The canines are the ruling class, the lieutenant declared. They have enslaved the humans through some form of psionic mind control. They force the humans to build cities, farm meat, and invent climate control, all to serve the comfort of the canines. The humans are a slave race. Varkan stood up. We must make contact. We must speak to the leader of the free world. Find me the dog with the shiniest collar. The Krell shuttle landed in Central Park, New York. They didn't land near the UN building. They landed near the dog run. Varkan emerged, flanked by his honor guard. He wore his finest ceremonial armor. He held a translation device calibrated to canine frequencies. The humans in the park froze. They stared at the aliens. But the dogs? The dogs went wild. New smells, new friends. A massive Great Dane trotted up to Varkan. Varkan bowed low. Greetings, Great Emperor, Varkan intoned. I am Varkan of Krell. We come in peace to offer you membership in the Galactic Council. The Great Dane sniffed Varkan's crotch armor. A bold greeting, Varkan noted. A dominance display. I respect it. The dog barked. Woof. The translator word. Translation, I detect bacon. Do you have bacon? Varkan was confused. Bacon? Is this a metaphor for economic prosperity? Yes, Great One. We have infinite bacon in the stars. The dog wagged its tail. It licked Varkan's helmet. He accepts the treaty. Varkan shouted to his crew. The saliva is the seal of friendship. Suddenly, a human owner ran up. Rex, get away from there. Bad boy. The human grabbed the Great Dane's collar and pulled him back. Varkan drew his weapon. Halt, slave. Do not touch the Emperor. Unhand him. The human blinked. What? He's my dog. Sorry if he slobbered on you. Your dog. Varkan scoffed. You serve him. You feed him. You pick up his excrement. Do not deny your servitude, human. We are here to liberate you if you wish. Or to trade with your masters. The human laughed. Dude, I pick up his poop because I don't want to step in it. He's a pet. He's not the master. He drinks from the toilet. Varkan paused. He drinks from the Oi sanitation disposal unit? Yeah, he's an idiot. But I love him. Varkan looked at the Great Dane. The dog was currently chasing its own tail, spinning in a circle until it fell over. This behavior, Varkan whispered. It is not the behavior of a hyper-intelligent overlord. It is the behavior of a chaotic biological anomaly. Lieutenant, Varkan radioed the ship. Reanalyze the data. Are we sure the dogs are in charge? Sir, the lieutenant replied. I am watching a feed from a human house.
The cat has just slapped the dog. The dog ran away whining. New hypothesis. The felines are the true rulers. The dogs are merely the enforcers. Varkan looked at a nearby bench. A cat was sitting there judging everyone. The felines? Varkan shuddered. Their eyes, they are filled with malice. They do not wag. They stare. Let's try the cats, Varkan decided. He approached the cat. Oh, silent overlord, Varkan whispered. We recognize your authority. The dogs are clearly your pawns. The cat hissed. It swiped at Varkan, scratching his armor. Translation, touch me and you die. Bring fish. Okay, Varkan nodded. This one feels more like a leader. The aggression. The entitlement. We have found the ruling class. But then the situation escalated. Animal control arrived. A van pulled up. 2 humans with nets got out. They were coming for the loose dogs and the aliens. Varkan watched in horror. The slaves are revolting. They are capturing the emperors with nets. We must intervene. Varkan aimed his plasma rifle at the animal control officer. Release the alpha. But before he could fire, something happened that changed his understanding of humanity forever. The owner of the Great Dane, the slave, stepped in front of the alien gun. Hey, the human shouted. Don't you point that thing at my dog. Move aside, slave. Varkan warned. I am saving your master. He's family, the human screamed. He picked up a stick. You want him? You gotta go through me. Then other humans joined in. People grabbed their dogs. They shielded them with their own bodies. A woman picked up her chihuahua. A man hugged his pit bull. They looked at the aliens with primal, defensive fury. You touch my dog, a grandmother threatened, holding a purse like a flail, and I will end your bloodline. Varkan lowered his weapon. He looked at the lieutenant on the comms. Analysis. Sir, the biometrics are spiking. The humans are releasing massive amounts of adrenaline and oxytocin. They are willing to die for these creatures. Why? Varkan asked. If they are not slaves, why protect the parasite? It appears to be a symbiotic bond, the lieutenant realized. The humans provide resources. The animals provide emotional regulation. Without the animals, the humans become unstable. Lonely. Varkan looked at the humans. They weren't servants. They were parents. They love them, Varkan whispered. It is illogical. It is inefficient. The animal drains resources and offers no labor. And yet, the human defends it like a treasure. He looked at the Great Dane, who was now licking the face of the man protecting him. It is a pack bond, Varkan concluded. They are a collective. To attack the dog is to attack the human's heart. Abort mission, Varkan ordered. We cannot negotiate with this planet. Why, sir? Because a species that treats its lowest animals as royalty is too unpredictable, Varkan said. They value cuteness over survival. They value fluff over logic. If we stay, we might end up adopting one. I find myself wanting to pet the Commander Rex. Sir, that is a biological hazard. I know, but he is a good boy. The urge is overwhelming. The Krell fleet retreated. They realized that Earth was not a political hierarchy they could understand. It was an emotional, chaotic mess where apex predators, humans, voluntarily submitted to the whims of scavengers, dogs, and sociopaths, cats, because it made them feel happy. It was a weakness. But seeing the humans ready to fight a spaceship with sticks to save their pets, Varkan realized it was also a terrifying strength. You can threaten a human's land and he might negotiate. You threaten a human's dog? He will burn the galaxy down. This has been Apex Sci-Fi. We work hard so our dogs can have a better life. That is the American dream. If you would fight an alien warlord to save your pet, smash that like button. Comment below. What is your pet's name and official rank in your household? Mine is General Meow. Subscribe and give them a treat. Who's a good boy? You are.
Before we get started, make sure to subscribe to the channel and like this video. That way, you'll always stay connected to our stories and never miss the next adventure. Amara had exactly 3 minutes left on her shift when she heard the screaming. 3 minutes. 180 seconds between her and a hot shower, a cold beer, and the blissful silence of her tiny apartment where nobody needed anything from her and nothing was on fire. She'd been counting down since hour 9 of this 12-hour nightmare, watching the clock tick with the desperate focus of a woman who'd unloaded 6 freight containers of mining equipment in 90-degree heat. But no, the universe had other plans. Because of course it did. The sound came from the alley behind the cargo docks, the kind of narrow, trash-filled gap between buildings where smart people didn't go after dark. Amara was many things: stubborn, sarcastic, possibly too fond of cheap whiskey. But she'd never been accused of being smart. Not when it counted, anyway. She should have kept walking, should have clocked out, gone home, pretended she hadn't heard a thing. That was the frontier colony survival rule number 1. Mind your own business. Keep your head down. Don't get involved in whatever fresh hell was brewing in the shadows. Instead, she grabbed the cargo hook hanging by the loading bay door and headed toward the noise. "Stupid," she muttered to herself. "This is stupid. You're stupid." The alley reeked of rotting garbage and something chemical that probably violated at least 6 environmental regulations. Amara's boots splashed through something she really hoped was just water as she rounded the corner, cargo hook held like a very inadequate weapon. What she found made her stop dead. 4 men, human, which somehow made it worse, had backed something small and terrified against the far wall. They had the look of hired muscle, cheap armor, cheaper weapons, and the kind of swagger that came from never having met real consequences. The kind of thugs who worked for smugglers or gang bosses, doing the dirty work for people too smart to something was a child. Not a human child, though. This kid had scales that shimmered iridescent even in the dim light, and eyes that reflected the glow from the street like a cat's, claws on hands that were too small to do any real damage, and a tail that lashed in fear. The kid couldn't have been more than 8 or 9 in human years, wearing clothes that looked expensive, real fabric, not synthweave. Amara's brain supplied the information automatically. Haxree, one of the apex predator species, the kind of aliens who grew up to be 8 feet of muscle, fang, and attitude. The kind who ran half the military operations in this sector of space and looked at humans like we were cute, squishy things that broke too easily to be useful. This particular Haxree was currently shaking like a leaf and making small, terrified chirping sounds. "Come on, little guy," one of the thugs was saying, his voice doing that fake friendly thing that made Amara's skin crawl. "We're not gonna hurt you. Just gonna take you somewhere safe, yeah? Your family's gonna pay good money to get you back." Ransom? Of course. Because kidnapping an apex predator's child was definitely a plan made by people who thought things through. The kid pressed harder against the wall, claws scraping uselessly against concrete. Amara cleared her throat. All 4 thugs spun around, weapons coming up. She got a good look at what she was dealing with. Plasma pistols, the cheap kind that overheated after 6 shots, but would absolutely turn her into a smoking crater before that became a problem. "Evening, gentlemen," she said, keeping her voice level and her cargo hook visible. "Lovely night for felony kidnapping." The lead thug, shaved head, scar across his nose, probably thought he looked intimidating, laughed. "Walk away, lady. This doesn't concern you." "See, I would," Amara said, taking a step forward. "I really, really would. I've had a long day. My back hurts. I'm pretty sure I pulled something in my shoulder. And I've got a date with a shower that's been calling my name for the last 3 hours." Another step. "But here's my problem," she continued. "I walk away, and tomorrow I wake up knowing I let 4 grown men terrorize a kid. And then I've got to live with that. And I'm already living with enough bad decisions without adding that to the pile." "Your funeral," Scarface said, raising his pistol. "Yeah," Amara sighed. "Probably. She moved fast, not fast enough to dodge a plasma bolt, but fast enough to be unpredictable. The cargo hook swung out, caught Scarface's wrist, and his shot went wide, scorching the wall above the kid's head. Amara followed through, driving her boot into his knee. Something crunched. He went down screaming. Then everything went sideways. The other three opened fire, and Amara did the only thing she could think of. She threw herself between the kid and the guns. The first bolt hit her in the shoulder, and it felt like someone had shoved a red-hot poker through her flesh. The second caught her in the ribs. The third, fourth, and fifth came so fast she couldn't tell where they hit, just that her entire body was suddenly made of fire and agony. She heard the kid screaming, a high, terrified sound that cut through the pain. Sixth shot. Her leg gave out. The seventh knocked her flat. The eighth, she didn't really feel. Everything had gone distant and fuzzy, like she was watching it happen to someone else. She was on the ground, she realized. When had that happened? The kid was underneath her, protected by her body, still making those scared, chirping sounds. "You crazy!" one of the thugs was shouting, but his voice sounded like it was coming from underwater. Footsteps. Running. The thugs were leaving, probably heard sirens, or maybe they'd just realized they'd shot a human in front of a witness, and that was going to bring heat they didn't want. Amara tried to move, to check if the kid was okay, but her body wasn't responding anymore. Everything felt cold despite the burning pain. That was bad, right? She was pretty sure that was bad. The kid wriggled out from under her, and she got a glimpse of those big reflective eyes staring down at her. The little haxorhy was saying something, but Amara couldn't make out the words. Everything was getting darker. Her last coherent thought was, well, this is officially the dumbest way I've ever almost died, and I once tried to arm wrestle a cargo loader. Then the darkness swallowed her whole, and Amara stopped thinking anything at all. Somewhere far away, she was vaguely aware of more sounds. Shouting, the whine of emergency vehicles, someone lifting her, multiple someones, strong hands, urgent voices speaking in languages she didn't recognize. But it all felt very far away, and not particularly important anymore. If this was dying, it was a lot less dramatic than the movies made it look. Mostly, it was just quiet and cold. And then, nothing at all. Waking up was a mistake. That was Amara's first coherent thought, as consciousness dragged her up from the comfortable void. Her second thought was that everything hurt in that special way that suggested her body had been disassembled, run through a wood chipper, and then reassembled by someone working from a badly translated instruction manual. Her third thought was, why am I not dead? She cracked one eye open and immediately regretted it. The light was too bright, too clean, too white. This wasn't the dingy emergency clinic near the docks where freight workers went when they couldn't afford to miss work. This was the kind of medical facility that had actual windows and equipment that looked like it had been manufactured sometime in the current decade. "Oh, good," a male voice said from somewhere to her left. "You're awake. I was starting to wonder if you'd decided to just sleep through the next month." Amara turned her head, slowly, because apparently her neck had opinions about sudden movements, and found a human man in a white coat sitting in a chair beside her bed. He was maybe 50, with gray streaking through dark hair, and the kind of tired eyes that said he'd seen some things and wasn't particularly impressed by any of them. "Where?" Her voice came out like gravel. She tried again. "Where am I?" "Mercy General, Upper District," the man said. "I'm Dr. Harry. And before you ask, yes, you should be dead. No, I don't know how you're not. And yes, someone paid for the very expensive treatment that's the only reason we're having this conversation. Amara processed that. Upper District, the fancy part of Iron Haven where people had things like savings accounts and furniture that matched. She'd been there exactly once to deliver a package and had felt out of place the entire time. "How long?" she asked. 3 weeks, give or take, Harry said. "You were in a medically induced coma while the regenerative treatment did its work. You took 8 plasma bolts at close range. Your shoulder was slag. 3 ribs were powder. Your left lung was perforated, and your femur had a hole in it the size of my fist." He said it clinically, like he was reading a grocery list. Amara appreciated that. She didn't need sympathy. She needed information. "The kid?" she asked. Harry's expression shifted into something that might have been amusement. "The kid is fine. Not a scratch on him thanks to you using your body as a meat shield, which, for the record, was either the bravest or stupidest thing I've seen in 20 years of emergency medicine. And I once treated a guy who tried to fight a cargo mech with his bare hands." "Stupid," Amara said. "Definitely stupid." "Well, the kid's family disagrees." Harry stood up, and there was something in his posture that made Amara nervous. "Which brings me to the complicated part of this conversation. You've got visitors, a lot of them, and they've been waiting very patiently for you to wake up." "Visitors?" Amara tried to sit up and discovered that her body had strong feelings about that plan. "Who?" "The kind that travel with armed escorts and diplomatic credentials," Harry said. "The kind that make hospital administrators very, very nervous. The kind that... Look, I'm just going to say it. There are Haxry Imperial Guards outside your room right now, and they've been there for 2 weeks." Amara stared at him. "I'm sorry. There are... what?" "Imperial Guards. Elite military. The kind of soldiers who could probably take out this entire building without breaking a sweat." Harry ran a hand through his hair. "Turns out the kid you saved wasn't just any Haxry cub. His name is Rennick, and his father is High Commander Naxrill. As in, one of the most powerful military leaders in Haxry society. As in, the kind of person who can make entire planets nervous." The room suddenly felt too small. Amara's brain, still fuzzy from 3 weeks of forced unconsciousness, tried to process this information and failed spectacularly. "Oh," she said. "Oh, that's just fantastic." "It gets better," Harry said, and his tone suggested it absolutely did not get better. "The commander wants to meet you. He's been asking every day when you'd wake up. And before you ask, no, you can't say no. I mean, you can, but I don't recommend it. These people take honor and debts very seriously." "How seriously?" "The kind of seriously where refusing to meet him would be considered a grave insult and might cause an interstellar incident," Harry said. "So, you know, no pressure." Amara closed her eyes and counted to 10. Then 20. Then she gave up because numbers weren't making this situation any less insane. "Fine," she said. "Wheel him in. Let's get this over with." "You sure? You just woke up. I can tell him you need more time." "Dr. Harry," Amara said, opening her eyes, "I'm lying in a hospital bed in the fancy part of town, apparently alive because some alien warlord paid for experimental treatment. And there are elite soldiers outside my door. I don't think more time is going to make this less weird." Harry nodded slowly. "Fair point. I'll let them know." He left, and Amara had about 30 seconds to contemplate her life choices before the door opened again. The Haxry who entered had to duck to fit through the doorway. He was massive, easily 8 feet tall, with scales that shimmered deep crimson and gold. His eyes were amber, slit-pupiled, and currently fixed on Amara with an intensity that made her want to hide under the blankets. He wore armor that looked ceremonial, but probably functioned just fine in actual combat, and he moved with the fluid grace of something that had been killing things efficiently for a very long time. Behind him, 2 more Haxry in military gear flanked the door. Guards for the guard, apparently. High Commander Naxril stopped at the foot of her bed and just looked at her. Amara looked back, because she'd never been good at backing down, even when it was clearly the smart choice. The silence stretched out. Amara's internal monologue was screaming. Finally, Naxril spoke. His voice was deep, resonant, and carried an accent that turned human words into something more growled than spoken. "You are Amara." It wasn't a question, but she answered anyway. "That's me. Dock worker, bad decision maker, apparently too stubborn to die." Something flickered in those amber eyes. "You saved my son." "I got in the way of some bullets," Amara said. "Not sure that counts as saving." "You placed your body between him and harm," Naxril said. "You took wounds that should have killed you. You did this for a child not of your species, not of your clan, not of your world. This is not getting in the way. This is sacrifice." The way he said that last word made it sound important. Capital S, important. "Look," Amara said, "I'm not trying to be difficult here, but I really just did what anyone would do. Kid was scared, bad guys had guns, I had a cargo hook and a history of poor impulse control. That's the whole story." "No," Naxril said, and there was something almost confused in his tone. "That is not what anyone would do. Most would flee. Many would hide. Some would call for help and hope it arrived in time. You attacked 4 armed males with a tool and your bare hands. You used your flesh as a shield. This is not normal behavior." "Well, normal's overrated," Amara muttered. Naxril moved closer, and Amara fought the urge to sink deeper into the bed. He wasn't being threatening, at least she didn't think he was, but he was just so damn big, and every instinct she had was screaming that this was a predator, and she was very, very small. "In my culture," Naxril said slowly, "a life debt is sacred. Absolute. You saved my son's life at the cost of your own. That you survived does not diminish the debt. It increases it." "I'm not asking for anything," Amara said, quickly. "Seriously, we're good. You paid for the fancy medical treatment, which, thank you for that, and we can just call it even." "We cannot call it even," Naxril interrupted, and there was something almost offended in his tone. "There is no even. There is debt, and there is honor, and there is family. You have given me back my son. There is no payment that balances this." He straightened, and suddenly his posture changed into something formal, ritualistic. The 2 guards by the door snapped to attention. "I, High Commander Naxril of the Crimson Fleet, declare before witnesses that Amara of Ironhaven is kin-chosen. She is blood of my blood, clan of my clan, family of my family. Her enemies are my enemies. Her honor is my honor. This bond is eternal and unbreakable." The words hung in the air like something physical. The guards had their fists over their hearts. Naxril was staring at her with an expression that might have been respect or might have been something else entirely. Amara's brain had officially given up. "I'm sorry," she said. "I'm what now?" "Kin-chosen," Naxril repeated. "It is the highest honor my people can bestow. You are now considered part of my family. My clan will protect you, provide for you, honor you as one of our own." "But I'm human," Amara said, because apparently that was where her brain had decided to make it stand. "I'm not. We're not even the same species. How does that work?" "It has never been done before," Naxril admitted. You are the first alien to be named Kin Chosen. But the law is clear. One who saves the life of a clan member at risk of their own becomes family. The law does not specify species. So you're just adopting me into your alien warrior family because I got shot? Because you chose to get shot, Naxrill corrected. Because when faced with danger, you did not calculate odds or consider consequences. You simply acted. This is the mark of true strength, true honor. Amara laughed. She couldn't help it. The sound came out slightly hysterical, but honestly, who could blame her? Okay, she said. Okay, this is insane. This is completely insane. I'm a freight dock supervisor. I live in a 400-square-foot apartment. I eat instant noodles for dinner 3 nights a week. I am not warrior family material. You faced 4 armed enemies alone, Naxrill said. You took 8 plasma bolts and survived. You protected a child with your life. What part of this is not warrior behavior? The part where I was mostly just annoyed and not thinking clearly? Courage is not the absence of fear, Naxrill said. It is action despite fear. You have proven your courage. The matter is settled. He turned to leave, then paused at the door. My son wishes to visit you, he said. When you are stronger. He has been asking every day. The kid's okay? Amara asked. Really okay? Not a scratch, Naxrill said, and something in his voice softened. Because of you. Rest now, Amara. Kin Chosen. We will speak again soon. He left, guards following, and the room suddenly felt much larger and much quieter. Dr. Harry poked his head back in. So, he said, that happened? I've been adopted by alien warriors, Amara said to the ceiling. This is my life now. Could be worse, Harry offered. How? How could this possibly be worse? Harry considered. Well, you could still be dead. Yeah, Amara sighed. There is that. She closed her eyes and tried very hard not to think about what being kin chosen to a high commander actually meant. She had a feeling she was going to find out whether she wanted to or not. Amara was discharged from Mercy General 5 days later, and that's when she learned that her life had become a circus. A circus with armed guards, media drones, and apparently a security detail that followed her everywhere, like the world's most intimidating shadows. This is ridiculous, she said, for the 15th time that morning, staring at the Haxri warrior currently standing outside her apartment door. I don't need a bodyguard. I live on the 4th floor of a building with broken elevators. The most dangerous thing here is the mold in the bathroom. Lieutenant Horan, because of course he had a rank and a name, and apparently a permanent assignment to make her life complicated, didn't even blink. He was smaller than Naxrill, only about 6.5 feet tall, with dark green scales and eyes that tracked every movement in the hallway, like he was expecting an attack from the vending machine. High Commander's orders, Horan said, his voice clipped and professional. You are kin chosen. You will be protected. I've lived here for 3 years without protection, Amara pointed out. I think I can manage. You were not a political symbol 3 years ago, Horan replied. You were not known across 6 star systems. You were not the first human to be named kin chosen to a Haxri clan. You are now all of these things. Therefore, you will be protected. He said it like he was explaining basic math to a particularly slow child. Amara resisted the urge to throw something at him. I don't want to be a political symbol, she muttered, unlocking her door. I want to be a person who drinks coffee in her underwear and doesn't have an audience. Then you should not have saved the High Commander's son, Horan said. Amara turned to stare at him. Are you seriously suggesting I should have let a kid get kidnapped? I am suggesting that actions have consequences, Haran said. You chose to act. These are the consequences. You know what? I don't like you, Amara said. That is acceptable, Haran replied. I am not here to be liked. I am here to ensure you survive. Amara slammed the door in his face and immediately felt childish about it. Then she decided she didn't care. If she was going to be stuck with a judgmental lizard cat warrior following her around, she was allowed to be petty about it. Her apartment looked exactly the same as she'd left it 3 weeks ago, which was somehow both comforting and depressing. Dishes in the sink, laundry on the chair. The plant by the window that she'd named Herbert was definitely dead now. Nothing had changed, except everything had changed, and Amara didn't know how to process that. She made coffee, the cheap instant kind that tasted like regret, and sat on her couch, trying to figure out what came next. Her comm unit buzzed, then buzzed again, then started buzzing continuously. Messages, hundreds of them. Interview requests from news outlets across the colony and beyond. Job offers from security companies. Marriage proposals from people she'd never met. Threats from people who apparently had strong feelings about humans getting special treatment from alien species. Amara turned the comm unit off and threw it across the room. This is fine, she said to her dead plant. Everything is fine. Herbert did not respond, being dead. The knock on her door 3 hours later was small and hesitant, nothing like Haran's earlier pounding. Amara opened it to find Rennick standing in the hallway, looking up at her with those big reflective eyes. He was wearing clean clothes now, expensive looking, and there was an older Haxry female behind him. A nanny or guardian, probably. Haran loomed in the background, watching. "Hi," Rennick said in heavily accented human standard. "You are awake." Something in Amara's chest did a weird twisting thing. The kid was okay. Really, actually okay. Not a scratch on him, just like everyone had said. "Yeah," she said, crouching down to his level and immediately regretting it when her still healing ribs protested. "I'm awake. How are you doing, kid?" "I am good," Rennick said, "because of you. Father says you are family now. He says you are very brave." "Your father gives me too much credit," Amara said. "I just did what needed doing." "You took the fire weapons," Rennick said, and his voice got smaller. "You covered me. I thought you were dead. There was so much blood." Oh no. The kid had trauma. Of course he had trauma. He'd watched someone get shot 8 times right in front of him. "Hey," Amara said softly. "I'm okay. See? Still here, still kicking. Takes more than a few plasma bolts to keep me down." Rennick reached out and touched her arm, like he needed to confirm she was real. His claws were tiny, barely sharp enough to scratch. "I brought you something," he said, pulling a small object from his pocket. "Father says, when someone saves your life, you give them a token, so they remember you are grateful." He held out what looked like a small carved stone, smooth and dark, with symbols etched into its surface. "It is from our home world," Rennick explained. "It means protector. Father says you are my protector now. Family protects family." Amara took the stone, and that weird twisting thing in her chest got worse. She wasn't good with emotions. She was good with cargo manifests and sarcasm and keeping her head down. This was way outside her comfort zone. "Thank you," she managed. "I'll keep it safe." Rennick smiled, showing way too many teeth, and Amara reminded herself that this cute kid would eventually grow up to be an 8-foot apex predator. Biology was weird, The nanny ushered Rennick away after a few more minutes, and Amara was left standing in her doorway, holding a carved stone and feeling like her life had tilted sideways. "That was kind of him," Horan said from his post. "I thought you didn't do small talk," Amara said. "I do not," Horan replied. "I am making an observation. The young one has been distressed since the incident. You are the first person who has made him smile." Amara looked at the stone in her hand. "He's a good kid." "He is the son of a high commander," Horan said. "He will be a warrior, a leader. He will command fleets and make decisions that affect billions. But yes, he is also a good child." Something in Horan's tone made Amara look at him more closely. "You don't think I should be kin-chosen, do you?" Horan was quiet for a long moment. "I think you are human, soft, weak. Your species has been part of the Galactic Coalition for less than a generation. You have no warrior tradition, no honor codes, no understanding of what it means to be Haxriai. Tell me how you really feel," Amara muttered. "But," Horan continued, "the High Commander has made his decision, and the High Commander does not make decisions lightly. So I will protect you, whether I understand his reasoning or not." "How inspiring," Amara said, really feeling the family love here. "You want honesty or comfort?" Horan asked. "I can provide only one." "Honesty's fine," Amara sighed. "I've had enough smoke blown up my—" The explosion cut her off. It came from below, a massive boom that shook the entire building. Amara stumbled, and Horan moved faster than anything that size should be able to move, pulling her back into her apartment. "Stay down!" he barked, and suddenly he had a weapon in his hand. Where had he been keeping that? And was speaking rapidly into a comm unit in his own language. "What the hell?" Amara started. Another explosion. Closer. The lights flickered. "We are under attack," Horan said, scanning the hallway. "Someone has breached the building perimeter. We need to move, now." "Attack? Who's attacking?" "Does it matter?" Horan grabbed her arm, carefully but firmly. "There are people trying to kill you. We can discuss their motivations after you are not dead." He pulled her into the hallway, and Amara's brain finally caught up with what was happening. Someone was trying to kill her. Actually, genuinely trying to kill her. Because she'd saved a kid and become famous. And apparently, that made her a target. "I really hate my life right now," she said. "Complain later," Horan said. "Run, now." They ran. The stairwell was full of smoke, and Amara could hear screaming from the lower floors. Horan moved like he'd done this 1,000 times, weapon up, checking corners, keeping himself between her and any potential threats. They made it down 2 floors before the attackers found them. 3 figures in tactical gear, faces covered, weapons raised. They opened fire without warning, and Horan shoved Amara behind a concrete pillar hard enough to knock the wind out of her. He returned fire, and the sound was deafening in the enclosed space. 1 attacker went down. Then another. The third got a shot off that scorched the wall inches from Amara's head. Horan moved, fast and brutal, and suddenly the third attacker was on the ground with Horan's claws at his throat. "Who sent you?" Horan demanded. The attacker said nothing. Horan applied pressure, and the attacker made a choking sound. "Who sent you?" "The collective," the attacker gasped. "The collective of rational governance. You're contaminating the galaxy. Humans don't belong." Horan knocked him unconscious before he could finish. "We need to move," he said, pulling Amara up. "There will be more." They made it to the ground floor and out into the street where chaos reigned. Emergency vehicles, security forces, and a crowd of onlookers with cameras. Amara's building was on fire, smoke pouring from the lower floors. A transport vehicle screeched to a halt in front of them, and Naxrill emerged, looking absolutely murderous. "You are unharmed?" he demanded, looking Amara over. "I'm fine," Amara said. "Horan got me out. What the hell is going on?" "An assassination attempt," Naxrill said. "The Collective of Rational Governance, a political faction that believes humans are inferior and should not be elevated within coalition society. They see your kin-chosen status as an insult to superior species." "So they tried to blow me up?" Amara said. "That seems excessive." "They tried to make a statement," Naxrill said. "They failed, and now they will face consequences." He turned to Horan. "You protected her." "It is my duty," Horan said. "You did well," Naxrill said, and there was approval in his voice. Then he looked at Amara. "You cannot return to your home. It is not safe. You will stay in the diplomatic quarter, under full guard, until this threat is eliminated." "I don't want to hide," Amara said, surprising herself. "These people tried to kill me because I saved a kid, because I'm human, and apparently that's offensive to them. If I hide, they win. If you die, they also win," Naxrill pointed out. "Then don't let me die," Amara said, "but I'm not hiding. I'm not giving them the satisfaction." Naxrill studied her for a long moment. Then something that might have been respect flickered in his eyes. "You are very stubborn," he said. "Yeah," Amara said. "I've been told." "Good," Naxrill said. "Stubbornness is a warrior trait. Come, we have much to discuss, and enemies to hunt." As they climbed into the transport, Amara caught Horan, watching her with an expression she couldn't quite read. "What?" she asked. "Nothing," Horan said. "I am simply reconsidering my earlier assessment." "Of what?" "Of whether humans understand what it means to be warriors," Horan said quietly. "Perhaps I was wrong." Amara didn't know what to say to that, so she said nothing. But she kept the carved stone Rennick had given her clutched tight in her hand, and she thought about what it meant to be a protector. And she thought about the people who tried to kill her for the crime of being human and being honored. And she got angry. Not the hot, explosive kind of angry. The cold, determined kind. The kind that made decisions and stuck to them. If the Collective wanted to make her a symbol, fine. She'd be a symbol, just not the kind they were expecting. The Galactic Council Summit was held in the largest convention center on Ironhaven, a massive structure of glass and steel that was supposed to represent unity and cooperation among species. Right now, it mostly represented a very large target. Amara stood in the staging area backstage, wearing clothes that cost more than 3 months of her old salary and feeling like a fraud. The human delegation was around her, colonists, engineers, administrators, all looking nervous. They'd been invited to present humanity's petition for elevated status within the coalition, to argue that humans deserved a real voice in galactic affairs. And Amara was supposed to be their symbol, their proof that humans were worthy. No pressure. "You do not have to do this," Naxrill said from beside her. He'd been against the plan from the start, but Amara had been stubborn, and eventually he'd given in. "We have intelligence that the Collective will strike today. Let them come to us, on ground of our choosing. Not here, where innocence will be caught in the crossfire." "If I hide, they win," Amara said. "We've been over this." "If you die, they also win," Naxrill countered. "We have been over that as well." "Then I guess I better not die," Amara said. Horan appeared from the shadows. He was good at that, she'd learned. "Perimeter is secure. My team is in position. If the collective makes a move, we will be ready. You sound almost concerned, Lieutenant, Amara said. Careful. People might think you actually like me. I do not like you, Horan said, but there was something in his tone that suggested he was lying. I simply prefer that you remain alive. It would reflect poorly on me if you died under my protection. How touching, Amara said. A human aide poked her head in. 5 minutes, everyone. They're ready for you. The delegation filed out toward the stage, and Amara took a breath. She could do this. She'd faced down armed thugs, survived 8 plasma bolts, and lived through 3 weeks of being a galactic celebrity. She could handle a speech. Probably. The convention center was packed. Thousands of beings from dozens of species, all watching as the human delegation took the stage. Amara spotted the collective representatives in the audience. They weren't hiding, which was bold or stupid or both. They wore the gray and silver colors of their faction, and they watched the humans with expressions that ranged from contempt to outright hostility. The human ambassador, a woman named Clarissa, who actually knew what she was doing, began the presentation. She talked about human contributions to the coalition, about the colonies they'd built, the trade routes they'd established, the problems they'd solved. She was good, professional, hitting all the right notes, and the collective representatives looked bored. Then Clarissa introduced Amara, and the energy in the room shifted. "This is Amara," Clarissa said, "a freight dock worker who became the first human to be named kin-chosen by a Haxri clan. Her story represents what humanity brings to the coalition: courage, compassion, and the willingness to act when action is needed." Amara stepped forward, and every camera in the room focused on her. She hated it. "I'm not a politician," she said, because starting with honesty seemed like the only way to get through this. "I'm not a diplomat or a warrior or anyone important. 3 weeks ago, I was unloading cargo containers and counting down the minutes until my shift ended. Then I heard a kid screaming, and I made a choice." She could see Naxriel in the wings, watching. Rennick was beside him, small and attentive. "I didn't think about species or politics or galactic implications," Amara continued. "I just thought, there's a kid in trouble, and I can help. So I did. And yeah, I got shot 8 times for it, which I don't recommend, by the way. The recovery is terrible." A few laughs from the audience. Good. Humor helped. "But here's what I learned," Amara said. "Strength isn't about how big you are or how many weapons you have. It's about what you do when everything's on the line. It's about choosing to act when walking away would be easier. Humans might be new to the galaxy, and we might be smaller and softer than a lot of species here, but we don't quit. We don't back down. And we don't let kids get hurt if we can do something about it." One of the collective representatives stood up. "Inspiring words," he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "But words are cheap. Humans are weak. You survived through luck and alien charity. Nothing more. You are not warriors. You are not worthy of elevation. You are—" The explosion cut him off. It came from the east entrance, a massive blast that shook the entire building. Then another from the west. The lights went out, emergency systems kicked in, and suddenly there was screaming and chaos and the sound of weapons fire. The collective had made their move. Horan was beside Amara in an instant, weapon drawn. "Get down!" But Amara wasn't looking at him. She was looking at the human delegation, at the colonists and engineers who were frozen in panic, and at the collective soldiers pouring in through the breached entrances. "No," she said. "No, we're not doing this." "Amara," Horan started. "They want to prove we're weak?" Amara said. "Let's prove them wrong." She turned to the human delegation. Listen up. I know you're scared. I'm scared too. But we've got two choices. We can hide and hope someone saves us, or we can fight back. Show them what humans do when we're cornered. We're not soldiers, someone said. Neither am I, Amara said. But I'm stubborn, and I'm angry, and I'm really tired of people trying to kill me. Who's with me? For a moment, nobody moved. Then a dock worker named Chen, no relation to anyone, just a guy who'd been part of the labor delegation, picked up a piece of broken debris and nodded. I'm in, he said. Then another human stepped forward, and another. Within seconds, the entire delegation was armed with improvised weapons, chairs, debris, anything they could grab, and looking to Amara for direction. Okay, Amara said. Okay, here's what we do. We use the environment. We're smaller, so we're faster. We know this building. Most of us helped build it. Use that. Hit and run. Don't try to be heroes. Just slow them down until the real soldiers can do their job. Horan was staring at her. You are insane. Yeah, probably, Amara said. You coming or not? The fight that followed was chaos. The collective had brought heavy weapons and trained soldiers, but they hadn't counted on the humans fighting back. Amara's people used the building's layout against them, collapsing scaffolding, triggering fire suppression systems, turning the convention center into a maze of obstacles and hazards. Amara herself fought with a piece of pipe and pure spite, staying close to Horan, who was cutting through collective soldiers with brutal efficiency. She wasn't trying to win fights. She was trying to survive them. And there was a difference. A collective soldier cornered her near the stage, weapon raised. Amara threw her pipe at his face, ducked under his return fire, and kicked out his knee. He went down, and she grabbed his weapon, even though she barely knew how to use it. Amara! Horan shouted. Behind you! She spun, fired without aiming, and somehow hit the soldier who'd been sneaking up on her. Luck or instinct, she didn't know, and didn't care. The battle raged for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Then Naxril arrived with Imperial guards, and suddenly, the collective soldiers were the ones being overwhelmed. The fighting ended quickly after that. Amara sat on the edge of the stage, breathing hard, covered in dust and blood. Some hers, most not, and watched as collective soldiers were rounded up and restrained. Naxril approached, and he looked impressed? It was hard to tell with Haxrai expressions. You rallied your people, he said. You fought. We fought, Amara corrected. All of us. That's what humans do. We're stubborn like that. I am beginning to understand, Naxril said, why the High Commander chose you as kin chosen. Amara looked up to find Horan standing there, and there was something different in his eyes. Respect, maybe. Or at least the beginning of it. You were right, Horan said quietly. I did not understand what it meant to be human. I thought weakness was physical. I did not account for strength of will. Does this mean you like me now? Amara asked. I tolerate you, Horan said. It is a start. The aftermath took hours to sort through. The collective's leadership was arrested, including Ambassador Lixoth, who'd orchestrated the entire operation. Turned out he was Haxri himself, a high-ranking official who'd believed that associating with humans would weaken his species. He'd arranged the original attack on Rennick, hoping to prevent any human-Haxri alliance from forming. He'd failed spectacularly. The Galactic Council, having watched humans fight back against overwhelming odds, voted to grant humanity elevated status within the coalition. It wasn't unanimous, but it was decisive. Amara declined the medals and ceremonies that followed. She'd had enough of being a symbol. 2 months later, she was back at the docks, not as a supervisor this time, but as a liaison between human workers and alien trade partners. It was still manual labor, still long hours, but it paid better and came with significantly fewer assassination attempts. Rennick visited once a week, usually with Horan in tow. The kid was learning human customs and teaching Amara Haxri ones, and it was weird and awkward and kind of wonderful. Naxril stopped by occasionally, always formal, always respectful. The kin-chosen bond was real, and Amara was still getting used to having an 8-foot warrior consider her family. "I have a question," Horan said one afternoon, standing guard while Amara processed shipping manifests. "Shoot," Amara said. "Would you do it again?" Horan asked, knowing what would follow: the fame, the attacks, the complications. Would you still save the child? Amara thought about it, about the plasma bolts and the pain and the 3 weeks in a coma, about becoming a political symbol and a target, about her apartment burning and her quiet life ending. Then she thought about Rennick's smile and the carved stone she kept in her pocket. "Yeah," she said, "I would." "Why?" Horan asked. "Because he's a kid," Amara said simply. "And kids shouldn't have to be scared. That's reason enough." Horan nodded slowly. "I have been assigned as permanent liaison to human space," he said. "I requested the position." "Oh, great," Amara said. "I'm stuck with you now?" "It is my honor," Horan said. "That's what I was afraid of," Amara replied. But she was smiling when she said it. The galaxy had changed its view of humanity. They were no longer the soft, weak newcomers. They were the species that fought back, that protected their own, that refused to quit even when the odds were impossible. And Amara, who just wanted to finish her shift and go home, had somehow become the symbol of all that. It was ridiculous. But maybe, she thought, ridiculous wasn't so bad after all.
Captain Jake Morrison's footsteps rang out as he circled the USS Liberty in Luna Station's enormous hangar. His ship looked nothing like the smooth, elegant vessels docked nearby. While other ships had graceful curves that flowed like water, the Liberty stood firm and boxy. Heavy gray metal covered every inch, marked with rivets and welded joints that showed pure human work. Admiral Patricia Wells watched beside him, her expression clearly showing disappointment. Behind them, alien visitors whispered to each other, their translation devices clicking softly. The Zenthari ambassador Keithvar moved forward, his tall blue body rising above the humans. His eyes studied the Liberty with clear disgust. "So this is humanity's contribution to the Galactic Defense Initiative," Keithvar said, his words carrying his species' musical quality. "A relic from the past." Morrison's jaw clenched, but his face stayed calm. He'd known this would happen. Everyone had expected exactly this reaction. The Liberty used only human technology, nothing from the advanced alien systems that other Earth ships now carried. No energy shields, no plasma weapons, no quantum drives. Just fusion reactors, railguns, and thick armor. Chief Engineer Lisa Parker walked up to the group, her work clothes still marked with grease from final checks. She was young for her job, barely 30, but she'd personally designed half the Liberty's systems. Her brown hair was tied back simply, and her green eyes showed the pride of someone who'd built something with their own 2 hands. "The Liberty shows a return to human design thinking," Parker said to everyone. "We've taken a century of knowledge and used it our own way." General Vexthal, the Zenthari fleet commander, laughed. It sounded like wind chimes in a storm. "Your own way?" he asked again. "You mean old-fashioned ways? This ship runs on nuclear fusion. My personal shuttle has better engines." Commander Ryan Foster, Morrison's second officer, shifted uneasily next to his captain. Foster was skilled, but he'd grown up with alien technology. To him, the Liberty looked as outdated as everyone thought. His sandy hair was styled perfectly, and his uniform was spotless, showing everything about modern military standards. "Sir," Foster whispered to Morrison, "maybe we should talk about the combat benefits?" Morrison shook his head slightly. No point explaining to people who'd already decided. The Liberty was his ship, his duty, and his faith in human skill. He'd spent 2 years fighting to get this project approved, arguing with admirals and politicians who wanted humanity to fully adopt alien technology into their fleet. Dr. Amanda Cole stepped forward from her spot near the ship's entrance ramp. As head of research and development, she'd worked hand in hand with Parker to create the Liberty's systems. Her red hair caught the hangar lights, and her blue eyes held the focus of someone who'd spent endless hours perfecting every small detail. "The Liberty's design thinking is unique," Cole explained. "Rather than depending on technology we don't completely understand, we built something we can fix, maintain, and change ourselves. Every bolt, every wire, every part is made by humans." Keithar moved closer to the ship, his long fingers running across the rough welded seams. "And what happens when you meet an enemy with energy weapons that slice through this ancient armor like nothing?" He asked. "What happens when quantum torpedoes pass straight through your hull?" "We've thought about those situations," Parker answered. "The Liberty's armor has different material layers, each made to absorb particular energy types. The whole design is modular, so damage in one area won't destroy the whole ship." "Modular?" General Vexthul said again with another musical laugh. "Like a child's toy blocks. Admiral Wells, you can't seriously want this ship in our defense fleet." Admiral Wells looked uneasy. She was a career officer who'd climbed the ranks by making smart choices. The Liberty wasn't smart in the eyes of the galactic community. Her gray hair was pulled back military style, and her lined face showed years of command. "The Liberty has completed all needed tests," Wells said carefully. "Captain Morrison's crew has practiced thoroughly with the ship's systems." "Practiced with outdated systems," Cathar noted. "This ship should be in a museum, not in combat." Morrison finally spoke. "Ambassador, respectfully, humanity fought space wars before we met your people. We know how to build working ships." "You know how to build ships that worked 100 years ago," the Zenthari answered. "Today's combat needs today's solutions. Energy shields that bounce back incoming attacks, quantum weapons that hit across enormous distances, navigation systems that predict enemy actions. This ship has none of these abilities." Lieutenant Karen Hughes, the Liberty's communications officer, stood quietly near the ship's command area. She was young and enthusiastic, just out of the academy, but she trusted the ship and its crew. Her black hair was cut to regulations, and her dark eyes showed the resolve of someone ready to prove herself. "The Liberty has something better than advanced technology," Hughes said suddenly, then turned red as everyone looked at her. "And what would that be?" General Vexthal asked, sounding amused. "A human crew, sir," Hughes answered. "People who know every system because we made it ourselves." Colonel Steve Barnes from Earth Defense Command stepped forward. He was a big man with graying hair and scars from fights with the Krellin pirates. His uniform showed more medals than anyone else in the hangar, and his voice carried the power of someone who'd seen real fighting. "The Liberty Project has used up resources that could have built 3 modern frigates," Barnes said. "Frigates with tested alien technology that we know performs in battle." Morrison felt everyone's expectations weighing on him. The Liberty meant years of effort, years of debating with officials and politicians. He trusted human engineering, the straightforward answers that had taken humanity from their home world to the stars. "The ship is ready for duty," Morrison said firmly. "My crew is trained and ready for any task you give us." Kavar waved his 4-fingered hand dismissively. "Fine, Captain, but don't expect to join any real military actions. Perhaps you can watch over the outer mining colonies where the biggest danger is broken equipment." The alien group moved on, continuing their inspection of the more standard ships in the hangar. Admiral Wells followed them, leaving Morrison alone with his crew. Nobody spoke for several minutes. "They don't see what we've created here," Parker said quietly. Morrison nodded, looking up at his ship. The Liberty might not look impressive, but it was tough, dependable, and completely human. Every choice in building it had been made by human minds using human thinking and human knowledge. They'll see soon enough, Morrison answered. When the moment comes, they'll understand. 3 months had gone by since the Liberty's inspection, when the emergency warning rang through every human station and ship across the solar system. Captain Morrison was in his quarters checking supply reports when the red light started flashing. The sharp battle alarm sound cut through Luna Station's quiet like a blade. Commander Foster rushed through Morrison's door without knocking, his face white and his hand trembling. Behind him came Chief Parker, her usual calm look replaced with something Morrison had never seen before. True fear. "Captain, you need to look at this," Foster said, his voice strained. "Long-range sensors have found something huge coming from beyond Pluto's orbit." Morrison followed his officers to the station's command center, where dozens of technicians worked frantically at their posts. Admiral Wells stood in the middle of everything, her face serious as she watched the main display screen. The image showed a cloud of red dots moving steadily toward the inner solar system. "How many ships?" Morrison asked, though he feared the answer. "First count shows over 10,000 ships," answered Lieutenant Commander Sarah Blake, the station sensor officer. Her blonde hair was pulled back tightly, and her blue eyes reflected her instrument's glow. "Each one is about the size of a battle cruiser." The numbers hit Morrison like a punch. The whole human fleet had fewer than 3,000 ships, and that included cargo ships and mining vessels. Even with their alien partners, the combined defense force would be outnumbered more than 3-1. Dr. Cole rushed into the command center, holding a data pad full of readings. Her red hair was messy and her lab coat looked hastily thrown on. She'd clearly been working through the night again. "Admiral, we're getting very odd readings from the approaching fleet," Cole said. "Their energy patterns don't match anything in our records. The ships seem to phase in and out of normal sensor range." "Phasing," Wells repeated, "like the old Earth theories about traveling through dimensions." "More than theories, it seems," Cole answered. "These ships appear to exist partly outside normal space. That explains why our long-range weapon guidance can't lock onto them properly." General Vexthal arrived with a full group of Zenthari officers, their tall blue forms moving with their species' flowing grace. The general's eyes were wide with something Morrison had never seen in a Zenthari before. True panic. "Admiral Wells," Vexthal said, his musical voice tight. "We've identified the approaching fleet. They're Void Hunters, an old race that's been sleeping for over 5,000 years." "Void Hunters," Wells repeated. "I've never heard of them." "Few have," answered Ambassador Keith Varr, who had just entered the command center. "They're mentioned only in the oldest records of the oldest races. They eat entire star systems, leaving nothing but empty void behind." Morrison felt ice run through his veins. The thought of a race that could destroy whole solar systems was beyond anything humanity had ever faced. Even the worst battles with hostile aliens had been limited to single planets or small fleets. Colonel Barnes pushed through the crowd of officers, his scarred face showing the pressure of emergency planning. His uniform was wrinkled and his gray hair uncombed, suggesting he'd been pulled from sleep by the alert. "We're gathering every ship we have," Barnes announced. "The combined human and allied fleet will meet them at the solar system's edge. We can't let them reach Earth or the colonies." "What about the Liberty?" Morrison asked. The room went silent. Every eye turned to Admiral Wells, who looked uncomfortable under everyone's stare. Her lined face showed the burden of command as she thought about her choices. "The Liberty will stay docked," Wells said finally. "We need our most advanced ships for this battle." "Admiral, respectfully, the Liberty is ready for combat," Morrison protested. "My crew has trained hard." "Captain Morrison," General Vexthal interrupted, "this isn't the time for human pride. The beyond your grasp. Your primitive ship would be gone within minutes." Commander Helen Price from Intelligence stepped forward, her dark hair perfectly styled despite the early hour. Her brown eyes held information she clearly didn't want to share. "General Vexthal is right," Price said. "Our first analysis shows that Void Hunter ships can phase completely out of normal space. Energy weapons go right through them when they're in that state." "Then how do we fight them?" Parker asked. "We're working on that," Dr. Cole answered. Their phasing ability seems to have limits. They can't keep it going forever, and they must return to normal space to attack. The plan is straightforward, General Vexthal announced. We hit them with everything we have during the short moments when they appear to attack. Focused plasma fire from our entire fleet should overwhelm their defenses. Morrison watched the tactical display as friendly ships moved into position throughout the solar system. Sleek Zenthari cruisers with their flowing lines and energy weapons. Human destroyers covered with alien-designed plasma cannons. Transport ships moving civilian populations from the outer colonies. Lieutenant Hughes approached Morrison quietly, her young face showing determination mixed with fear. She'd been watching communications from across the fleet, and the reports weren't good. "Captain," Hughes whispered, "the evacuation ships report that several outer mining stations have gone completely quiet. No distress signals, no emergency beacons, nothing." Morrison nodded grimly. The Void Hunters were already starting their work, eating everything in their path as they moved toward the center of human space. Whatever they did to planets and stations left nothing behind that could send a signal. "Admiral," Morrison said, speaking louder, "I request permission to take the Liberty into battle." Wells turned to face him, her expression showing both sympathy and frustration. Behind her, the alien officers watched with barely hidden amusement. "Captain, I understand your wish to help," Wells said carefully, "but the Liberty's systems aren't made for this type of combat. Your kinetic weapons would be worthless against an enemy that can phase out of reality." "We don't know that for sure," Morrison argued. "The Liberty's weapons are different from anything else in the fleet. Maybe that difference is important." Cathar stepped forward, his tall form towering over Morrison. "Captain, your ship is built like a fortress from ancient times. These enemies fight with technologies that make fortresses meaningless." "The decision is final," Admiral Wells said firmly. "The Liberty stays in dock. Captain Morrison, you and your crew will coordinate supply and repair work from Luna Station." Morrison felt the bitter taste of defeat. His ship, his crew, his faith in human engineering, all dismissed as worthless against an alien threat. Around him, the command center buzzed with movement as the fleet prepared for the biggest battle in human history. As the meeting ended and officers rushed to their stations, Morrison stood alone, watching the tactical display. The red dots of the Void Hunter fleet continued their steady approach, while the blue dots of the human and allied forces moved to stop them. Parker approached him quietly. "Captain, maybe they're right. Maybe this isn't our battle." Morrison shook his head. "Every battle that threatens humanity is our battle. They just don't see what we've built." The first shots of the battle lit up space like distant fireworks. As Morrison watched from the Liberty's bridge, the combined human and alien fleet had formed a huge defensive line at the solar system's edge, their energy weapons creating bright streaks of light across the darkness. From this distance, it almost looked beautiful. Commander Foster stood beside his captain, both men watching the tactical display that showed every ship's position in the battle. The blue dots showing friendly forces outnumbered the red enemy marks 3-1. But Morrison felt no confidence in those numbers. Something about this felt wrong. "First contact reports are coming in," Lieutenant Hughes announced from her communication station. Her voice carried excitement mixed with fear as she passed along messages from the battle zone. "Admiral Wells reports successful hits on multiple enemy ships." Chief Parker looked up from her engineering console, where she'd been running checks on the Liberty's systems. Despite being ordered to stay docked, she kept the ship ready for immediate launch. Her green eyes reflected her instrument's glow as she watched every system. "Captain, something's not right," Parker said quietly. "The power readings from those weapon strikes don't match the damage reports." Morrison nodded. He'd been thinking the same thing. The energy patterns from the fleet's weapons were huge, enough to destroy normal ships with single hits, but the Void Hunter ships seemed to soak up the attacks without major damage. Dr. Cole hurried onto the bridge carrying her portable scanner, her red hair flying behind her as she moved. She'd been watching the battle from the station's sensor array, collecting data on the enemy's technology. "Captain, the Void Hunters are doing something we didn't anticipate," Cole said breathlessly. "They're not just phasing out of reality to dodge attacks. They're phasing back in at different spots." "Teleportation," Foster said grimly. "More than that," Cole answered. They appear to exist in multiple places at once until the moment they choose to become solid and attack. The tactical display suddenly changed as new red dots appeared throughout the battle formation. The Void Hunter ships had somehow moved behind the defensive line, appearing in the middle of the human and alien fleet like ghosts appearing from nowhere. "Dear God," Hughes whispered as her console filled with distress calls from the battle zone. Morrison watched in horror as the organized defensive formation fell apart into chaos. Ships that had been firing at enemies ahead suddenly found themselves surrounded. The careful battle plan that General Vexthal had made collapsed in minutes. The first death report came through Hughes's station like a physical blow. The USS Defiant, one of humanity's newest destroyers, had been sliced in half by some kind of energy beam that went right through its shields. 300 lives lost instantly. The Zenthari flagship is under heavy attack, Hughes reported, her young voice breaking with strain. General Vexthal is asking for immediate support. Morrison clenched his fists as he watched blue dots vanish from the tactical display one by one. Each disappearing light meant hundreds of lives, friends and comrades he'd served with for years. The Liberty's crew stood helplessly on their bridge while their fellow humans died in space. Commander Price's voice came through the station's communication system, her usually calm tone now urgent and frightened. "All stations, we've confirmed that standard energy weapons don't work against Void Hunter ships. Repeat, plasma and particle beam weapons are going through enemy ships without causing damage." "How is that possible?" Foster asked. "They're not fully solid," Cole explained. "The ships exist in a state between dimensions. Energy weapons can't touch matter that isn't completely present in our reality." The battle reports grew worse every minute. The Zenthari cruiser Starfire had blown up. After taking multiple hits from weapons that seemed to ignore its advanced shielding, the human carrier Princeton was reporting massive deaths from an attack that came from inside the ship itself, as if the enemy had somehow teleported weapons directly into the hull. Admiral Wells's voice crackled through the communication system, her normally steady tone showing signs of strain. "All ships fall back to defensive positions around Jupiter. We need time to regroup and study the enemy's abilities." Morrison felt sick as he watched the tactical display. The organized retreat looked more like a panicked escape as surviving ships fled toward the gas giant's protective gravity. Nearly half the combined fleet had been destroyed or disabled in less than 2 hours of fighting. "Captain," Parker said quietly, "request permission to power up the Liberty's systems." "We have orders to stay docked," Foster reminded them. "Our people are dying out there," Morrison answered. "Orders or no orders, we're going to help." Hughes looked up from her station with tears in her dark eyes. "Sir, I'm receiving a message from my brother's ship, the Constellation. They're trapped behind enemy lines with main. Engines offline." Morrison made his choice. "Parker, bring all systems online. Foster, prepare for immediate launch. Hughes, send a message to Admiral Wells, telling her what we're doing." "Sir, she'll have us court-martialed," Foster warned. "Better court-martialed than standing here watching our friends die," Morrison answered. The Liberty's fusion reactors hummed to life as Parker began the startup sequence. Unlike the smooth, silent power systems of alien-designed ships, the human-built reactors made noise. The sound of raw power being controlled by mechanical systems filled the ship with purposeful energy. "Docking clamps released," reported Lieutenant Tony Clark from the navigation station. The young officer's hands moved smoothly over his controls as he prepared to take the Liberty into space. His brown hair was cut to regulations and his steady manner helped calm the rest of the crew. "Sir," Hughes said suddenly, "Admiral Wells is ordering us to stand down immediately." "Tell the Admiral we're having communication problems," Morrison answered. "All stations prepare for launch." The Liberty moved away from Luna Station with the steady push of its fusion drive. The ship felt solid and reliable under Morrison's feet. Unlike the floating feeling of artificial gravity on ships with alien technology, this was human engineering at its best, built to last and built to fight. As they got closer to the battle zone, the scale of the disaster became clear. Debris fields marked the spots where proud ships had died. Escape pods drifted in the darkness, their people hoping for rescue that might never come. "Captain," Dr. Cole called from her sensor station, "I'm detecting strange energy, patterns from the Void Hunter ships. It's almost like they're not completely solid until the moment they fire their weapons. Morrison studied the enemy formation through the Liberty's viewports. The Void Hunter ships looked like shadows given shape, their dark hulls seeming to shift and blur as if they existed in multiple realities at once. "Then we hit them when they're solid," Morrison said grimly. "All hands prepare for combat." The Liberty entered the battle zone like a steel hammer entering a storm of glass. Around them, what remained of the combined fleet retreated in desperate confusion, while Void Hunter ships appeared and vanished like deadly ghosts. Morrison stood on his bridge watching the chaos unfold, his mind racing to find a pattern in the enemy's attacks. Commander Foster watched the tactical display where red enemy marks appeared and disappeared without warning. The Void Hunters seemed to follow no predictable movement pattern, striking wherever they wanted before vanishing back into their dimensional hiding places. "Captain, the Zenthari flagship is taking heavy damage," Hughes reported from communications. "General Vexthul is asking for immediate help from any available ships." Morrison studied the enemy ships through the Liberty's thick viewports. Unlike the sleek vessels of human and alien design, the Void Hunter craft looked like they were carved from black stone. Their surfaces seemed to absorb light, making them hard to see clearly even when they appeared. "Parker, give me maximum power to the railguns," Morrison ordered. "Clark, plot a course to intercept that group of enemy ships attacking the Zenthari. Flagship." Chief Parker's hands moved over her engineering. "Controls with practiced skill, the Liberties." Fusion reactors responded with increased output, sending power surging through the ship's systems. Unlike the smooth energy flow of alien reactors, the human-built systems thrummed with mechanical energy. "Captain," Dr. Cole called from her sensor station, "I'm reading the enemy attack patterns more clearly now. They have to fully appear for about 3 seconds when they fire their weapons." 3 seconds, Morrison repeated. "That's our window." The Liberty approached the battle at a steady pace, its thick armor plating designed to take punishment rather than avoid it. Foster coordinated the approach while Clark adjusted their course to bring them within range of the enemy formation. "Sir, we're receiving communications from Admiral Wells," Hughes announced. "She's ordering us to pull back immediately." "Tell the Admiral we're too busy to chat," Morrison answered, his eyes fixed on the nearest Void Hunter ship. The enemy ship appeared directly ahead of them, its dark hull becoming solid as it prepared to fire on the damaged Zenthari flagship. Morrison could see weapon ports opening along the alien ship's sides, energy building for what would be a killing shot. "Fire!" Morrison commanded. The Liberty's main railgun spoke with a sound like thunder. The tungsten projectile sped up to a huge fraction of light speed, crossed the distance between ships in milliseconds. The Void Hunter ship, solid and vulnerable in its attack form, took the hit directly in its center. The result was spectacular. The kinetic projectile punched through the alien ship's hull like it was made of paper, the impact creating a chain reaction of explosions that tore the ship apart from the inside. Debris scattered in all directions as the first Void Hunter ship died. "Direct hit," Foster announced, his voice filled with amazement. "The target is completely destroyed." Around the battle zone, human and alien ships that had been retreating in despair suddenly stopped. The impossible had happened. Someone had actually killed a Void Hunter ship. "Hughes, open a channel to all surviving ships," Morrison ordered. "It's time to share what we've learned." The young communications officer's fingers flew over her controls, establishing contact with every ship in the scattered fleet. Her dark eyes showed excitement as she realized they'd found a way to fight back. "All ships, this is Captain Morrison aboard the Liberty," Morrison announced. "The enemy can be hurt when they appear to attack. Kinetic weapons work against their solid hulls." Dr. Cole studied her sensors as another Void Hunter ship approached their position. The enemy ship flickered in and out of reality, searching for a good angle of attack on the Liberty. "Captain, I'm tracking the enemy's appearing cycle," Cole reported. "They seem to follow a pattern, semi-solid for movement, fully solid for 3 seconds during attacks, then back to dimensional phase." "Parker, prepare the secondary railguns," Morrison commanded. "Foster, coordinate targeting with Cole's predictions." The Liberty turned to face 3 Void Hunter ships that had appeared around them in a triangle formation, The enemy ships moved like sharks circling their prey, looking for the perfect moment to strike. Lieutenant Clark worked his navigation controls with steady hands, keeping the Liberty positioned so its main weapons could hit multiple targets. His calm manner helped the rest of the crew focus on their tasks, despite the overwhelming odds they faced. First target appearing in 5 seconds, Cole announced. Morrison watched the tactical display as the lead Void Hunter ship began to become solid. Its dark hull became more clear as it prepared to unleash its weapons on the Liberty's thick armor. "Fire all railguns," Morrison ordered. 3 tungsten projectiles struck the enemy ship at the same time, the kinetic impacts tearing through its hull like bullets through cardboard. The Void Hunter ship exploded in a brilliant flash of light and debris. "Second target appearing," Cole called out. The Liberty's crew worked with machine-like precision. Parker redirected power from the ship's energy weapons to boost the kinetic weapon's charging speed. Foster calculated firing solutions, while Clark maneuvered to keep their targets in range. The second Void Hunter ship appeared just as the Liberty's weapons finished recharging. Another round of tungsten slugs found their mark, punching through the alien ship's hull and causing massive internal explosions. "This is Admiral Wells," came a transmission from the fleet flagship. "Liberty, explain your success against enemy ships." "Admiral, kinetic weapons can punch through their hulls when they're solid," Morrison answered. "Energy weapons pass through them, but old-fashioned projectiles work perfectly. Around the battle zone, surviving ships began to change their tactics. Ships with kinetic weapons moved into firing positions, while those without began ramming attacks when the enemy appeared. The tide of battle was slowly beginning to turn. "Third target coming around," Foster announced. The final Void Hunter ship in their immediate area appeared behind the Liberty, hoping to catch them while their main guns were recharging. But Morrison had expected this move. "Parker, fire the stern railguns," Morrison commanded. The Liberty's rear-facing weapons, smaller than the main guns but just as deadly, sent their projectiles into the enemy ship's forward section. The Void Hunter ship buckled under the impact, its hull cracking open like an egg. "All targets in immediate area destroyed," Foster reported. Morrison looked around the bridge at his crew. Parker's face showed the satisfaction of an engineer whose designs had worked perfectly. Hughes beamed with pride as she coordinated communications between the scattered fleet elements. Cole continued tracking enemy movements with scientific precision. "Hughes, patch me through to the entire fleet," Morrison said. "Channel open, sir." "All ships, this is Captain Morrison. The enemy is not unbeatable. They can die just like any other ship when you hit them hard enough. Use kinetic weapons, ramming attacks, or anything else that can deliver physical force when they appear. We're going to win this fight." The Liberty turned toward the largest group of Void Hunter ships, its crew ready to prove that human engineering could beat any enemy. The Liberty charged through the heart of the Void Hunter formation like a battering ram through glass doors. Morrison stood on his bridge, watching as the tide of battle shifted in ways no one had thought possible. The ship that everyone had mocked as primitive and useless was now leading the fight against an enemy that had seemed unbeatable. Commander Foster coordinated the tactical display as surviving. Ships from across the fleet began to rally around the Liberty's position, the human destroyer. Courage had managed to ram 2 Void Hunter ships when they appeared, sacrificing its own hull to prove that physical force could destroy the enemy. The Xanthari cruiser Windstorm was using its emergency kinetic thrusters as weapons, striking enemy ships during their vulnerable appearing periods. "Captain, we're receiving requests for tactical coordination from 17 ships," Lieutenant Hughes reported from communications. Her voice carried excitement and pride as ship after ship asked the Liberty for guidance. "Admiral Wells is requesting immediate conference with you." Chief Parker watched the Liberty systems from her engineering station, her green eyes bright with satisfaction as every system performed exactly as designed. The fusion reactors ran at maximum efficiency, the railguns cycled smoothly through their firing sequences, and the thick armor plating absorbed enemy return fire without major damage. "Parker, what's our ammunition status?" Morrison asked. "We have enough tungsten slugs for about 40 more full rounds," Parker answered. "The manufacturing bay is making more projectiles, but we're using them faster than we can produce them." Dr. Cole looked up from her sensor station where she'd been tracking the enemy's formation patterns. Her red hair was messy from hours of intense focus, but her blue eyes showed the excitement of someone making groundbreaking discoveries. "Captain, I think I understand their command structure," Cole announced. "The largest Void Hunter ship at the center of their formation seems to be directing the others. If we could destroy it, the rest might lose their tactical coordination." Morrison studied the tactical display, where a massive red dot marked the enemy flagship. The ship was easily 3 times the Liberty's size and surrounded by dozens of smaller ships that moved in perfect sync with their leader. "That's a lot of firepower protecting their command ship," Foster noted. "Then we go through it," Morrison answered simply. Lieutenant Clark adjusted the Liberty's course toward the enemy flagship, while Hughes coordinated with the other ships that had joined their attack formation. The young navigation officer's steady hands kept them moving smoothly through the debris field that marked the battle's progress. "Admiral Wells on secure channel," Hughes announced. "Put her through," Morrison said. "Captain Morrison, I owe you an apology," Admiral Wells said, her voice carrying both thanks and amazement. "Your ship and crew have shown abilities that no one expected." "Thank you, Admiral, but we're not done yet," Morrison answered. "We need to coordinate a final attack on their command ship." "Agreed. I'm transferring tactical command of all surviving ships to your position. You've earned the right to finish what you started." Morrison felt the weight of command settle on his shoulders as ships throughout the battle zone began to take orders from the Liberty. The ship that had been dismissed as outdated was now leading the biggest space battle in human history. "All ships, this is Captain Morrison," he announced over the fleet communications channel. "We're going to hit their flagship with everything we have. Ships with kinetic weapons will focus fire when it appears. All other ships will provide ramming attacks and interference." The combined fleet moved toward the Void Hunter command ship in a formation that would have been impossible hours earlier. Human destroyers flew alongside Zenthari cruisers, their crews working together with desperate efficiency. Mining ships from the outer colonies used their industrial equipment as weapons, while transport ships served as shields for the more heavily armed warships. "Enemy flagship beginning appearing sequence," Dr. Cole announced. "It's massive, Captain, easily the size of 3 battleships." The Void Hunter command ship became solid in space like a mountain of black stone. Its hull was covered with weapons that began charging for what would be a devastating attack on the approaching human and alien ships. "All ships, fire everything," Morrison commanded. The Liberty's main railgun spoke first, their tungsten projectiles crossing the distance to the enemy flagship in seconds. The kinetic rounds struck the massive ship's hull with tremendous force, punching deep holes through its armor plating. Around them, every ship in the combined fleet added their own attacks. The human destroyer Phoenix fired its emergency supply of mining charges, the explosives detonating against the enemy ship's side. The Zenthari cruiser Starblade used its construction beam as a cutting torch, slicing through hull plating that had seemed unbreakable. The Void Hunter flagship tried to return fire, its weapon systems tracking multiple targets at once, but the concentrated attack from dozens of ships overwhelmed its defensive abilities. Hull breaches appeared across its surface as kinetic weapons and ramming attacks took their toll. "Their hull integrity is failing," Cole reported with excitement. "Internal explosions are cascading through multiple sections." Morrison watched as the massive enemy ship began to break apart under the sustained attack. Pieces of hull plating drifted away from the main structure and atmosphere vented from dozens of breaches. The ship that had directed the Void Hunter attack was dying. "Continue firing until it's completely destroyed," Morrison ordered. The Liberty's weapons spoke again and again, each round punching new holes in the enemy flagship. Other ships in the fleet added their own attacks, turning the massive ship into an expanding cloud of debris and escaping gases. When the Void Hunter command ship finally exploded, the blast lit up space like a new star. The shockwave rocked every ship in the area, but the Liberty's solid construction absorbed the impact without damage. "Enemy flagship destroyed," Foster announced. Around the battle zone, the remaining Void Hunter ships seemed to lose their coordination. They began to retreat toward the solar system's edge, their perfect formation breaking apart as individual ships fled the battle. "All ships pursue and destroy." Morrison commanded. "Don't let any of them escape." The combined fleet spread out across space, hunting down the retreating enemy ships. The Liberty led the pursuit, its crew working with the precision of a machine built for war. Parker kept the weapons charged and ready, while Hughes coordinated the fleet movements. Cole tracked fleeing enemies while Clark positioned them for best firing solutions. One by one, the remaining Void Hunter ships were caught and destroyed. Some tried to phase out of reality, but the fleet had learned to predict their appearing points. Others tried to fight, but their weapons were no match for the focused kinetic attacks of the human and alien ships. When the last enemy ship exploded in a brief flash of light, the battle was finally over. The Liberty floated in space, surrounded by the debris of the biggest space battle in galactic history, its hull scarred but whole. "Fleet reports all enemy ships destroyed," Hughes announced. "We did it, Captain. We won." Morrison looked around his bridge at the crew that had made victory possible. They'd proven that human engineering, human determination, and human courage could beat any enemy, no matter how advanced their technology might be. The Liberty turned toward home, carrying with it the knowledge that sometimes the simplest answers are the best ones.
So let me tell you about the biggest mistake my people ever made. And trust me, when I say biggest, I mean monumentally, catastrophically, universe-bendingly stupid. My name is Vorek, and I used to be a hunter for the Krell Empire. Used to be, past tense, because after what happened on Earth, well, let's just say, I found a new career path, one that involves significantly less screaming and running for my life. The whole thing started 3 cycles ago, when our fleet commander, a pompous sack of scales named Theron, decided that Earth would make an excellent hunting ground. See, we Krell are what you might call apex predators, 7 feet tall, built like walking tanks, claws that could slice through steel, and enough arrogance to fill a small moon. We had conquered 47 systems. 47, each one fell before us like dominoes. Easy pickings, Theron had said, his mandibles clicking with amusement. Primitive species, barely past nuclear technology. They still use combustion engines, for the love of the ancients. Combustion engine. The council chamber had erupted in laughter. I had laughed too. Oh, how we all laughed. Idiots. Every single one of us. Their military capabilities are laughable, continued Theron, projecting holographic images of human soldiers. Look at them. Soft skin, no natural armor, no claws, no venom. They are prey pretending to be predators. My hunting partner, Zara, had leaned over to me then, her yellow eyes gleaming. This will be the easiest trophy collection in history, Vorthak. I am already planning where to mount my humans. I had nodded, equally confident. I hear their cities are densely populated. We will have our pick of specimens. The plan was simple, elegant even. We would enter their atmosphere under stealth, establish hunting grounds in remote areas, capture specimens, and leave before their primitive detection systems even registered our presence. Standard procedure. We had done it dozens of times before. 40 hunting ships entered Earth's atmosphere on what the humans called a Tuesday. I remember that detail because later, much later, a human told me, "You picked Tuesday. Nobody attacks on a Tuesday. That is just weird, but I am getting ahead of myself." Our ship, the Talon's Edge, landed in a forested region the humans called Montana. Big Sky Country. They named it, and they were not wrong. The sky was huge, impossibly blue, nothing like the crimson skies of our homeworld. The air smelled wrong too. Fresh, clean, almost sweet. It made my scales itch. Sensors indicate a small human settlement, 15 kilometers north, reported our tech specialist, Krill. He was young, barely past his 3rd molt, and this was his first hunt off-world. Population approximately 300. Perfect for a controlled harvesting operation. Theron grinned, showing all his teeth. Borak, Zara, take your squad, bring back 10 specimens. Alive. I want to study them before the real hunting begins. We took 12 warriors, 12 of the Krellin Empire's finest hunters, armed with plasma rifles, shock nets, and enough confidence to sink a battleship. We moved through the forest like shadows, silent despite our size. This was what we trained for, what we were bred for. The human town appeared through the trees just as the sun was setting. Quaint. That was the word that came to mind. Small wooden structures, lights beginning to flicker on, smoke rising from chimneys. I could hear their voices high-pitched and chattering. They sounded like prey birds. Remember, I said to my squad, we need them alive, non-lethal force only. These first specimens must be pristine. This is almost too easy, muttered Zara, checking her shocknet launcher. Where is the challenge? Where is the sport? Oh, Zara. Sweet, naive, doomed Zara. We waited until full darkness. Then we struck. The first 3 humans we encountered were standing outside what appeared to be a drinking establishment. 2 males, 1 female, all laughing about something. They didn't even see us coming. Shock nets deployed. 3 bodies hit the ground, twitching but alive. Secure them, I ordered. Move to the next target. That was when things started going sideways. One of the humans, a male with a thick beard and wearing a red checkered shirt, somehow stayed conscious. Should not have been possible. Our shock nets delivered enough voltage to drop a Targian bull, but this human just shook his head, looked directly at me with these cold, calculating eyes and said something that my translator picked up as, well, this is new. Then he pulled out a primitive projectile weapon from his waistband and shot Krill directly in the face. The sound was deafening. Not the weapon, though that was loud enough, but the sound Krill made as he stumbled backward, blue blood spraying from his shattered mandibles. He fell, just fell. Our tech specialist dead in 2 seconds. Contact. I roared, bringing my plasma rifle up. Hostile engagement. But the human was already moving, faster than any prey species should move, diving behind a metal transport vehicle. More humans were emerging now from the structures, and they all had weapons. All of them. What kind of settlement arms every civilian? Zara screamed, firing wildly. A good question. One we should have asked before landing. The humans returned fire. Their weapons were primitive. Yes, ballistic projectiles instead of energy-based. But you know what? When a chunk of metal traveling at supersonic speeds punches through your scales and into your organs, the technology level becomes somewhat irrelevant. 2 more of my squad went down in the first exchange. Just down. Not wounded. Down. Fall back, I ordered. Controlled retreat to the ship. Controlled. There was nothing controlled about it. We ran. 12 elite Krell hunters ran from 300 humans like scaled rabbits from a forest fire. But here is the thing about humans that nobody told us. They do not just defend, they pursue. We were halfway back to our landing site when the first vehicle caught up with us. Not a military transport. A civilian truck modified with a mounted machine gun. A machine gun. These humans had turned a farming vehicle into a weapons platform. The driver, a female with short blonde hair, was grinning. Actually grinning as she opened fire. The muzzle flash lighting up the darkness like a strobe light. 3 more of my warriors fell, their armor shredded like paper. Zara, I shouted, grabbing her arm. Faster. We need to move faster. They are everywhere. Vorpak. She pointed wildly. More vehicles were coming, their lights cutting through the trees. How are they coordinating so quickly? They should be panicking, scattering. Instead, they were hunting us. Role reversal of the cruelest kind. We reached the Talon's edge with only 6 survivors. 6 out of 12. In 20 minutes. 40% casualties from primitive prey. Theron was waiting at the ramp, his expression shifting from anticipation to horror as he counted us. Where are the others? Where are the specimens? They fought back, I gasped, my translator barely functioning through my heaving breaths. Commander, they all fought back, every single one. The entire settlement was armed. Impossible, Theron hissed. Our intelligence indicated minimal civilian armament, primarily hunting weapons, kept in homes. Your intelligence was garbage. Zara screamed, her composure completely shattered. They turned their transportation vehicles into mobile weapon platforms. In minutes. What species does that? Theron's eyes narrowed. Calm yourself, warrior. This was one settlement, clearly an anomaly, perhaps a military outpost we misidentified. We will reassess. Choose a softer target. That was the plan. New target. Bigger city this time, because surely urban humans would be softer than rural ones. Logic, right? Wrong. So spectacularly wrong. The city they chose was called Detroit. Industrial center, our scans said. High population density, low military presence. Should have been perfect. 20 hunters this time, 2 full squads. Theron even came along, confident that superior numbers would ensure success. We landed on the outskirts, near abandoned industrial buildings. The structures were massive, rusting monuments to human manufacturing. Perfect cover, we thought. We moved into the city proper at night, using the shadows and our stealth tech. The first indication that something was wrong came from our scanner operator. Commander, I am detecting multiple signals converging on our position. Theron checked his own display. Civilian vehicles. Nothing to concern us. They are moving in a coordinated pattern, the operator insisted. This is not random traffic. And then the humans appeared, not soldiers, not police, just humans. Dozens of them pouring out of buildings, out of vehicles, surrounding us in a loose circle. One human stepped forward, male, dark skin, wearing what appeared to be simple workers' clothing. He held a rifle casually pointed at the ground. "You picked the wrong city, lizard boys," he said, and my translator caught the edge of humor in his voice. "Detroit does not play nice with invaders." "Foolish prey," Theron growled, raising his plasma rifle. "You face the Krell Empire. Stand aside or be eliminated." The human laughed. Actually laughed. "See, that is where you messed up. You think you are the predators." He raised his rifle. "But this is our hunting ground." Then all the humans opened fire. At once, coordinated, devastating. Our shields held for about 5 seconds. Then they collapsed under the sheer volume of projectiles. Hundreds of rounds per second, all focused fire. Our armor, designed to withstand energy weapons, crumpled under kinetic impact. I grabbed Theron and dragged him behind a vehicle. "We need to retreat. Now." "No," he roared. "We are Krell, we do not flee from prey." A plasma grenade landed near us. Not ours. Theirs. The humans had reverse-engineered our technology from the Montana attack. In less than 3 days, the explosion threw me 15 feet. When I regained consciousness, my audio receptors were ringing. My vision was blurred and I was missing my left arm below the elbow. The cauterized stump was smoking. Zara was pulling me to my feet. "Move, Morak. We have to move." Theron was gone. Just gone. I saw pieces of his armor scattered across the street, but no body. The humans had taken him. We ran again. Through streets that should have been empty but were filled with armed civilians. Past buildings where snipers took shots at us. Around corners where improvised explosive devices waited. Of the 20 hunters who entered Detroit, 4 made it back to the ship. 4. The other hunting parties were reporting similar disasters. Every landing site, every operation, complete failure. The humans were not fighting like prey. They were fighting like they had done this before, like they had been preparing for this their entire existence. Back on the command ship, the surviving commanders gathered. The mood was no longer confident. It was approaching panic. They should not be this effective, one commander kept repeating. Their technology is inferior. Their physiology is weak. This does not make sense. But another commander, an old veteran named Torvak, just sat in silence, staring at the tactical display. Finally, he spoke. "I have seen this before. Once, on Valtor Prime." Everyone turned to him. "What happened on Valtor Prime?" I asked. "We lost," Torvak said simply. "The entire expeditionary force, 3,000 warriors, gone. Because we underestimated a species that evolved as prey but learned to think like predators. The Valtorians seemed weak, but they had spent millennia being hunted by everything on their planet. They developed tools, tactics, coordination. By the time they reached intelligence, they were not prey anymore. They were survivors." He pointed at the display showing Earth. "These humans are the same. Look at their planet. No natural armor, no venom, no claws, but they are the dominant species. Do you know why?" Nobody answered. "Because they made everything else extinct or domesticated. These are not prey, these are persistence hunters, pack hunters, tool users. They turned wolves into pets. Pets. They looked at an apex predator and said, 'You work for me now, what does that tell you?'" The silence was heavy. "It tells me we made a mistake," I said quietly. "It tells me we need to leave," Zara added, Now, before they learn where our ships are, but it was already too late for that. The radar operator's voice crackled over the comm. "Commander, I am detecting multiple aircraft approaching our position. High velocity." "They are not scouts. Human military?" someone asked. "Yes. Designation F-22 Raptors, armed with air-to-surface missiles. Theron's replacement, a commander named Silix, stared at the screen. "Those are atmospheric craft. Primitive. Their shields can handle primitive missiles. Can they, though?" That was the question running through my head. The answer came 30 seconds later when the first missile hit. Our shields flickered, held, then collapsed as 5 more missiles impacted in rapid succession. The command ship shuddered, alarms blaring, shields at 40%. Another wave hit, more explosions, more damage. "All ships, emergency ascent," Selix ordered. "Leave atmosphere immediately." The Krell fleet began rising, engines screaming. But the humans were not done, not even close. As we climbed, breaking through cloud cover, more aircraft appeared. Larger ones. They fired missiles from beyond our weapon range, dozens of them, all tracking, all homing in on our energy signatures. "Deploy countermeasures." Countermeasures deployed. "They are not working." Of course they were not working. Our countermeasures were designed for energy-seeking missiles, not these primitive but effective kinetic weapons. Ship after ship took hits. Some fell back toward Earth, trailing fire and debris. Others made it to orbit, damaged but intact. The Talon's Edge was one of the lucky ones. Barely in orbit, we regrouped, counted losses. 38 ships entered Earth's atmosphere, 18 made it out, 20 destroyed or captured, over 300 warriors lost for nothing. We had captured exactly 0 specimens. The High Council was going to execute someone for this, probably several someones. "What do we do now?" Zara asked me as we sat in the medical bay getting our wounds treated. She had lost an eye. I had lost an arm. We were the lucky ones. Now, I laughed bitterly, now we admit defeat. We tell the Council that Earth is off limits, that these humans are not prey. "They will never accept that," she said. "You know how the Council is. They will demand revenge. Retaliation. They will send the full war fleet." I nodded slowly, looking at the planet below through the viewport. Beautiful blue marble, so peaceful from up here. But down there were creatures that had evolved from tree-dwelling primates into the most dangerous pack hunters in their section of space, and they did not even know they were dangerous. They thought this was normal. "If they send the war fleet," I said quietly, "we are going to lose. Badly." Zara looked at me like I had grown a second head. "The war fleet has 6,000 ships, advanced weaponry, seasoned warriors, and the humans have 8 billion people who apparently all know how to shoot," I countered. "Plus, they are learning, fast. Did you see how quickly they adapted? How quickly they coordinated? 3 days, Zara. 3 days, and they had counters to our technology. 3 days." She had no response to that. A message came through the comm system. Fleet-wide announcement. Commander Silix's voice tight with barely controlled rage. "All personnel prepare for extraction. We are leaving this system. Effective immediately." I felt relief wash over me. Someone up there had common sense. But then Silix continued. "We return to Krell space to report to the High Council. This defeat will not stand. Earth will burn for this insult. The humans will learn what it means to defy the Empire." And just like that, the relief evaporated. Because I knew with absolute certainty that if we came back, if we returned to Earth with an invasion force, it would not end the way the Council expected. These humans had surprised us. They had adapted, coordinated, and fought with a ferocity that spoke of something deeper than mere defense. They fought like they had been doing it forever, like war was bred into their bones. And here is the terrifying part. The part that kept me awake for the entire return trip. The part that made me file for discharge the moment we docked at the homeworld. We had attacked their civilians, random towns and cities. Not their military, not their governments, just regular humans going about their regular lives. And they had nearly wiped us out. So what would happen when their actual military got involved? What would happen when they stopped being surprised and started being prepared? What would happen when these persistence hunters decided that we were the prey now? I did not want to find out, but the Council did. Oh, they absolutely did. 3 months later, the war fleet launched. 6,000 ships, 200,000 warriors heading back to Earth to finish what we started, to put the humans in their place. I was not there. I had taken a job as a cargo hauler far from any military operations, but I followed the news. Everyone did. The war fleet arrived in Earth system 7 weeks after launch. They sent a message: surrender or face annihilation. Standard intimidation. The humans sent a message back. My translator could not quite capture the full meaning, but the gist was, come try it, space lizards. Space lizards. They gave us a nickname. That should have been the first warning. The fleet entered Earth's atmosphere in a massive coordinated assault. Orbital bombardment to soften defenses. Dropships for ground forces. Air superiority fighters to control the skies. Textbook invasion. It should have worked. By every tactical analysis, every simulation, every metric we had, it should have worked. It did not work. The first reports came back 3 hours after the invasion began. I was in a cargo bay on Station Proxima loading freight containers when the news feed started broadcasting. Emergency Council transmission. I stopped working. Everyone stopped working. The High Chancellor appeared on screen, his scales pale, his mandibles trembling. The war fleet has encountered unexpected resistance. Casualties are mounting. We request all reserve forces to report for immediate deployment. Unexpected resistance. That was politician speak for we are getting absolutely destroyed. I pulled up the military channels on my personal comm. What I saw made my blood run cold. The orbital bombardment had failed. Completely failed. Apparently humans had something called strategic defense satellites. Weapons platforms in orbit that we had somehow missed in our scans. Our bombardment ships had been intercepted by missiles launched from the planet's surface and from these hidden satellites. Missiles that could reach orbit. What kind of species puts weapons capable of reaching space all over their planet? Humans. That is what kind. 12 bombardment cruisers destroyed in the first 20 minutes. 12. The dropships fared even worse. Human anti-aircraft systems turns out were significantly more advanced than we thought. They had missiles that could track multiple targets. They had guns that fired so fast they created walls of projectiles. They had electronic warfare systems that jammed our navigation. Dropships fell from the sky like rain. Thousands of warriors died before even reaching the ground. But some made it through. Some actually landed and deployed ground forces. That should have been our advantage. Face-to-face combat. Guerrilla warriors against human soldiers. Want to know what happened? The humans had vehicles. Tanks. They called them. Armored vehicles with cannons that could punch through our battle armor like it was tissue paper. And they had so many of them, hundreds, thousands. All coordinated, all moving in formations that trapped our warriors in kill zones. Then there were the aircraft. Close air support. The humans called it flying machines that would appear out of nowhere, destroy an entire Krell squad, and vanish before we could return fire. Over and over, relentlessly. They fight like they have done this before, one battlefield commander reported, his voice cracking. Like they have been preparing for this exact scenario. How? How could they prepare for us? Later I learned the answer. The humans had not been preparing for us specifically. They had been preparing to fight each other for centuries. Millennia even. Their entire history was warfare. Constant, evolving, brutal warfare. They had refined the art of killing their own species to such a degree that fighting aliens was just another Tuesday for them. Another Tuesday. There was that word again. The ground invasion collapsed within 6 hours. 6 hours. 200,000 warriors, reduced to scattered survivors desperately calling for evacuation. But evacuation requires ships. And our ships were busy dealing with their own problems. See, the humans had a space program. Primitive, we thought. They had barely left their own moon. Cute little chemical rockets, very basic. We had dismissed it entirely. Turns out, those chemical rockets could carry nuclear weapons, and the humans had lots of nuclear weapons, thousands of them apparently left over from when they almost destroyed themselves. Now they were repurposing them for us. How thoughtful. The first nuke hit a carrier ship in high orbit. One moment it was there, the next it was an expanding cloud of superheated debris, then another, and another. The humans were launching everything they had. This is impossible. I heard one ship captain screaming over the command channel. They should not have this capability. Our intelligence said they were decades away from orbital combat. Your intelligence was wrong, I thought bitterly. About everything. The fleet tried to retreat to safe distance, beyond the reach of Earth's weapons. But the humans had something else. Something we had not anticipated because it was so absurdly dangerous that no sane species would actually build it. Kinetic kill vehicles, massive tungsten rods accelerated to orbital velocities. Rods from God, the humans called them, because apparently these creatures looked at physics and weaponized it for fun. 3 more carriers destroyed, 16 frigates, dozens of support craft. The fleet commander, Admiral Craxus, finally gave the order: full retreat, abandon ground forces, abandon wounded, just run. The survivors limped back to Krell space 3 weeks later. Of the 6,000 ships that left, barely 2,000 returned. Of 200,000 warriors, fewer than 30,000 survived. The greatest military disaster in Krell history, and the humans were not even done. 2 months after our failed invasion, a ship appeared in Krell space. Human ship. Small, fast, completely alone. It broadcast a message on all frequencies. This is Captain Marcus Webb, of the United Earth Space Command vessel Defiance. We are here to discuss terms. Terms. The humans wanted to discuss terms. After what they did to us, they had the audacity to come to our homeworld and demand talks. The Council, what was left of it, panicked. Half wanted to destroy the ship immediately. The other half wanted to hear what the humans had to say. Eventually, pragmatism won. Barely. Captain Webb was invited to the Council chambers under flag of truce. I was not there, obviously, but the entire session was broadcast. The Council wanted the population to see that we were not afraid, that we were still in control. Captain Webb walked into that chamber like he owned it. Average height for a human, dark hair, calm expression. He wore a simple uniform, no weapons, no armor. Behind him walked 2 others. One female with red hair, one male with scars across his face. Honored Council, Webb began, and my translator picked up the layer of sarcasm in his tone. Thank you for agreeing to meet. State your terms, human. High Chancellor Vex hissed. Then leave our space. Of course. Webb smiled. Not a friendly smile. A predator's smile. First, you will cease all military operations in our sector. Second, you will pay reparations for the damage caused during your invasion. Third, you will open formal diplomatic relations. Fourth, and this is important, you will never ever come to Earth again with hostile intent. The chamber erupted in outrage. Krell councilors shouting, demanding, threatening. Webb waited patiently for the noise to die down. Then he spoke again, his voice cutting through the chaos. Or, we come to you. Silence. Absolute silence. See, we captured some of your warriors. Webb continued conversationally. Nice folks, once you get past the whole trying to kill us thing. They told us a lot, like where your homeworld is, how your defense grid works, weaknesses in your military structure. He paused. We also reverse-engineered your faster-than-light drives. Took our engineers about 6 weeks. Brilliant technology, by the way. We have already improved it. 6 weeks. They had cracked FTL travel in 6 weeks. You are bluffing, Chancellor Vex said, but I could hear the uncertainty in his voice. Webb nodded to the female behind him. She stepped forward and placed a small device on the council table. A holographic display activated, showing star charts. Krell star charts. Accurate one? We know where every Krell colony is. The female said. Her name tag read Lieutenant Reeves. Every military outpost. Every supply depot. We have been mapping your empire for the past month. Nice ships you have. Very loud in subspace. Easy to track. You dare threaten us in our own chambers. Vex stood, his claws extending. The scarred human moved faster than should have been possible. One moment he was standing relaxed. The next he had a weapon drawn and pointed at Vex's head. Sit down, he said quietly. Vex sat down. Let us be clear, Webb said, his casual tone gone, replaced with ice. You attacked us. You invaded our world. You tried to hunt our people for sport. We defended ourselves. We won. Now you have a choice. Peace, or we bring the war to you. You think you can threaten the Krell Empire? Another counselor demanded. We have 37 worlds, billions of citizens, military might that spans light years. And we have 8 billion humans who just discovered we are not alone in the universe, Webb countered. 8 billion humans who are really, really angry that aliens tried to hunt them. Do you know what happens when humanity gets angry, Chancellor? Do you know what we do? Nobody answered. We fought 2 world wars, Webb continued, killed over 100 million of our own species, developed weapons that could sterilize our entire planet, and that was before we knew you existed. Now we have a common enemy. Now we have a purpose. Every human on Earth is united for the first time in history. United against you. He leaned forward, hands on the table. Your warriors were good, tough, strong, but they were used to prey that could not fight back. We have been fighting things that fight back our entire existence, including ourselves. You brought a hunting party to a planet full of apex predators. That was your mistake. So, here is what happens next, Webb said. You accept our terms. We establish diplomatic relations. We share technology on our terms. We keep our sectors of space, and everyone goes home alive. Or you refuse, and we show you what human warfare really looks like. Not defense. Offense. We come to your worlds, and we do what you tried to do to us. The silence stretched. I watched from my quarters, barely breathing. Finally, Chancellor Vex spoke, his voice barely a whisper. What guarantee do we have that you will honor this agreement? The same guarantee you gave us when you invaded, Webb replied. None. You take it on faith. The difference is, we actually mean it. We do not want war. We never did. But if you force us, we will finish it. The vote was unanimous. The Krell Empire accepted Earth's terms. 3 days later, Webb and his crew left Krell space, and I finally understood what had happened. What we had done. We had poked a sleeping predator. We had assumed that because humans looked soft, they were soft. We had confused lack of natural weapons with lack of capability. We had mistaken their peaceful appearance for weakness. But humans were not peaceful. They were patient. They were strategic. They were survivors who had climbed from prey to predator over millions of years, not through evolution of teeth and claws, but through evolution of mind and tool. They had turned their entire planet into a weapon. They had looked at everything that could kill them and learned to kill it first. And when we came to their world thinking we were the hunters, they showed us what real hunting looked like. I never went back to military service. Could not stomach it anymore. Instead, I became a historian, started researching humanity, learning everything I could about them. Want to know what I found out? The scariest part. The invasion fleet we sent, the 6,000 ships, that was our full military might. Everything we had, we threw our entire military at Earth and got destroyed. But Earth never mobilized their full military. The invasion was repelled by defensive forces, home guard units, local militias, national armies operating independently. They never activated their unified command structure, never deployed their strategic reserves, never used their full arsenal. They beat us with a fraction of their capability. When I learned that, I laughed. Then I cried. Then I laughed again, because it was so absurd, so completely, utterly absurd. We thought we were apex predators. We thought we were the terror of the galaxy. 47 conquered systems, 47 species that fell before us. Then we met humans, and learned that we were not apex predators. We were not even close. 5 years have passed since the invasion. 5 years since what the humans now call the failed hunt. They made movies about it. Entertainment. They turned our greatest military disaster into something to watch while eating snacks. That tells you everything you need to know about humans. The Krell Empire signed a formal peace treaty. Trade agreements were established. Cultural exchanges began. Some Krell even moved to Earth, started lives there. Turns out humans are pretty friendly once you stop trying to hunt them. But the galaxy changed. Word spread about what happened. Other species heard how humans defeated the Krell. Suddenly, Earth was not a backwater planet. It was a power, a rising civilization that had announced itself by beating a military empire in its first contact. Other species approached Earth carefully, respectfully, because nobody wanted to be the second empire to learn that humans were dangerous. As for me, I finished my historical research, published it under the title Apex Reversed, a study in hubris. It became required reading at military academies across Krella space. Every officer candidate has to read it, has to understand what happened, has to learn the lesson. Never, ever, underestimate prey. Because sometimes, prey is not actually prey. Sometimes, prey is just a predator you have not seen hunt yet. I got a message last year from Captain Webb. He had read my book, wanted to thank me for the honest account. We corresponded for a while, eventually met in person at a neutral station. "Do you hate us?" I asked him over drinks. "Human alcohol. Surprisingly good for what we did." Webb considered the question carefully. "Hate? No. You made a mistake based on bad information and worse assumptions. You paid for it. Your people paid for it. That is punishment enough. Your people killed thousands of Krella warriors," I said. "Your people tried to hunt our civilians," he countered. "Tried to make them trophies. What did you expect would happen?" I had no answer to that. "But here is the thing, Vorthak," Webb continued. "We do not want to be enemies. We never did. We want to explore, learn, grow, maybe even become friends with other species. But we will not be victims. We will not be prey, ever. I think the galaxy has learned that lesson," I said. Webb smiled. "Good. Because there is so much we could accomplish together. Humans are good at some things. Other species are good at other things. Imagine what we could build if we worked together instead of fighting." He was right, of course. The Human and Krella Joint Technology Project had already produced 3 major breakthroughs. Trade between our worlds was flourishing. Relations were actually good. But I still have nightmares sometimes. About Montana. About Detroit. About the Warfleet burning in Earth's orbit. About the moment I realized that we were not the hunters. We were the hunted. I wake up from those dreams in a cold sweat, scales trembling. And I remember the most important lesson I learned from all of this. Humanity is terrifying. Not because they are violent, not because they are aggressive, but because they are adaptable. Give them a problem and they will solve it. Threaten them, and they will eliminate the threat. Push them, and they will push back harder than you can possibly imagine. They are the species that looked at flight and said we can do that. Looked at space and said we can go there. Looked at the atom and said we can split that. Looked at diseases and said we can cure that. Looked at death itself and keep finding ways to delay it. They are a species of survivors who refuse to accept limitations, who see every obstacle as a challenge to overcome, who meet impossible situations and make them possible through sheer stubborn determination. And we tried to hunt them. We tried to make them prey. I laugh about it now. Because what else can you do? The alternative is to curl up and cry at the sheer magnitude of our stupidity. 47 systems we conquered. 47 species that could not stop us. We were unstoppable, invincible, the apex predators of the galaxy. Then we met humans, and they said, "Hold my beer." That is a human expression, by the way. It means watch this. I am about to do something crazy. Humans say it a lot, usually right before doing something that should be impossible, but they do anyway because they are humans, and impossible just means not done yet. So if you ever find yourself approaching a planet called Earth, if you ever think about humans as potential targets, if you ever consider them weak, or primitive, or easy, remember the Krell, remember what happened to us, remember that we thought we were hunters, and remember that we were wrong. Because humans are not prey, they are not predators either, not really. They are something else, something that does not fit into neat categories. They are persistence incarnate. They are problem solvers. They are the species that turned evolution itself into a tool that bent their planet to their will, that looked at the stars and decided those were theirs too. Most importantly, remember this. When humans say leave us alone, they mean it. When humans say do not threaten us, they mean it. And when humans say we will defend ourselves, they really, really mean it. The Krell learned that lesson at a cost of 4,000 ships and 170,000 lives. Learn from our mistake. Do not make us your cautionary tale. Because if you do, if you ignore the warnings and attack Earth anyway, you will discover what we discovered, that humans have been fighting for survival since before they had language. that warfare is not something they learned, it is something they perfected, that every human carries the legacy of 10,000 generations of survivors who refused to quit, refused to surrender, refused to die. And when you realize that, when you understand what you have actually challenged, it will be too late, just like it was for us. So yeah, that is the story of how the Krell Empire learned humility, how we discovered that we were not the apex predators we thought we were, how we found out that somewhere in the galaxy, there was a species more dangerous than us, hiding behind soft skin and friendly smiles. The humans have a saying, speak softly, and carry a big stick. We did not listen to the soft speaking, so they showed us the stick. It was a really, really big stick. And now, every time I see a human, every time I interact with one of them, I remember Montana, Detroit, the burning fleet, the failed hunt. But I also remember Captain Webb offering peace, Lieutenant Reeves sharing technology, the humans who could have come for revenge but chose cooperation instead. That is the thing about humans. They are terrifying when threatened, but when they are not threatened, they are actually pretty great. Funny, creative, kind, even. They tell jokes, they make art, they help other species, they work together. They are the best friends you could ask for, and the worst enemies you could imagine, all in one species. So, my advice, make them friends, not enemies. Trust me on this. I learned it the hard way, the very, very hard way. And that, my friends, is the story of how hunters crossed Earth's borders and became prey. The story of the Krell's greatest defeat and humanity's introduction to the galaxy. The story of what happens when you mistake soft skin for weakness and peaceful nature for helplessness. The story of the day we learned that humans do not play the game we thought they were playing. They play their own game, and they play to win, every single time.
The Grand Chamber was silent. Not the kind of silence you get from reverence or awe. No, this was the silence of a predator staring down its prey just before it tears out its throat. The galaxy's most powerful species, the Zalari, insectoid giants in armor like obsidian glass, stood in a semicircle around the human envoy. Beside them, the other empires of the galactic conquered sat in smug agreement, watching with the cold satisfaction of victors who hadn't even needed to fire a shot. And in the center of it all stood a man. He wasn't a general. He wore no medals, no weapons, just a black suit, tired shoulders, scar above his right eye, and a crooked smile. His name was Ambassador Greaves, Earth's last representative, and the man every alien in the room believed was there to sign humanity's final surrender. "You understand, of course," hissed the Zalari Primarch. "Your resistance was admirable, pointless, but admirable." Greaves didn't reply. He was staring out the tall, crystalline windows of the conquered hall. Beyond the glass, space bent and shimmered. Dozens of enemy warships hovered like gods. Their cannons glowed faint blue. One command, and Earth would be ash. "We offered peace 100 cycles ago," another voice added, slimy and high-pitched, from a Skalan ambassador. "And still you refused. Such a stubborn species. No wonder you're nearly extinct." Greaves finally turned. "Peace?" he said quietly. "You offered us chains with a silk ribbon." A few nervous chuckles rippled through the chamber, but were quickly silenced by the Primarch slamming a clawed fist against the marble floor. "Your cities are gone. Your army's broken. Your leader's dead. There is no us left, Terran." Greaves didn't flinch. He just looked at the creatures around him, each species taller, older, stronger, more advanced, and yet not smarter, not by a damn long shot. He reached into his jacket slowly. Instantly, every weapon in the room locked onto him. Guards raised plasma rifles, lasers beeped to life, and even the Primarch shifted its weight, ready to crush him. But all Greaves pulled out was a folded piece of paper. No one moved as he unfolded it and laid it on the obsidian negotiation table. The paper had been creased 100 times,
stained at the corners. He tapped it twice. "This," he said softly, "is rule number 1. The chamber blinked. A few alien diplomats leaned in, squinting at the strange Terran object. One finally spoke. "You dare mock us with Terran superstition?" Greaves didn't smile this time. Just stared straight ahead, his voice barely above a whisper. "Rule number 1, never assume the human is unarmed." The lights went out. In an instant, the floor shook. Not a tremor, an explosion. The kind of deep, bone-rattling quake that only came from underground detonations. The kind of explosion set days in advance. The glass above shattered as something massive outside decloaked. A stealth battleship, human-built, long assumed destroyed. Its railguns came online before the aliens even had time to blink. Chaos erupted. Zalari guards lunged at Greaves, but he was already diving for cover. Plasma bolts sizzled overhead. Somewhere behind him, a Scallan screamed as a round tore through his thorax. The chamber erupted into shouts, confusion, and death. And through it all, Greaves moved with the calm of a man who'd lived through worse. He ducked behind the table, tapped a small comms chip on his neck. Package delivered. Light it up. From above, the human warship opened fire, not at the aliens, but at the Concord's defense grid. A precise strike, targeted, surgical, and when the grid dropped, 20 more cloaked vessels shimmered into view. Humanity's ghost fleet. The fleet they thought was gone. The fleet they forgot. "Welcome back," whispered Greaves as the chamber trembled again. The explosions above shook the walls of the grand chamber like thunder from an angry god. Shards of shattered glass rained down in a jagged storm, and the once majestic Hall of Peace had turned into a war zone in seconds. Screams echoed against marble walls, guttural and panicked. Alien bodies scattered in every direction, trying to run, trying to hide, trying to survive what they never expected. A human counterstrike. Ambassador Greaves pressed his back to the smoking remains of the negotiation table, breathing through the dust and fire choking the air. His right hand bled from a shard of crystal that had sliced through his sleeve, but he barely noticed. His eyes were focused, cold, ready. He reached down to his ankle and pulled free the small magnetic blade hidden beneath his pant leg. A sleek piece of alloy tech, almost invisible to scanners. He turned it on, and a faint blue hum lit the blade's edge. The aliens never learned the oldest rules, not even after a century of war. Across the chamber, the Zalari Primarch was down but alive, pinned beneath a broken pillar. One of his guards had been torn in half by shrapnel, the other lay convulsing, a chunk of steel lodged in his thorax. Still, the Primarch's glowing green eyes were locked on Greaves, burning with hatred. "You lied," it hissed, coughing thick black ichor. Greaves stepped over a fallen Scallan envoy, boots crunching over his elongated skull. "No," he said, voice sharp. "You believed your own propaganda. There's a difference." A fresh burst of gunfire ripped through the air. Human operatives, black-armored and helmeted, flooded the chamber from the lower tunnels. No insignias, no names. Silent as death. Their rifles spoke for them, each shot brutal and exact. Greaves turned as one of them jogged up to him, removing her helmet. It was Commander Rena Vale, leader of Ghost Unit 6. Her hair was short, cropped close to the scalp, face dirtied with soot, but her eyes were electric with focus. "Chambers secured," she reported. 16 alien delegates neutralized, 8 wounded, 2 escaped. "Which 2? "Yorick from the Tavari Syndicate, and Counselor Deck from the Aelari." Greaves clenched his jaw. "Deck's the one we can't afford to lose. He knows about the fallback protocol." She nodded. "Already sent intercept squads." He looked past her to the chamber floor, where alien blood pooled across the once gleaming tiles. The conquered banner, symbol of peace and unity, lay torn, one edge still burning. "Commander," he said, voice low. "Burn the treaty." She hesitated. "Sir?" He pointed to the massive display screen still hanging on the far wall. It glitched under the assault, sparking, but still intact. On it, the last digital copy of the Terran surrender treaty flickered. Greaves gave her a hard look. "No misunderstanding. No trace. Burn the treaty." Without another word, Rena pulled her sidearm and fired 3 shots into the screen. Sparks exploded in every direction, followed by a sharp hiss of ozone. Then she tossed a thermite charge at its base and stepped back. The screen erupted in flames, melting into slag within seconds. Peace was officially dead. They moved fast. No speeches. No victory chants. Humans knew better. Down below the Grand Chamber, the tunnels carved through the planet's crust had once been designed for dignitary escapes and emergency evacuations. Now, they were flooded with Earth's deadliest survivors, operatives trained in the wastelands of a ruined planet, soldiers who had seen cities turn to ash, who buried families beneath alien bombs and came back sharper. Greaves moved through the narrow halls alongside Rena and her team. The lights above flickered under the pressure of the ongoing assault above ground. Distant booms echoed as the Ghost Fleet disabled orbital defenses one by one. Precision, not destruction. They weren't here to win a battle. They were here to flip the war. Rena tapped her earpiece. "Redline, report." A deep voice crackled through. "This is Redline. Sky lanes are compromised. Targets attempting planetary evacuation. We're tracking 6 outbound cruisers. 3 already neutralized." "Targets?" Yorick confirmed on 1. "Deck, not yet visual." Greaves turned to Rena. "We need Deck alive. He's the only link to Protocol Blackout. If they trigger that, we lose the fleet," she finished. "Copy." She looked at her second-in-command. "Take Squad 2. Redirect all fire to unknown craft. Use magnetic harpoons. Disable, don't destroy. I want prisoners." The soldier nodded and peeled off with half the squad, vanishing down the tunnels. Greaves slowed his pace as they passed through a sealed vault door, its heavy titanium locks already breached by their operatives. Inside was a storage chamber used by the Conquered for classified tech containment. Now it was looted. Human specialists moved quickly through alien crates, tagging what mattered and burning what didn't. Energy cells, translation cores, stealth cloaks, tech humanity hadn't seen in 20 years, all back in their hands. He picked up a data spike from the table. "They really didn't think we'd come back." Rena chuckled bitterly. "They thought we were extinct." He nodded. "Let them keep thinking that, until it's too late." Meanwhile, orbit above the conquered world was a hellstorm of collapsing dominance. The Ghost Fleet had decloaked simultaneously in 12 sectors, hammering capital ships with EMP torpedoes and gravitic disruptors, tech stolen from the aliens themselves. Human engineers had spent the last decade reverse engineering everything that killed them, and now they were feeding it back. The alien fleets, built for frontal superiority, weren't prepared for surgical strikes. Their cannons were too slow, their shields too narrow. The Ghost Fleet moved like shadows, vanishing, striking, vanishing again. The planet's defense grid fell within 15 minutes. Inside the control deck of the lead human ship, the Absolution, Fleet Commander Thorne watched the battlefield unfold in cold silence. A scar stretched from his left cheek to the corner of his mouth, his eyes permanently tired. Behind him, his crew worked without a single wasted motion. "Status? Orbital superiority in 10, came the response. Enemy fleet collapsing. 70% have surrendered or are in retreat. The rest are crippled. Thorne nodded slowly. No pursuit. But sir, no. Let the wounded crawl home. Let them talk about what they saw. A long pause. Understood. Back on the surface, Greaves emerged from the bunker into the blood-red dusk of a dying city. The Concord's capital, Gerion Prime, was burning, its once clean streets now littered with debris, wreckage, and smoke. Civilians had either fled or were cowering in underground shelters. For once, the aliens knew how it felt to be on the wrong end of sudden annihilation. Greaves stood on the edge of a balcony and watched the sky, filled with streaks of fire and falling vessels. Then a voice crackled in his earpiece. Target acquired. It was Redline. Deck? Affirmative. We pulled him from an escape pod. He's secured and being transported to Site Delta. Greaves allowed himself the faintest smile. Not joy, not satisfaction. Just the acknowledgement that the next move was now in his hands. An hour later, at Site Delta, a former mining facility repurposed into a human stronghold, Greaves stood across from Counselor Deck. The alien was tall, almost serpentine, with reflective scales and a long, slit pupil. Normally proud and poised, now he sat bloodied and restrained, one of his horns cracked at the tip. I have diplomatic immunity, Deck hissed. This is a violation of interstellar law. Greaves folded his arms. You'll forgive me if I don't care. We're a little past treaties at this point. You don't understand what you've started. I do, Greaves said. I've started the part where we stop pretending to be the weaker species. Deck leaned forward, straining against his bonds. You trigger protocol blackout, and you doom yourselves. The Conquer doesn't need to fight you, it just needs to erase you. Greaves stared at him for a long, cold moment, then slowly pulled something from his coat pocket. A small black cube. He set it on the table. Deck froze. That's not possible, he whispered. Greaves pressed the top. The cube pulsed once, then twice, then unfolded into a floating 3D display of Concord encryption code. Protocol blackout deactivated, said a soft voice from the cube. Failsafe override by Alpha clearance. Greaves Jonathan, code accepted. Deck's eyes went wide. You stole Alpha clearance? Greaves smiled without humor. No, I earned it, from one of your own. The day you bombed New Kyoto, one of your peacekeepers had second thoughts about slaughtering 10 million civilians. Deck slumped. And now, Greaves continued, the Ghost Fleet's invisible, your surveillance net is blind, and we know every protocol you've got in place for total war. Deck looked up, defeated. What do you want? He asked finally. Greaves leaned in, voice low. I want you to go home, Deck. I want you to tell your Concord that humanity isn't dying in the dirt anymore. We're done crawling. He stood. And I want you to remember rule number 1. Deck shook his head slowly. You're mad. Greaves turned, already walking away. No, he said. I'm human. Outside, the worst howled through the ruined streets. The Ghost Fleet hovered silently above the city, cloaked again, invisible to the world. A shadow army. Commander Rena stepped beside Greaves on the roof of the outpost. It's done, she said quietly. For now. Greaves didn't look at her, just stared out over the ashes. No, it's only just begun. There was a saying on Earth once. You corner a dying beast and it'll show you what it's made of. Greaves had always believed that. He just never expected it to apply to the Concord. 12 hours after the fall of Gerion Prime, the Concord Council reconvened on a neutral vessel, the Voice of Order, an obsidian leviathan drifting beyond the Lorian belt. It was the first time in over a century that so many high-ranking alien powers had gathered outside of conquered territory. They weren't here to talk peace. They were here to plan a purge. The council chamber on board the ship was built like a war theater, tiered seating in concentric circles, each level higher and more intimidating than the last. The central podium floated by magnetic suspension, and on it stood Supreme Arbiter Vexar, the most feared political strategist the galaxy had ever known. Vexar wasn't loud. He didn't need to be. He simply stood, and everyone else fell silent. He scanned the room with piercing silver eyes, each movement measured, each breath deliberate. Then he spoke. Humanity, he said, voice calm as acid rain, was supposed to be extinct. No one responded. He continued. We gave them chances. Offers. We bent rules. We absorbed their aggression and returned diplomacy. And now, they slit our throat in the heart of our chamber. He turned slowly, eyeing each faction. Zalari, Tovari, Ilari, Skallan, Droth, and more. They made a statement, not just to us, to every corner of the known systems, to the outlaws, the pirates, the independents. They said the conquered can be bled. Low murmurs stirred through the seats. They struck with precision, with inside knowledge, with stolen tech, which means only one thing. He raised a clawed finger. We've been compromised. No one breathed. We underestimated them. For the last time. He raised his other hand and pointed to the chamber ceiling, where a projection of Earth's ghost fleet shimmered into view, half-cloaked, fully armed, and hovering like vultures over the burning remains of Xerian Prime. Then, with cold finality, he said, I propose total extinction. Back on Earth, under the charred skies of New Kyoto's remains, the underground city of Ashfall stirred with the sound of new life. It wasn't much. Makeshift metal shelters, old turbines grinding electricity, rows of steel bunkers repurposed as command rooms. But it was alive. And that was more than Earth could say 10 years ago. Inside the central operations chamber, Greaves stood before a large glass wall that overlooked the cavern city below. Behind him, massive monitors displayed live feeds from every Ghost Fleet vessel in orbit, along with deep surveillance into the Conquered's diplomatic channels. Reyna entered quietly, wiping engine grease from her hands. They're assembling a counterforce, she said. Massive, like galaxy-cracking massive. Greaves turned, arms folded. How soon? Couple weeks, maybe less. They're calling it Operation Glass Rain. He raised a brow. She tossed a tablet onto the table between them. The data spoke for itself. Vexar's hand was all over the planning. Strategic hyperlane blockades, preemptive strikes on suspected human colonies, planetary-scale bombardments. Greaves scrolled through the document. They're going scorched Earth. Scorched galaxy, Reyna said. They don't want surrender. They want to erase our DNA. He tapped his fingers on the glass. Good. Reyna narrowed her eyes. Good? Greaves looked over at her, and for a moment there was something terrifyingly calm in his expression. It means we rattled them, deep, and scared empires always make mistakes. In the hidden depths of the Ashfall base, another meeting was already in progress. 5 key operatives sat at a circular table, each responsible for a quadrant of the remaining resistance. Hollow-eyed men and women, some scarred, some burned, all tired, but none broken. A man named Pierce leaned forward, eyes locked on the glowing table. If they launch Glass Rain, we lose every outpost from the outer rim to the core spine. They'll hunt us system by system. A woman with cybernetic implants, Thalia, shook her head. Not if we bait them first. Give them something so big they can't ignore it. Like what? Pierce asked. Greaves entered the room without announcement. Like their own crown jewel. They all turned. "You're suggesting we hit Aloria?" Thalia asked, stunned. "That's suicide." "No," Greaves said. "That's a distraction. One we need." He tapped a button on the table. A 3D map of the galaxy exploded into view, and he zoomed in on a planet marked Echelon 9. "What's on Echelon?" Pierce asked. Greaves smiled faintly. "A ghost prison." Thalia leaned forward. "Wait, you think they're keeping our people there?" "No," Greaves said. "I know they are, including the ones we thought were dead." The room went quiet. "Remember Tyron Cross?" he asked. Pierce blinked. "He vanished 3 years ago. Everyone said he defected." "No," Greaves replied. "He was captured. Same with Operative Darren, and 3 entire squads during the Duran ambush. They weren't killed. They were buried." Rena stepped forward now, nodding. "Intercepted comms confirm it. Echelon 9 is off the grid. Officially, it doesn't exist. But we traced Concord power surges to that system, and surveillance drones got a signal ping last month." Greaves looked around the table. "They tortured our own, hid them, used them as lab rats." His voice dropped. "I want them back." On the voice of order, the Concord Council had finalized Operation Glass Rain. They were moving faster than any war council had ever mobilized. It wasn't efficiency, it was rage. Ships were launching from every direction. Cities emptied of military-age species. Factories began melting alloys into weapons by the tons. Billions of credits flowed into the war machine. Vexar walked the halls of the flagship alone. No guards. He didn't need them. He entered a secure chamber where a black obelisk pulsed faintly. No symbols, no words, just pure dark matter, a weapon from the ancient past. "Begin siphon?" he said coldly. A technician's voice crackled through the chamber. "Sir, if we activate that, we risk gravitational collapse within 12 sectors." Vexar didn't blink. "Then let them collapse." Back on Earth, beneath the ruins, Greaves moved alone through the memorial corridor of Ashfall. Along the walls were names, tens of thousands, laser carved into steel, all fallen. He stopped before one section labeled Unknown Casualties, New Kyoto. His eyes lingered there. He reached into his coat and pulled out an old, torn photograph. 3 faces, a woman and 2 boys. He stared at it for a long moment, then tucked it away. He knew he was doing this for more than revenge. He was doing this for the right to exist. A day later, the Ghost Fleet mobilized again. Not in full, just enough to cast a shadow across the Concord's blind spot. Echelon 9 was their next target, not because it held value to the Concord, but because it was the place they tried to forget. Greaves stood aboard the Absolution, the flagship that now served as Earth's spearhead. Rena stood beside him, suited up in full tactical gear. So did Pierce and Thalia. 2 infiltration routes, she briefed. We go in silent, no planetary assault. We hit the prison from inside, free our people, plant the charges, then vanish before they know what hit them. Extraction? Pierce asked. Rena nodded. Orbital beam up after detonation. We cloak and fade. No trail. Greaves looked at them all. No mistakes, no improvisation. We get our people. We don't fight unless we have to. He paused. But if they make us fight, we end it fast. Echelon 9 orbited a dying star, hidden by asteroid fields and cloaked nebula gas. No civilian travel was permitted. No trade routes, just a forgotten dot on galactic maps. As the Ghost Fleet approached, their ships vanished into the dust, silent, invisible, patient. And from the shadows, humanity prepared to steal back what the galaxy tried to erase. The hull of the Absolution vibrated softly, barely noticeable, but Greaves felt it in his bones. Every operation had a rhythm, a pulse, And right now the beat was slow and quiet, like the breath before a gunshot. Approaching outer veil of Echelon 9, the helmsman reported. 30 seconds to atmospheric slip. The command deck was running dark. No lights, no comm chatter. Just the glow of red markers on black holographic displays. Everything was running on stealth power. One engine flicker, one stray signal, and the Conquered would descend on them like wolves. Greaves stood behind the main console, hands behind his back, eyes locked on the distant speck of rock that was Echelon 9. It didn't look like a prison. From orbit, it looked like nothing. A dead moon tucked behind a radiation cloud. No blinking lights, no beacon, no entry logs. But that's how they kept the worst secrets hidden. Not by disguising them, by erasing them. Rena's voice cut in over comms. Team 1, locked and loaded. They were already in the dropship. Covert model, black as space, running on silent engines. Her squad was going in first. Then Pierce and Thalia's team would land on the other side of the installation, planting comm disruptors. Greaves would be last. He always was. Ready? The pilot asked him. Greaves nodded. Burn me in. The moment they crossed the veil, the world changed. The sunlight vanished, eaten by the thick radiation dust cloud. Their screens turned blood red, static flickering in the corners. Turbulence knocked the dropship side to side, but the pilot kept steady. Below them, Echelon 9 came into view. Just barely. A jagged fortress half buried into the stone. The entire prison was built underground, with only a small tower jutting from the surface. Satellite scans couldn't read it. Radar signals bent away from it. Every inch of the place had been designed to stay forgotten. Landing zone approaching, the pilot whispered. Engaging vertical descent, no lights. Greaves tightened the strap on his chest rig. Magnetic blade on the right thigh. Concealed plasma pistol on the left. Neural jammer chip in his wrist, last resort only. He looked across at Rena, already watching him. This isn't just about freeing prisoners, is it? She asked. Greaves didn't answer right away. Then, with that same quiet steel in his voice, said, It's about proving we never disappeared. Inside the underground complex of Echelon 9, the air was cold and still. Metal walls stretched endlessly, coated in frost and silence. The only sound was the occasional hiss of pressurized doors and the low hum of alien machines running maintenance routines. No guards, no broadcasts, no alarms. That was the first sign something was wrong. Rena's squad moved in perfect formation, rifles sweeping corners, boots silent on the grated floors. They'd trained for this. Prison infiltration, system disarm, high-value extraction. But Echelon 9 felt off, like the place had been asleep for far too long. Command, this is Team 1, she whispered into her comm. We're inside. No contact yet. Proceeding to Sector Delta. Copy, came Pierce's voice from the other side of the facility. We're in position. Planted jammers. No sign of patrols. Thalia's voice followed. Either they abandoned this place, or they're hiding something big. Greaves landed last. He entered through an auxiliary shaft 2 levels below the others. Alone. That had been the plan. His route took him directly to the deepest part of the facility, sub-level 7, where classified detainees were kept. The ones the Conquered didn't want to admit existed. As he moved, he passed long corridors of sealed cells. No windows, no names, just numbers etched in alien script. Some had faint lights blinking above them, others were completely dark. He paused outside cell 731. There was no light, but the panel read, Active. He opened it. Inside, chained to the back wall, barely recognizable under blood, grime, and scars, was a man Greaves hadn't seen in years. Tyron, he breathed. The man didn't move. Greaves stepped forward, weapon lowered. His boots crunched over dried blood. Tyron Cross, he said louder. The figure lifted its head slowly, as if the name stirred something deeper than memory. Eyes opened, one swollen shut, the other bloodshot, but human. I thought, Tyron's voice cracked. You were dead. Greaves dropped to one knee and pulled out a med injector, stabbing it into Tyron's neck. Everyone thought you were. Tyron coughed hard. Blood came up. He slumped forward, breathing heavily. You shouldn't have come here. You know me, Greaves muttered. I don't listen. The cell lights blinked, just once, and then came the sound they'd all been waiting for. A siren, long, deep, alien, followed by a voice in a language Greaves didn't recognize, but the tone was clear. Containment breach. Intruders detected. Lethal response authorized. In the control room above, something awakened. Massive machines once dormant began to stir. Grinding metal, energy spikes, turrets unfolding from the ceilings. The prison had never needed guards. It was the guard. Thalia's voice cracked through the comms. We triggered something. Automated defense AI just went online. This whole place is wired to kill. Pierce responded instantly. Get out, now. No, Greaves cut in. We stick to plan. Tyron's alive. There may be more. He tapped his wrist, opening a map of sub-level 7. 5 more cells marked active. I'm checking the others. Rena's voice. We'll cover you. We're moving to intercept. The prison transformed in minutes. Hallways shifted like a maze. Walls retracted, revealing automated turrets and energy traps. Every path forward turned deadly. Greaves moved fast, dragging Tyron with him. The old soldier, once the best sniper in Earth's army, was barely conscious, but he could walk. I thought you were dead, Tyron muttered again. After the ambush. They said you defected, Greaves replied. We thought you sold us out. Tyron laughed bitterly, then winced. That's what they wanted you to think. They reached the next cell. Inside was a woman, chained and bruised, but very much alive. Darren, Greaves said, breathless. Her eyes lit up. Greaves? Yeah, it's me. Time to go. He shot the lock. She fell forward into his arms. 3 years, she whispered. They ran tests, probed memories, wanted strategies. They tried to erase who we were. He helped her to her feet. They failed. Behind them, a metal panel slid open. A massive droid stepped through, 8 feet tall, plated in black alloy, with 3 arms and a glowing plasma core. Its eyes locked onto them, and it launched forward with terrifying speed. Greaves shoved Darren and Tyron behind him, diving left as the droid swung. Its claw smashed the wall behind them, throwing sparks. Move! He shouted. Darren grabbed Tyron and ran. Greaves rolled beneath the droid, pulled the neural jammer from his wrist, and slammed it into the droid's back. The lights inside the machine blinked, then went dead. It collapsed like a tower of metal bones. Elsewhere, Rena's squad had taken fire. They were pinned near an elevator shaft, plasma bolts raining down from autocannons embedded in the ceiling. Covering fire, she shouted, tossing a flash charge that shorted out 2 of the cannons. Pierce, she yelled into the comms. We need exit vector now. Working on it, came the strained reply. These tunnels are shifting every damn second. Thalia's voice cut in. Blow the central core. It'll crash the AI system. Hard reset. Rena ducked behind a pillar, shielding her squad. That'll risk the whole facility collapsing. Better that than being buried alive, Thalia said. Do it fast. Greaves reached the last cell. Inside was someone he never expected to see again. Commander Rowan, the man who trained him, the man who vanished during the Mars exodus. Greaves opened the door, but Rowan didn't move. Still alive? Greaves asked. Rowan looked up slowly. Barely. You're coming with us. Didn't think I'd ever hear that again. Thalia reached the mainframe core, a massive sphere suspended by magnetic fields, pulsing blue and white. She planted charges on all 6 pylons.